Chapter 306. The spiritual stone mountain had always been barren. Tonight, the sky was filled with dark clouds, as if it would rain at any time. A dark fog shrouded the entire spiritual stone mountain, making the already gloomy spiritual stone mountain even more terrifying. A cold wind blew, shaking the grass and trees on the mountain. Under the faint moonlight, it was even more frightening. A whoa! At this moment, a low roar suddenly sounded from the top of the mountain. Su Yan was shocked, and his brows furrowed into a black line. Although Su Yan did not believe that this place was haunted, he was certain that there was something fishy about this spirit stone mountain. Otherwise, the spirit or mine on the spirit stone mountain would have attracted countless martialists to fight over it. It would not be that no one cared about it until now. A whoa! A whoa! At this moment, that roar sounded from the top of the mountain again. This roar was sometimes sharp and sometimes low, like a ghost's howl. Could it be that the mountain is really haunted? Hearing this roar, Su Yan could not help but feel a little suspicious. After all, Su Yan was alone in the spiritual stone mountain. In the middle of the night, with the cold wind blowing, it was really a little scary. Xiao! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Su Yan. Who is it? Su Yan's blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! As Su Yan roared, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded in front of him. Then, a black shadow continuously flashed in front of Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flashed, and his expression became increasingly cold. Looking at the flashing black shadow, he gripped the ghost hall sword in his hand, and did not have the slightest intention of retreating. In fact, when Mikario Ice asked him to leave the mountain today, Su Yan was somewhat unwilling. After all, the spiritual stone mine was too tempting for Su Yan at this moment. Furthermore, Su Yan did not believe in ghosts at all. Even if this mountain is really haunted today, I still want to find out. Su Yan looked at the constantly flashing black shadow in front of him. His eyes flashed, and the cultivation method in his body suddenly surged up. A burst of bright light burst out from his body, and a frosty color shrouded Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan spun the ghost hall sword in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. Instantly, a series of shrill ghost howls erupted. The ghost howl sword was called the ghost howl sword because of its special characteristics. When it was activated, it would emit bursts of ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan spun the ghost howl sword, a ghostly howl erupted from the ghost howl sword. Following that, a black gas burst out from it. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black figure flashed again. Today, I'll see if you're a real ghost or not. Su Yan's pupils constricted abruptly as he sneered. Swish! He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand, and his figure was like a bolt of lightning as he stepped on the sword dragon and charged straight up. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly hit the constantly flashing black figure. Ah! The black figure let out a low cry and immediately disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. Could it be that this place is really haunted? However, the moment this thought appeared, it was quickly rejected by Su Yan. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. It doesn't matter if you're really haunted or not. I'm going to break into this spirit stone mountain of yours. Humph, Su Yan said in a low voice to boost his courage. Although he did not believe in ghosts, Su Yan would definitely be lying if he said that he was not afraid of such a strange phenomenon. However, the fear in his heart was insignificant compared to Su Yan's knowledge of the Spirit Stone Mountain Spirit Stone Mine and the secrets that existed within it. Su Yan followed in as he slowly circulated his cultivation method. He did not dare to be careless as he cautiously observed his surroundings and walked forward step by step. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. The reason Su Yan came to the Spirit Stone Mountain today was not only for the Spirit Stone Mine, but also because of his curiosity. He was curious about ghosts and wanted to explore the secrets of this spirit stone mountain. He wanted to unravel the truth of the haunted place. Of course, other than his curiosity, the most important thing was that the spirit stone mine caused the death of the spirit stone mine. Su Yan was on guard against the dangers that could appear at any time as he constantly searched for traces of the spirit stone mine. Unfortunately, along the way, other than the strange phenomenon that appeared just now, the entire mountain returned to its calm state and there was no sound coming out. However, even so, Su Yan could still feel the gloomy presence here and did not dare to relax in the slightest. Rumble, at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky accompanied by a loud bang. Suddenly, a torrential downpour followed, causing the oppressive atmosphere to become even more oppressive. The heavy rain fell on Su Yan's mystical ice-cold shield and was blocked by it. However, it did not cause any inconvenience to Su Yan. Looking at the blurring area in front of him, Su Yan could not help but frown. This heavy rain did not come earlier or later, but it did not come at this moment. Although the heavy rain would not soak Su Yan's clothes, it would bring some obstruction to Su Yan's senses and weaken his inspection of the surroundings. Other than the strange phenomenon just now, this place is peaceful. Su Yan leaped and walked deeper into the forest. However, that strange phenomenon didn't appear again. Apart from the fact that there wasn't any strange phenomenon, Su Yan also did not find the spirit stone mine. Am I still going to return empty-handed? Su Yan had unknowingly arrived at the place where he had been during the day. However, there was not the slightest harvest. This made Su Yan somewhat unwilling. His eyes turned and wanted to continue to walk forward. Bang! At this moment, a loud bang sounded. Suddenly, a huge burst of energy erupted. The bloody light shot straight up into the sky, emitting a burst of bright light, illuminating the entire spirit stone mountain as if it was daytime. Su Yan was shocked. When he saw the scene in front of him, his whole face twisted together. His mouth was wide open and he was shocked beyond words. The moment the light flickered, even the heavy rain that was falling from the sky seemed to be about to stop, as it kept sliding outwards. This heavy rain did not stop, but was forced to change direction by a huge force. Su Yan quickly thought of the result of this strange phenomenon. In fact, this phenomenon was not difficult to explain. Just like the mysterious ice-cold shield on Su Yan's body, it could also block the rain and prevent it from falling on his body. However, it was because of this that Su Yan was shocked. What kind of force could block so much rain? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and shouted, "Not good." The cultivation method in his body was quickly activated and his body swept back. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the rain that had been blocked condensed together, turning into a pillar of water that shot towards Su Yan. It was so fast that Su Yan was unable to dodge in time, and he was hit by it. His body was sent flying back hundreds of meters. Although he was not injured, his body rolled in the grass and trees, looking a little embarrassed. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about this. His eyes turned and he muttered to himself, "What is going on? How can there be such a powerful force? If it was someone else, they would have already run down the mountain." However, Su Yan did not. Instead, he held his breath and moved forward again. However, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. He moved slowly, afraid that he would make some noise and alert the force just now. At this moment, suddenly, a horse's neigh was heard. Rumble! The moment this sound fell, the spiritual stone mountain suddenly shook violently as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Su Yan felt the strong earthquake and frowned. There was a trace of retreat in his heart, but he was also a little unwilling. He bent down and took a step forward. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of horses were galloping, constantly neighing, and constantly attacking the spiritual stone mountain. There were many warriors on the backs of the horses, holding various weapons in their hands, and countless blood burst out. In a short while, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood flowed like a river. It was not enough to describe this scene as tragic. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even with his experience, he had never encountered such a fierce battle. Is this really a haunted house? Su Yan thought about what Mikharu I said during the day, and suddenly frowned. His heart was also a little shaken, especially when he saw the powerful explosion of energy. Su Yan also felt a sense of retreat in his heart. After all, he had experienced death once. Su Yan knew that the most important thing was to stay alive. He did not want to lose his life here because of the spiritual stone and his curiosity. Boy, after seeing the game between the two of us, do you still think you have a chance to escape? Just as Su Yan was about to retreat, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life suddenly rang out. Who is it? Su Yan was shocked. He shouted in a stern voice to hide the fear in his heart. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After Su Yan's shout, another laughter was heard. This voice suddenly came from the left, and then from the right, as if it surrounded the entire spiritual stone mountain. Who the hell is it? Su Yan heard the laughter, and felt like he was being played. Anger surged in his chest, and he coldly shouted, Who the hell is it? Why don't you dare to come out? Why are you pretending to be a ghost here? Pretending to be a ghost. Hearing Su Yan's words, the voice was obviously a little sarcastic. He sneered, and then as if he was asking someone, said, Medicine King, do you think we are ghosts now? Ghosts. The one called Medicine King laughed and said, We have been dead for thousands of years. Naturally, we are ghosts. Are we still human? Ghosts, ha ha ha, yes, we are ghosts. Chapter 307. When Su Yan heard that these people were ignoring him, his face became more and more gloomy. At the same time, a burst of anger surged. Under this anger, the fear from before was suppressed. Because Su Yan knew that since he had come to this point, it was impossible for him to retreat even if he wanted to. He could only fight. 1, 2, 3. Su Yan was angry, but he did not lose his calm. Instead, he listened to the different voices and distinguished how many people were here. 3. Su Yan quickly calculated that there were 3 people hiding around him. 3. Su Yan sneered. The great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body slowly circulated. The blood dragon pupil also shrank as he cautiously looked around, observing the surrounding movements. Sigh, Ninth Uncle, how many years have you not dared to come here at night? I didn't expect that a mere sky phase stage cultivator would dare to come here today. The Medicine King sighed slightly, his words were filled with disdain for Su Yan's strength. Ha! The one called Ninth Uncle laughed loudly and said, Sky phase stage is sky phase stage. It saves the 3 of us from taking action. Don't you think so, Black Devil? And I think it's not bad. It just so happens that we've been playing for thousands of years without a clear victor. Today, such a person just happened to appear. Let him join. Perhaps our game will have an unexpected result. The 3 of them talked and did not put Su Yan in their eyes at all. It was obvious that they did not care about Su Yan's strength at the sky phase stage. Their words were also filled with disdain for Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care about this. Suppressing the anger in his heart, his expression became more and more cold. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly separated 3 different voices. Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, Black Devil. Su Yan secretly said in his heart, the corner of his mouth rising into a cold smile. Then let him join and play now. Ninth Uncle. When the voice rang out again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned and gripped the ghost hall sword in his hand. His body suddenly moved like a bolt of lightning. With a shout, he attacked in a certain direction. What? The voice that spoke just now suddenly trembled, and it no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it turned into astonishment. You. How did you know that I was hiding here? How is that possible? You are only at the celestial phenomenon stage, how can you detect my existence? Ninth uncle. Su Yan ignored his words and smiled coldly. The cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved quickly. The ghost howl sword in his hand turned and directly attacked in the direction of Uncle Joe. Wherever the ghost howl sword passed, a thick black fog suddenly burst out. At the same time, a series of ghostly howls erupted. Wail of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan used his sword technique as soon as he made his move. He was very clear that the strength of these three people was probably beyond his imagination, so Su Yan didn't dare to let his guard down at all. As soon as the wail of 10,000 ghosts came out, ghost howls rang out again and again. A huge ghost head ferociously pounced in the direction of Uncle Joe. Humph, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to clamor in front of this sovereign. You're courting death. The person called Uncle Joe was obviously angered by Su Yan. With a cold shout, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from the shadow on his body. What a powerful force. Seeing the power of the shadow in front of him, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank together, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan felt the aura of death surging over. Uncle Joe, isn't it just a celestial phenomenon stage, kid? Why are you so angry? Just as Su Yan felt that he was about to die again, the Medicine King suddenly opened his mouth and said. With a wave of his hand, he dissolved the powerful force. Bang! However, even so, Su Yan's body was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. His body churned, and suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell are these people? How can they be so powerful? Su Yan was shocked. He patted his storage bag and took out a pill and swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on this side. At this time, 3 more shadows appeared in front of Su Yan. Remnant soul body. When Su Yan saw the shadow, he immediately recognized that it wasn't a person, but the body of a remnant soul. Hey, kid, not bad. You actually know that we're dead. When Black Devil heard Su Yan mention the body of a remnant soul, a sneer appeared on his slightly aged face. The Medicine King looked at Su Yan and laughed. Brat, not bad, you actually dare to attack Uncle Joe. The person who was called Uncle Joe looked at Su Yan with a face full of anger and shouted, Brat, a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator dares to attack me. You are courting death. You're courting death. Su Yan's body suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that facing these 3 people, he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate. Damn it! Su Yan cursed in his heart. Looking at the strand of energy surging from the 3 of them, he knew that he would definitely not be able to escape. He might as well suppress the fear in his heart and stand up. Humph, you keep saying that you're in the celestial phenomenon stage, but do you know that I'm only in my early 20s? As Su Yan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned, and a ray of light surged out. He looked at the 3 of them and shouted, All of you are old monsters who have lived for thousands of years, yet you dare to attack a child like me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What? When the 3 of them heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Especially when they saw the light surging in Su Yan's eyes, they all felt a wave of astonishment. The Medicine King coldly snorted and shouted at Su Yan, Brat, do you know? Just based on your words, we can kill you. Kill me. When Su Yan heard his words, he suddenly laughed out loud. I know you have the ability to kill me, but don't you feel ashamed? When these words were spoken, the Medicine King's old face couldn't help but turn red. He then nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brat, to have such wisdom at such a young age, you are indeed a promising talent. So what if he's a promising talent? When the Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, he looked at Su Yan and said with disdain, "In all these years, we have seen many talents that are much higher than this brat, but we are still not satisfied. Right now, this brat is only in the celestial phenomenon stage. What is there to create?" Uncle Joe also coldly snorted and said, "Yes, this brat dares to attack me. I will destroy him now." As he spoke, Uncle Joe was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the Medicine King. "Hey, Uncle Joe, why are you always so impulsive? Didn't we agree to let this brat participate in our game and see if he will bring us a surprise?" When Uncle Joe heard the Medicine King's words, his gloomy face immediately surged with a smile. "Haha, that's good, it is indeed so. For so many years, no one has come here. If we kill this brat, it would be a pity." The Black Devil also nodded and said, that's right, let this brat join our game." And the Medicine King nodded and waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards Su Yan's body. Before Su Yan could react, his entire body suddenly leaped up. In an instant, his body flew hundreds of meters away. When he opened his eyes, he had already arrived at the battlefield where 10,000 horses were galloping. A burst of horse neighs exploded in Su Yan's ears like thunder. Uproar. At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. A warrior riding a tall horse wielded a large saber in his hand and directly swung it at Su Yan. When Su Yan saw this, he could not help but curse. As his blood dragon eyes turned, his body suddenly leaped up and narrowly avoided that person's attack. The moment Su Yan dodged, a loud sound was heard. The warrior who attacked Su Yan was directly cut down by another person. Blood spurted out. Su Yan could not dodge in time and was directly sprayed. A fishy smell came out. Su Yan did not have time to feel disgusted. Another person attacked him. The strength of the attack was so great that it slid through the void, creating bursts of whistling sounds. Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. Clenching the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, he joined the battlefield. Black Devil looked at Su Yan on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the Medicine King, "Medicine King, this kid is only at the Sky Phase stage. Do you think he can really surprise us?" The Medicine King shook his head and smiled. "No matter what, we've been fighting for so long. Since it's still early, let's play." As the Medicine King spoke, he looked at the scene on the battlefield and sneered. He suddenly jumped up and laughed. "Ninth Uncle, your warriors today seem to be a little weak." "Weak?" Ninth Uncle sneered when he heard the Medicine King's words. He jumped up and waved his hand. Suddenly, another group of warriors surged out of the battlefield and charged into the crowd. The Medicine King was shocked when he saw this scene. Then, he laughed. "Ha, Ninth Uncle, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Not bad, not bad. However, we've been fighting for so long. Do you think I don't have a backup plan?" As he spoke, the Medicine King also waved his hand and many more warriors appeared on the battlefield. Black Devil saw that both of them had increased their forces and was not willing to be outdone. He sneered. "Hey, both of you have increased your forces. Do you want me, Black Devil, to watch you fight?" Black Devil said and waved his hand. Another group of people appeared on the battlefield. Su Yan was trapped in a black mass. What the hell is going on? Su Yan resisted the warriors who swung their swords at him from time to time. At the same time, his mind was racing as he thought about the strange phenomenon in front of him. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan thought about it, he could not understand what was going on. Could it really be a ghost? Su Yan frowned, but he quickly dispelled the thought in his heart. Asterisk bang, asterisk. Chapter 308. Su Yan looked at his arm that had been cut open. Anger suddenly surged in his eyes. He shouted coldly. His body suddenly started to circulate rapidly, and a powerful force erupted from his body. Bang! Then he grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, and his body spun like a top. The Ghost Howl sword swept horizontally, and a powerful force burst out. Bang! Bang! A series of loud sounds rang out, and the surrounding warriors were suddenly sent flying by Su Yan. Countless amounts of blood gushed out, and directly covered Su Yan's body. Fresh clothes, angry horse, drinking blood, chopping off heads. Su Yan was now surrounded by all kinds of warriors, and his killing intent was aroused. He shouted angrily, and the blood dragon pupil burst out a burst of bright light. He stood on the sword dragon, and rushed into the battlefield to kill. After a while of fighting, Su Yan understood a little. Although the warriors here were all wearing the same clothes, they were clearly divided into three forces. Three forces, could it be that they belonged to those three old ghosts? Su Yan's eyes abruptly shrunk as he thought of this. Soon after, he saw that these people were still unceasingly rushing over. Ignoring them, he coldly shouted, "I don't care what you are up to today, just kill them all." Su Yan's eyes flickered as he lifted the Ghost Howl sword and stood in midair. He was like a grim reaper as he continued to kill the surrounding warriors. This scene lasted for more than half an hour. However, on the battlefield, the number of warriors not only did not decrease, but also increased. These warriors didn't seem to be afraid of death, and constantly rushed over, completely ignoring the Ghost Howl sword in Su Yan's hand. Why can't I kill them all? Su Yan looked at the warriors who were constantly rushing over, and slightly frowned. He just saw that these warriors were not only attacking him, but also killing each other. Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this situation, and directly destroy them. However, it was clear that Su Yan was overthinking things. There was simply no end to these warriors. Moreover, these warriors did not appear to be tired at all. It was as though they did not fear death as they kept piling up. On the contrary, after such a long battle, Su Yan's spiritual power was becoming more and more depleted. He was constantly gasping for breath, and it was obvious that his physical strength had been overdrawn. If this goes on, I'm afraid even if I don't die under these people's knives, I'll die from exhaustion. Su Yan thought about it and immediately realized that this method was not feasible. No, I have to think of a way to deal with this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my life here today. Su Yan was now thinking about how to get out of here. He had neglected the three old ghosts. After all, no matter what, he had to get through this hurdle first. As Su Yan resisted the attacks, his mind raced. Soon, Su Yan found the crux of the problem. Those three old fogies are clearly just remnant souls. Although I don't know why they are here, it is clear that they are already dead. A dead person, a dead person. Su Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Those three old ghosts are just dead people. Then where did these warriors come from? Could it be that it's just an illusion? As Su Yan thought about it, his entire body suddenly froze. At the same time, he reached out to touch the blood on his body and the wound on his arm. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan's mind slowly calmed down. Suddenly, he pinched his wound. Ah! Suddenly, a huge pain surged up. This caused Su Yan to be extremely surprised. It hurts, could it be that it's not an illusion? However, if it's not an illusion, then where did these people come from? The more Su Yan thought about it, the tighter his brows became. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on for so long at the celestial phenomenon stage. We have underestimated his strength. Black Devil looked at Su Yan and faintly smiled. Just based on this perseverance, I think this brat can be considered a powerhouse in the same realm. When the Medicine King heard his words, he looked at Uncle Gio and said, "Don't forget, this brat just discovered Uncle Gio and even dared to attack him." When Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, his expression became more and more gloomy. He then looked at Su Yen and coldly smiled. "Medicine King, from your tone, it seems that you are quite impressed with this brat." "Impressed?" The Medicine King narrowed his eyes and looked at Suya on the battlefield. He nodded in satisfaction. "There is indeed some appreciation. However, he still doesn't have the qualifications to enter my eyes. Unless he can really break the gambling formation between us." As the King of Medicine spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a ray of light surged out. With a thought, another group of warriors appeared on the battlefield. As soon as the strength of these warriors appeared, their aura immediately suppressed the warriors that had just appeared. Whether it was in terms of aura or strength, they became much stronger. Seeing this, Black Devil coldly smiled. "Medicine King, good plan. Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat the two of us? Don't even think about it." As soon as his words fell, he also moved his mind. Bang! On the battlefield, another group of warriors appeared on the ground. Uncle Gio wasn't willing to be outdone. He coldly smiled. "Medicine King, if you want to test this person, then I will lend you a hand," Uncle Gio said and coldly shouted. Suddenly, many warriors in black clothes appeared on the battlefield. Each of them was strong and robust. The moment they appeared, the entire battlefield suddenly surged with a thick smell of gunpowder. Bang! As soon as the three forces appeared, they immediately twisted and killed each other. Of course, Su Yen wasn't any better off in the midst of the three forces. One must know that Su Yen didn't belong to any of the forces. Regardless of which force saw Su Yen, they would fiercely attack him. They didn't give Su Yen any chance to breathe. What the hell is going on? Although Su Yen was very angry, he was even more surprised in his heart. He couldn't understand what was going on in front of him. Just now, he was secretly happy that the number of people was slowly decreasing. In that case, he would have a chance to get out. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly appear? Moreover, Su Yen could feel that the strength of these people was clearly much stronger than those people from before. Not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of strength. If the strength of the group of people from before was limited to the Saint Vane realm, then the people who appeared this time were all at the Sky Phase realm. Some even surpassed the Sky Phase realm and reached the Spirit Sea realm. Su Yan's resistance also became more and more powerless. The wounds on his body were also increasing rapidly, and blood was constantly flowing out from all over his body. Looking at the wounds on his body, Su Yan's chest also surged with a raging anger. However, Su Yan's reason told him that he had to remain calm. "Calm down, I have to stay calm." Su Yan kept comforting himself in his heart because he was very clear about the current situation. No matter how angry he was, no matter how hard he tried, it was almost impossible to kill his way out of here. "I have to find a way, a way." While Su Yan was fending off the continuous attacks of these cultivators, he carefully thought about the scene that was happening in front of him. Although this Spirit Stone Mountain is said to be a barren mountain, no matter what, it is still within the territory of the Hidden Demon region. Moreover, the forces of the Hidden Demon region are all controlled by the Monster Palace. If so many warriors appeared here, the Monster Palace, the Heaven and Earth Organization, and the Black Ghost Cave would definitely know. After all, the number of warriors that appeared here had long surpassed that of any sect. It could even be said that if these forces were to be combined, they would probably be even stronger than the current Monster Palace. Such powerful forces suddenly appeared here, and this was a territory under the jurisdiction of the Monster Palace. It was absolutely impossible for them not to notice. In that case, there is only one explanation. These warriors don't exist at all. Thinking of this, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly surged over. Spirit Sea Realm, Su Yan's body trembled. He was about to resist, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The Spirit Sea Realm warrior's palm flew over, and a majestic force surged out. Bang! Before Su Yan had time to react, Su Yan felt a huge pain all over his body, and his whole body was sent flying with a bang. Su Yan suddenly fell into the crowd. Innumerable martial artists swarmed forward, directly burying Su Yan among them. King of Medicine, it seems that this kid is going to die. I'm afraid we can't determine the winner of this game. Uncle Joe saw Su Yan being drowned by many warriors, and the corner of his mouth rose into a sneer. Sigh. The old man called King of Medicine saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He then looked at Uncle Joe, who had a proud face, and snorted, Uncle Joe, if we can't determine the winner of this game, what good will it do you? Do you have a way to get out of here? Ha ha ha. Uncle Joe heard King of Medicine's words and suddenly laughed. King of Medicine, my Uncle Joe didn't intend to get out of here. Humph, the Medicine King gave an exasperated snort and was about to say something else. But before he opened his mouth to speak, Black Devil beside him sighed helplessly. Okay, the two of you, stop arguing. He stood between the two of them. Looking at the two of them staring at each other, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The three of us have been arguing for thousands of years. After being trapped here together for so long, what grievances can't we see through? What's there to argue about? Hearing Black Devil's words, King of Medicine and Uncle Joe's eyes dimmed. Looking at Su Yan on the battlefield, he smiled bitterly. It's a pity that this person can't break the game between us, otherwise, sigh. Chapter 309. When Uncle Joe heard the Medicine King's sigh, he no longer had the anger he had when arguing with the Medicine King. Instead, he looked at the cultivators who were constantly fighting on the battlefield and said helplessly, Sigh, the three of us have been competing here for thousands of years, but we can't decide the victor every time. Now that the spirit stones in this spirit mine are getting scarcer and scarcer, how long do you think the three of us can hold on? Sigh, I'm afraid that if we can't solve this situation in another 10 years, the three of us will completely die here. Black Devil looked at the battlefield that was still fighting and smiled bitterly. Back then, in order to attract more people here, we specially opened these spirit mines to attract those people. But so many people came, and no one was able to solve this situation. Instead, they took away a lot of spirit stones during the day. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Uncle Joe said angrily, but his eyes were filled with helplessness. When the Medicine King heard the words of the two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Sigh, that's right. Just now, I thought that this brat would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect. Medicine King, I think you are old and confused. That brat is only at the celestial phenomenon stage. What hope do you have? Before the Medicine King could finish his words, Uncle Joe said sarcastically. Black Devil couldn't help but smile bitterly. That's right. After so many years, how many people stronger than this brat have come? In the end, didn't they all die here? He's just at the celestial phenomenon stage. What surprises can he give us? The Medicine King wanted to quibble, but when he saw Su Yan's figure disappear, he sighed helplessly. The three of them looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but shake their heads in sigh. After watching for a while, they felt bored and were about to leave. Whoa, suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the battlefield. When the three of them heard this sound, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly stopped and cast their gazes towards the battlefield. A ray of golden light finally soared into the sky from the battlefield. Whoa, with a dragon's roar, all the cultivators were pushed away. The Medicine King and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes immediately revealed a look of shock. Their mouths opened wider than anything else. What? What is going on? The three of them stared at the scene before them in astonishment. For a moment, they were unable to recover from their shock. And when they saw the place where the golden light was flashing, the King of Medicine's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement as he shouted, "It's him, it's that brat." What? When Uncle Gio and the Black Demon heard Yao Wang's words, their bodies shook. Then, they looked at the place where the golden light was flashing. It was where Su Yan was just now. Their pupils shrank abruptly. That kid actually didn't die. How is this possible? That brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, how could he not die? All three of them were astonished. Bang, at this moment, there was a loud bang. As the golden light flashed, a dragon's roar surged. At the place where Su Yan had landed, a golden dragon leaped up. The dragon soared into the sky, and its bell-like eyes suddenly shrank and burst out with a ray of blood-red light. This dragon was none other than the dragon form that Su Yan had transformed into with the last trace of spiritual energy in his body. Illusion, this must be an illusion. Su Yan raised his head and looked at the cultivators in front of him. With a roar, his body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped past them. His pair of giant eyes constantly flashed with blood-red light. Illusion, illusion. Su Yan muttered in his heart as he constantly circled around the battlefield. Swish. Swish, under the circling of Su Yan's dragon body, the cultivators on the battlefield disappeared one by one like lightning. What the hell is going on? When the Medicine King and the other two saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the disappearing cultivators, the Medicine King's face suddenly surged with excitement. He said excitedly, I understand. This brat must have found a way to break through our game. He succeeded. As the Medicine King spoke, his body began to tremble in excitement. How is this possible? How could he succeed? How could he? When Uncle Joe saw all of this, his face was filled with astonishment. He simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to solve this game that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw the scene in front of him, he also frowned. His eyes were also filled with astonishment. After all, Su Yan's strength was too weak in their eyes. They simply did not believe that a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would be able to break through the formation that had trapped them for thousands of years. When the Black Devil saw all of this and looked at Su Yan's huge body, his brows turned and revealed a gloomy smile. He muttered in his heart, although this formation has been broken now, if I want to get out of here, I must find a suitable body to be reborn. A suitable body. This person has the bloodline of a dragon. He should be able to withstand my soul. As the Black Devil thought, a cold light surged in his eyes again. Then, he ignored the astonished Uncle Gio and the Medicine King. With a move of his body, he quickly turned into a black shadow and flew in the direction of Su Yan. When the Medicine King and Uncle Gio saw this scene, they were stunned at first. Then, they reacted and shouted, "Not good." Following that, the two of them did not dare to be negligent. With a move of their bodies, they hurriedly chased after the Black Devil. At this moment, Su Yan saw that all the cultivators in front of him had disappeared. His body slowly returned to human form. The light on his body also receded and he fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he felt a powerful force surging towards him. Su Yan was shocked. Not good, I was so focused on breaking this illusion that I forgot that there were still 3 old fellows here. In a panic, Su Yan jumped up. He only gripped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand, wanting to resist the power that was surging in front of him. However, before Su Yan could use his strength, Su Yan's pupils suddenly dilated as he felt an intense pain in his body. The pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan's eyes were wide open as he felt an intense pain in his body. This pain was beyond his imagination, and it came from the depths of his soul. The pain of his soul being torn apart caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Su Yan wanted to mutter and resist, but he could not muster the slightest bit of strength. His entire body was being exploited by this powerful force. Possession. Su Yan had personally experienced a fierce battle of possession. Naturally, he knew that someone wanted to occupy his body. He wanted to resist, but this force was too strong. Su Yan's soul seemed to be imprisoned and could not resist at all. Black Devil, as expected of the Black Devil. You have a good plan. The Medicine King looked at the Black Devil and shouted angrily. Uncle Joe was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the Black Devil and shouted, Black Devil, you really haven't changed. For thousands of years, you have been playing the good guy every day. I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Next, Su Yan felt his body loosening up and he fell to the ground. This time, Su Yan was able to see clearly that the three old ghosts standing before him were the three old ghosts he had seen earlier. And the one who wanted to devour his soul was the Black Devil. The Black Devil saw that the other two followed and did not pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, he turned to look at the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. He sneered and said, Medicine King, Uncle Joe, it is not that I, the Black Devil, am insidious. It is human nature. Is this human nature? When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he sneered and said, Black Devil, we've been fighting for thousands of years. Every day, we've only been manipulating these cultivators to play games. Today, the game array has been broken. Let me, Uncle Joe, see if you've regressed in these thousands of years. Do you think I am afraid of you? The Black Devil sneered and suddenly jumped up. Uncle Joe was not slow either. He jumped up and at the same time, a strange force erupted from their bodies and attacked each other. Su Yan was not unfamiliar with this force. It was the force of the soul. When the Medicine King saw the two of them fighting, he frowned and looked at Su Yan on the ground. He rolled his eyes and sent a surge of energy towards Su Yan. Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. Bang, at this time, two forces attacked the Medicine King at the same time. It was the Black Devil and Uncle Joe. Medicine King, I didn't expect you to be so insidious. Humph, Medicine King, you still have the face to say that. You are also borrowing this boy's body to be reborn. The Black Devil and Uncle Joe looked at the Medicine King and snorted at the same time. The Medicine King smiled and said, Do you think I am like the two of you? I just want to use this boy's body to get out of here. Do you think we will believe you? The Black Devil and Uncle Joe sneered, obviously not believing the Medicine King's words. When Su Yan heard their words, it could be said that he came from the clouds and left in a fog. He did not understand the meaning of their words at all. He did not understand, but the Black Devil, Uncle Joe, and the Medicine King were clear. Today, the game formation that had trapped them for thousands of years was broken. It was equivalent to them being able to leave here and obtain a chance to be reborn. They knew how powerful their souls were, so it was very difficult to find a body that could bear their soul force. Su Yan's body contained the dragon bloodline. It was a powerful soul that could bear their souls. The three of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Of course, because there was only one Su Yan, only one of them could borrow Su Yan's body to be reborn. Rebirth, they had been imprisoned here for thousands of years and longed for rebirth all the time. Now, a great opportunity was in front of them. How could they believe that the Medicine King only wanted to use Su Yan's body to leave here? After all, if they just wanted to leave here, they might not be able to find a suitable body for their rebirth even after hundreds of years. Even if they found a body that could bear their soul force, that person would definitely be powerful. It was unknown whether they could succeed in seizing the body. Su Yan, who was in front of them, only had the strength of the celestial phase realm and the dragon bloodline in his body. It was enough to bear their soul force. Chapter 310. Yao Wang, don't pretend to be a saint here. You should know that the reason why the three of us fell here and are trapped in this damn place is because of you, Yao Wang. Uncle Jiu pointed at Yao Wang and clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins appeared on his weathered face. Obviously, he was very angry at the thought of them being trapped here for so long. When Yao Wang heard his words, he sneered and said, "The culprit is me. Don't you think it's funny? If it weren't for Uncle Joe's greed and wanting to seize the elixir I refined, the three of us wouldn't be imprisoned here." When Black Devil heard their words, he sneered and said, "Things have come to this. We have been fighting here for thousands of years. There is no need to bring up the past. Let's settle the matter at hand. No matter what happens today, I will take this boy's body." Black Devil snorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. A bright light surged in his eyes and a ruthless look flashed across his face. As he spoke, he leaped up and at the same time, a burst of power erupted and swept directly toward Su Yan. "Black Devil, don't say anything nice here. If it weren't for your appearance thousands of years ago, I would have gotten the divine elixir pill and not be trapped here." When Uncle Joe heard Black Devil's words, he snorted and leaped to attack Black Devil. When Yao Wang saw this, he frowned and glanced at Su Yan. He secretly said, "It seems that we can't escape today's battle. Shameless people will always be shameless people. They usually say nice things, but when they have the chance to get out, they will still turn against each other." As the Medicine King thought about it, he snorted and joined the battle as well. Not only were the three of them fighting, but they also didn't give each other the slightest advantage in their words. The grudges of thousands of years were brought up one by one. And the battle between the three of them. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yan originally wanted to escape, but unfortunately, Su Yan was seriously injured. The last trace of spiritual power in his body was exhausted because of the illusion technique just now. Not to mention, there were three powerhouses staring at him. He couldn't find a chance to escape. Since there was no chance to escape, Su Yan decided not to run. He sat down and began circulating his cultivation technique. As he healed the wounds on his body, he also paid attention to the battle between the three of them. Hearing their words, Su Yan's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Especially when he heard the arrogant words of the three, Su Yan was even more astonished. He thought to himself, the strength of the three has reached such a level. Who exactly has the ability to imprison them here? While Su Yan was shocked, he could not help but think highly of the three of them. After all, if what the three of them said was true, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest people in the 5 counties when they were alive. Of course, under the shock, Su Yan also realized the danger he was facing now. After all, the stronger the three of them were when they were alive, the stronger their soul power was. And if the battle between the three of them ended, what awaited him next was death. No, I have to take advantage of the time when they are fighting to recover my strength as soon as possible and then leave here. Su Yan thought to himself and hurriedly circulated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. While healing his wounds, he also recovered the exhausted spiritual power in his body. It was a pity that although this spirit stone mountain was a spirit stone mountain, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Even though Su Yan absorbed the spiritual energy at an extremely fast speed, at this moment, the recovery of his injuries was like a snail crawling. It was extremely slow. Even so, there was nothing Su Yan could do. He could only choose to continue cultivating. It would be great if a spirit mine could appear now. Su Yan sighed helplessly. At this moment, suddenly, not far in front of Su Yan, a bright light flashed. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Su Yan hurriedly took a step forward and touched the shiny object. His whole body immediately trembled with excitement. Spirit mine, that's right, this is a spirit mine. Su Yan couldn't help but shout out in excitement. After shouting out, Su Yan immediately regretted. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the three people who were still fighting in midair. Seeing that they were not paying attention to him, he calmed down and touched the spirit mine. Su Yan also didn't care about anything else. He directly sat down and started to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body and began to cultivate. Although Su Yan didn't know how many spirit stones were in this spirit mine, Su Yan didn't care at all. He just focused on cultivating quickly. With this spirit mine, his cultivation speed was hundreds of times faster than before. The spirit stones in the spirit mine emitted streams of spirit chi, which continuously flowed into Su Yan's body. As the streams of warm current flowed through him, it brought a comfortable feeling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Of course, there were different sizes of spirit mines. However, the spirit mine that Su Yan was in now was obviously a big one. If it was developed, at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones could be mined. Hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Su Yan couldn't believe how huge this number was. He never thought that he would accidentally stumble into such a huge benefit today. The joy and excitement in his heart couldn't be expressed with words. This feeling of suddenly going from a pauper to a billionaire was simply indescribable. He was excited, and even a little crazy. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't lose himself because of this. He still knew that being a billionaire meant that he had to successfully survive this calamity. Su Yan didn't forget about the three mysterious old men. Looking at the three of them still fighting, his eyes flashed, revealing a bright light. Following that, the great sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body started to circulate again. He suppressed all the emotions in his body and only focused on absorbing the spirit chi in the spirit mine, enjoying the comfort brought by the continuous recovery of spirit chi. I wonder how long these three old fogies are going to fight. I wonder if I can use this spirit mine to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage in one go. Su Yan looked at the three of them, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and once again circulated his cultivation technique, quickly absorbing the spirit chi here. Borrowing the spirit stones here, Su Yan had already recovered to his peak state. However, he really couldn't bear to leave just like that. After all, so many spirit stones were a fatal temptation to every martial warriors, and Su Yan was no exception. After recovering his strength, Su Yan wondered if he could use the spirit mine here to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. However, at this moment, the three people who were fighting in the air suddenly leaped and flew towards the spirit mine. Su Yan's eyes turned, and while he was circulating his cultivation technique, he hurriedly jumped up and avoided the three of them. The three of them were obviously bloodthirsty and didn't care about Su Yan at all. Instead, they glared at each other. Ninth Uncle, I don't think you can hold on for much longer. Black Devil looked at Ninth Uncle, who was obviously weaker than before, and panted. I can't hold on for much longer. Can the two of you still hold on? Ninth Uncle looked at the two of them with a sneer. He didn't care about this and silently chanted a chant, as if he was absorbing something. The Medicine King was even more so. He only glanced at the two of them before stepping on the spirit stone and began to absorb the spirit chi in the spirit mine. The moment the three of them stood on top, Su Yan could clearly see that the spirit chi above the spirit mine was constantly flowing away. The speed was hundreds of times faster than Su Yan's absorption of the spirit chi just now. These three are just remnant souls, how can they absorb the spirit chi? Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene, but when he saw the speed at which they absorbed the spirit chi, he was even more stunned. If they continue at this speed, I'm afraid that in less than half a day, the spirit mine will be completely absorbed. No, I have to stop them. Although Su Yan was afraid of the strength of the three of them, he thought of the spirit mine that he had found with great difficulty. Su Yan was a little unwilling in his heart. After all, Su Yan still wanted to rely on this spirit mind to break through to the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. If the three of them absorbed all of it, it would not be so easy to find so many spirit stones again. I want to stop the three of them. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly and circulated his cultivation technique. He was about to step forward to stop the three of them, but just as Su Yan was about to make a move, the spirit chi on the three of them suddenly disappeared. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Medicine King, Uncle Joe, and Black Devil were even more shocked. The three of them absorbed the spirit chi above the spirit mind, but not long after, they felt that there was no longer any spirit chi above the spirit mind. The three of them were shocked at the same time and looked down at their feet. Although the place where they were standing was still emitting a bright light, this light was not emitted by the spirit stone, but by an ordinary stone. That's right, it was an ordinary stone. In other words, the spirit stone was still the same spirit stone, but the spirit chi contained in the spirit stone had been absorbed by someone and had become an ordinary stone. What the hell is going on? Black Devil was the first to come back to his senses. Looking at the spirit mind that had turned into a waste rock, his entire body trembled because of the anger in his body. Uncle Joe was also shocked and kept shaking his head. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this spirit mind suddenly turn into a pile of waste rock? How is this possible? Only the Medicine King didn't speak, but from his ugly face, one could see the anger and doubt in his heart. The three of them had been trapped here for thousands of years and knew everything here like the back of their hands. They knew very well that the spirit mine here contained billions of spirit stones. Even if they deliberately exposed the spirit mine during the day to the warriors who came here to search for it, the spirit mine would still not be enough. However, the spirit stones that had been mined over the past thousands of years were only a so-so compared to what was left now. The spirit stones left here were enough for them to recover their strength, but now they were all gone. Chapter 311. Who? Who is it? The Black Devil howled in rage. His voice trembled slightly as a powerful surge of energy gushed forth from him. His eyes swept over, and when he saw Su Yan's silhouette, his eyes narrowed. It's you, isn't it you? The Black Devil looked at Su Yan and muttered. Killing intent immediately gushed out from his eyes. Su Yan looked at the powerful force erupting from Black Devil and couldn't help but be shocked. He was just thinking about how to stop them from absorbing the spiritual energy here. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan understood that his meager strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of them. Looking at Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. However, looking at his angry expression, he quickly guessed the reason for his anger, which surprised Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was also very suspicious in his heart. Who exactly had absorbed all the spirit ores here? There were hundreds of millions of spiritual stones here. Even if Su Yan wanted to absorb them all, it would probably take him a year. How could it be so fast? This was what puzzled Su Yan the most. Who on earth absorbed all the spiritual energy here? Su Yan muttered to himself as he furrowed his brows. However, Black Devil completely ignored Su Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he stared at Su Yan. The cold light emitted from his eyes made Su Yan tremble. Not only that, but at this moment, Uncle Joe also looked at Su Yan and a powerful soul force attacked him. Su Yan had just regained his strength and recovered from his injuries. Under the influence of these two forces, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a spluttering sound. Su Yan wanted to defend, but under the power of the two, Su Yan truly realized how small he was. In front of them, he had no defense at all. He could only watch his life slowly fade away. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. These two forces were too powerful. They were so powerful that Su Yan's cultivation method condensed together and the power in his body was completely suppressed. At this time, Su Yan also understood the terror of these three people in front of him. Go to hell. Go to hell. Uncle Gio and Black Devil roared at the same time. They waved their hands and a powerful soul force surged. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Death was always the most terrifying. Not to mention, Su Yan had experienced death, so he knew how terrifying it was. Death represented the end. With death, everything would disappear. Everything would be gone. Bang! Just as Su Yan was in despair, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. When he opened his eyes to look, he saw a black shadow blocking in front of him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Medicine King. Su Yan looked at the figure in front of him in surprise. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, the Medicine King, who he didn't know, would save him. The Medicine King glanced at Su Yan but didn't say anything. Instead, he coldly looked at Uncle Gio and Black Devil. Black Devil and Uncle Gio also didn't expect that the Medicine King would help this kid. Looking at the Medicine King, Black Devil angrily shouted, "Medicine King, what do you mean by this?" Uncle Gio was even more furious. He pointed at the Medicine King and shouted, "Medicine King, this kid has absorbed all the spiritual energy here. It's the same as cutting off the three of us. You actually helped him." When the Medicine King heard their words, he didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Uncle Gio, Black Devil, you've lived for so long. Do you think that he, a mere 8-star celestial phenomenon realm, can absorb all the spiritual stones here?" What? When Uncle Gio and Black Devil heard the Medicine King's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Only now did they realize that with Su Yan's strength, it was impossible for him to absorb all the spiritual stones here in such a short period of time. Other than this kid, who else could it be? Black Devil was slightly stunned. Thinking about the sudden disappearance of the spiritual energy, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He coldly snorted and said, "I don't care. If it wasn't for this kid, none of this would have happened. So, this kid will definitely die." When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, he also snorted and said, "That's right. It's because of this kid that so many things happened tonight. So, this kid must die. Ha ha ha." When the Medicine King heard their words, he suddenly laughed out loud. "It's all because of this kid. Have you ever thought that if it wasn't for this kid, I'm afraid that the three of us would continue to play here and be imprisoned here?" When Black Devil and Uncle Gio heard the Medicine King's words, their old faces couldn't help but turn red. Su Yan stood at the side, but he didn't understand what was going on. However, Su Yan didn't have the mood to think about this. He still had lingering fear when he thought about the scene just now. The terror of that power was not something he could withstand at all. Su Yan was now thinking about how to escape from here. Su Yan wanted to escape just like that, but this thought was quickly interrupted. Just as Black Devil had said, he was only an 8-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. How could he be faster than these three old ghosts who had existed for who knew how many years? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? Su Yan said unwillingly. At this moment, Black Devil, Uncle Gio, and the Medicine King said something and began to quarrel again. Black Devil looked at Uncle Gio sinisterly and said, "Uncle Gio, if the two of us work together and kill the Medicine King first, won't our chances of survival increase by a lot?" When Uncle Gio heard Black Devil's words, his eyes turned and he said excitedly, "That's true. The Medicine King's soul force is the strongest among the three of us. If we successfully devour his soul, then even if we don't have the spirit stones here, we should be able to survive until we leave." Hearing their words, the Medicine King's body suddenly trembled. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shameless people, don't forget that the reason you were able to survive until now was because I taught you the spirit chi soul nurturing technique. Otherwise, how could the two of you survive until now? So what? Uncle Gio and Black Devil sneered at the same time. They didn't take the Medicine King's words to heart. What? Hearing their words, the Medicine King couldn't help but be furious. He shouted sternly, as expected, ungrateful people. Since that's the case, let's see how the two of you can defeat me today. As the Medicine King spoke, his tiger-like eyes suddenly glared. He wasn't angry, but a terrifying power erupted from his body. Seeing this, Uncle Gio and Black Devil didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly jumped to avoid the Medicine King's attack. In an instant, the three of them were tangled together again. But this time, it wasn't a three-way confrontation. Instead, Uncle Gio and Black Devil were dealing with the Medicine King together. Su Yan didn't understand the grudges between the three of them. He didn't want to understand either. Looking at the three of them fighting, he licked his lips and said, "This is a good chance for me to escape." After saying that, Su Yan rode the sword dragon and was about to leave. But when he saw the Medicine King's figure, he was clearly at a disadvantage against the pincer attack of the Black Devil and Uncle Gio. Looking at him, Su Yan suddenly felt a wave of pain in his heart. Although Su Yan didn't know who the Medicine King was, the reason why Su Yan was still alive today was all thanks to the Medicine King. In other words, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Medicine King had saved Su Yan's life. Now that the person who saved my life is in danger, Su will not leave just like this. Su Yan thought. His eyes flickered as he dispelled the thought of escaping. Clenching the Ghost Howl sword in his hand, his eyes emitted a wisp of light as he looked at Black Devil and Uncle Gio. The cultivation technique in his body slowly circulated, ready to help at any time. But before Su Yan could go forward to help, *Pudong, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Facing the pincer attack of Uncle Gio and Black Devil, the Medicine King's figure slowed down and was directly sent flying by the two. The Medicine King's body directly flew in the direction of Su Yan. "Ha ha ha, Medicine King, although you are the strongest among the three of us, you are not a match for the two of us." Uncle Gio looked at the Medicine King, who was repelled, and laughed loudly. Black Devil also sneered and said, "Medicine King, be obedient and surrender, lest we attack again." "Humph, don't be complacent. Without the spirit stones here, you won't be able to hold on for long. Since I, the Medicine King, am destined to die today, do you think I will give you the chance to devour my soul?" Ha ha ha. The Medicine King laughed loudly as a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. Not good. Uncle Gio and Black Devil were shocked. They hurriedly jumped up and besieged the Medicine King. "Today, even if I, the Medicine King, die here, I will take you down with me." The Medicine King sneered. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked the two. Uncle Gio and Black Devil's figures were not slow either. "Humph, Medicine King, with your strength, do you think you have the chance to be a match for the two of us?" Uncle Gio sneered. Suddenly, a powerful force surged from his body. Bang, suddenly, the two collided. A burst of black fog burst out, and the powerful force swept out. Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, could not help but take a few steps back. "Black Devil, what are you waiting for?" Uncle Gio suddenly felt a pressure under the powerful force of the Medicine King and shouted at Black Devil. Black Devil's figure did not move an inch as he coldly looked at the two. Uncle Gio saw Black Devil's appearance and immediately reacted. He shouted emotionally, "Black Devil, you despicable and shameless person, how dare you frame me?" Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When the Black Devil heard Uncle Gio's words, he suddenly laughed. "Uncle Gio, oh Uncle Gio, I have always been despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? Now that you and the Medicine King have been seriously injured and are on your last breath, I want to see how you two will resist me. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 312. Black Devil, I'm going to kill you. Uncle Gio roared and wanted to attack the Black Devil. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength in the fight with the Medicine King. Now he was so weak that he couldn't even stand up. How could he be the Black Devil's opponent? The Black Devil waved his hand and Uncle Gio's body suddenly retreated hundreds of steps. Black Devil, you shameless and despicable person. Uncle Gio couldn't attack and could only curse. He was also regretting it in his heart. The Medicine King looked at the agitated Uncle Gio and said with a wry smile, Uncle Gio, you brought this upon yourself. Uncle Gio was heartbroken. How could he have thought that the Black Devil would make such a move? Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Black Devil completely ignored the two. Thinking that he would be reborn soon, he laughed excitedly. He looked at Uncle Gio and the Medicine King and said with a proud smile, Uncle Gio, Medicine King, if I devour your souls and use that kid's body to be reborn, will I be able to return to my peak state? The Black Devil sneered and walked step by step towards the Medicine King and Uncle Gio. Just as the Black Devil was feeling proud, a force suddenly attacked. The Black Devil frowned and turned his head. Seeing that it was Su Yan, his heart immediately surged with anger and he shouted, a mere heaven stage kid wants to attack me? You're courting death. Black Devil snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several hundred meters away. The Medicine King and Uncle Gio were shocked when they saw this scene. The two of them never thought that Su Yan would actually save them, and that she would only rely on the strength of the celestial phenomenon stage. If it was anyone else, they would probably only care about running for their lives, and would not dare to make a move. The Medicine King also realized something and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, run. Uncle Gio was stunned and hurriedly shouted to Su Yan, run, kid, run quickly, run as far as you can. Run. When the Black Demon heard the conversation between the Medicine King and Uncle Gio, he sneered, Medicine King, Uncle Gio, do you think that this kid can escape? Just as Black Devil finished speaking, Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Black Devil. His eyes were like torches, without a trace of fear. A sneer appeared on his face as he pointed at Black Devil and said, I never thought of running. Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, it was sonorous and powerful, filled with unswerving determination. Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, and the Medicine King were stunned when they heard this. Uncle Gio and the Medicine King were both impressed by Su Yan's perseverance. However, the Black Devil was furious. A mere 8-star heaven phase brat actually dares to speak to this sovereign in such a manner. You're courting death. In his fury, the Black Devil was about to attack Su Yan. However, when he thought about how he was going to use Su Yan's body to be reborn, he decided to attack Su Yan. In the end, he restrained himself and sneered, kid, don't be too complacent. Wait until I devour the Medicine King and Uncle Gio's souls before I devour you. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Su Yan sneered and attacked the Black Devil again. The Ghost Hall sword in his hand was replaced by the Buddha sword. After leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan also understood the dangers of the Jianghu and what the pagoda sword represented. Therefore, Su Yan rarely used the Buddha sword under normal circumstances. At this critical juncture, Su Yan also took out the Buddha sword. Although the Buddha sword was not a divine weapon, Su Yan knew that it had a unique suppressive effect on the soul. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to use the Buddha sword to take a gamble. When the three of them saw the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand, they were stunned. The Buddha sword, it's actually the Buddha sword. Then this kid is. The three of them looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Success or failure depends on this move. Su Yan did not care about their expressions. He gripped the pagoda sword tightly and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, the Virokana glazed sword manual in his body surged, and the majestic spiritual chi continuously surged into the pagoda sword. Rumble, the Buddha sword emitted a dazzling light and a deafening sword cry. The moment it attacked, it was like a ferocious beast. 9 dragons seizing soul. Su Yan roared and directly attacked the black demon. He was using the strongest attack he could muster at the moment. In fact, Su Yan had already thought it through. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. He could not just watch his savior die here without doing anything. Death, although it was scary, Su Yan feared death more than anyone else. However, Su Yan knew that there were some things that a man had to do, even if it meant death. As Su Yan roared, the Buddha sword, which was emitting a brilliant light, seemed to explode at that moment. It transformed into 9 different colored lights that revolved around the Buddha sword and attacked the Black Devil. The Black Devil was shocked when he saw Su Yan's powerful attack. However, his surprise only lasted for a moment. He sneered, "I did not expect a mere 8-star realm cultivator to be able to muster such a powerful attack. Kid, you are indeed something. You are indeed worthy of being from the Buddha sword sect. But do you think it will work?" The Black Devil sneered. He thought that Su Yan was from the Buddha sword sect, but he did not know that the Buddha sword sect had already been destroyed. He waved his hand and a dense fog condensed in front of him, blocking Su Yan's attack. When the 9th uncle and the Medicine King saw this, they glanced at the Buddha sword in Su Yan's hand. The two of them looked at each other as if they had thought of something. The two of them shouted at the same time and used the last of their strength to fly towards Su Yan. The Black Devil frowned when he saw this. Then, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth Uncle, Medicine King, what a plan the two of you have. Do you still want to increase this kid's strength? Do you think I will give you this chance?" The Black Devil roared angrily. He waved his hand and a powerful force surged. Su Yan's body suddenly flew out. The Medicine King and 9th Uncle's bodies also swayed. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they rushed towards Su Yan. "Ha ha ha, Medicine King, 9th Uncle, do you think this will work?" The Black Devil laughed when he saw this. "The two of you only left the last of your strength. Even if you increase this kid's strength, do you think he can stop me?" The Medicine King and 9th Uncle ignored the Black Devil's words and rushed towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but frown when he saw the actions of the two old men. However, he quickly understood that the two old men wanted to use their last bit of strength to enlighten him and increase his strength. The Black Devil kept saying that it was useless. However, when he saw that the Medicine King and 9th Uncle ignored him, he was shocked. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Medicine King, 9th Uncle, don't you want to enlighten this kid? Then I will devour you first and see how you can help this kid." The Black Devil roared and suddenly flew towards the Medicine King and 9th Uncle. Just one more step, one more step. The King of Medicine and Uncle Gio also clenched their teeth and turned into a force that surged towards Su Yan. Su Yan looked at this scene and his pupils suddenly shrank. It was not the first time Su Yan had received this kind of enlightenment. In the Monster Palace's ice-cold pool, Su Yan had received enlightenment from the former palace master of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan knew what this enlightenment was. It was to use the last of the condensed strength to increase one's strength. The Medicine King and 9th Uncle could be said to have no resistance now because the last of their souls had turned into strength. If the Black Devil wanted to devour them, he would not have to waste any strength and could directly devour them. Su Yan's eyebrows furrowed tighter as he watched 9th Uncle and the Medicine King transform into two streams of energy that surged toward him at the same time, with the Black Demon's figure following closely behind. He anxiously shouted in his heart, "Just one step, just one step." Unfortunately, the Medicine King and 9th Uncle had just suffered heavy injuries. How could they be faster than the Black Devil? Seeing the Black Devil open his mouth wide and about to devour the Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, Su Yan, Medicine King and Ninth Uncle felt a sense of regret. Especially Su Yan, he smiled bitterly. After all, he knew very well that if the Black Devil successfully devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be next. The devoured soul would face true death. Ninth Uncle and Medicine King felt the surge of the Black Devil's power and felt regret. After all, if the two of them had not fought just now, the Black Devil would not have taken advantage of them. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everything was already too late. The three of them could only watch as the powerful Black Devil attacked without any strength to fight back. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The Black Devil looked at the three of them and laughed complacently. His face was also filled with excitement because he knew very well that as long as he devoured the two Medicine King and Ninth Uncle, he would be reborn. He, the Black Devil, would once again stand at the peak. I, the Black Devil, will be reborn. Reborn, the Black Devil shouted excitedly and opened his mouth to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. Asterisk bang. Asterisk however, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion, and the entire ground began to tremble. This is, whether it was the Black Devil, Ninth Uncle, Medicine King or Su Yan, they were all shocked when they saw the strange scene in front of them. Especially when the Black Devil was about to devour Ninth Uncle and Medicine King. This sudden change made his brows knit together. Looking at the trembling ground, two words came out of his teeth that were trembling because of anger. He shouted, "Who is it?" Asterisk rumble, asterisk. Chapter 313. Who the hell is it? The Black Devil looked at the trembling ground and growled angrily. The King of Medicine, Uncle Joe, and Su Yan frowned when they saw this scene. However, compared to the Black Devil's anger, the three of them were much calmer. After all, no matter what kind of danger there was underground, they all felt that it was much better than dying in the hands of a despicable villain like the Black Devil. Looking at the Black Devil's angry appearance, Su Yan ridiculed, "Ah, Black Devil, didn't you want to devour me? Why don't you come?" The Black Devil was already angry, but when he heard Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. Humph, a mere child dares to speak such arrogant words. I'll kill you first. The Black Devil roared, his eyes suddenly emitting killing intent. He leaped and attacked Su Yan. Asterisk bang, asterisk at this moment, the ground was directly blown up, and countless stones exploded. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as flying sand and stones. The Black Devil was shocked. Asterisk whoa, asterisk however, before he could react, a huge flame soared into the sky. This is, the Black Devil was shocked and wanted to retreat. At this moment, another growl was heard. The flame rushed up, and a huge fire-Chilan demon beast surged up from the ground. The huge body emerged from the ground, and with a shake, countless sand and stones flew out. Asterisk whoa, asterisk the moment the fire-Chilan came out, it roared towards the sky. The roar was loud and clear, and the prestige of a sacred beast was fully displayed. The huge body stood still, and it was even more awe-inspiring. Its bell-like eyes looked at the Black Devil in front of it with disdain. It even naughtily scratched the whiskers at the corner of its mouth with its front claws. Su Yan looked at the fire-Chilan in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were solved. Looking at the naughty fire-Chilan, he couldn't help but smile. How could I forget about this little guy? This little guy has eaten many of my spirit stones. This spirit mine is naturally his favorite. How could it not steal food? Su Yan smiled. When he saw the astonished expression on Black Devil's face, he couldn't help but feel smug. Kid, he called out, destroy that guy in front of you. Roar, the moment Su Yan finished speaking, the fire-Chilan immediately let out a low roar. However, it remained where it was, licking its lips in an unbridled manner, completely ignoring Su Yan's words. This caused Su Yan to be extremely embarrassed. Looking at the fire Qilin's disdainful gaze, he laughed bitterly without end. "Little fellow, aren't you giving me too little face?" When the Black Devil saw the fire Qilin, he was also startled. Especially after hearing Su Yan's words, he was even more astonished and scared half to death. He had lived for so long, so he naturally knew that the demonic beast in front of him was the fire Qilin sacred beast. Although the fire Qilin was still underage, the Black Devil knew that it was impossible for him to be its opponent. After all, a sacred beast like the fire Qilin had an innate suppression of soul power. Because of the battle with the Medicine King and Uncle Joe, the Black Devil's strength had decreased. Facing the fire Qilin, he definitely didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Su Yan could control the fire Qilin, then the one who would die today would be him, the Black Devil. Seeing that the fire Qilin ignored Su Yan, the Black Devil was relieved. He looked at Su Yan coldly and said, "Kid, you are too arrogant. You want the fire Qilin to listen to you with the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage." When Uncle Joe and the Medicine King saw the fire Qilin's indifferent expression, they were also disappointed. When they heard Su Yan's words just now, they thought that the fire Qilin would be Su Yan's pet beast, which made them excited. Now that the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan, the astonishment in their hearts settled down. After all, Su Yan was only a celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. How could he make the fire Qilin his pet beast? If that was really the case, it would be enough to shock them. However, although their hearts settled down, they were also disappointed. After all, if the fire Qilin wasn't Su Yan's pet beast, then they were afraid that they would all die here today. Of course, the proudest one was still the Black Devil. He carefully glanced at the fire Qilin. Seeing that the fire Qilin had no intention of attacking, he was relieved. He then looked at Su Yan and smiled. "Kid, I will devour you now." As the Black Devil spoke, his body suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. Not good. Uncle Joe and the Medicine King were shocked when they saw this scene. Seeing the Black Devil's fast figure, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to defend himself, but in the face of the Black Devil's powerful strength, Su Yan didn't have the strength to fight back. The Black Devil looked at Su Yan, his eyes shining. This time, he also gave up on devouring the Medicine King and Uncle Joe's souls. This was because he knew very well that as long as he devoured Su Yan's soul and succeeded in seizing his body, even if he couldn't recover his previous peak strength, he would be able to fight against the fire Qilin. At that time, he would take the fire Qilin as his pet beast. The day of returning to his previous peak was just around the corner. The more the Black Devil thought about it, the more excited he became. He really didn't expect that he would have such good luck. Not only could he be reborn, but he could also subdue an underage pet beast. This is destined to let me, the Black Devil, set foot on the peak again. The Black Devil couldn't help but shout excitedly. A powerful force surged towards Su Yan. Bang, unfortunately, before his excitement could fade, a huge force surged over and sent the Black Devil flying. The Black Devil also screamed and looked at the fire Qilin sacred beast in surprise. Su Yan also came back to his senses. He looked at the fire Qilin sacred beast and laughed. "Little guy, I thought you really didn't want to save me." When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it turned its head proudly and ignored Su Yan. Su Yan's hot face was stuck to the cold butt and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little guy, do you really think you can control the fire Qilin?" When the Black Devil heard Su Yan's intimate call, a burst of anger surged in his chest. He roared and attacked Su Yan again. Bang! But this time, the fire Qilin didn't give him a chance at all. With a wave of its huge claw, it blocked the Black Devil. "Beast, there are so many people who don't attack, why do you attack me?" The Black Devil was blocked by the fire Qilin again and again. He couldn't help but burst into anger and pointed at the fire Qilin. Because you are despicable. You are shameless. You are despicable. Hearing the Black Devil's words, Su Yan, Yao Wang, and Uncle Jiao said at the same time, which made the Black Devil even angrier. You are about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. The Black Devil was so angry that his 2 rows of teeth were constantly clattering. The more he wanted to clench his teeth, the more violently they trembled. Looking at the fire Qilin's arrogant appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Beast, it seems that today bang, before Black Devil could finish speaking, the fire Qilin suddenly jumped up. Without waiting for Black Devil to react, the fire Qilin jumped up. With a loud bang, the fire Qilin's huge body directly sat on Black Devil. A blood-curdling shriek rang out as the insufferably arrogant Black Devil was instantly obliterated. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin sitting on the ground with a lazy appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, good job. Let that brat be arrogant, and directly sat him to death. Uncle Jiao looked at the place where the fire Qilin sat and couldn't help but sneered. Black Devil, you certainly didn't expect that you would be sat to death by a demon beast in the end, right? Yao Wang also smiled and said, this is the result of the Black Devil's own fault. No one else can be blamed. Uncle Jiao nodded, looked at Yao Wang, and then looked at Su Yan. Suddenly, he turned into a force and rushed towards Su Yan. At the same time, Yao Wang also jumped up and turned into a force that rushed towards Su Yan. The 2 of them had experienced so much and could be considered indifferent. They no longer pursued rebirth and only hoped to entrust their last strength to Su Yan. It could also be considered as an inheritance of their strength. Su Yan originally saw that the Black Devil was dead and wanted to take Yao Wang and Uncle Jiao out of here. In the future, he would find an opportunity to let them be reborn. Seeing them suddenly turn into power and rush towards his body, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned and hurriedly shouted, 2 seniors, don't. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Su Yan only felt a powerful force surging in his body. He directly broke through his own blood vessels and condensed it. The great sun-colored glass sword scripture quickly rotated, and the countless spirit energy rushed into the blood vessels all over his body. The spirit energy in his body was also constantly rising. Peak of the 8-star celestial phase, 9-star, was he going to break through to the 9-star celestial phase? Su Yan licked his lips and felt a burst of excitement in his heart. With a bang, a powerful force surged from all over his body and directly broke through the 8-star celestial phase realm and jumped into the 9-star celestial phase realm. Moreover, Su Yan could feel that his strength was still increasing. He couldn't help but lick his lips, and his eyes revealed a ray of desire. Spirit Sea Realm, is this going to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm? Unfortunately, the moment his strength surged, it stopped at the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It seems that although the 2 seniors are strong, it's still impossible for them to break through in one go. After all, after entering the celestial phase realm, the amount of spirit energy required was no longer something that Su Yan's previous Saint Vane realm could compare to. From the 8-star celestial phase realm to the peak of the 9-star celestial phase realm, it was already the peak. However, after being disappointed, Su Yan discovered that there was still a lot of spirit energy hidden in his body. This made Su Yan puzzled. I still have so much spirit energy hidden in my body, then why can't I break through to the Spirit Sea realm? However, Su Yan quickly understood. After all, the Spirit Sea realm and the Celestial Phase realm were different levels. If he wanted to enter the Spirit Sea realm, he had to fuse the power of heaven and earth with his own Dantian to form the Spirit Sea. It seems that I only need to find the power of heaven and earth to fuse with it. Although Su Yan was a little disappointed that he did not break through to the Spirit Sea realm, he was still somewhat gratified when he thought about how there was still spirit energy in his body. Chapter 314. These two memories were left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. Su Yan quickly combed through the memories of the two. After learning of their identities, Su Yan was flabbergasted. I never thought that the two seniors would have reached such a pinnacle when they were alive. It is truly awe-inspiring. Su Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, his eyes emitted a resplendent light. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, I will definitely reach such a pinnacle one day. While speaking, Su Yan once again combed through the memories of the Medicine King and Uncle Joe. The more he combed through, the more Su Yan was shocked. The Medicine King, not only had his strength reached such a terrifying level, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. This identity made Su Yan feel endless admiration. Su Yan was very clear about the strength of an alchemist and the harsh requirements to become one. If one wanted to become an alchemist, not only did they need to have a strong soul, they also needed to have subtle control over flames. Only then could one become a true alchemist. After becoming an alchemist, wanting to become an alchemy grandmaster was even more difficult. Alchemists were divided into 9 ranks. Every rank was more difficult than the cultivation of strength. For the Medicine King to become an alchemy grandmaster, how could Su Yan not feel admiration? Alchemy grandmaster, Su Yan clearly remembered that there was not a single alchemist grandmaster in the entire 5 counties. The best alchemist was only a tier 4 alchemist. This was also the reason why there was a shortage of high-grade elixirs in the 5 counties. Su Yan had once thought of refining pills himself, but as the saying goes, one should not bite off more than one can chew. Thus, Su Yan did not think of refining pills. Of course, more importantly, Su Yan felt that it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Now that he felt the glory of being an alchemist from the Medicine King's memories, Su Yan could not help but feel a rush of excitement. At the same time, Su Yan also saw the alchemy notes left behind by the Medicine King. This made Su Yan very excited. At the very end, the Medicine King's final words appeared in his mind, "Brat, although we have only met once, we can be considered to have fought side by side. This book contains my lifetime of experience in alchemy. I hope you can study it well so that in the future, you can kill your way into the medicine tower and help me regain my glory." The medical tower. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but slightly frown. He didn't understand where this alchemy tower was. However, Su Yan could feel the resentment in the Medicine King's heart. Recalling his memories, Su Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and say, "Senior Medicine King, don't worry. I will definitely help you regain this honor." As Su Yan spoke, his eyes glowed brightly. He had originally not wanted to learn alchemy, but he had decided to embark on this path. This was not for himself. It was for the Medicine King's final promise. A man must spit a nail in his heart. Su Yan would do what he promised. Next, Su Yan began to comb through Uncle Joe's memories. The memories left behind by Uncle Joe were much simpler than those of the Medicine King. He only left behind his identity and asked Su Yan to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization when he met them in the future. The Heaven and Earth organization. I didn't expect Uncle Joe to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he learned about Uncle Joe's memories. He really didn't expect Uncle Joe to be the ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization. Thinking about how the Heaven and Earth organization was even stronger than the Monster Palace, Su Yan found it funny that Uncle Joe would entrust him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, his current strength was too weak. Su Yan finished combing through the memories of the two. The first ray of morning light slowly rose from the horizon, making the night after the heavy rain a little warmer. Su Yan looked at the morning light and thought about the experience of this night. He was still a little shocked. In particular, the memories left behind by the Medicine King and Uncle Joe made Su Yan sigh. Who is imprisoning such powerful people here? This was what confused Su Yan the most. Unfortunately, there was no information about this in the memories of the two. They didn't even explain why they and the Black Devil were imprisoned here. Not to mention the person who imprisoned them here. Thinking about the strength of the three, and the fact that someone could imprison them here for thousands of years, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. To be able to imprison such powerful people here, the strength of that person, Su Yan didn't dare think about it. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I can't come into contact with people of this level now. The most important thing now is to leave this place. After dawn, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here. Su Yan knew that from today onwards, there would not be any more spirit stones in this spirit mine. But Su Yan knew that didn't mean that others knew, so when dawn came, there would be a lot of people coming up the mountain to look for spirit stones. Su Yan didn't want to be seen as a monster, and he didn't want to expose his whereabouts last night. If that was the case, then wouldn't the haunting incident be over? Then, there would definitely be a lot of people looking for him to understand the truth of the matter. Su Yan didn't want to suddenly become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan prepared to leave, but when he saw the fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. This guy's body is so big. How am I going to take it away? If I go with it, I'll definitely become the target of everyone's pursuit. Su Yan knew very well that if the fire Qilin went out, no matter where he went, he would become the focus of attention. He might even be hunted down by a lot of powerhouses. After all, the fire Qilin was a holy beast, and it was still in its infancy. There would be a lot of people who wanted to take it as a pet beast. Looking at the fire Qilin's huge body, Su Yan had a headache, especially when he saw the fire Qilin still licking its lips with a lazy look. Obviously, it was still not satisfied after absorbing so many spirit stones yesterday. Su Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to take it as his pet beast. That way, it could coexist with his body and save him the trouble. Of course, that was only Su Yan's thought. Ignoring the fact that he didn't have the strength to take in the fire Qilin as his pet beast, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to, he would have taken it in as his pet beast the moment he met it. He wouldn't wait until he didn't have the strength to take it in as his pet beast before thinking about it. However, looking at the fire Qilin, Su Yan was secretly impressed by the huge fellow's ability to absorb spirit stones. In just a short while, it had absorbed the entire spirit mine. While admiring its speed of absorbing spirit chi, Su Yan was also secretly amazed at the fellow's cultivation speed. When Su Yan encountered the fire Qilin, it was probably only at the life soul realm. But now, it was at least at the spirit sea realm. Its cultivation speed was something that even Su Yan felt ashamed of. Of course, the stronger the fire Qilin was, the happier Su Yan was. However, looking at its huge body, Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, Su Yan still couldn't think of a way. With such a huge body, he couldn't hide it anywhere. Sigh, you little guy. Oh. No, you should be a big guy now. Sigh, but I still like you when you're small. Su Yan sighed helplessly, but he didn't dwell on it. He waved and said, "Little guy, let's go. Follow me down the mountain." Just as Su Yan said this, the fire Qilin's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the fire Qilin suddenly became the size of a mouse. This. Su Yan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the fire Qilin to be able to shrink. He thought that since the fire Qilin had swallowed so many spirit stones last night, it was impossible for it to shrink. When the fire Qilin saw Su Yan's dumbfounded look, it smiled smugly and proudly extended its claws to grab its whiskers. However, because it had shrunk, it no longer had the majestic domineering aura it had when it was big. Its arrogance also became extremely cute. Su Yan, who had been silent all night, couldn't help but laugh heartily when he saw this. "Ha, little guy, little guy. Let's go down the mountain. When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's words, it jumped into Su Yan's arms. Not bad, not bad. Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to descend the mountain, thud thud. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Su Yan turned around and saw a few figures walking towards him. He frowned. Why are these people here so early? Su Yan looked around and saw an ancient tree beside him. It was so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it. It was perfect for hiding. After a glance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and directly hid behind the ancient tree. There were a total of 4 people, all wearing the same uniform. They were obviously from the same sect. Senior brother, do you think we'll find the spirit mine today? Who knows? This spirit stone mountain is a little strange. Even if a spirit mine appears, it's still running around. It's hard to predict. When Su Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that the spirit mine that appeared in the spirit stone mountain caused people to run around was because of the Medicine King and the other 2. The Medicine King and the other 2 just wanted to use the spirit mine to attract more people to come up the mountain and then break their gambling array. But they never thought that their actions would cause the entire spirit stone mountain to be haunted. If he hadn't foolishly come up, they might not have been able to break their gambling array even after thousands of years. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a little regretful. After all, if he hadn't gone up the mountain last night, the 3 of them wouldn't have really fallen because of this. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and was about to leave. All of a sudden, Su Yan's attention was attracted by a few words that were exchanged between them. I don't think there will be many people coming today. Everyone is rushing to the Guyu sect to watch the show. And, we can take advantage of this opportunity to search. If we can find a spirit mine, then we'll be rich this time. Maybe we can use this spirit mine to surpass the Guyu sect. Yes, I hope the Guyu sect is destroyed by that kid. Chapter 3:15. Guyu sect. If these people were talking about other sects, Su Yan wouldn't care. However, they happened to mention the Guyu sect, which attracted Su Yan's attention. After all, Su Yan had once vowed that one day, he would definitely flatten the Guyu sect and wash away his shame. He didn't expect that before he even set foot in the Guyu sect, someone would walk ahead of him. Although it had been a long time, Su Yan had never forgotten the shame that the Guyu sect had brought to him. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a bounty, but they also issued a warrant to hunt him down, putting him in danger many times. Su Yan had always engraved this hatred and enmity in his heart and had always been looking for an opportunity. Now, Su Yan didn't expect that someone would walk ahead of him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, with the shameless conduct of the Guyu sect, it was normal for them to provoke some enemies. However, when he heard that this person dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone, Su Yan also appreciated his courage and was a little more interested in his identity. Hearing that these people were still talking, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave. Sigh, you don't say. That brat really does have some skills. In the past, he was just a trash existence in this hidden devil region. Now, he has actually risen to the celestial phenomenon stage and even dared to challenge the Guyu sect alone. This boldness is truly admirable. A slightly younger brat said. However, as soon as he said this, he was immediately scolded by a person next to him. Courage my ass. A mere heaven phase stage cultivator dares to challenge the Guyu sect. This is simply arrogant. He deserves to live at the bottom for his whole life. Otherwise, with his strength, he can enter any sect and get a good position. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but frown. For some reason, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. But face. When Su Yan thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze. He didn't care about hiding himself and jumped out from behind the ancient tree, blocking in front of them, and asked, who is the person you just mentioned who challenged the Guyu sect alone? Ah, the four of them were shocked by the sudden appearance of Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan clearly, they calmed down. However, when they saw Su Yan's impolite behavior, the slightly older of the four said unhappily, "Who are you? Why do I have to tell you this? Hurry up and tell me, who is that person?" Because of his impatience, Su Yan did not have the time to be polite with these people. His face darkened as he activated the cultivation technique in his body. The strength of the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon suddenly surged out, directly pressing towards the four of them. The strongest of these four was only at the 3-star celestial phenomenon realm. Under the pressure of Su Yan's strength at the peak of the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, the four of them couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the slightly older young man. His entire body trembled as he said, "Senior, please spare my life." I'll speak. When Su Yan heard what this brat wanted to say, he slowly retracted his pressure. The young man was obviously still in a state of shock. He said in a trembling voice, that kid is called Buttface. He is our, swish. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yan suddenly turned into a ray of white light and disappeared, leaving behind the few people who were still in a state of shock. When they came back to their senses, they saw that they had already jumped hundreds of meters away. The four of them were even more astonished. What a fast speed. The few of them were frightened by Su Yan, but they did not expect Su Yan to appear here so early. They stood there in a daze, and only after a while did they regain their senses and continue their search for the spirit mine. However, this time, the few of them became much quieter, and did not dare to say any more nonsense. Moreover, he would occasionally pay attention to the side, afraid that another person would suddenly appear. It really is this brat. If Su Yan had no other choice, he wouldn't bully the weak. When he heard what these people said just now, he couldn't help but think of Buttface. In his anxiety, he didn't care so much. At that time, Su Yan was still secretly praying in his heart that this reckless person was not Buttface. However, he did not expect this person to be Buttface. Su Yan thought of Buttface and could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Just now, he had some admiration for this person's courage, but now it all turned into curses. He cursed Buttface's recklessness, and overestimation of his own abilities. Of course, Su Yan was even more furious as he cursed. He stepped on the sword dragon and flew towards the Guyu sect. At the same time, he clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "Guyu sect, if you dare to harm a single hair on my brother's head, I will definitely bury all the disciples of your Guyu sect with him." The Guyu sect was not a powerful sect in the 5 counties. However, because the Guyu sect was in the vicinity of the demon-subduing sect, they took advantage of the terrain to earn spirit stones. Although it could not be compared to the 3 major forces, the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace, and the Black Demon Cave, it was still considered a top sect in the 5 counties. At least, it was stronger than the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, such a sect was now littered with corpses, and the light of blood filled the sky. The initiator of all this was the thin young man standing on the Guyu sect's martial arts field. The young man was the same as many years ago. The clothes on his body were still shabby, but there was no trace of the compassion from back then on his face. That pair of red eyes emitted a murderous intent. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, there was no sympathy. Because he knew very well that these people were the ones who killed his seniors. It was these people who ruined his only friend in this world. Buttface, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just half a year. As the young man swung his sword to kill, a loud voice surged from the horizon. That's right, this person was Buttface, who had seen Su Yan being forced to jump off the cliff by the Guyu sect. At this moment, he was no longer the Buttface of the past. Instead, he was a 6-star celestial phase expert. In the entire demon-subduing sect, he was considered a top powerhouse. Hearing this voice, Buttface's expression did not change in the slightest. Instead, it became gloomier, and the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. This was because he could tell that the owner of this voice was Elder Gujin, who had forced Su Yen to jump off the cliff. As the voice fell, Elder Gujin, who was dressed in a black robe, had already arrived in front of Buttface. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Elder Gujin's face suddenly surged with anger. What a good-for-nothing. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you've actually cultivated to such a level. You have some skills, but do you think that the Guyu sect is something you can bully at will? Elder Gujin looked at Buttface and shouted angrily. That 8-handed man's beard twitched because of his agitation. Buttface did not move in the slightest in the face of his words. His eyes turned, and he gripped the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a burst of sword cries shook the air, emitting bursts of bright light. This sword was the thrilling sword that Su Yen had given him that day. It was forged by a master craftsman of the generation, Ugly Uncle. Although it was not a divine weapon, it was still a treasured sword. When Elder Gujin saw Buttface's actions, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Buttface, seeing your qualifications, if you surrender now, ha ha ha. Buttface did not wait for Elder Gujin to finish his words and burst out laughing. He pointed at Elder Gujin and shouted, Gujin, you forced my senior, and now you want me to surrender. Go to hell. Buttface shouted, and his eyes suddenly shrank. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly attacked. Wherever the long sword went, a powerful force surged, and the surrounding disciples of the Guyu sect could not help but take a few steps back. Arrogant brat, I originally wanted to pull you into the Guyu sect because of your qualifications, but I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Don't blame me for being impolite. As Elder Gujin spoke, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and a powerful aura was emitted. Ever since he suffered at the hands of Su Yen, Elder Gujin had exhausted all his efforts to cultivate in seclusion. At this moment, he was no longer the same as before. He was at the 8-star celestial stage, and at the moment his body surged, a powerful energy suddenly burst out. Unappreciative brat, do you really think that a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator can break into my Guyu sect? Elder Gujin shouted angrily and looked at Buttface's attack. With a bang, he turned into a white light and rushed towards Buttface. Elder Gujin was not a swordsman, but he was holding a treasure called the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand. When he waved it, bursts of black fog burst out, condensing and turning into a black dragon with amazing power. 8-star celestial stage. Buttface did not expect Elder Gujin's strength to be so strong in such a short time. Looking at the black fog, he frowned slightly, but did not avoid it. Because before Buttface came, he had already thought it through. If he did not succeed today, he would die trying. Spirit shaking the world. Buttface shouted angrily, and suddenly, a burst of bright light burst out from the shocking celestial sword, as if countless sharp swords were flying up. Bang! Suddenly, it collided with Elder Gujin's black dragon, and the powerful aftershock of the energy spread out. All the surrounding disciples took a few steps back, including some other elders of the Guyu sect. Die! Elder Gujin did not retreat in the slightest. He waved the Spirit Summoning Banner, and in an instant, another black fog spread out. Although it was not much different from before, at this moment, it was much more powerful and faster than before. With a bang, it was already in front of Buttface. Not good. Buttface was shocked and hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. His body was hit by the black fog. Poochie. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body suddenly retreated a few steps away. Elder Gujin followed up, holding the Spirit Summoning Banner in his hand and slapping it on Buttface's head. There was an evil smile in his eyes. Buttface, you asked for it. Just as the Spirit Summoning Banner was about to hit Buttface's head. Chapter 316. What? Elder Gujin was taken aback by Buttface's swift counterattack. However, it was too late for him to dodge Buttface's attack. The shocking celestial sword swept out horizontally. It shone brightly, and with a swoosh, a gash was cut open in Elder Gujien's abdomen. Blood spurted out like brilliant fireworks. Buttface! Elder Gujien roared in pain. He never thought that he, an 8-star celestial stage cultivator, would be injured by a mere 6-star celestial stage cultivator. Although it was only a difference of 2 stages, the difference in strength between the two was indeed hundreds of meters. A 6-star celestial stage cultivator couldn't be compared to an 8-star celestial stage cultivator. But he was injured by a 6-star celestial stage cultivator just like that. Buttface, you must die. Elder Gujien's voice burst out from the roots of his teeth in anger. At the same time, he activated his cultivation method, and a powerful force surged out with a bang. The soul-summoning banner in his hand kept surging with a black fog. The black fog condensed into a huge ghost head. Howl, a mournful ghost howl was heard. Elder Gujien waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and a trace of ruthlessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soul-summoning vengeful ghost, die. Bang! With this shout, a loud bang suddenly exploded in the sky. The huge ghost head directly attacked Buttface. Buttface saw this and couldn't help but be startled. Clenching the awakening celestial sword in his hand, he gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. He waved the awakening celestial sword in his hand and rushed toward the huge ghost head. Bang! When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Unfortunately, Buttface's strength was ultimately weaker than Elder Gujien's. Under this powerful attack, Buttface's clothes became more and more tattered, and blood gushed out of the corner of his mouth at this moment. Although Buttface was still holding on, more and more wounds appeared on his body. The soul-summoning vengeful ghost and the black fog were like little ghosts that bit people, leaving wounds on Buttface's body. I'd like to see how long you can hold on. Elder Gujien snorted when he saw Buttface's stubbornness. He waved the soul-summoning banner in his hand, and suddenly, another surge of power surged out. Bang! Buttface, who was already unable to withstand the attack, was sent flying by the force of the collision. Boom! With a loud bang, Buttface fell to the ground, followed by Elder Gujien. He pointed the soul-summoning banner at Buttface's throat and shouted, "Buttface, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Buttface didn't care about what Elder Gujien said. Instead, he laughed loudly. Elder Gujien, you're over 100 years old, but you're only at the 8-star celestial stage. What's there to be happy about defeating me today? You... Anger flashed in Elder Gujien's eyes when he heard Buttface's words. He nodded, all right. Buttface, I wanted to pull you into my Guyu sect, but it seems that you don't know how to repent. I'll fulfill your wish today. As he spoke, Elder Gujien suddenly raised the soul-summoning banner in his hand and smashed it at Buttface's head. Buttface looked at the descending soul-summoning banner and slowly closed his eyes. He shouted, "Senior, I'm here. Buttface, I won't allow you to die." At this moment, a domineering voice suddenly came from the horizon, followed by a whoosh. A white light flashed in midair. Bang! Just as Elder Gujien's soul-summoning banner was about to land on Buttface's head, there was a loud explosion, and his soul-summoning banner couldn't hit it anymore. What? Elder Gujien couldn't help but be stunned. Not only him, but Buttface was also stunned. Looking at the flying sword in front of him, there was a look of confusion in his eyes. The people who came to the Guyu sect to watch the show were also stunned. However, they weren't directly involved, so they quickly reacted. In their astonishment, they all looked in the direction of the white light. They saw a young man in a white robe, with a flying sword on his feet, slowly descending from the sky. Su Yen, it's Su Yan." Soon, someone recognized Su Yan. After all, at that time, Su Yan was considered a celebrity in the hidden demon region. Not only did the Guyu sect offer a reward of 1 million spirit stones for Su Yan's capture, they also issued a red wanted notice, causing a craze to surge in the entire hidden demon region to catch Su Yan. However, the Guyu sect later announced that Su Yan was dead. As time went by, this craze slowly disappeared. Now, seeing this white figure with that handsome face, Su Yan's face once again appeared in their minds. Su Yan, Senior. When Elder Gujin and Buttface heard the shouts of the people next to them, both of them were stunned at the same time. Impossible. Elder Gujin shook his head and muttered to himself, "That kid is already dead, how could he appear?" Senior. Buttface came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He wanted to find Su Yan's figure again. Su Yan had already appeared in front of him. Buttface. Su Yan was quite happy to reunite with an old friend, and he looked at Buttface with a smile. "Senior, is it really you? You're not dead." Buttface looked at Su Yan's figure in front of him, and there was still some disbelief in his eyes. After all, he saw Su Yan fall off the cliff that day with his own eyes. In the end, he tried to check the cliff at one point. However, at that time, he couldn't get down the cliff at all with his strength. After a while, he suddenly found that the cliff had disappeared into thin air, which made Buttface even more certain that Su Yan was dead. Now, although Su Yan was standing in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. He was afraid that if he believed it, all of this would turn into bubbles. He was afraid that all of this would be a dream again. Su Yan looked at Buttface's excited expression and smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Buttface, it's me. It's really you. Buttface only dared to believe it when he heard Su Yan's words, and he jumped up excitedly. Unfortunately, his injuries were too serious, and this excited jump immediately affected his wounds, and he couldn't help but groan in pain. When Su Yan heard Buttface's voice, he immediately recovered from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Looking at the injuries on Buttface's body, his face darkened, and a burst of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The moment he turned around to look at Elder Gujin, a ray of red light suddenly rushed towards him. Su Yan, you're not dead." When Elder Gujin saw Su Yan's red eyes, he didn't know why, but his heart couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered a few steps back. He looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise, and he simply couldn't accept the news that Su Yan was not dead. Die. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, the corners of his mouth rose into a cold smile. "Gujin, Su Yan, haven't destroyed your Guyu sect. How can I die like this?" When Elder Gujin heard Elder Su Yan's words, the muscles on his face twitched, and he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, don't be arrogant, you're just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even after half a year, how strong can you be?" Although Elder Gujin said so, he didn't know why. When he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, he felt that he didn't have much confidence. When he looked at Su Yan, there was even some fear. "Is that so?" When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he sneered and slowly pulled out the ghost howl sword that he had shot down to save Buttface. He looked at Elder Gujin with a gloomy expression, thinking of the humiliation that Elder Gujin had brought to him that day. He thought of how the Guyu sect had forced him to jump off the cliff. He thought of how he had almost lost his life. The murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Elder Gujin and said word by word, "A Saint Vane realm cultivator is enough to destroy your Guyu sect. What an arrogant kid." Just as Su Yan finished speaking, several people jumped out from the surroundings. These were also elders of the Guyu sect, but their strength was not as high as Elder Gujin's. In fact, when they saw Buttface just now, they wanted to make a move. But when they saw Elder Gujian make a move himself, they knew Elder Gujian's strength, so they didn't help. But now, when they heard that Su Yan was just a mere Saint Vane realm cultivator, they couldn't stand it and surrounded him. Senior. Buttface saw those people surrounding him and looked at Su Yan with worry in his eyes. He took a step forward to help Su Yan. Su Yan saw Buttface's action and felt touched. He took out a healing pill from his storage bag and handed it to Buttface, saying, "I don't care about these people. You just heal by the side." Buttface wanted to say something, but when he looked at Su Yan's determined eyes, he didn't know why, but there was a numbing trust in his heart. He nodded and retreated to the side. Su Yan's actions showed that he didn't care about the elders of the Gus sect at all. The elders were furious, and each of them took out their own weapons and shouted, "Arrogant brat, if we don't kill you today, how can we show the Gus sect's might?" It wasn't just them. Even those who came to watch the show today had a look of doubt on their faces. "Hey, you said that when Su Yan disappeared, he was only a Saint Vane realm cultivator. Even if half a year has passed, he's at most a Saint Vane realm cultivator. What strength does he have to be so arrogant?" That's right, even a monster like Buttface wasn't a match for Elder Gujian, let alone him. Although they knew about Su Yan, they weren't familiar with Su Yan at all. Instead, they were familiar with Buttface, who had grown up in the Hidden Demon region, and Buttface's monstrous cultivation speed. All of them were amazed. They wouldn't have thought that Su Yan's cultivation speed was even more monstrous than Buttface. In half a year's time, they thought that he would at most go from a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator to a Saint Vane realm cultivator. If his cultivation speed was faster, he would only be able to reach the Saint Vane realm. Chapter 317. Arrogant brat, I'll let you experience the power of our Guyu sect today. An elder of the Guyu sect looked at the disdain in Su Yan's eyes and flew into a rage. With a cold shout, he circulated the cultivation method in his body, causing a burst of bright light to erupt. The strength of a 4-star Heaven Stage cultivator surged all of a sudden. A 4-star Heaven Stage cultivator was more than enough to deal with a Saint Vane Stage cultivator. When the other elders saw him take action, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan with a mocking smile, as if to say, "Humph, stinking brat, a mere Saint Vane Stage cultivator dares to break into our Guyu sect, courting death." Su Yan saw their expressions, but his expression remained the same. Especially when he saw their mocking smiles, the disdain in his eyes grew even stronger. Everyone, attack together. At this moment, Elder Gujian suddenly shouted. He raised his chi and waved the spirit beckoning banner in his hand to attack Su Yan. When the other elders heard Gujian's words, they couldn't help but be startled. After all, in their hearts, Su Yan was just a Saint Vane Stage cultivator, while the elders of their Guyu sect were all above the celestial stage. They were more than enough to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the Guyu sect who didn't take action looked at Gujian with puzzled expressions. However, because Elder Gujian was currently the strongest in the Guyu sect, they didn't dare to disobey him. They all took out their weapons and surrounded Su Yan. However, although they moved, they were absent-minded. Even those who didn't get along with Gujian in the Guyu sect sneered, "Gujian, do you need all the elders of our Guyu sect to deal with a Saint Vane Stage cultivator? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world?" Just as Elder Gujian was about to answer, he heard the surrounding cultivators sigh, "Ha, what a great Guyu sect." To deal with a mere Saint Vane Stage cultivator, they actually dispatched so many celestial stage experts. How ridiculous. That's right. I wonder if Gujian was scared by Su Yan's attacks. The noise below grew louder and louder. Hearing these words, Elder Gujian couldn't help but blush. He didn't know why he was afraid of a mere Saint Bloodline Realm cultivator. That's right. In his eyes, Su Yan was only a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he knew that Su Yan's cultivation speed was very fast, according to his estimation, no matter how fast Su Yan's cultivation speed was, he would at most stop at the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm. But even so, the peak of the Saint Bloodline was only the Saint Bloodline realm. It was not on the same level as the Celestial Phenomenon realm. A Saint Bloodline realm cultivator was definitely not a match for a Celestial Phenomenon realm cultivator. But for some reason, when Elder Gujin looked at Su Yan's cold face, he felt a sense of panic in his heart. Especially when he looked at the faint smile on Su Yan's face, Elder Gujin's heart trembled even more. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's deal with this brat first. Hearing the other elders still talking, Elder Gujin gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. Immediately, his subordinates waved the spirit summoning banner and attacked Su Yan. Although the other elders were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gujin's strength. They casually waved the weapons in their hands and flew towards Su Yan. Die, brat. The first elder to attack was the first to arrive in front of Su Yan. He waved the weapon in his hand and directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing that Su Yan didn't dodge, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a cold smile. Arrogant brat, you still dare to be so arrogant when you're about to die. The crowd couldn't help but be secretly shocked by the sharp attack of the elder. Seeing that Su Yan was unmoved, mocking laughter sounded from the crowd. Hey, look at that brat. He's just a Saint Bloodline realm cultivator, but he's still so calm when facing a Celestial Phenomenon realm cultivator. He's simply courting death. He's not courting death, he's dead meat. That's right. Look at the speed of that elder's attack. Even if Su Yan is a Celestial Emperor, it's too late to dodge now. Not only them, but even Buttface was nervous when he saw Su Yan's unmoving body. Although he believed in Su Yan and trusted Su Yan, seeing that the weapon was about to hit Su Yan's head. Buttface finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, "Senior, be careful." As he spoke, Buttface was about to attack, but just as he was about to attack, bang, there was a loud explosion. Senior, Buttface's heart suddenly sank and he growled. The people around heard the loud noise and sneered. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Su Yan is dead, and Buttface is so seriously injured. He's dead for sure. Indeed. After all, the Guyu sect is also a powerful sect. How can a Celestial Emperor and a Holy Bloodline cause trouble? Let's go, let's go. Everyone was talking in twos and threes as they prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd. No, the person who fell is not Su Yan. What? Everyone heard this shout and was stunned. They hurriedly looked in the direction where Su Yan had been. When they saw the scene in front of them, everyone's eyes widened, and their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. How is this possible? How did he do it? Yeah, just now that elder clearly hit him, everyone was stunned. Even Buttface was dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. They all saw that Su Yan had been hit, but now Su Yan was unscathed. On the other hand, the elder spat out blood and stopped in midair. He looked at Su Yan in surprise. You, before he finished speaking, his whole body had fallen from the void. Junior brother. After a while, the elders of the Guyu sect suddenly came to their senses and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Although they still couldn't see through Su Yan's strength, they were not as calm as before. One by one, they roared angrily. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan, I'm going to break you into pieces. At this time, they didn't care about bullying, let alone being ridiculed. They all waved their weapons and attacked Su Yan. Elder Gujin directly used his strongest move. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect and the Celestial Phase stage attacked Su Yan separately. The momentum was vast, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the light flickered. The condensed energy exploded into a powerful hurricane, like the stormy waves of the East Sea, and directly attacked Su Yan. The martial artists who were watching by the side saw such a powerful attack and took a few steps back. At the same time, they looked at Su Yan with a little more worry in their eyes. Seeing this, Buttface couldn't help but growl, "Don't forget, there's still me, Buttface." However, just as Buttface took a step forward, he was stopped by Su Yan. "Senior." Buttface was about to explain something. Su Yan smiled, and then a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the power that was constantly surging, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. "Guyu Sept, half a year ago, you forced me to the edge of the world and humiliated me. Now, it's time for you to pay back." As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly began to operate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a powerful force soared into the sky. At the same time, countless rays of light burst out from his body. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover up the sunlight. What? When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. Soon, someone reacted and shouted in horror, "No, no, this Su Yan is not in the Holy Bloodline realm, he's in the Celestial Phase realm." Yes, he's in the Celestial Phase realm, and he's in the 9-star Celestial Phase realm. How is this possible? Everyone looked at the spiritual power that was surging in Su Yan's body and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. When Elder Gujin and the other elders of the Guyu sect saw this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes. In particular, Elder Gujin's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a deep fear. When he saw the red light emitted from Su Yan's eyes, he hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, retreat, retreat, this kid is not in the Holy Bloodline realm, retreat, retreat." When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, he smiled coldly. Suddenly, he waved the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and jumped up. With a whoosh, followed by a scream, an elder of the Guyu sect died. That speed was always beyond the imagination of humans. Many people didn't even see when Su Yan made his move. They only saw a bloody mist explode in the void, which made them suddenly realize that someone had died. Su Yan had killed someone. Each and every one of them looked at the scene in front of them in shock. They couldn't believe that everything in front of them was real. Many people thought that they were dreaming and kept rubbing their eyes, wanting to tell themselves that this was a dream. However, every time they rubbed their eyes, they would still see this shocking scene when they opened their eyes. This made them even more astonished and shocked. Not only that, in their shock, they saw flashes of light constantly in the void, and bursts of bloody mist filled the air. More than a dozen elders of the Guyu sect, died just like that. How is this possible, this speed? Everyone was almost going crazy. Although they were shocked by Su Yan's 9-star Celestial Phase realm strength, even if they accepted that Su Yan was at the 9-star Celestial Phase realm, it was impossible for a 9-star Celestial Phase realm cultivator to have such abnormal speed. Under the encirclement of so many experts, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. When Elder Gujin saw the corpses of his fellow disciples falling down, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't until Su Yan's body descended in front of him that he suddenly woke up. In the past, Su Yan was just an ant-like existence in the eyes of Elder Gujin. Chapter 318. Su Yan looked down from above, his majestic aura directly suppressing Elder Gujin. In terms of aura, he had already surpassed him forever. At this moment, Elder Gujin finally understood that Su Yan was no longer the person he could casually need in the past. The surrounding spectators looked at Su Yan, their hearts also filled with shock. This was especially true for those who had wanted to capture Su Yan for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this moment, they finally understood that Su Yan was not someone they could compare to. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Su Yan. Of course, other than astonishment, there was even more shock. They could not imagine that in just half a year, Su Yan was actually able to step into the stage 9 from the Saint Vane realm. That cultivation speed, using this word was probably unable to estimate Su Yan's cultivation speed, because it was so fast that they did not dare to believe it. Gu Jian, that day when you forced me to jump off the cliff, did you ever think that such a day would come? Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and shouted angrily. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, only a cold killing intent surging out. For the humiliation that day, the hatred that day. Su Yan had never forgotten it, not to mention that today, Gu Jian had even injured his only friend in this hidden devil region. This Gu Jian had already committed a capital crime. However, Su Yan was not in a hurry to kill Gu Jian, because he wanted to let the entire hidden devil region know that he, Su Yan, was a king, a divine dragon, and was not something that ants like them could compare to. No. No, senior, please be magnanimous and spare me. Elder Gu Jian no longer had the slightest bit of his usual arrogance. Looking at Su Yan, his entire body was trembling. He was afraid. Afraid of death. He didn't even care about his reputation and knelt in front of Su Yan, calling him Senior Su Yan. I'll spare you. Perhaps if it were someone else begging for mercy, Su Yan would not be willing to bicker with them. However, Gu Jian was different. This was because Gu Jian had almost caused him to fall into a desperate situation, causing him to lose his life many times. Therefore, it was impossible for Su Yan to forgive him. Not only would he not forgive him, but Su Yan would not forgive the entire Guyu sect. Although half a year had passed, Su Yan still clearly remembered the scene of the Guyu sect forcing him to jump off the cliff. Gu Jian, die. Su Yan coldly shouted and slowly raised the ghost hall sword in his hand. Senior, spare me, spare me. Elder Gu Jian knelt in front of Su Yan and begged for mercy. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to him. If Gu Jian had fought him like a man, Su Yan might have respected him a little. But now, looking at Elder Gu Jian's begging appearance, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disdain. Xiao, the sword quickly slid past. Suddenly, a low cry came from Gu Jian's throat as a blood mist drifted away. Elder Gu Jian had fallen. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning as it slid past Gu Jian's throat. The sword was still trembling in the void, causing a series of explosions. The dazzling light was also trembling unceasingly. When the surrounding people saw this, they kept quiet out of fear. Even when they looked at Su Yan, a feeling of worship rose in their hearts. Su Yan ignored the gazes of these people. Instead, he looked at the gate of the Guyu sect and shouted, "That day, the Guyu sect forced me to jump off the cliff. I swore that I would massacre the Guyu sect one day. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." Su Yan's words were directed at the other disciples of the Guyu sect. When the disciples heard Su Yan's words, their bodies trembled. Looking at the ghost hall sword in Su Yan's hand, they all roared and took off their Guyu sect uniform and ran to the foot of the mountain. A bunch of scoundrels. Su Yan looked at them running away and snorted disdainfully. He turned to look at Buttface and asked, "Buttface, how are your injuries recovering?" "Although I've recovered to my peak, I can still fight." Buttface looked at Su Yan and said firmly. His eyes also emitted a ray of unswerving determination. He seemed to know what Su Yan was going to do next, and the blood in his body started to boil. Su Yan nodded heavily and pointed his sword at the gate of the Guyu sect. "Well then, Buttface, today you and I will fight side by side and flatten the Guyu sect." "Flatten the Guyu sect." Buttface growled, and the two of them rushed forward at the same time. The elders of the Guyu sect had been killed by Su Yan. The disciples who had not run away were just so and weak. They could not resist Buttface and Su Yen at all. The two of them entered a no-man's land and killed their way into the Guyu sect's inner palace. Su Yen knew very well that the inner palace was where the Guyu sect's palace master was in seclusion. He wanted to kill this person today to take revenge for that day and flatten the Guyu sect. Su Yen, you are so ruthless. Just as Su Yen and Buttface were in the middle of their massacre, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in the sky. When Su Yen heard this voice, he licked his lips slightly and revealed an evil smile. Guyu sect master, Gu He, you are finally willing to show yourself. A black shadow leaped out from the inner palace of the Guyu sect. It was as fast as lightning, and in a flash, it was in front of everyone. This person was none other than the Guyu sect master, Gu He. Back then, he was also involved in forcing Su Yen to jump off the cliff. Gu He looked at the corpses of his Guyu sect disciples all over the ground. There were also several elders of his Guyu sect lying on the ground. His old face suddenly twitched and a burst of anger surged. Su Yen, you actually dared to destroy my Guyu sect. Gu He looked at Su Yen and shouted angrily. Su Yen smiled coldly. Gu He, you asked for this. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have died at the bottom of that cliff. How could I be standing here? So, you asked for all of this. You asked for it, huh? Gu He snorted and shouted, Su Yen, do you really think that there is no one in my Guyu sect? You alone can flatten my Guyu sect. Is there anyone here? A trace of coldness flashed across Su Yan's face. Looking at the corpses around him, a mocking gaze surged in his eyes. Gu He was already angry. Seeing Su Yan's contemptuous look, he became even more furious. Su Yen, if I don't kill you today, I won't be the Guyu sect master in vain. Asterisk bang, asterisk as Gu He spoke, his body trembled and a powerful force suddenly surged. Spirit Sea Realm. It's the Spirit Sea Realm. This Gu He has actually reached the Spirit Sea Realm. When everyone saw the power surging from Gu He's body, a look of astonishment appeared on everyone's face. A Spirit Sea Realm cultivator could definitely be considered a top expert here. How could they not be surprised? However, to Su Yen, the Spirit Sea Realm was just an ordinary existence. After all, there were too many Spirit Sea Realm experts in the Monster Palace. Su Yen, I have to admit that your cultivation speed is fast. However, a mere Celestial Realm cultivator dares to barge into my Guyu sect. You're courting death. Gu He was really angered by Su Yen. With a cold shout, he no longer spoke nonsense with Su Yen. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out a long sword and attacked Su Yen. Senior, be careful. When Buttface saw Gu He's sharp attack, his heart suddenly trembled. He wanted to block for Su Yen. However, he heard Su Yen shout coldly, Buttface, back off. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he hesitated for a moment. However, in the end, he still chose to believe in Su Yen and retreated to the side. Humph, arrogant person. A mere Celestial Realm cultivator wants to fight me alone. Gu He originally thought that Su Yen and Buttface would attack together. He didn't expect that Su Yen would actually ask Buttface to back off. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At the same time, he held the long sword in his hand and attacked. It was obvious that Gu He's long sword was not an ordinary item. The moment he raised the sword, a burst of bright light suddenly burst out. At the same time, waves of sword cries shook the air. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he attacked Su Yen with his sword. The speed was as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. As the long sword was waved, Gu He's strength of a level 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator suddenly erupted. When the sword came down, the momentum was even more grand. It was like a cheetah pouncing straight up. Wherever the sword passed, there were countless explosions. The sword light flickered like stormy waves. When the people at the side saw this, they were all dumbfounded. This Guhi is indeed worthy of being the sect leader of the Guyu sect. This sword can actually erupt with such a powerful attack. That's right. Looks like this Su Yan is most likely doomed. When everyone saw Guhi make his move, they all secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Guhi's powerful move, he no longer had the calm expression from before. After all, Guhi was at the Spirit Sea realm. The power and speed that he erupted with were not something that those Sky Realm cultivators could compare to. Under the pressure of Guhi's powerful aura, Su Yan even felt his entire body trembling slightly. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, waves of bright light flowed out from his eyes. Level 2 Spirit Sea Realm. I wonder if I can withstand it now. Su Yan licked his lips. His eyes turned and a bright red light immediately appeared. At the same time, his body also burst out with a burst of light. Die! Guhi shouted angrily as his sword slashed down towards Su Yan's mind. His eyes revealed a ruthless expression. However, when the sword slashed down, Guhi saw that Su Yan had already dodged it. Guhi could not help but be shocked. Looking at Su Yan, who had retreated a few meters, he said with a face full of surprise, "You. How can your speed be so fast? How could it be so fast?" Su Yan laughed coldly. Naturally, he would not tell Guhi that he had always been proud of his speed. When Guhi saw Su Yan's expression, the surprise on his face quickly turned into anger. Chapter 319. Will I die without a doubt? I'd like to see what kind of ability the sect leader of the Guyu sect has. Su Yan coldly said. His plain and simple words slowly drifted across the huge square, causing the atmosphere that filled the square to become slightly turbulent and chaotic. In the square, the onlookers all looked at Su Yan with different emotions. They weren't unfamiliar with this young man called Xiao Yan. After all, they had wanted to capture him for the Guyu sect, causing Su Yan to set off a wave of excitement in the demon-subduing sect. Of course, at that time, when this name was mentioned, most people would feel a little disdain and ridicule. When Guyu Zong said that Su Yan had already been killed, they felt that it was a reasonable thing to do. After all, Su Yan was still too weak at that time. Offending the Guyu sect and being chased was a matter of course. However, when everyone looked at Su Yan's white-robed body, their gazes were extremely complicated. Even when they heard Su Yan's words, no one felt that there was anything wrong. Although it was impossible for Su Yan, who was only at the Sky Phase stage, to deal with someone at the Spiritual Sea stage, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. As the unreachable sect leader of the Guyu sect, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Now that a mere Sky Phase stage cultivator dared to speak to him in such a manner, the anger on Guhi's face became even more intense. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Guhi. His hand slowly gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. The Ghost Howl sword brought about an oppressive wind as it slanted towards the ground. The wind from the sword blew up the dust on the ground. Faint spiritual chi lingered on the surface of his body. Su Yan waved his sword and pointed it at Guhi. Guhi, you forced me to jump off a cliff in the past. Today, it's time to repay this hatred. Bang! As he spoke, Su Yan's body suddenly leapt up. He waved the Ghost Howl sword and attacked Guhi. In front of everyone's eyes, that robust body was like an angry demonic beast. The Ghost Howl sword slashed down, and a series of ghost howls burst out. At the same time, there were traces of black fog lingering above it. A mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually dares to make the first move. Guhi calmly looked at Su Yan, who was charging straight at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Guhi calmly watched for a long time. When he saw that Su Yan had arrived in front of him, Guhi finally made a move. The tip of his foot gently tapped the ground. His body was like a fallen leaf in a wild wind, drifting and flickering. In an instant, he crossed paths with Su Yan. In the instant they crossed paths, the long sword in Gu He's hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. With the help of his body movement technique, a few tiny wind blades burst forth, slicing towards Su Yan's neck. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His rapidly charging figure came to a halt. He slightly raised the ghost hull sword in his hand. With a loud bang, it directly collided with Gu He's long sword, causing a burst of resplendent fireworks. The speed of the two was so fast that it surprised all the onlookers. When the two swords collided, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of oppression coming from the sword. He slightly raised his eyes to look at Gu He, licked his lips and said, "The second step of the spiritual sea, you really do have some skills." As he spoke, Su Yan suddenly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword released a ferocious spiritual energy and smashed towards Gu He's abdomen. The spiritual energy was so strong that it instantly created a strong wind that blew up Gu He's clothes. Feeling the oppressive spiritual energy behind him, Gu He frowned slightly. "I never thought that this brat, who is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, would actually have such a fast speed. But so what if he has speed alone?" As Gu He spoke, the long sword in his hand suddenly thrust it out. The light green long sword left behind a green arc in the air. The sharp sword tip seemed to have pierced through the air. Following a crisp, ding sound, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Su Yan's ghost howl sword that was smashing towards him. When the two came into contact, the strong spiritual energy contained on top of it caused the slender long sword to be pressed into an extremely hair-raising arc. Die. At this moment, Gu He suddenly let out a furious roar. A powerful spiritual energy burst out from his long sword. With a loud bang, the powerful energy directly spread out from the ghost howl sword. Not good. Su Yan was shocked. He immediately felt his palm shake, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. However, in the end, it was still suppressed by Su Yan. At the same time, his body suddenly retreated a few steps. Su Yan was very clear about the difference in strength between him and Gu He. If he wanted to defeat Gu He, he had to rely on his own speed. As Su Yan retreated, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A few flying swords instantly burst out and attacked Gu He. The speed of the flying swords had always exceeded Gu He's imagination. Furthermore, Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would be able to suddenly burst out with so many long swords. Due to a moment of carelessness, a flying sword directly pierced through Gu He's clothes. "Good brat, you actually have such a skill." Gu He was shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger erupted in his heart. It seems that if I don't show you some colors, you will really think that I, Gu He, am someone that you can compare to." Just as Gu He's voice fell, he suddenly let out a roar and waved the long sword in his hand. In an instant, the air around him seemed to tremble. A burst of whistling sound burst out. Simultaneously, a powerful energy surged and directly contracted into Gu He's long sword. What a powerful energy! Yeah, I'm afraid that Su Yan is doomed this time. Seeing the powerful energy erupting from Gu He's long sword, the spectators below whispered to each other. "Go to hell." Gu He let out a roar and waved his long sword. The huge energy that had contracted suddenly rushed towards Su Yan like a powerful wave. Seeing such a powerful attack from Gu He, Su Yan frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, the energy that Gu He released was too powerful. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. There was no way for him to avoid it. At the same time, Su Yan could feel the power of this energy. This was because when the power surged, Su Yan's body started to tremble slightly. Not only that, Gu He did not stop because of this. Instead, he sneered and instantly raised the long sword in his hand. With a leap, he charged towards Su Yan. Go to hell, Su Yan. Gu He smiled coldly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He believed that Su Yan would not be able to withstand his double attack. Su Yan would die without a doubt. When the spectators below saw this scene, their bodies shrunk together. They did not dare to blink. They stared at this scene and saw that Su Yan was still standing there motionlessly. Everyone was sweating profusely. But Face, who was standing at the side, also gasped when he saw this scene. He wanted to help, but he realized that he was too late. He could only look at Gu He with anger in his eyes. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Elder Gu Jian's powerful attack directly rushed towards Su Yan's body. Bursts of bright light burst out and enveloped Su Yan's entire body. Is he dead? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. A sneer appeared on Gu He's face as he snorted, "You overestimate yourself. A mere celestial stage cultivator actually dares to threaten to flatten my Gu sect. Is that so?" Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the resplendent light. At the same time, the light slowly faded, and Su Yan's body once again appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes could not help but shrink as they looked at Su Yan in surprise. Especially when they stared at the frosty light outside Su Yan's body. Everyone was even more surprised. "Look, what is that?" "Yeah, that light circle seems to be able to absorb Gu He's power." Gu He looked at Su Yan in surprise. He did not believe that Su Yan, who was merely in the celestial stage, could actually withstand such a powerful attack from him. Looking at the playful expression on Su Yan's face, Gu He was even more furious. "Su Yan, I will definitely kill you." Gu He roared as his body rushed towards Su Yan. However, the movement of the long sword in his hand did not stop because of this. His feet lightly stomped on the air as waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from the long sword. In an instant, a large number of sharp wind blades were formed as they ruthlessly cut towards Su Yan's body. Feeling the power coming from the sword, Su Yan did not slow down in the slightest. He raised the Ghost Howl sword in his hand and welcomed Gu He. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a black mist suddenly surged out. Compared to Gu He's power, it was slightly weaker. However, when the two collided, Gu He was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan for a moment. This made Gu He even angrier. He suddenly waved the long sword in his hand and slashed down. A huge energy sword cut through the air, as if it was tearing through space. The resplendent arc of light split from the tip of the sword, and the 5 sword shapes connected head to tail, like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but frown. He did not dare to panic in the slightest. He hurriedly raised his sword and charged forward, directly colliding with Gu He's powerful attack. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body suddenly staggered backwards. Following that, Gu He pressed forward again, the corner of his mouth revealing a cold smile. "Su Yan, do you think you can stop me?" As he spoke, Gu He waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down towards Su Yan's head. Su Yan was suddenly shocked. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. At the same time, his body quickly retreated. Unfortunately, just as Su Yan retreated, Gu He pressed forward again. Gu He's speed was comparable to Su Yan's. In particular, the powerful energy contained in the long sword made Su Yan frown. "If this continues, I will definitely die in Gu He's hands," Su Yan thought to himself. Looking at Gu He's body that was constantly surging towards him, the blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank. "One sword to decide the universe," Su Yan shouted angrily. He did not dodge, but directly attacked Gu He. Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would burst out with such a sharp sword. His pupils shrank, and his body pulled back a few steps. At the same time, he did not dodge. Instead, he waved the long sword in his hand and blocked Su Yan's attack. Do you think this is it? When Su Yan saw Gu He's indifferent face, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint sneer. With a shout, Su Yan's body suddenly burst out with a bright brilliance. That brilliance surged up. Suddenly, a low roar was heard. It turned into 9 huge dragons and directly attacked Gu He. 9 dragons soul-snatching. Su Yan shouted angrily. His left hand directly attacked Gu He's body. Gu He did not expect that Su Yan would attack from 2 sides. For a moment, he could not dodge. Bang! After being hit by Su Yan, Gu He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body staggered a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. What a good Su Yan! He actually managed to injure me. Gu He looked at Su Yan in astonishment. His eyes were filled with anger. You are fine. Su Yan completely ignored Gu He's words. Seeing that Gu He was safe and sound, he could not help but frown. Chapter 320. Brat, do you really think that the spiritual sea realm is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can compare to? Gu He blocked Su Yan's strongest attack, and a powerful aura suddenly emitted from between his brows. At the same time, a sharp light flowed out from his eyes. When this sharp light surged over, Su Yan actually felt his body and mind tremble when he saw it. What's going on? Su Yan turned around and looked at Gu He. He had a strange feeling. Gu He's aura seemed to have surpassed the aura of a spiritual sea realm cultivator. This aura seemed to be the aura of a perimeter realm cultivator. Su Yan took a closer look. Gu He was indeed only a spiritual sea realm cultivator. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I'm mistaken? Go to hell. While Su Yan was still in a daze, Gu He's body suddenly rushed forward. The long sword in his hand chopped down horizontally, erupting with a powerful chi that was like a hurricane sweeping over. Su Yan was shocked in his heart. What a powerful attack! While Su Yan was shocked, his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank, and his figure quickly retreated. But just as Su Yan's figure retreated, Gu He's eyes turned, and his left hand suddenly struck out again. A powerful attack burst out, and a powerful light suddenly emerged from the majestic spirit energy. Su Yan couldn't dodge in time. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan was directly hit by this move. Suddenly, he felt a huge pain in his body. His body flew back dozens of meters, and with a loud bang, he fell to the ground. Poochie! At the same time, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Gu He's body floated over and looked down at Su Yan, who was on the ground, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Arrogant brat, do you really think that my Gu sect is something that you, a mere celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, can break through? As Gu He spoke, he waved his hands, and a majestic spirit energy suddenly surged out. At the same time, a powerful force surged out. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to secretly surge. Die! As Gu He spoke, he instantly waved the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down on Su Yan. A huge force burst out, like a stormy sea, directly pounced towards Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They were shocked by the sudden change in the situation. Su Yan looked at the aura emitted from Gu He's body and frowned. Especially when he saw Gu He's move, Su Yan could feel the strength of this force. There was no chance to dodge it. Looks like I can only fight. Su Yan clenched his teeth and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate rapidly. Looking at the powerful force that was surging towards him, Su Yan suddenly opened his hands and shouted angrily, "Mysterious Cold Shield, second layer, Mysterious Ice Divine Shield, activate." Bang! Under this loud sound, Su Yan's frosty halo suddenly emitted a bright light. Boom! Facing Gu-hee's powerful attack, the entire square was covered by the resplendent light. The surrounding people couldn't help but take a few steps back. What? Gu-hee also didn't expect Su Yan to be able to block his attack. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Su Yan with a sharp gaze. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly turned into a white light. The ghost howl sword in his hand swept out, emitting a black fog, which directly flew towards Gu-hee's body. That fog seemed soft, but it was incomparably sharp. As it cut through the air, it burst out with a crisp sound. Gu-hee was stunned, and his figure hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because Su Yan's reaction speed was extremely fast, Gu-hee couldn't react in time and was hit on the shoulder by the black fog. At the same time, blood flew out. Gu-hee frowned in pain. Looking at the blood on his shoulder, his face immediately became gloomy. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, you can actually injure me." Huff. Huff, Su Yan continuously released a few powerful attacks. He was already panting and didn't have time to answer Gu-hee's words. He only looked at Gu-hee, and his eyes revealed traces of coldness. Seeing Su Yan's situation, Gu-hee laughed coldly and said, "Good, good. Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." While Gu-hee was speaking, bang, suddenly, a powerful energy burst out from his body. With a wave of his hand, it directly exploded on Su Yan's body. "Senior, be careful." Seeing this attack, Butt-Face was shocked and hurriedly shouted to Gu-hee. Seeing Gu-hee's attack, Su Yan's face also darkened. He thought to himself, a Stage 2 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator is indeed much stronger than me. If this continues, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way. As Su Yan spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He stepped on the sword dragon and dodged Gu-hee's attack. However, Gu-hee's attack came again. After dodging a few times, Su Yan felt that the spiritual qi in his body was about to dry up. "Su Yan, I want to see how long you can last." Gu-hee laughed coldly. Holding the long sword in his hand, he suddenly slashed towards Su Yan. However, this time, Su Yan didn't dodge at all. He looked at Gu-hee and laughed coldly. Seeing Su Yan like this, Gu-hee couldn't help but frown. However, the speed of his hand didn't slow down at all. His sword slashed towards Su Yan's body. Although this sword didn't look fancy in the slightest. However, its speed was extremely fast. As the sword slid past, there were countless loud sounds. Not only that, but at the same time, the powerful spiritual qi rotated in the air, emitting waves of powerful light. The onlookers at the side were already stunned. Sky Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, in their hearts, it was impossible for a Sky Realm cultivator to be a match for a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. However, Su Yan only relied on the strength of a Sky Realm cultivator to hold on for such a long time in Gu-hee's hands. This was already a miracle to them. At this moment, looking at Su Yan's body, they couldn't help but feel respect. Now that they saw Su Yan gasping for breath and saw that Su Yan was about to be cut in half by Gu-hee's sword, they even felt some pity in their hearts. They didn't know why, but their emotions also became somewhat gloomy. This was because they felt that Su Yan wouldn't be able to dodge this time. Su Yan would definitely die. They felt pity for Su Yan. That's not right. Just as Gu-hee's sword was about to slide past Su Yan's body, a shout suddenly burst out from the crowd, "That's not right. Look, Su Yan's body is changing." What? Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes widened. Oh whoa, at this moment, a dragon's roar burst out. With a wave of the huge dragon's body, Gu-hee's long sword was sent flying. What the hell is going on? This. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. There were also some people who saw through the trick and shouted excitedly, "Illusion technique, this is illusion technique." What? Illusion technique. Wasn't it lost a long time ago? That's right, how could Su Yan do it? Everyone was stunned, but when they thought about how Su Yan didn't die, the gloominess in their hearts started to become active again. Looking at the huge dragon's body that Su Yan had transformed into, all of them were filled with anticipation. Illusion technique, Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have mastered the illusion technique. He looked at the huge dragon's body in front of him and couldn't help but frown. His eyes were filled with astonishment. A woo! Su Yan let out a low roar and activated the dragon's body, directly charging towards He. The speed of the dragon's body that was transformed was hundreds of times faster than before. He couldn't help but be shocked and his body hurriedly retreated. However, just as he took a step back, Su Yan's body caught up with him. The huge dragon's body swung its claws towards He's body. Originally, it was a situation where Su Yan had been avoiding. Now, it had reversed and appeared in front of He. He's sword was sent flying by Su Yan's attack just now. At this moment, he was also dodging in a sorry state. Good. Su Yan, I really didn't expect you to have such a move. While He was dodging continuously, a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes suddenly shrank and his hands began to move. Rumble, the moment he moved his hands, there was a sudden explosion. At the same time, a powerful force surged. Not only that, but the entire ground was trembling slightly. When the surrounding crowd felt this powerful force, they couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when they felt the trembling of the ground, they couldn't help but retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan's dragon head also raised and let out a low roar. Su Yan, I can't help but admire you. You're very strong. If it was another rank 2 spiritual sea realm, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat you today. Unfortunately. He sneered. He waved his hands and suddenly slammed them on the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the heavens and the earth. The entire ground suddenly surged. That's right, the entire ground surged. 10,000 elephant divine skill, this is the 10,000 elephant divine skill. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them was tongue-tied. 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing this, Su Yan slightly frowned. He was very clear that after entering the spiritual sea realm, one could use the power of heaven and earth to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Of course, the cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill was also divided into ranks. From rank 1 to rank 9, and now, looking at He's 10,000 elephant divine skill, it was probably cultivated to rank 5 and above. Rank 5, as Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly shrank. Landslide and Earth Rends. Chapter 321. The entire ground surged up, and the powerful rocks shot out like countless flying swords. Not only that, the entire ground was like a huge mountain pressing down on Su Yan raised his dragon head, wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, he did not have the chance to do so. Let's go all out. Su Yan roared in his heart. His body no longer retreated. He turned his dragon body and pounced towards He's huge attack. Uproar! The dragon body collided with the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out, and the rumbling sound resonated through the heavens and earth. The moment Su Yan's dragon body was put on, the entire huge upright ground suddenly exploded. Countless mud and stones, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, exploded and shot out. The surrounding buildings were all smashed and destroyed one by one. Not only that, some of the spectators were too weak to dodge in time. They were directly hit and died. Everyone closed their eyes under this resplendent light screen. This phenomenon lasted for a few breaths of time before it returned to normal. The spectators slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the mess in front of them, they were all confused. Is he dead? Everyone saw this and did not dare to go near. They could only stare blankly at the scene. Looking at the huge dragon figure disappearing from the horizon, they felt a little sad. I did not expect this illusion technique to be so strong. At this moment, a black-robed figure slowly stood up from the ground. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. However, when they saw this person clearly, they were a little disappointed. Because this person was Gu-hee. Gu-hee looked at the mess in front of him and could not help but smile bitterly. This Su-yen is indeed a genius. If he is given a few more days, I wonder how strong he will be. Cough cough cough, as Gu-hee spoke, he kept coughing. It was obvious that he was not lightly injured in this attack. Is he dead? Everyone looked at the calm ground. There was no more movement, and their hearts sank. Cough cough cough, at this moment, a cough was heard. A white figure slowly crawled out from the deep hole in the ground. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. When they saw the white figure's face clearly, the white figure was stunned. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly. Su-yen, it's Su-yen. Haha, that's great. That's right, it's Su-yen. He didn't die. He's not dead, everyone couldn't help but cheer. They didn't know why they were so excited when they saw that Su-yen wasn't dead, but they were just excited. Only Gu-hee looked at Su-yen, who was in front of him, and frowned. Immediately after, anger rose in his eyes as he shouted, Su-yen, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Poochie, Su-yen had already returned to his human form. His current situation was obviously not much better. He coughed dryly and spat out a mouthful of blood. But even so, Su-yen's eyes were still glowing. Second stage spiritual sea realm is indeed powerful. Su-yen frowned slightly. Looking at Gu-hee's figure, he raised the ghost howl sword with difficulty. When Gu-hee saw Su-yen, anger surged in his eyes. Su-yen, I didn't expect you, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, to be able to force me to such an extent. Good, good. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy to be the sect master of Gu-yu sect. Gu-hee roared and rushed towards Su-yen. Humph, Gu-hee, you forced my tea on you that day. Today, I'll settle this with you. Su-yen endured the intense pain in his body and stood up. His eyes emitted a bright light. He might know that he couldn't defeat Gu-hee today. But even so, Su-yen couldn't back down. This was the pride of a man. Good, good, good. When Gu-hee heard Su-yen's words, he also said good 3 times. The corner of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Su-yen, since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, the two of them brandished their swords and attacked each other at the same time. At this moment, the spiritual energy in their bodies had been exhausted. It was a competition of physical strength. The swords came and went, faintly emitting waves of sharp light. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. Die! Gu-hee roared and slapped Su-yen's shoulder with his palm. Su-yen's entire body was sent flying by the impact. Su-yen, you won't be my match. Gu-hee approached Su-yen and sneered. Poochie, Su-yen spat out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered at Gu-hee, is that so? As he spoke, Su-yen's body suddenly rushed out and pounced towards Su-yen. Humph. Seeing this, Gu-hee immediately shouted angrily and waved his palm to attack Su-yen. Bang! The palm hit Su-yen's body, but this time Su-yen didn't retreat at all. Instead, he gritted his teeth and hugged Gu-hee again. Gu-hee didn't expect Su-yen to use such a hooligan move. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly hugged by Su-yen. Let go of me. Gu-hee was hugged tightly by Su-yen. He was furious and kept slapping at Su-yen. Unfortunately, Su-yen hugged him tightly and didn't move an inch. Bang! 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 Facing Su Yan's hooligan attack, Gu He flew into a rage and continuously slapped at Su Yan. Each of his palm strikes contained a powerful energy, causing a series of loud sounds to erupt. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this. Poochie, under this huge attack, Su Yan kept spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth. Die! Gu He didn't expect Su Yan to be able to hold on for so long. With a furious roar, he raised his palm and smashed it at Su Yan with all his might. No one dared to look anymore. With a cry of surprise, they closed their eyes. However, the corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a sinister smile. His blood-stained lips split open, making him look exceptionally sinister. He spat out a weak word, die, just as Su Yan finished speaking. Swish! Suddenly, a few white lights flashed in the sky. Bang! A few flying swords swept past Gu He's throat. Ugh! This. Gu He's body suddenly shrunk. He never thought that Su Yan would actually have such a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, Su Yan finally let go of Gu He. Looking at Gu He's body that was slowly going limp, Su Yan's mouth revealed a cold smile. Impossible, impossible, how could I be defeated by a mere celestial phenomenon stage? Impossible, impossible. Gu He growled in a low voice with a face full of astonishment. Then, with a flash, his entire body turned into a ray of white light and disappeared. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then fainted. Senior. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, but Face suddenly came to his senses. He hurriedly ran over and checked Su Yan's breathing. Seeing that he was only unconscious, he felt relieved. A fierce battle ended just like that, although Su Yan had also fallen unconscious. However, everyone knew that Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, had defeated a cultivator of the 2nd stage of the spiritual sea realm. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw this. They just stood there, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. They were unable to accept this fact. Of course, they also noticed that at the moment Gu He fell, he did not leave behind a body. Instead, he turned into white light and disappeared. This made them feel shocked, but no one thought about what had happened. All of their gazes were focused on Su Yan. Su Yan nodded his head. Su Yan, where did you go? He couldn't have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain alone, right? On the 2nd day, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Ratley discovered that Su Yan was not in the room at all. The 3 of them were anxious, and finally thought that Su Yan might have gone to the Spirit Stone Mountain. However, when they rushed to the Spirit Stone Mountain, they did not find Su Yan at all. This made them even more anxious. After all, they were very clear about Murong Fu's methods. What they were most worried about now was that Murong Fu would take action against Su Yan. After all, among the 4 of them, Su Yan was still the weakest. Of course, they did not know that Su Yan had stepped into the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Senior Brother Mu, what should we do now? After coming down from the Spirit Stone Mountain and not finding Su Yan's figure, Dong Qinghao asked Macario Ice worriedly. Because Su Yan was not here, among the 3 of them. Macario Ice was the strongest and still became the backbone of the 3 of them. I don't know either. Macario Ice also frowned. At this moment, they heard a voice coming from the side. Have you heard? Su Yan flattened the Guyu sect by himself. I've heard of it. That battle was really exciting. When the 3 of them heard these people around them, they looked at each other and then flew in the direction of the Guyu sect without hesitation. When they arrived, they happened to see the last scene. Looking at Su Yan's thin body, they felt a burst of emotion in their hearts. Take Su Yan back to heal. When Macario Ice saw Su Yan's injured condition, he picked up Su Yan's body without hesitation and walked down the mountain. Who are you? When Buttface saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward to stop Mikario Ice and the other two. "We are Su Yan's senior brothers." Mikario Ice opened his mouth. He had seen Buttface's sad expression just now and knew that Buttface and Su Yan must have some kind of friendship, so he did not stop him. When Buttface heard this, he still did not believe them. When Dong Qinghao saw that Buttface did not believe them, he said, "You can just come with us. Su Yan's injuries are too serious, we can't waste too much time." "Okay." When Buttface heard this, he nodded and followed the few of them. Soon, the 5 of them returned to the inn where they were staying. Mikario Ice checked Su Yan's injuries and frowned. Su Yan's injuries are too serious this time, and his meridians are all destroyed. "I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to recover." "Then what should we do?" Dong Qinghao asked anxiously. Mikario Ice pondered for a moment, then looked at Ratli and asked, "Junior brother Rat, how long before the auction starts?" 3 days. Ratli counted without thinking. Chapter 322. The Heaven and Earth Organization. When everyone heard Mikario Ice's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Everyone knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Organization's power was not weaker than the Monster Palace's. Moreover, the Monster Palace had never been in contact with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was obviously inappropriate to go down and look for the Heaven and Earth Organization. Of course, Mikario Ice was also aware of this. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan lying on the bed with a helpless expression, he said, "Su Yan's tendons and veins are all broken. It's a miracle that he's still alive. If we want to wake him up, we have to find the Heaven and Earth Organization's help." After saying that, Mikario Ice paused and continued, "The Heaven and Earth Organization's Wanxiang Divine Skill, Cloud Mist Technique, has a miraculous healing effect. Therefore, I'm afraid that the only person who can save Su Yan now is the Heaven and Earth Organization's Sect Master." In fact, everyone knew that Su Yan's injuries were very serious. However, when they thought of the Heaven and Earth Organization, they still felt a little helpless. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was not comparable to the Guyu sect at all. In addition, the Monster Palace had never had any friendship with the Heaven and Earth Organization. It was definitely impossible to ask the people of the Heaven and Earth Organization to help Su Yan. "Senior Brother Mu, is there really no other way besides this?" Ratli asked Mikario Ice. Mikario Ice shook his head. "Other than this, I really can't think of any other way." But can the Heaven and Earth Organization really help?" Ratli said gloomily. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinghao waved his hand and shouted, "No matter what, we can't just stand by and watch Su Yan like this. Even if the Heaven and Earth Organization has to go through a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I still have to go." "Yes." As soon as Dong Qinghao finished speaking, Buttface said resolutely, Buttface, don't know anything. I just know that I have to save Senior." "Yes." Mikario Ice nodded. "In that case, we should set off as soon as possible. The longer Su Yan's injury is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for him." "Yes." The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. At the same time, the 4 of them no longer cared about anything else and directly brought Su Yan to the Heaven and Earth Organization. As for Murong Fu's matter, it had been pushed to the back by the 3 of them. Of course, even though they had pushed the matter to the back, it didn't mean that Murong Fu had forgotten about their existence. On the contrary, when the 4 of them left the Monster Palace on the first day, Murong Fu had already sent people to keep a close eye on the 4 of them. The news that the 4 of them were going to the Heaven and Earth Organization quickly spread to Murong Fu's ears in the Monster Palace. Faction Master, Su Yan challenged the Guyu sect alone. Although he defeated the Guyu sect Master, he was also seriously injured. Now, Mikario Ice and the others are taking him to the Heaven and Earth Organization, hoping to borrow the Heaven and Earth Organization's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, the Cloud Spell, to treat Su Yen. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu, who was sitting on the Palace Master's seat, and respectfully reported to him. Lei Gao used to be the strongest person in the West Palace. Unfortunately, ever since the incident at the ancient demon pagoda, he had completely followed Murong Fu and was willing to submit to Murong Fu. When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, his face sank. I didn't expect that in just a few days, Su Yen had reached the 9-star celestial phase realm. This monstrous cultivation speed really can't be left alive. Furthermore, he was able to destroy the Guyu sect with just the 9-star celestial phase realm. After hearing what happened outside with Su Yen, Murong Fu's killing intent towards Su Yen grew stronger and stronger. He never expected that not only did Su Yen break through to the 9-star celestial phase realm, but he was also able to kill Gu He, who was at the 2nd stage of the Spirit Sea realm. This made him feel a sense of threat once again. The killing intent in his heart towards Su Yen also grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the position of the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, Murong Fu would have already personally made a move against Su Yen. Lei Gao looked at Murong Fu's gloomy expression and asked carefully, Palace Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to kill Su Yen? Murong Fu hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, No, after all, my current power is not comparable to the Heavenly Pig Demon King and Luo Yaofeng. The two of them do not know about the death of Princess Chu. However, this did not mean that the two of them were not thinking about the position of Palace Master. If the Monster Palace made too big of a move, it was hard to guarantee that the two of them would find out. If the two of them found out, then things would be much more troublesome than Su Yen and the others. Oh. Lei Gao nodded, glanced at Murong Fu, and continued to ask, Palace Master, what should we do now? What should we do? When Murong Fu heard Lei Gao's words, he frowned and hesitated for a long time. Suddenly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Aren't they going to the Heaven and Earth Organization? The Heaven and Earth Organization was located in Nanjiang. It would take a day to travel from the Hidden Demon region, even if they used the teleportation array. This round trip would take 2 days. 2 days. Lei Gao obviously did not understand Murong Fu's meaning and looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Murong Fu saw Lei Gao's puzzlement, he did not keep him in suspense. After all, in the entire Monster Palace, Lei Gao was the only person he could use. Although Murong Fu was ruthless, he was still good to the people who followed him. He looked at Lei Gao and said with a meaningful smile, Lei Gao, oh Lei Gao, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect is willing to help, they won't be able to make it back to the auction in time, right? Yes. Lei Gao nodded. He felt that Murong Fu's words made sense, but he still did not understand what Murong Fu was planning and was still puzzled. When Murong Fu saw his expression, he shook his head and scolded with a smile, Lei Gao, why don't you use your brain? If they can't rush back to the auction, it will be equivalent to disobeying orders. When the time comes, I will find a reason to pursue them. Not only that, if they can't rush back, I will accuse them of betraying the sect. At that time, I am afraid that we won't even have to do anything. Betraying the sect is a big crime in the entire 5 counties. At that time, as long as we announce that the 4 of them have betrayed the sect, they will become rats crossing the street and be killed by everyone. Ha ha ha. As Murong Fu spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. He was truly impressed by his own intelligence. When Lei Gao heard Murong Fu's laughter, he could not help but have goosebumps. He had a better understanding of Murong Fu's ruthlessness. Murong Fu laughed for a while, then waved his hand and said to Lei Gao, listen to my orders. From today onwards, you will bring the Palace Master's verbal order. If the 4 of them can't rush back to the auction, announce that they have betrayed the sect, and add the Monster Palace's reward. Yes. Lei Gao nodded without hesitation. After all, he was by Murong Fu's side. He also knew how big of a threat Su Yan was. After all, everyone saw Su Yan's abnormal cultivation speed. Lei Gao also wanted to get rid of Su Yan and the others as soon as possible so that he could be the Monster Palace's elder. He did not want to hide behind the scenes and not do anything. As he watched Lei Gao leave, the sneer on Murong Fu's face became more and more obvious. His eyes emitted a cold light. Su Yan, you want to go against me? Do you think you have the ability? So what if your cultivation speed is fast? This time, I will definitely make sure that you don't return to the Monster Palace. Su Yan, aren't you very powerful? This time, let's see how powerful you are. Murong Fu laughed as he spoke. His eyes emitted a wave of hatred, especially when he thought of Su Yan's cultivation speed. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He could not wait to kill Su Yan immediately. Of course, Su Yan and the others were not aware of this matter yet. Mikaryu Ice and the others were worried about Su Yan's injuries. It could be said that they did not stop for a moment. After a day of rushing, they finally arrived at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Speaking of which, it was the first time that they had come to the Heaven and Earth Organization. Usually, they had only heard of the existence of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They had never been here before. After all, the Monster Palace and the Heaven and Earth Organization had never interacted. At this moment, the four of them looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the more powerful the Heaven and Earth Organization was, the more difficult it would be for them to ask them to save Su Yan. They even hoped that the Heaven and Earth Organization would be as powerful as the Guyu sect. If that was the case, the four of them could use their power to force the Heaven and Earth Organization to help. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties. Even the Monster Palace was far inferior to it. Even the Black Ghost Cave could not compare to the Heaven and Earth Organization. What should we do now? The few of them looked at the heavily guarded mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization. They could not help but look at Mikaryu Ice. Since Su Yan was unconscious, Mikaryu Ice had become the backbone of the group. After all, Mikaryu Ice was the strongest among them. Not only that, but he also had more experience than the others. Without Su Yan, he naturally became the backbone of the group. Mikaryu Ice looked at the magnificent mountain gate of the Heaven and Earth Organization and frowned. Although he had heard that the Heaven and Earth Organization was the most powerful sect in the 5 counties, it was only a rumor. At this moment, Mu Lubing saw the Qianyun sect occupying the lofty mountain. That heavily guarded gate gave off a faint oppressive feeling. Only then did Mu Lubing truly realize the strength of the Qianyun sect. Regardless of whether it was its aura or boldness, it was much stronger than the Supreme Demon Palace. Along the way, he originally wanted to use force. However, when he saw the Qianyun sect, he immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. After looking at the Heaven and Earth Organization for a long time, he hesitated for a long time. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have no way out. Since we are here today, if the Heaven and Earth Organization really does not help, then we will force our way in." Yes. When Dong Qinghao and the other two heard Mikaryu Ice's words, they all nodded seriously. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, they could not help but clench their fists. Their eyes emitted a sense of determination. Their feelings told them that they absolutely could not watch Su Yan die like this. Yes. Mikaryu Ice looked at the three of them and nodded. Then today, I will use peaceful means before using force. If it really does not work, then today we will force our way into the Heaven and Earth Organization. Okay. Chapter 323. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, the sect's territory was also the best in the 5 counties. It was located at the top of a giant mountain in the southern border. At a glance, one could even see wisps of clouds lingering around it. It gave people a feeling of paradise on earth. Not only that, but the strictly guarded mountain gate and the huge stone tablet with the words, Heaven and Earth Organization, emitted a magnificent aura. The 4 of them were just observing from afar, so they didn't feel much. Now that they were closer, they could feel the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. But even so, it still couldn't stop them from moving forward. Because they knew very well that no matter what, they had to save Su Yen today. Who are you? How dare you break into the Heaven and Earth Organization? Before they got close, the guards of the Heaven and Earth Organization soon noticed them. They stepped forward and shouted sternly. There was a faint surge of spiritual power. It was the aura of a Sky Phase Emperor. This made them more aware of the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even these ordinary guards had the strength of a Sky Phase Realm Cultivator. Mikhail Ice was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he was a level 4 Spirit Sea Realm Cultivator. He wouldn't be scared by a Sky Phase Realm Cultivator. Of course, he wasn't afraid. Mikhail Ice still politely cupped his hands and said, I am Mikhail Ice, an elder of the Monster Palace. I have something to ask of your sect. I hope you can inform them. Mikhail Ice was polite because of his respect for the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, the guards didn't pay attention to Mikhail Ice's politeness. When they heard Mikhail Ice mention the Monster Palace, they looked at each other and looked at Su Yen lying behind them. They quickly understood what was going on. They didn't give face at all and shouted, the Heaven and Earth Organization has never had anything to do with the Monster Palace. Get lost. Although Dong Qinghao usually had a frivolous smile on his face, he was more agitated than anyone else when it came to Su Yen. When he heard the guard's words, he was about to fly into a rage, but he was stopped by Mikhail Ice. Brothers, although my Monster Palace has never had any dealings with your esteemed sect, I have always respected your esteemed sect, so I hope that you can inform them. Mikhail Ice said politely. There's nothing to report. Just get lost. The guards didn't give them any face and didn't put Mu Lubing and the others in their eyes. Mikhail Ice, Ratley, and Dong Qinghao were all geniuses of Monster Palace. They had never been treated like this before. But Face only cared about Su Yan's safety. When he heard the guard's words, he couldn't take it anymore. A mere celestial stage guard dares to be so arrogant. Look at me. But Face shouted angrily and was about to attack, but he was stopped by Mikhail Ice. The guards were really afraid that they would attack. After all, they could see that the strength of these people was stronger than theirs. Although they had the support of the Heaven and Earth Organization, no matter what, if these people attacked them now, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. At that time, if they were to be beaten to death, even if the Heavenly Cloud sect stood up for them, it would be of no use. However, when they saw Mikhail Ice's actions, they immediately regained their confidence. This was because they could see that Mikhail Ice was afraid of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Since this was the case, they were sure that these people wouldn't dare to attack. They smiled coldly and said, the Heaven and Earth Organization is not something you can associate with. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. You, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Buttface looked at these arrogant guards and were full of anger. They wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Mikhail Ice. This made them very unhappy. They looked at Mikhail Ice and said, Senior Brother Mu, it's useless to beg these people today. Let's attack. Mikhail Ice didn't say anything and still stood in front of them. When the guards saw Mikhail Ice's reaction, they thought that Mikhail Ice had admitted defeat. They were even more proud. They waved their hands and shouted, hurry up and get lost. The Heaven and Earth organization is not something you can casually barge into. That's right. You even brought a corpse with you. Do you want the Heaven and Earth organization to save your life? No way. The guards were sure that Mikhail Ice wouldn't dare to attack. The more proud they were, the more disdainful they were. They looked at Mikhail Ice and the others with more and more disdain. However, they didn't notice that Mikhail Ice's smiling face was becoming more and more gloomy. Senior Brother Mu, bang, just when Dong Qinghao and the others were about to persuade Mikhail Ice to attack, a loud bang suddenly rang out. Mikhail Ice's body had turned into a white light and flashed by. The guard who was the most arrogant just now immediately showed a terrified expression. He stared at Mikhail Ice in front of him and said, You, bang. Before he could finish his words, he had already fallen to the ground with a loud bang. Only then did the guards beside him come to their senses. They looked at Mikhail Ice in astonishment. You actually dare to attack us? Why wouldn't I dare? Mikhail Ice laughed coldly. He suddenly waved his hand and attacked them. He even shouted coldly, a mere sky phase stage cultivator dares to be so arrogant. You're courting death. Mikhail Ice was at the fourth step of the Spirit Sea realm. Dealing with these sky phase stage cultivators was as easy as flipping his hand. These guards didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of Mikhail Ice. In an instant, several guards were killed by Mikhail Ice. Brothers, let's go. Today, we will charge into the Heaven and Earth organization. Mikhail Ice's expression was cold. He didn't even look at the guards. He shouted and immediately flew up the mountain. Dong Qinghao and the others were just complaining about Mikhail Ice's cowardice in their hearts. They didn't expect Mikhail Ice's actions to be so unexpected. Hearing Mikhail Ice's words, the few of them finally reacted. Looking at Mikhail Ice's departing figure, the corners of their eyes surged with excitement as they shouted, Brothers, charge! With a wave of shouts, the few of them rushed towards the Heaven and Earth organization at the same time. Very quickly, the news that someone had charged into the Heaven and Earth organization immediately spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Many disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization came to surround the four of them. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was the strongest force in the 5 counties. However, this didn't mean that the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were all powerful. Mikhail Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Buttface were all masters of their generation. With the 4 of them together, even if they charged into the Heaven and Earth organization, they were still unstoppable. They continued to rush up the mountain. However, very quickly, the resistance that the 4 of them encountered became stronger and stronger. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization were becoming stronger and stronger. The moment the few of them arrived at the outer hall of the Heaven and Earth organization, they finally couldn't continue forward. A few black figures flashed out. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were all from the spiritual sea realm. The 4 of them couldn't help but frown. How dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization? You're courting death. One of the disciples shouted angrily. He immediately waved his weapon and attacked Mikhail Ice. Following that, the other spiritual sea realm masters also moved their bodies and attacked Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Buttface. Although Mikhail Ice and the others were all masters of their generation. These Heaven and Earth organization disciples were obviously the best of the best among the Heaven and Earth organization disciples. Their strength surpassed the 4 of them. In just a few breaths of time, the few of them were subdued by the spiritual sea realm masters of the Heaven and Earth organization. Humph, how dare you charge into the Heaven and Earth organization with just a few people? You're courting death. The few of them looked at Mikhail Ice and the others who were subdued and shouted angrily. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. Instead, they pushed them into the inner hall. When Mikhail Ice and the others saw these people, they felt a little despair in their hearts. Now that they saw that these people didn't kill them, they immediately felt a surge of hope in their hearts. Senior Brother Moo, why do you think these people didn't kill us directly? Ratley opened his mouth and asked. I don't know either. Mikhail Ice shook his head. At this moment, Buttface suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, could it be that they're afraid of us? So, bullshit. Before Buttface could finish his words, they heard an angry shout. The spiritual Sea Realm Master who grabbed Buttface slapped him directly. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, we're afraid of you, mere ants. After offending our Heaven and Earth organization, you dare to say that our Heaven and Earth organization is afraid of you? Let me tell you, you injured so many of our Heaven and Earth organization's disciples. Wouldn't killing you be letting you off too easily? Just wait for our Heaven and Earth organization's judgment. As that person spoke, his face suddenly turned cold. The few of them who were now prisoners couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this person's expression. Soon, the four of them, along with Su Yen, were brought into the inner hall. Young Palace Master, these people are the traitors who broke into our Heaven and Earth organization. When they arrived at the inner hall, the guard who was holding down Dong Qinghao and the other three looked at a young girl who was sitting in the middle of the hall and spoke slowly, Young Palace Master. When Dong Qinghao, Mikhail Ice, Ratley, and Buttface heard his words, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look toward the center. However, before they could raise their heads, the spiritual Sea Realm disciples shouted angrily and pressed their heads down. How dare you raise your heads after offending our Heaven and Earth organization? Although Mikhail Ice and the others were somewhat unwilling, they had fallen into the hands of others and could only submit. Then they heard a gentle and beautiful voice. Why did you break into our Heaven and Earth organization? This voice was extremely gentle and beautiful, and the four of them couldn't help but feel intoxicated when they heard it. However, they were also very clear about their purpose in coming here, and they quickly came to their senses. Mikhail Ice opened his mouth and said, Young Palace Master, we didn't mean to break into your sect. It's just that one of our friends was seriously injured and wanted to ask your sect for help. However, we were stopped by the guards at the foot of the mountain. We were worried about our friend's safety, so we rashly broke into your sect. Worried about your friend's safety? The young palace master obviously didn't buy Mikhail Ice's words at all. She smiled coldly and said, but even so, you have offended our Heaven and Earth organization, so you must be punished. Chapter 324. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. This was an indisputable fact. However, when Mikhail Ice, Dong Qinghao, Ratley, and Buttface went up the mountain, they more or less held some hope that they would be able to turn the tide. However, at this moment, they really knew that they were wrong. The strength of the Heaven and Earth organization was beyond all of their imagination. Even though they were all outstanding talents of their generation, they were just clowns in front of the Heaven and Earth organization. This time, they were really like fish on the chopping block. In front of the powerful forces of the Heaven and Earth organization, they were simply like weak children. They didn't even wait to see the so-called young palace master's true identity before they were already imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization's prison. No matter how they shouted, it was a pity that they were ignored. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Of course, the one they were most worried about was Su Yen. This was because Su Yen was not locked up in this prison like them. If he was locked up in the prison, it would be better. After all, Su Yen was severely injured at this moment. It could be said that he did not have the strength to truss a chicken. Any warrior could take his life. Young Palace Master, those troublemakers have been imprisoned in the Black Prison. Now, how should we deal with this kid? The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization who had imprisoned Dong Qinghao and the others returned to the main hall. When they saw Su Yen, who was still placed on the top of the hall, they opened their mouth and asked a young girl sitting in the middle of the hall. This young girl was wearing a white veil, making it impossible for others to see her face. However, just from that pair of enchanting eyes, she gave off a mesmerizing feeling. However, within that gaze, there was also a sense of deterrence. That enchanting body lazily sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. No one could guess what she was thinking. Yun Wanqing was most irritated by the sex affairs. Her bright eyebrows slightly furrowed. She glanced at the person lying in the middle of the hall and casually said, "This person is seriously injured. I don't think he will survive. Just throw him into the beast garden and feed him." "Yes, young palace master." The disciple didn't dare to disobey. He immediately lifted Su Yan's body and walked out. However, just as that person lifted Su Yan's body, a voice rang out. Yun Wanqing looked at the aura faintly leaking from Su Yan's body and couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Under Yun Wanqing's command, the disciple hurriedly stopped in his tracks. With a leap, Yun Wanqing had already arrived in front of Su Yan. She stretched out her fair arm and placed it on Su Yan's meridians. Her expression immediately darkened. What the hell is going on? Why does this kid have the aura of our heaven and earth organization? Yun Wanqing's face was filled with surprise, but because she was wearing a veil, the other disciples couldn't see her expression. They didn't know what she was thinking and could only wait quietly by the side. Yun Wanqing checked Su Yan's meridians again. The shock on her face became more and more intense. Not only did she feel the aura of the heaven and earth organization on Su Yan's body, but it was also the purest aura of the Yun family bloodline. Ching. At this moment, a shout came from outside. Then, a young man in white clothes came into the hall. Yun Wanqing looked at that person. Although her face was covered by a veil, one could still see the slight displeasure in her big eyes. Ching, I heard that someone dared to break into our heaven and earth organization. Did you do anything? The young man said with a grin and an indignant expression. His originally uneven face looked even more ugly. The bridge of his nose was uneven, and there were countless lumps on his face, which would make anyone who saw him feel fear in their heart. Yun Wanqing only took a glance at him before hurriedly turning her head around. She didn't dare to look at him again. She suppressed the nausea in her heart and coldly said, "They were just some little brats from the monster palace. They were already subdued, so what could I do?" "Oh, Ching, it's good that you're fine." While speaking, Yumu noticed that a few disciples were carrying Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan's unconscious appearance, anger suddenly welled up in his heart. He shouted, "Is this the youngster who broke into our heaven and earth organization? Humph, someone come, send him to the beast garden to feed the demonic beasts. He dared to break into our heaven and earth organization." Yes. Although Yumu's appearance was ugly, it was clear that he had a lot of influence in the heaven and earth organization. Once he gave the order, the other disciples hurriedly complied and carried Su Yan out with alarmed expressions. Clearly, they were more afraid of Yunmu than Yun Wanqing. Wait. Just as those people were about to carry Su Yan out, Yun Wanqing's complexion sank, and she stopped them. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion sank. He looked at Yun Wanqing in confusion and asked, "Ching, what do you mean?" "Nothing, I still have some use for this youngster." Yun Wanqing coldly said, then waved her hand at the disciples. "Carry this youngster into the inner hall. I will act freely, so no one can act blindly without thinking." After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she took the lead and entered the inner hall, not giving Yunmu the slightest bit of face. This caused Yunmu's complexion to become even more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan's handsome face, and for some unknown reason, hatred appeared in his heart. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Regardless of whether it was the disciples, elders, or strength, they were much more formidable than other sections. Without mentioning the tens of thousands of disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, there were more than 10 elders. Their strength was all above the spiritual ocean realm, and there were even some who were in the perimeter realm. At this moment, they were all gathered in the inner hall and looking at Su Yan with extremely unsightly expressions. Naturally, Yunmu and Yun Wanqing were among them. Everyone looked for a long time before one of the people sitting on the seat of the Great Elder, Cloud King, slowly opened his mouth. If my guess is correct, this person is Su Yan, who single-handedly flattened the Guyu sect. When Yun Wanqing heard the words of the Great Elder, Cloud King, she nodded slightly and said, "Great Elder, I have already sent people to investigate this person." This person was previously a disciple of the Su family in Twin Heaven City, then entered the Concealed Sword sect. After being expelled from the Concealed Sword tomb, he joined the Monster Palace. And the day before yesterday, he had indeed exterminated the Guyu sect. This is also the reason why he was injured. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yan and said, "However, the crux of the matter is that when I was investigating this person just now, I discovered that he surprisingly has the presence of our Heaven and Earth organization." The few elders had clearly also sensed the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization on Su Yan's body, which was also the reason why they were at a loss. The Great Elder, Cloud King, glanced at Su Yan, then turned to Yun Wanqing and said, "Little niece Wanqing, your father is in seclusion. Since you are the young palace master, you should be in charge of this matter. Tell us what you think." Yun Wanqing nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. She directly said, "The disciples of the Monster Palace brought him up the mountain because they wanted to use our Heaven and Earth organization's cloud technique to help Su Yan repair his meridians. Originally, our Heaven and Earth organization wouldn't do such a thing, but for some reason, this Su Yan's body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that he is unconscious, I want to use the cloud technique to wake him up. Only then can we find out why his body has the presence of our Heaven and Earth organization." Although Yun Wanqing was still young, she had the prestige of a young sect master and immediately voiced her thoughts. "No." But just as she finished speaking, before any of the elders could react, Yunmu, who was sitting next to her, opened his mouth. "Junior Sister Qing, these people have trespassed into our Heaven and Earth organization. How can we still save him?" "Save?" Yun Wanqing smiled faintly. "Senior brother Yunmu, you clearly misunderstood my intentions. I don't want to save him. I only want to use him to wake him up and understand why his body has the presence of the Heaven and Earth organization. Isn't that simple? Just use the soul-searching technique and search his memories. Why do you need to make things so difficult?" Yunmu said disdainfully. Soul-searching. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her complexion instantly sank, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. "Senior brother Yunmu, do you think that our Heaven and Earth organization can be compared to those sects of Black Devil Cave? If this matter were to spread, wouldn't we end up with the same reputation as those people of Black Devil Cave? So what?" Yunmu coldly smiled. Clearly, he didn't care about his reputation at all. He snorted disdainfully. "This youngster offended my Heavenly Cloud sect, which is a capital offense. Us using the soul-searching technique is already being merciful to him. Benevolent." Yun Wanqing sneered. She loathed Yunmu even more, but she didn't feel like quibbling with him. Instead, she nodded slightly. "All right, senior brother Yunmu, we will use the soul-searching technique according to your suggestion. But if we find out that this youngster is related to our ancestor, what will you do?" When Yunmu heard her words, he was instantly startled and didn't know how to reply. When the elders present heard that, the Great Elder Cloud King finally opened his mouth. "All right, you two nephews shouldn't quarrel. Let's do as little nephew Wanqing said and use the cloudy mist technique to wake this youngster up. Let's see why his body has the presence of our heaven and earth organization. It won't be too late to make a decision after that. Since the great elder had spoken, how could the others dare to object? They all nodded their heads in agreement. When Cloud King saw that everyone had agreed, he no longer hesitated. He personally leaped forward and used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. With the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization personally taking action, Su Yan's injuries slowly healed in less than an hour. After a while, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. However, before he could open his eyes, a voice rang out. A voice echoed in his mind. "Youngster, don't wake up so quickly." When Su Yan heard the voice, he couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, excitement flashed across his face. "Master, is that you?" Chapter 325. Kid, don't get too excited. Open your eyes after I'm done, Sword Sage said in Su Yan's mind. Oh. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's tone, he also realized the importance of this matter. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "Master, what's going on?" Sword Sage bitterly smiled and said, "Actually, I'm not too sure what's going on either, but I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization." The Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan immediately frowned. Heaven and Earth organization. How did he end up in the Heaven and Earth organization? Su Yan, although I'm not sure what's going on, just now, I felt the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization's Wanxiang divine skill, the fog technique. Since the fog technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle, it's obvious that it's an important figure in the Heaven and Earth organization. Sword Sage explained to Su Yan. Not only that, but I also faintly heard them talking about the Heaven and Earth organization's aura on you. Obviously, the reason why the Heaven and Earth organization used the fog technique to save you was to investigate the Heaven and Earth organization's aura on you. The Heaven and Earth organization's aura on me. Su Yan was startled. When he saw Sword Sage nod, he suddenly understood and told Sword Sage about his encounter with Uncle Joe, the Medicine King, and the others at Spirit Stone Mountain. Su Yan had absolute trust in the hidden Sword Sage. Furthermore, the hidden Sword Sage was much more experienced than the others. Therefore, Su Yan didn't hide anything about what had happened in the spiritual Stone Mountain. No wonder, no wonder. When Sword Sage heard Su Yan's words, the worry on his face immediately disappeared. He smiled and said, "Su Yan, then you can wake up now." Oh. Su Yan was clearly frightened by Sword Sage's words. Although he nodded, he still didn't dare to open his eyes. Instead, he carefully asked, "Master, am I going to wake up just like that?" "It's fine," Sword Sage smiled. "Su Yan, just wake up, I'll tell you what to do." Oh. Su Yan nodded and opened his eyes in relief. As soon as he opened his eyes, Su Yan saw the various elders in the inner hall. He could faintly feel the powerful aura emitted from their bodies. His heart couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground. "Su Yan, hurry up and thank the great elder for saving your life," someone said to Su Yan the moment he stood up. Su Yan didn't doubt why this person knew him. Instead, he looked at the most senior person present and cupped his hands. "Thank you, First Elder, for saving my life." "Forget it." The Cloud King waved his hand and said, "Su Yan, the reason why I saved you is because you have the aura of the Heaven and Earth organization on you. You better tell us the truth. Otherwise, just the fact that you trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization is already a capital offense." Capital offense. Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand what the Cloud King meant. After all, he was unconscious at that time. He didn't know that Macario Ice, Dong Qinghao, and the others took him and trespassed into the Heaven and Earth organization. However, before Su Yan had time to wonder, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. "Su Yan, tell him that you are Ninth Uncle's disciple." Remember to act well. Act well. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, his brows creased, but he soon understood. Looking at the people present, Su Yan quickly determined that they were probably the elders of the Heaven and Earth organization. Thud, he knelt down and said, "Disciple Su Yan kowtows in salute to the elders." Everyone was startled by Su Yan's sudden action. Only Yunmu, who had been prejudiced against Su Yan from the start, saw that Su Yan wanted to recognize him, immediately shouted, "Who dares to pretend to be a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization?" When Su Yan heard this voice, his brows creased, and he raised his head to look at Yunmu. "Aya, why are you so ugly?" Su Yan was instantly frightened by Yunmu's ugliness. What? Yunmu hated people calling him ugly the most, so when Su Yan said it in front of so many people, he flew into a rage and shouted in a stern voice, "Su Yan, you are courting death." While speaking, Yunmu suddenly waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. 7th Layer Spirit Ocean Realm. When Su Yan saw Yunmu attack, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow and could only stare blankly at Yunmu's attack. Bang! At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw the alluring figure, he couldn't help but be startled, but he quickly recovered. "Qing, you." When Yunmu saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing who had stopped him, he became even more furious. Yun Wanqing didn't pay any attention to Yunmu's furious expression. She only cast a glance at Su Yan and coldly said, "Senior brother Yunmu, this matter hasn't been clarified yet, so why are you in such a hurry to attack?" After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't look at Su Yan again and coldly said, "Su Yan, explain clearly to me why you have offended a disciple of my Heaven and Earth organization." Although Su Yan had been saved by Yun Wanqing, Yunmu was still furious. When he saw Yunmu's arrogant appearance, Su Yan became somewhat angry and coldly snorted. "Offended? Why should I offend a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization? I am the disciple of the founder of the Heaven and Earth organization, 9th Uncle Yun. Could it be that I am not a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization?" "What, 9th Uncle Yun?" Upon hearing Su Yan's words, everyone stood up and angrily looked at Su Yan. "Youngster, what nonsense are you spouting? My Heaven and Earth organization's ancestor has already passed away, so how could you dare to pretend to be his disciple?" The surging auras of all the elders were like raging waves as they pounced towards Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but crease his brows, but his eyes still flickered with unswerving determination. He smiled faintly and said, "Why should I pretend to be his disciple? What proof do you have?" When the benevolent-looking first elder heard Su Yan mention Uncle Yunzhou, a trace of viciousness involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Proof? This question stumped Su Yan. After all, on that day, 9th Uncle Yun only left Su Yan with a few memories, and the most important thing was that 9th Uncle Yun wanted him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization in the future, so how could he have any proof? However, just as Su Yan was hesitating, Sword Sage's voice sounded in his mind. "Su Yan, tell them that there is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings." Su Yan was stunned, he didn't understand the meaning of these words. "Youngster, you can't take out any proof, right? Then don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, several elders shouted at Su Yan with angry faces. "There is fog in the clouds, and there are clouds in the fog, transform into formlessness, spread throughout the world, save all living beings." Seeing their expressions, Su Yan directly told them what Sword Sage said to him, then looked at everyone with a cautious expression. After all, Su Yan couldn't understand the meaning of these words. However, just as Su Yan finished speaking, the angry expressions of those who were looking at Su Yan suddenly changed, replaced by joy. Ha ha ha! Especially the great elder, he burst into laughter. Sure enough, you are the old ancestor's disciple, sure enough. The other elders also looked at Su Yan with excited expressions. Haha, I hadn't expected that the old ancestor would have left behind a direct disciple. We didn't know about it, we are ashamed, we are ashamed. Su Yan looked at the sudden change in their expressions and was puzzled. He wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Even Yun Wanqing and Yunmu were puzzled. They looked at the Great Elder and asked, Great Elder, what exactly is going on? Haha. The Great Elder was clearly delighted. Looking at the puzzled Yun Wanqing and Yunmu, he said with a smile, since there is no one else here, I will tell you. What Su Yan said just now was the true essence of the cloudy mist technique created by the old ancestor of our heaven and earth organization. Because no one has been able to cultivate the cloudy mist technique to that level, even many disciples of our heaven and earth organization don't know about its true essence. Not only that, even us old fellows can't understand it. We only know about it from the records. Since Su Yan was able to speak about the true essence of the cloudy mist technique, then his claim that he is our old ancestor's disciple is definitely correct. After saying that, Cloud King didn't care whether they understood or not. He turned to look at Su Yan and asked, Little nephew Su, why don't you tell us how you became our old ancestor's disciple? Oh, it's like this. When Su Yan heard Cloud King's question, he didn't hold back and casually made up a story. He said that he came from the clouds and left the mist in a very realistic manner. Everyone present believed him without a doubt. But in the end, Su Yan mentioned that ninth Uncle Yun had already perished. This made everyone present a little sad. In the end, everyone firmly believed in Su Yan's identity. Su Yan, since you are old ancestor Yun's disciple, then you should be 1 generation older than us. Then. The Great Elder looked at Su Yan with some shame. After all, he was already over 100 years old, while Su Yan was only in his early 20s. If they were to call Su Yan martial uncle now, how would they be able to do so? After hearing Cloud King's words, the elders who were still happy also realized this problem. They all looked at Su Yan with worried expressions. Although Su Yan had never been to the Heaven and Earth organization, he had heard about the Heaven and Earth organization. He knew that the Heaven and Earth organization cared about seniority the most. In the Heaven and Earth organization, seniority was not determined by strength but by seniority. Now that he was the disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization's founding ancestor, his seniority was naturally higher than everyone present. However, he was the weakest, and he was also the youngest. If they were to call him martial uncle, even he would find it difficult to do so, let alone them. Elders, you don't need to call me that. Just call me Su Yan, said Su Yan, knowing that they were in a difficult position. That won't do. Before the others said anything, the Great Elder said with a serious face, the Heaven and Earth organization values seniority the most. How can it be messed up? Although Cloud King said so, he couldn't really call Su Yan martial uncle. After hesitating for a long time, he said, how about this? Nephew Su is too young. If his seniority is higher than ours, there will definitely be people who won't accept it. Chapter 326. What? Just as Cloud King's voice fell, Yumu jumped up and looked at Cloud King with astonishment. Great Elder, this youngster is only impudent. Before Yumu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Cloud King's shout. Although Cloud King appeared to be slightly old, the imposing aura emanating from between his brows caused everyone present to tremble. Yunmu was so frightened that he couldn't help but take a step back. Cloud King didn't pay any attention to him and coldly looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, Su Yan is the disciple of the old ancestor, so his seniority is higher than mine. He has already been wronged by my generation, yet you still don't understand the difference between us. Yunmu wanted to say something, but when he was glared at by Cloud King, his entire body trembled. He didn't dare to say anything and obediently retreated to the back. However, the instant he retreated, he glanced at Su Yan from the corner of his eyes. A clear killing intent flashed through his eyes, but it was gone in a flash. Even though it was only a fleeting moment, it was still seen by Su Yan. This made Su Yan feel melancholy in his heart. I just came to the Heaven and Earth organization, and I've already provoked someone, alas. Naturally, Su Yan wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. He just felt that it was troublesome. When Cloud King asked Su Yan whether he was willing to take up the position of an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan agreed. In the end, Su Yan agreed. In fact, Su Yan wasn't willing to agree. He didn't have much interest in joining the Heaven and Earth organization, but he had no other choice. After all, Su Yan wasn't familiar with the Heaven and Earth organization. If he didn't agree, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? Because Cloud King was overseeing things, no one dared to say anything. After a simple ceremony, Su Yan officially became the 10th elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. This news instantly spread throughout the entire Heavenly Cloud sect. When everyone heard this news, there wasn't a single person who didn't have an astonished expression. In an instant, Su Yan became famous in the Heaven and Earth organization. In fact, Su Yan was quite annoyed by these things. Not to mention that Su Yan didn't want to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization. Even if he wanted to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yan didn't like this feeling. But now that things had come to this, Su Yan was also helpless. After all, he was Ancestor Yun's disciple. Who asked him to be the youngest elder of the Heaven and Earth organization? Who asked him to only have the strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator? What's more, the news of him challenging the Guyu sect alone had spread throughout the entire Heaven and Earth organization. Some people admired him, while others disdained him. Of course, there were more disdainful voices than admiration. After all, Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. In this talented Heaven and Earth organization, it was really nothing. However, Su Yan was still quite satisfied with his identity as an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, with this identity, the rights he enjoyed in the Heaven and Earth organization were much higher than ordinary disciples. For example, Su Yan directly released Mikaryu Ice and the others with an order. Junior brother Su, how did you do it? How did you suddenly become an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization? Dong Qinghao looked at Su Yan, who was wearing an elder's robe. His face was filled with a cynical smile as he said cheerfully. The other people also had excited smiles on their faces. When they were sent to the Black Prison, they all felt that they were going to die. Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? Su Yan just smiled at their questions and didn't say anything. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't believe them, but that Su Yan knew that even if he said it, they wouldn't believe him. Dong Qinghao, Mikaryu Ice, and the others suddenly went from hell to heaven. They didn't care about whether Su Yan answered this question or not. They raised their cups and drank happily. In the end, except for a few people who were drunk, only Su Yan was still able to stay sober. In fact, Su Yan also drank a lot that night, but Su Yan didn't know why he couldn't get drunk today. However, even if he wasn't drunk, Su Yan still felt quite comfortable when he saw the few people gathered together happily. Of course, although he felt comfortable, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation and the burden on his body. It could be said that the Heaven and Earth organization's matter this time came too suddenly. It was so sudden that Su Yan didn't know how to face it. Heaven and Earth organization, Monster Palace, Buddha Sword Sect, Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan thought it was a bit funny that he joined so many sections. Kid, you don't have to worry about this at all. Just as Su Yan didn't know how to choose, Sword Sage's words suddenly sounded in his mind. Master. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, a burst of light suddenly surged in his eyes. He looked at Sword Sage's weak figure in his mind and asked excitedly, Master, I've been busy with the Heaven and Earth organization's matter and forgot to ask you. How did you wake up this time? Brat, why don't you want me to wake up? Sword Sage was obviously in a good mood and even joked with Su Yen. Master, you've misunderstood me. How could I? Although Su Yen could tell that Sword Sage was joking, he still said with a serious face. This was the respect for an elder. Sword Sage smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked up at the sky and explained, actually, the reason why I woke up this time is because of your injury. I'm injured. Su Yen looked at Sword Sage and was even more puzzled. Yes. Sword Sage nodded and continued, because you were injured, when Cloud King used the fog technique to save you, he also saved me. So that's how it is. Su Yen suddenly understood and nodded. Then, he thought of Sword Sage's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fog technique, Master, this fog technique actually has such a miraculous effect. Of course. Sword Sage smiled and said, Kid, don't forget, this fog technique is the Heaven and Earth Organization's 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. The reason why the Heaven and Earth Organization could become the #1 sect in the 5 counties was because of this fog technique. Is it because of the fog technique? Su Yan's pupils suddenly contracted and a ray of light surged in his eyes. He was full of expectations for the fog technique. The 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was originally a great secret technique. After entering the Celestial Phase realm and controlling the power of the Celestial Phase, every martial artist could cultivate the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. However, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was extremely precious. Some martial artists couldn't even obtain a single 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill in their entire life. Of course, the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill could also be divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Yellow rank was the weakest, while the Heaven rank was the strongest. Alright, kid, don't think too much about this. You're now an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Are you still afraid of not obtaining the fog technique? Although Su Yen didn't say it out loud, Sword Sage could see Su Yan's desire for the fog technique. When Su Yen heard Sword Sage's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Then, he looked at Sword Sage and couldn't help but laugh. That's right, I'm now an elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, why would I worry about not obtaining the fog technique? Speaking of this, Su Yen suddenly remembered that when he entered the Celestial Phase realm, he didn't seem to have cultivated the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. Thinking of this, Su Yen immediately thought of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. Su Yen immediately recalled the memories of the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill that Dong Qinghao had given him. Looking at the records in his memories, his eyes suddenly turned. At the same time, the cultivation method in his body also began to revolve. Strands of spiritual energy were transmitted from his meridians. Torrential Storm of Rose Blossoms. All of a sudden, Su Yen let out a roar as his palm suddenly surged forward. Unfortunately, when he pushed out his palm, other than the fluctuation of spiritual energy, it was completely calm. Su Yen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? There's no power at all. When Su Yen said this, Sword Sage couldn't help but laugh. Stinking brat, do you really think that the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill is so easy to cultivate? Some people spend dozens of years and still might not be able to cultivate a single 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. You think you can succeed just like that? When Su Yen heard Sword Sage's words, he felt a little ashamed. However, when he thought of how powerful the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill was in his memories, Su Yen was still unwilling to give up. He once again settled down and began to cultivate according to the method recorded in his memories. Brat, cultivate well. You're already at the 9-star phase realm, but you still haven't cultivated the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill. You can be considered a weirdo. When Sword Sage saw that Su Yen was cultivating the 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, he didn't disturb him. He smiled faintly and was about to hide inside Su Yan's body. Asterisk bang, asterisk suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Sword Sage was stunned. Looking at the powerful force that erupted in front of Su Yan, his entire body trembled. How is this possible? Su Yan looked at the countless energy blades that erupted in front of him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise to a smile. Looking at Sword Sage's astonished expression, he couldn't help but smile. Master, how is it? Stinking brat, I didn't expect you to be able to learn a profound grade 10,000 elephant divine skills so quickly. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan and laughed. Seeing Nisa's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. However, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Sword Sage had followed Su Yan all the way here. He was all too familiar with Su Yan's potential. Otherwise, Sword Sage wouldn't have followed Su Yan out. Torrential storm of pear blossoms, torrential storm of pear blossoms. Su Yan didn't notice the change in Sword Sage's expression. Instead, he was wholeheartedly immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. During this night, Su Yan was immersed in practicing the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Bang! However, in the middle of the night, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled. He subconsciously jumped up, and a red light surged in his eyes as he cautiously looked around. Catch it for me. Catch it. Before Su Yan could react, he heard a commotion outside. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion. He didn't intend to go out and care about these things. After all, Su Yan still didn't understand the Heaven and Earth Organization situation. He shook his head and wanted to continue his cultivation. The commotion outside was getting closer and closer. Catch it. I didn't expect a Qilin cub to run into the Heaven and Earth Organization. The heavens are really helping me. Yes, if you catch this Qilin, senior brother Yunchin, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Su Yan was originally continuing his cultivation, but when he heard this, he was shocked. Qilin, Su Yan thought and hurriedly touched his chest, but the little guy was nowhere to be found. Chapter 327. Su Yan had just stepped out of the entrance of the palace bestowed by the Heaven and Earth Organization when he saw the figure of the fire Qilin running in front of him, followed by a few people. Whoa! As soon as Su Yan came out, the fire Qilin immediately let out a low roar and directly pounced on Su Yan. It intimately nestled in Su Yan's arms, its little head constantly rubbing against Su Yan's chest. Little guy. Seeing the cute appearance of the fire Qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and pat its little head. Who are you? Following that, the few figures chasing the fire Qilin had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The few of them looked ferocious, and when they saw Su Yan, they angrily shouted. When Su Yan heard their words, his face sank and his eyes emitted a cold intent. Kid, in front of them was a young man in purple clothes. He was obviously the leader of the group. This person had been waiting for Su Yan to snatch the fire Qilin from Su Yan's hands. However, he was pulled back by the person next to him. Senior brother Yunchin, this person is Su Yan. Su Yan. The one called Yunchin was startled, then a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering who this person was. Turns out it's our Heaven and Earth Organization's newly promoted elder. Sorry for offending you. Although Yunchin said so, his eyes were filled with contempt. However, his eyes were emitting waves of ridicule. Clearly, he did not put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Su Yan glanced at him, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of his mouth. First stage spiritual sea realm. Then Su Yan turned around and walked towards his palace. He didn't put Yunchin in his eyes at all. When Yunchin saw that Su Yan ignored him, he immediately became furious and shouted, Su Yan, you brat, stop right there. However, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him at all. Su Yan, you dare to be unreasonable in front of me. Yunchen angrily shouted and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Su Yan's shoulder. His speed was extremely fast, but unfortunately, he didn't manage to touch Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body moved slightly to the side, and he still dodged his attack. Yunchen's hand failed to grab anything. He was enraged and shouted, Su Yan, I want to challenge you. Challenge. Su Yan frowned and looked at Yunchen meaningfully. When Yunchen saw that Su Yan had stopped in his tracks, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He turned around and said to a disciple beside him, This elder Su has just arrived at my Heavenly Clouds sect today. He definitely does not know about the matters of my Heavenly Clouds sect. You explained to him about the challenge. Yes. The disciple nodded and began to explain the matter of the challenge to Su Yan. In fact, every sect had its own rules. The Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Naturally, it was no exception. In the Heaven and Earth organization, disciples were not allowed to fight with each other. Of course, these fights were only on the surface. No one knew what was going on behind the scenes. It was precisely because of this rule that the Heaven and Earth organization also had challenges. If a person didn't like a disciple, they could challenge that person. As long as the other party accepted the challenge, the elders of the sect would appraise them and they could compete on the battle stage. Su Yan listened to the disciple's explanation and nodded slightly. However, he wasn't in a hurry to accept Yunchen's challenge. When Yunchen saw Su Yan's expression, he sneered and said, Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Yunchen deliberately raised Su Yan's status in order to make Su Yan accept his challenge. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yunchen had already planned it out. Yunchen had already decided to let Su Yan use the fire qilin as a wager. When he saw the fire qilin in Su Yan's arms, Yunchen knew that the fire qilin was definitely related to Su Yan in some way. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of Su Yan's good luck. When Yunchen finished speaking, a few of Yunchen's followers, who were standing at the side, shouted at Su Yan at the same time, Elder Su Yan, why don't you dare accept senior brother Yunchen's challenge? That's right. You are an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Why don't you dare accept a disciple's challenge? How could Su Yan not know that they were using reverse psychology to force him to accept their challenge? Looking at the arrogant expressions of Yunchen and the others, Su Yan sneered and said, Yunchen, do you think you are qualified to challenge me? What? Yunchen was startled. He didn't understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunchen's expression. He smiled slightly and said, Yunchen, as far as I know, in the Heaven and Earth organization, if a disciple wants to challenge an elder, he must have the qualifications to become an elder. Do you, Yunchen, have the qualifications to become an elder? You know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunchen looked at Su Yan in surprise. He originally thought that since Su Yan had just joined the Heaven and Earth organization, he definitely wouldn't know about the Heaven and Earth organization. As an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, how can I not know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization? Su Yan said coldly. In fact, when Su Yan had just been appointed as an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, Great Elder Yun Wang had already explained some simple rules of the Heaven and Earth organization to Su Yan. In particular, Yun Wang had said the most about the matter of challenges. Yun Wang was probably afraid that Su Yan's strength was relatively weak and that too many people would challenge Su Yan, which would make Su Yan lose face. He wanted Su Yan to know the rules so that no one could challenge Su Yan. After all, in the Heaven and Earth organization, no one had the qualifications to become an elder. In other words, no one in the Heaven and Earth organization who wanted to challenge Su Yan had appeared. Yunchen didn't expect that Su Yan would actually know the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Just now, he wanted to use Su Yan's ignorance of the Heaven and Earth Organization's rules to challenge Su Yan. Now that he heard Su Yan's words, he was speechless for a moment. Especially when those disciples thought that he had explained so much to Su Yan. They couldn't help but look at Su Yan with some grievance and said, "Elder Su Yan, you clearly knew the rules just now. Why do you still want me to explain it to you?" "Because I'm an elder." As Su Yan spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly revolved, and a majestic spiritual power flowed out, directly suppressing the few of them. Su Yan's strength was not as strong as Yun Chen's. However, on his cold face, there was a trace of red light in his eyes. It was not angry, but it made people's hearts tremble. Even Yun Chen couldn't help but take a step back. Yun Chen looked at Su Yan's aura, and a burst of anger surged on his face again. He shouted, "Su Yan, I think you don't dare to accept my challenge. You're using your status as an elder to suppress me. Presumptuous." Su Yan suddenly shouted. His figure flashed, and he directly slapped Yun Chen's face. His speed was as fast as lightning. Yun Chen didn't even have time to react. He felt his face heat up as Su Yan slapped him. "Yun Chen, as a disciple, you actually dare to be disrespectful to an elder. Today, I'll give you a little punishment. If you dare to do it again, don't blame me for being impolite," Su Yan said coldly. You. Yun Chen touched his face and looked at Su Yan with anger. He shouted, "Su Yan, you're just relying on your status as an elder. What's so great about you? If you have the ability, fight with me." Yun Chen roared angrily. However, even so, he was still quite afraid of Su Yan's status as an elder. After all, the hierarchy in the Heaven and Earth Organization could be said to be very strict. If someone offended an elder, the punishment would be very serious. Su Yan smiled coldly. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to Yun Chen. However, the fire qilin in his arms was constantly restless. It seemed to want Su Yan to accept Yun Chen's challenge. Looking at the cute appearance of the fire qilin, Su Yan couldn't help but smile and said, "Little guy, you want me to accept his challenge?" The fire qilin nodded spiritually. Su Yan laughed and said, "Good, little guy. Since you said so, I'll accept his challenge." When Yun Chen heard Su Yan's words, a burst of excitement suddenly surged on his face. At the same time, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Just now, he didn't dare to do anything because of Su Yan's status as an elder. However, if Su Yan accepted his challenge, then, it would be a different story. As long as Su Yan accepted his challenge, Yun Chen could find a reason to kill Su Yan. After all, Yun Chen was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, and Su Yan was only at the 9th star of the Spirit Sea Realm. He didn't believe that Su Yan would be his opponent. However, Yun Chen had forgotten who had destroyed the Guyu sect, and how Su Yan had slapped him just now. He was immersed in his own excitement. When Su Yan saw him like this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yun Chen, if you want me to accept your challenge, I can. However, since it's a competition, there needs to be a prize." A prize? Yun Chen was startled when he heard this. Then, he laughed happily and said, "Elder Su Yan, as an elder, you can decide the prize." "I can decide." Su Yan smiled and didn't stand on ceremony. He looked at the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist and said, "Yun Chen, my request is very simple. As long as I win, you will give me everything in your storage bag." Originally, Su Yan only wanted to ask for spirit stones. However, he thought that it would be a waste not to take something that belonged to someone like Yun Chen. Okay. Yun Chen never thought that he would lose, so he didn't even think about it and agreed. His eyes flashed and he looked at the fire qilin in Su Yan's arms and said, "Elder Su Yan, since you asked for a prize, as an elder, you naturally have to give something." Of course. Su Yan smiled. Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony. If I win, you will give me the fire qilin. Yun Chen said and looked at the fire qilin with greed in his eyes. Of course. Su Yan smiled and stroked the fire qilin in his arms. Yun Chen was really afraid that Su Yan wouldn't agree. When he heard Su Yan agree so readily, he immediately sneered and waved his hand. Elder Su Yan, if that's the case, then you and I will go to the martial arts field together. Okay. Chapter 328. A sect disciple challenging a sect elder was definitely a big deal. The news that Su Yan had just accepted Yun Chen's challenge had already spread throughout the Heaven and Earth organization. Before Su Yan and Yun Chen arrived at the martial arts field, the entire field was already filled with people. Among them were several great elders of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as many disciples. The martial arts field, which was usually relatively quiet, was now bustling with noise and excitement. When the great elder, the Cloud King, heard about this, he was very shocked. He rushed to the martial arts field and happened to meet Su Yan. He stepped forward and scolded, Su Yan, why did you accept Yun Chen's challenge? Didn't I already tell you that disciples in the sect are not qualified to challenge you? As the Cloud King spoke, an unconcealable anger appeared on his face. After all, in his eyes, there was no need for Su Yan to accept Yun Chen's challenge. If Su Yan won, he wouldn't get any benefits. If he lost, he would lose face. Su Yan looked at the Cloud King's angry face and felt grateful. He smiled slightly and said, Great Elder, don't worry. Although Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm, I am confident that I can defeat him. Nonsense. Before Su Yan could finish his words, the Cloud King shouted angrily, Su Yan, do you think Yun Chen is only at the first stage of the Spirit Sea realm? He is the Moon Minister, the Emperor of Sky Minister. He controls the power of 7 realms. You. Before the Cloud Monarch could finish speaking, the bells signaling the start of the competition started ringing on the martial practice platform. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, the Cloud King was very clear about the rules of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that Su Yan had accepted Yun Chen's challenge, the bell rang. Even if he was an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't stop it. Alas! The Cloud King looked at Su Yan and shook his head helplessly. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Since it has come to this, I have nothing more to say. You have to be careful. Remember, if you can't win, you have to surrender. Don't try to be brave, okay? Yes. Su Yan nodded and did not say much. He knew that the Cloud King was doing this for his own good. Ha ha ha, is this the new elder of our Heaven and Earth organization? How laughable. He's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, yet he's actually able to become an elder of our sect. That's right. How dare he challenge senior brother Yun Chen? He really doesn't know what the word death means. Just as Su Yan stepped onto the training platform, countless disdainful voices came from below. Although Su Yan was an elder, he was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, so no one was afraid of him. Moreover, the law did not punish the majority. With so many people standing together, they did not have the slightest fear of Su Yan. The mocking voices continued to ring out. Of course, among these mocking voices, it was inevitable that the other disciples would flatter Yun Chen. Elder Su Yan, if you admit defeat now, do you still have a chance? Yun Chen enjoyed these flattering voices. He looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. To him, Su Yan was just lucky to be favored by the great elder. That was why he was able to sit on the elder's seat. Otherwise, Su Yan would be nothing. After all, which elder of the Heaven and Earth organization had not reached the peak of the Spirit Sea realm? The great elder had even stepped into the legendary Square realm. Su Yan's 9-star celestial phenomenon realm strength was not enough to reach the apex. Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he carefully looked at him and carefully thought about the moon phase that the Cloud King had mentioned. The celestial phenomenon realm was divided into the sun, the moon, and the stars. The sun phase was a legendary existence. No one had seen it for thousands of years. The moon phase was the highest existence. It was also extremely difficult to find. Among tens of thousands of people, there might not be one person who could successfully condense the moon phase. A celestial phenomenon realm martialist who had condensed the moon phase was much stronger than an ordinary celestial phenomenon realm martialist. This was especially true when they had condensed the spirit sea realm. The power of heaven and earth contained within the body lock was much stronger than other martialists of the same level. Su Yan thought about it and truly understood the meaning of the Cloud King's words, as well as the meaning of his anger. Moon phase. When Su Yan looked at Yun Chen, his eyes became a little more serious. Before this, Su Yan had not taken Yun Chen seriously at all. After all, after the battle with Gu Yuezong and Gu He, Su Yan could be said to be full of confidence. Now that he knew that Yun Chen was actually at the moon phase realm, he could not help but be more careful. At that moment, the competition bell on the training platform beside them rang again. When the bell rang, it meant that the competition was about to begin. Elder Su Yan, are you really not willing to surrender? Yun Chen asked sarcastically again. He was at the Spirit Sea realm, condensed from the Moon Phase realm. In the same level, Spirit Sea realm martialists were no match for him. Moreover, Su Yan was merely at the 9-star celestial phenomenon realm. It could be said that he did not take him seriously at all. Cut the crap. Su Yan was originally uninterested in Yun Chen's challenge. The reason why he had agreed to Yun Chen's challenge was because he had agreed to the Fire Qilin. In addition, Su Yan had taken a fancy to the storage bag on Yun Chen's waist. Of course, with Su Yan's current status, he naturally did not take a fancy to Yun Chen's storage bag. Instead, he took a fancy to the things inside the storage bag. Spirit stones. Su Yan had always been chasing after spirit stones. Unfortunately, every time he obtained a huge amount of wealth, he would be beaten into a pauper once again. Now that Su Yan knew the importance of spirit stones, he had become a money grubber. He would not let go of any opportunity to obtain spirit stones. Clearly, the challenge with Yun Chen this time was a very good opportunity to earn spirit stones. But now, when Su Yan found out that Yun Chen was at the spiritual sea realm through the condensation of the moon phase, his thoughts changed at this moment. He looked at Yun Chen with a feverish gaze. When Yun Chen saw Su Yan's fearless expression, anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Elder Su Yan, since you are not surrendering, I have no choice but to offend you." As he spoke, Yun Chen's body suddenly leaped. His body was like a flying swallow as he flew over. At the same time, he quickly sent a palm strike towards Su Yan. That palm strike burst out and slid through the air, causing a loud explosion. Its speed was extremely fast, causing waves of whistling sounds. When the palm strike was sent out, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. As expected of senior brother Yun Chen. Just this palm strike alone is not something that can be compared to those of the same level. Yeah, this Su Yan is only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. I want to see how he can block it. That's right. What elder? I think he can't even withstand a single palm strike from senior brother Yun Chen. It wasn't just the disciples. When the great elder Yun Wang saw Yun Chen's palm strike, his expression also sank. He snorted coldly and said, "This Yun Chen is really ruthless. He used a killing move right from the start. Does he want to defeat Su Yan in one move?" At the same time, Yun Wang saw that Su Yan was still not moving. He couldn't help but worry. At the same time, the cultivation technique in his body was slowly circulating, waiting to save Su Yan at any time. Everyone saw that Su Yan was still not moving. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had already arrived in front of him, and the corners of their mouths involuntarily curled into a sneer. "Humph, has this brat been scared silly? Still not moving? Are you waiting for death?" When Yun Chen saw that Su Yan was not moving, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He snorted in his heart, "Su Yan, your fire qilin is mine." Whoosh! Before he could finish his thought, he saw a flash of white light and his palms suddenly mist. What? What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were shocked. They looked at Su Yan, who had already leaped into the air with astonishment. They couldn't believe that this scene was real. They rubbed their eyes with all their might. At this moment, whoosh, another crisp sound rang out, and at the same time, a black light flashed past. Su Yan held the ghost hall sword in his hand and jumped down. He directly slashed at Yun Chen's head. The speed of the sword was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Even the great elder Yun Wang was surprised. What a fast speed. This speed is probably faster than a stage 2 spiritual sea realm expert. How is this possible? He's only a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Yun Chen looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was stunned, the black sword's shadow still fell. Yun Chen was startled as he shouted, "Break!" At the same time, a long sword appeared in Yun Chen's hand. Obviously, Yun Chen was also a sword user. He was indeed in the spiritual sea realm. The moment the sword appeared, he swung it. Clang! The two swords collided and a loud sound exploded. A huge wave of energy surged in the air. Because Yun Chen had hastily blocked the attack, his body involuntarily retreated a few steps when they came into contact. This caused everyone present to be even more shocked. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert actually forced a stage 1 spiritual sea realm expert to retreat, and it was a blue spirit sea realm expert. This was because the spirit sea realm was formed by various celestial phenomena. The spirit sea realm formed by the sun phase realm was the purple spirit sea realm. The moon phase realm was the blue spirit sea realm. And the astral phase realm was the red spirit sea realm. Now, Su Yan, who was in the celestial phase realm, actually forced a blue spirit sea realm expert to retreat. How could this not be shocking? They were not the only ones. Even Yun Chen was astonished. He didn't expect Su Yan to actually force him to retreat. Looking at Su Yan, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Elder Su Yan, to be able to gain the Great Elder's appreciation, you really have some skills. Seeing this, the Great Elder Cloud King was also excited. He smiled and said, "To be able to gain the Great Elder's attention, you really can't be that bad." The more the Cloud King looked at Su Yan, the more satisfied he was. At the same time, he saw Yun Chen's spirit energy constantly surging on the training ground. He frowned and the cultivation method in his body slowly circulated. When Su Yan saw the spirit energy surging on Yun Chen's body, he also frowned. "Elder Su Yan, you really do have some skills. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak, so..." Yun Chen said with a cold smile. His body suddenly jumped up and the long sword in his hand was also quickly pushed out at the same time. As the sword swept out, it suddenly burst out with countless energy lights. Like a huge wave, it surged out and rushed towards Su Yan. "Blue Spirit Sea Realm, you really do have some skills." When Su Yan saw this, he secretly said in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly surged as he shouted, "Break!" His entire body flew up like a top, and the ghost hall sword in his hand also jumped up. Bang! Chapter 329. When the sword collided, countless energies suddenly erupted. These energies were no longer the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth. Similarly, what Yunchen released was not the spiritual energy in his body, but the energy of heaven and earth condensed in his body by the spirit sea realm. With a sweep of the sword, the advantage of the blue spirit sea realm was suddenly displayed. The entire ground seemed to tremble. Not only that, even the air seemed to be burning, exploding with countless sounds. Although this move seemed simple, the truth was that it wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. As the huge wave of energy surged, countless amounts of the energy of heaven and earth erupted at the same time. Su Yan raised his sword and immediately felt a wave of pressure, causing his face to darken. When the crowd saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This was because when they saw Su Yan forcefully receive the attack, they were really worried that Su Yan would really receive this move. If that was the case, they really couldn't describe how abnormal Su Yan was. When the great elder Cloud King saw this, his brows furrowed even tighter. He was ready to save Su Yan at any time. However, just as they were about to do so, with a loud bang, a loud explosion rang out. A wave of energy surged. The power of heaven and earth, it's the power of heaven and earth. The entire underground audience was in an uproar as they looked at Su Yan in astonishment. I didn't expect this brat to be so lucky. He actually controls the energy of the air within the power of heaven and earth, and can borrow the power to block it. When Yunchen saw the sudden burst of energy from Su Yan's sword hilt, he was stunned for a moment before laughing. Ha ha ha, so you can control the energy of the air, but do you think it's enough? As he spoke, Yunchen waved his hand, and the wave that surged out once again burst out, soaring into the sky as light spread out in all directions. Senior brother Yunchen has unleashed all of his power of heaven and earth. Let's see how this brat will block it now. When the people below saw this scene, smiles appeared on their faces. To them, they hoped that Su Yan would lose. After all, Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, but he held the position of an elder. Break! Bang! But before they could rejoice, a voice rang out from behind them. Then, a loud explosion could be heard. Su Yan brandished the Ghost Hall sword in his hand, constantly erupting with boundless energy. Streams of the power of the heavens and earth flowed out. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions froze as they stared at Su Yan, dumbfounded. This brat is actually also at the moon phase heavenly phase realm. How is this possible? Although the moon phase celestial phase realm was not comparable to the sun phase realm, it was still a once-in-a-century opportunity. How could they have thought that Su Yan would also be in the moon phase celestial phase realm? This made them very surprised. The Cloud King was stunned when he saw this. He stroked his beard and said, Su Yan, you have given me too many surprises. Yunchen was even more stunned when he saw this scene, and his face was filled with astonishment as he said, how is this possible? How is this possible? Just as he was astonished. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan immediately took a step forward. His sword pierced through the air and arrived in front of Yunchen. Yunchen was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Ghost Hall sword in Su Yan's hand directly pierced through Yunchen's shoulder. Ah! Yunchen cried out in pain, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Looking at the blood gushing out of his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Looking at Su Yan, there was a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Very good, very good. Su Yan, a mere 9 stars realm can actually hurt me. Very good, very good. Yunchen laughed ferociously. Suddenly, the cultivation method in his body was quickly activated, and boundless energy erupted. The purity of the energy was much stronger than the spiritual energy surging in Su Yan's body. This was because this was the true power of the heavens and earth. This power was enough to overturn mountains and seas. Moreover, there was not only one type of energy surging in Yun Chen's body, but 7 types of energy, representing 7 different powers of the heavens and earth. Cloudy Mist Technique. Yun Chen's energy surged, but he was not in a hurry to attack Su Yan. Instead, he used the Cloudy Mist Technique to heal his own wound. The moment he activated the Cloudy Mist Technique, a curtain of light suddenly fell, and his wound quickly healed. Looking at this miraculous effect, Su Yan could not help but be tongue-tied. He thought to himself, this Cloudy Mist Technique is indeed extraordinary. The desire in his heart for the Cloudy Mist Technique deepened. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. That was because Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Yun Chen's wound healed, a powerful oppressive feeling suddenly attacked him. Su Yan could not help but frown. This Yun Chen is at the spiritual sea realm, and his body has already condensed a Dan Sea. All kinds of power of the heavens and earth have condensed in his body, and he can erupt at any time. However, I am only at the celestial realm. Although I can use the power of the heavens and earth, I can't use it at will. It seems like I can only fight. As Su Yan spoke, a ray of red light suddenly surged out from his eyes. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a frosty light immediately surged from his body. Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud World. At this moment, Yun Chen suddenly shouted, and the energy that had condensed in his body suddenly exploded like countless waves, directly attacking Su Yan. Wherever the energy passed, the air suddenly boiled, and the entire ground trembled. When the surrounding disciples saw this scene, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Everyone was also stunned. I didn't expect Senior Brother Yun Chen to have mastered the Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud World. Senior Brother Yun Chen is indeed worthy of being the genius of our heaven and earth organization who is only inferior to Senior Brother Yun Mu. Everyone looked at this scene with astonishment, and there was a hint of ridicule in their eyes when they looked at Su Yan. Just now, Su Yan had already brought them too many miracles. They did not believe that Su Yan could bring them any more miracles. Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene and was about to take action, but when he looked at Su Yan, he saw the red light surging in Su Yan's eyes, which made him hesitate for a moment, because he saw a firm belief in that pair of eyes. Asterisk bang, asterisk, and just as he was hesitating, Yun Chen erupted with a huge amount of energy, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. Countless energy rioted, and the entire battle stage was instantly destroyed. Countless smoke and flying stones were flipped over. The energy still did not stop, and like a tornado, it continued to roll down from the sky, revealing a white energy light. Everyone was stunned, including Great Elder Yun Wang. The tornado lasted for a few breaths of time before it finally stopped. Slowly, it revealed the huge crater that was created by the destruction. Yun Chen looked at the huge crater, and a sneer appeared on his face. Then, his body went soft, and he fell to the ground. He bitterly smiled and said, "With my current strength, it seems a little far-fetched to use Cloud World, but to be able to defeat this Su Yan, asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk." Before he could finish his words, he heard a coughing sound coming from the crater. What? Everyone was startled, especially Yun Chen. His eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked at the figure that flew out from the crater. He kept shaking his head and said, This, how is this possible? When Yun Wang saw the figure that appeared, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh. Although there were many disciples watching, he still didn't dare to laugh. "Ah, Su Yan, you stinking brat, I really didn't misjudge you, I really didn't misjudge you." Hearing Yun Wang's laughter, Yun Chen's expression became more and more unsightly. He looked at Su Yan with a face as red as a pig's liver and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Yan, how can you block my Cloud World? Cloud World is really powerful." Su Yan did not pay attention to Yun Chen's words. Instead, he looked at the new wounds on his body and thought to himself, At the same time, Su Yan admired Yunchen a little more. Because when Su Yan used Cloud World, he knew that it was at least a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yunchen was only in the first stage of the spiritual sea realm, but he could use the profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill to such a powerful extent. Su Yan had to admit that Yunchen had some strength. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't want to let him go. Yunchen was the one who challenged him. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank and he waved the ghost hall sword in his hand. Yunchen was surprised when he saw Su Yan running towards him. Anger surged on his face as he shouted, "Good, good. Su Yan, although you didn't die under my cloud world, you must be seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to be my opponent now. Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth raised slightly. He had to admit that blocking Cloud World and using the Profound Ice Divine Shield exhausted his spiritual energy. However, Su Yan still had a way to defeat Yunchen. Everyone saw that the battle had started again and recovered from their shock. This time, they no longer looked at Su Yan with ridicule in their eyes. They asked themselves, if they were to block Cloud World, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, Su Yan was still able to fight. How could they still dare to ridicule Su Yan like this? "Su Yan, do you really think you can defeat me?" Although Yunchen was extremely weak just now, he erupted and swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy. He once again became berserk and his sword was extremely sharp. Su Yan wasn't weak either. Using his blood dragon pupil and his amazing speed, he wasn't at a disadvantage against Yunchen. However, both of them had exhausted their spiritual energy. Neither of them could use their sword arts or 10,000 elephant divine skills. Now, they were competing with their sword arts and speed. Yunchen's sword was extremely fast, but Su Yan wasn't slow either. The two of them were in a stalemate. They fought for several hours. Suddenly, Su Yan slowed down. Yunchen sneered, "Su Yan, let's see how you're going to survive this." "Is that so?" Chapter 330. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Because if Yunchen's sword moved forward, Su Yan's neck would be cut off. Everyone held their breaths as if the entire scene was frozen. Everyone only saw that the sword in Yunchen's hand was about to slide past Su Yan's neck. When Great Elder Yun Wang saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he was about to save Yunchen. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The Great Elder couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Good boy, you actually still have a trick up your sleeve." Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Everyone thought that Su Yan was about to be killed by Yunchen. With a crisp sound, the long sword in Yunchen's hand was struck down by a flying sword. At the same time, there were a few flying swords in front of Yunchen. They revolved around him, causing him to be unable to move. The entire situation was reversed. The speed of the reversal was so fast that no one was able to react in time. "You've lost." Su Yan looked at the astonished Yunchen as a faint smile surfaced on his cold face. I actually lost." Yunchen still couldn't accept this fact. However, looking at the flying sword on his body, he couldn't help but believe it. He kept muttering to himself, "I lost, how is this possible? How is this possible?" Su Yan didn't care about his expression. He went forward and pulled the storage bag from Yunchen's waist. Yunchen didn't care at all. He was still immersed in the pain of defeat. His eyes were dim and it was obvious that he still couldn't accept the fact that he had lost. Not only him, even all the disciples present couldn't accept this fact. Su Yan, a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm, actually defeated a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm. How was this possible? One had to know that the blue spirit sea realm not only cultivated faster than the red spirit sea realm, but the heaven and earth energy contained in the body was also much stronger than the same level. Yun Chen was a rank 1 blue spirit sea realm cultivator. However, with his strength, even if he was to fight against a rank 2 spirit sea realm cultivator, he might not lose. However, such a person was defeated. He was still defeated by a martial artist who was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could this not be surprising? Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Ratley, and Buttface had rushed over when Su Yan and Yun Chen were fighting. Everyone was surprised by Su Yan's victory. Only the 4 of them looked at Su Yan with the joy of victory surging in their eyes. Su Yan, you're really something. Dong Qinghao saw Su Yan coming down and went forward to pat Su Yan. The other 3 also came up to congratulate Su Yan. Su Yan wasn't too happy about this victory. Right now, he was more concerned about how many spirit stones were in Yun Chen's storage bag. He weighed the storage bag and threw it to Macario Ice. Senior Brother Mu, this Yun Chen is a rank 1 spirit sea realm cultivator. With my strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to erase the seal on him. I'll have to let you do it for me. Macario Ice nodded and didn't say anything else. He took the storage bag and the 5 of them planned to return to the palace where Su Yan was at the Heaven and Earth Organization. Great Elder Yun Wang originally wanted to say something to Su Yan, but when he saw that Su Yan and Macario Ice were about to leave, he smiled and didn't say anything. He looked at Yun Chen, who was still unconscious on the training platform. He sighed helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. A blue spirit sea realm genius is wasted just like that. Yun Wang sighed, but he didn't say anything else and also prepared to leave. However, before he could leave, an angry shout came from the horizon. Su Yan, stop for me. When Yun Wang heard this, he couldn't help but be startled and also stopped. Su Yan and the others also stopped and turned around to look. When they saw an extremely ugly face, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. In the entire Heaven and Earth Organization, who else could have such an ugly face apart from Yunmu? Yunmu blocked Su Yan's path and revealed a treacherous smile. You, Su Yan, and the rest of you, betrayed the Monster Palace and now want to hide in our Heaven and Earth Organization. Betrayed the Monster Palace. When Su Yan heard Yunmu's words, the others looked at each other. Clearly, they couldn't understand the meaning of Yunmu's words. At that moment, Yun Wang also walked over and looked at Yunmu. Little nephew Yunmu, what do you mean by betraying the Monster Palace? What exactly is going on? Great Elder. When Yunmu saw Yun Wang, he respectfully greeted him and began to explain. Great Elder, these people are disciples of the Monster Palace, but because they betrayed the Monster Palace, they are being hunted down by the Monster Palace. I think that they joined our Heaven and Earth Organization to avoid being hunted down by the Monster Palace. So there is such a thing. Betraying the sect was a great crime in the entire Dry Territory. When Yun Wang heard Yunmu's words, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Little nephew Su Yan, what exactly is going on? Su Yan actually didn't know much about this matter. But when he heard Yunmu's words, he understood that this was definitely Murong Fu's scheme. He wanted to accuse them of betraying the sect and use people from all sides to hunt them down. This Murong Fu really has good methods. Su Yan sneered in his heart. He looked at Yun Wang's gloomy expression and asked, Great Elder, do you trust me? Yun Wang was startled by Su Yan's sudden question and didn't know how to reply for a while. Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan and only admired him. Not to mention that he was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so Yun Wang was naturally more protective of Su Yan. But after all, this matter was of great importance and Yun Wang didn't know much about Su Yan, so he didn't trust him. Su Yan, don't talk nonsense here. I have already investigated this matter clearly, so what else do you have to quibble about? Yunmu saw that Yunwang didn't say anything and hurriedly shouted. He was afraid that Yunwang would show some compassion and protect Su Yan. When Su Yan heard Yunmu's words, he couldn't help but smile. Then his complexion sank, and he shouted at Yunmu, "Impudent, Yunmu, no matter what, I am an elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. You surprisingly dare to be disrespectful to me." Su Yan's eyes went wide, and an imposing aura spread out from between his brows. Yunmu was startled by Yunmu's shout. Then, anger appeared on his face and he shouted, "Su Yan, all right, don't quarrel." Yunwang stopped the two of them and looked at Su Yan. "Su Yan, you asked me whether I believed you or not. I can tell you that I believe you, but you have to at least prove yourself, right?" When Yunmu heard Yunwang's words, he smiled in disdain. "What else is there to prove? This matter has spread like wildfire in the entire 5 counties. This is the decree of the Monster Palace's palace master, so how could it be false?" After saying that, Yunmu looked at Yunwang and said, "Great Elder, you have to think thrice. Offending the Monster Palace for these people isn't worth it. That Monster Palace's Princess of Chu isn't someone to be trifled with. Only a few people in the entire Monster Palace knew about the death of the Princess of Chu. It was even more impossible for them, who were outsiders, to know that the Princess of Chu had actually died long ago. The reason why these people didn't care about the Monster Palace was because of the presence of the Princess of Chu. After all, an expert of the perimeter layer wasn't someone to be trifled with." When Yunwang heard Yunmu's words, his brows creased again. If it had been any other matter, it would have been fine, but betraying the sect was a major crime. Even if he was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, he couldn't cover it up. However, when he thought about how Su Yan was the disciple of the founding ancestor of the Heaven and Earth organization, as well as Su Yan's display of strength, Yunwang felt awkward. Su Yan looked at Yunwang's awkward expression and Yunmu's complacent expression, and a hint of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took off the elder attire of the Heaven and Earth organization and handed it to Yunwang. "Su Yan, you." Yunwang was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he suddenly saw Su Yan's actions. He couldn't help but be startled, not understanding the meaning behind Su Yan's actions. Su Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Great Elder, if you believe me, then give me 1 year's time. Within 1 year, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." "Su Yan, you traitor, what qualifications do you have to talk about conditions with our Heaven and Earth organization?" Yunmu shouted before Yunwang could reply. Su Yan didn't pay any attention to Yunmu. Instead, he looked at Yunwang and calmly waited for his decision. Su Yan was gambling that Yunwang would believe him. If Yunwang didn't believe him, then everything pointed to disaster. Su Yan was secretly circulating the cultivation method in his body to recover his spirit energy while guarding against Yunmu. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, and Ratley hadn't said a word since the beginning, but they could see the seriousness of the matter. They knew that whether they lived or died today depended on a single thought from Yunwang. The 4 of them nervously looked at Yunwang. Not only them, but even Yunmu was nervously looking at Yunwang. He was very clear that if Yunwang chose to believe Su Yan, then it would be impossible for him to get rid of Su Yan. Yesterday, Su Yan had joined the Heaven and Earth organization. Yunmu hated Su Yan, and he had been thinking about how to get rid of Su Yan the entire night. Originally, he had been bitterly searching for a way to get rid of Su Yan, but today, he had heard that Su Yan had betrayed the sect. It gave him a reason and an excuse, but he had never expected that Yunwang would surprisingly protect Su Yan. This made Yunmu's hatred towards Su Yan become even more intense. While waiting for Yunwang's decision, Yunmu fanned the flames from the side. "Great Elder, you have to think clearly about the crime of betraying the sect. It is a serious crime, so you have to think about whether you can bear it. Chapter 331. The reason why Yunmu dared to speak to Cloud King like that wasn't without reason. He was the son-in-law of the Heaven and Earth Organization sect master. In other words, he was Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Not only that, but although Yunmu was a little ugly, he was also the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. His strength had already reached the 9th rank of Spirit Ocean Realm, and he was also at the Blue Spirit Ocean Realm. Therefore, Yunmu had quite a lot of face in the sect. Even the Cloud King had to give Yunmu some face. Of course, face was just face. Before Yunmu officially married Yun Wanqing, his status was only that of a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Cloud King heard Yunmu speaking to him in such a tone, his expression sank. He, who was originally hesitating, coldly snorted. Su Yan, I choose to believe you. I will give you 1 year's time. What? When Yunmu heard Cloud King's words, he couldn't help but be startled. Great Elder, are you crazy? These people have committed the crime of betraying the sect. Are you going to protect them? I am crazy. Cloud King looked at Yunmu's disrespectful attitude and coldly snorted. Yunmu, I said that I believe you, so I believe you. Don't forget that I am still the Great Elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Even if the sect master comes out, he still has to give me some face. Yunmu didn't expect that his original plan to provoke Cloud King so that he wouldn't agree to Su Yan's request would actually work. But how could he have expected that his provocation would make Cloud King agree to Su Yan's request? As the saying goes, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Although Yunmu was somewhat unconvinced, it was just as Cloud King had said. Cloud King was the Great Elder of Heavenly Cloud sect. Even if Yunmu was more formidable, he wouldn't dare to rashly challenge Cloud King's dignity. When he saw the smile on Su Yan's face, Yunmu flew into a rage, and his hatred for Su Yan became even more intense. If he wasn't afraid of Cloud King standing in front of him, he would have killed Su Yan already. Su Yan, just you wait for me, just you wait, Yunmu said indignantly, then left. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Yunmu. He turned around and cupped his hands toward Cloud King. Many thanks for Great Elder's understanding. The Cloud King smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Yan, you are the disciple of the Elder Ancestor. Speaking of seniority, you are above me. This is what I should do. However, I'm afraid that before you understand the situation, staying in the Heaven and Earth Organization is, the Cloud King didn't say anything. However, Su Yan could understand the meaning behind his words. Moreover, when Su Yan had taken off the Elder Robe of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he hadn't planned to stay in the Heaven and Earth Organization. When he saw the awkward expression on the Cloud King's face, he said with a faint smile, Great Elder, don't worry. After a year, I will definitely give you a pleasant surprise. The Cloud King nodded and no longer hesitated. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, Su Yan, when you leave the Heaven and Earth Organization this time, you must be careful. Do you understand? Su Yan nodded heavily, then led Mikaryu Ice and the others down the mountain without any hesitation. I didn't expect that we would leave the Heaven and Earth Organization so soon. After leaving the Heaven and Earth Organization's gate, Mikaryu Ice said with melancholy. Regarding yesterday's incident, they also said that they didn't know what Murong Fu's plot was, and they could use the Heaven and Earth Organization to take refuge. Who would have thought that because of Murong Fu's plot, they would be forced to leave the Heaven and Earth Organization today? Su Yan looked at the Heaven and Earth Organization and smiled bitterly. Although Su Yan didn't have any feelings for the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yan wanted the Heaven and Earth Organization's fog technique very much. Now that he had left the Heaven and Earth Organization, it was obvious that it wouldn't be so easy to obtain the fog technique again. Su Yan thought, and his eyes turned, and his hatred for Murong-fu became even stronger. He really didn't expect that Murong-fu would be so ruthless as to label him as a sinner who betrayed the sect. "Senior, where should we go now?" Buttface suddenly asked in the midst of their melancholy. "Where should we go?" This question stunned everyone. After all, no matter what, Murong-fu currently held the Supreme Monster Palace's Palace Lord seal. Before they took back the Supreme Monster Palace's authority, they had to take back the Palace Lord seal. They would have to bear the crime of betraying the sect. The crime of betraying the sect was a serious crime, and everyone had the right to punish it. If they were to appear, they would definitely be hunted down by many people. Moreover, with Murong-fu's means, he would definitely spread the news and let everyone in the 5 counties know that they had committed the crime of betraying the sect. Then, all the powerful people in the 5 counties would hunt them down. Murong-fu, this move is really ruthless. Su Yen thought and gritted his teeth hatefully. Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and Rat Li's faces also showed a burst of anger. Only Buttface was a little better. After all, Buttface didn't understand Murong-fu and the Monster Palace. However, he already knew that betraying the sect was a crime. This was a serious crime. Of course, he still chose to believe that Su Yen and the others wouldn't betray the sect. Looking at the surging hatred on their faces, Buttface suggested in a low voice, "Senior, why don't we go to the place where I used to cultivate?" "The place where you used to cultivate?" Su Yen frowned and looked at Buttface. Because the two of them had met in a hurry, Su Yen didn't ask Buttface what had happened during this period of time. Buttface nodded and began to speak. "Senior, since you were forced off the cliff by those people from the Guyu sect, I swore that I would avenge you. It was also after that I started to cultivate like crazy. At that time, I was afraid that the people from the Guyu sect would find trouble with me, so I found a place to hide. Although it was desolate and uninhabited, the spiritual chi was really rich. It was a good place to take refuge. Desolate and uninhabited." When Su Yen heard Buttface's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Now that they had been accused of betraying the sect by Murong-fu, there would be a lot of people looking for them. The more desolate the place was, the better. This way, they wouldn't be hunted down. Although the few of them were walking together and their strength was very strong, the continent of the 5 counties was so big. Who knew how many powerhouses there were? Su Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. Without thinking, he said directly, "Buttface, you lead the way." "Okay." Buttface nodded his head and didn't hesitate. He walked ahead of the rest of the group. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind Su Yen and Buttface. Because the 5 of them had been accused of betraying the sect, the 5 of them didn't choose to use the teleportation device to avoid some trouble. Along the way, they relied on their physical strength to fly. After flying for a few days and nights, they arrived at the place that Buttface had mentioned. When Su Yen saw this place, he couldn't help but be stunned. This place was actually the boundary of Tian Shuang City. Not only was it the boundary of Tian Shuang City, but it was also the mountain where Su Yen had entered the hidden sword tomb for the test. Indeed, after the hidden sword tomb arranged the test, very few people came here. In addition, this place was on the outskirts of Tian Shuang City and there were no treasures to speak of. Therefore, this place could indeed be considered desolate and uninhabited. "Senior, this is the place. What do you think?" Buttface turned around and said to Su Yen. When he saw that Su Yen seemed to be more familiar with this place than he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. He asked, "Senior, why do you seem to be more familiar with this place than I am?" Dong Qinghao and the others didn't notice the change in Su Yan's expression just now. When they heard Buttface's words, they came back to their senses and looked at Su Yen with a puzzled expression. Su Yen smiled slightly. He wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he pointed ahead and said, "Buttface, is Tian Shuang City dozens of miles from here? Yes. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Su Yan in surprise. Senior, how do you know? Because I'm from Tian Shuang City, Su Yan said with a smile. At this time, everyone was suddenly enlightened from their doubts. Especially Buttface, who touched his head honestly and said, "Ha, ha, ha, so this is Senior's hometown. I was leading the way for you just now. I'm really ashamed." Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything more. Instead, he led Buttface and the others into the depths of the mountain. Previously, Su Yan didn't know where Buttface was referring to. Naturally, he didn't understand. Now that he had come to this mountain, Su Yan was naturally familiar with it. It could be said that this mountain was where Su Yan really opened his cultivation path. After all, it was here that Su Yan won first place in the competition of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Then, he entered the Hidden Sword Tomb and really started Su Yan's cultivation path. Things changed with the passage of time, but the mountain was still that mountain. However, everything had changed. Now, Su Yan was no longer the little spirit-channeling martial artist. He was at the 9-star celestial phase, a king of a generation. If Su Yan returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, it wouldn't be too much to ask him to be an elder. Of course, Su Yan didn't intend to choose to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Su Yan now understood that he wasn't expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. He was now considered a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, he didn't want to bear the crime of betraying the sect. If he returned to the Hidden Sword Tomb, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Moreover, he might implicate the Hidden Sword Tomb for no reason. If that was the case, Su Yan would have committed a great crime. As they slowly walked in, they could feel that the spiritual qi here was getting denser and denser. Su Yan's brows furrowed even tighter. Su Yan couldn't be more familiar with this mountain. He knew very well that when he was here, the spiritual qi wasn't so dense. Buttface, how long have you been cultivating here? Su Yan suddenly asked Buttface. Buttface was stunned by Su Yan's sudden question. He thought for a while and said, "Since the day you fell off the cliff, I've been cultivating here. I only occasionally go to the Hidden Demons area and Heaven Shuang City to buy some things. Usually, I'm here. When you came here, was the spiritual qi here so dense?" Su Yan asked again. Buttface was stunned again. He thought carefully and said, "It doesn't seem so. When I first came here, the spiritual qi here wasn't abundant. However, as time passed, the spiritual qi became denser and denser." Dong Qinghao and the others didn't know why Su Yan suddenly asked these questions. Now that they heard Buttface's words and looked at Su Yan's surprised expression, they seemed to understand. Chapter 332. Bang! Just at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from the top of the mountain. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The cultivation method in his body quickly revolved, and he quickly rushed forward. He was sure that this was not a simple place. The speed of the other 4 people was not slow either. They followed closely behind Su Yan and swept forward. However, when they arrived at the mountain, everything was calm. There was not even the slightest movement. That's strange. What is going on? Su Yan looked at the mountain in front of him, which was completely still. He could not help but frown. This mountain had nothing special to begin with. It was not tall and the trees were not big. There were only some shrubs and there were no strange stones. There was really nothing special about it. However, this place was filled with rich spiritual qi. If this spiritual qi existed in the first place, it could be attributed to the environment of the mountain. However, this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. In just a few short months, it actually produced such rich spiritual qi. If Su Yan did not know about the existence of this mountain, it would be fine. However, Su Yan knew this mountain like the back of his hand. He knew very well that this mountain did not have the slightest bit of peculiarity. If there was anything special about it, it could only be said that this was once a training ground for the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although Buttface and the others heard what Su Yan said, they also felt that it was strange. However, the few of them did not know the mountain as well as Su Yan, so they did not feel that anything was wrong. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a crisp sound could be heard. At the same time, a white figure flashed in front of them. All of them were stunned at the same time. Could it be? At this moment, Sword Sage's shocked voice could be heard in their minds. Hearing Sword Sage's voice, Su Yan's body trembled. He asked in his mind, "Master, did you discover something? I am not sure if it is true or not." Sword Sage shook his head and pondered for a moment. At this moment, whoosh! With another flash, the Fire Qilin, who had been sleeping in Su Yan's arms, suddenly jumped out of Su Yan's arms. He directly rushed forward. Su Yan and the others were still in a daze. Sword Sage shouted, "Brat, quick, follow the Fire Qilin." Yes. When Su Yan heard Sword Sage's words, he nodded. His pupils shrank, and he quickly followed the Fire Qilin. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't hear what Sword Sage was saying to Su Yan. However, they also saw the Fire Qilin running out. At the same time, he circulated his qi and dashed towards the Fire Qilin. Although the Fire Qilin looked petite, its running speed was not slow at all. Using its nimble body, it constantly moved forward in the mountain forest. Fortunately, the strength of Su Yan and the others was not weak. They used all their strength to follow behind the Fire Qilin so that they would not lose track of it. In this way, they followed the Fire Qilin for about half an hour. The Fire Qilin still had no intention of stopping. Instead, it ran faster and faster. After a while, they lost track of the Fire Qilin. They stopped at the same time and looked in front of them, but there was no trace of the Fire Qilin. What's going on? They looked at each other, puzzled by what happened in front of them. Because they clearly saw the Fire Qilin in front of them, but in just a flash, the Fire Qilin disappeared. Bang! At this time, there was a sudden explosion, and a flame rushed straight to the sky. A powerful force burst out, and the power fluctuated. The 5 people were shocked, and did not dare to have the slightest neglect, and hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, even if the 5 of them used all their strength to retreat, it was still a little too late. Bang! All of a sudden, they were hit by this huge energy, and the 5 of them were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Poochie! At the same time, the 5 of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. The 5 of them coughed a few times and slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at the scene in front of them, their faces were filled with horror. Looking at the scene in front of them, they even forgot about their injuries. At the place where the flames had surged into the sky, there was a huge palace. Yes, it was a palace. As soon as the palace appeared, it gave off a majestic aura. 8 huge pillars stood tall in the sky, and there was a faint trace of energy swirling around them, making people feel respectful. Shura Shrine, it's actually the Shura Shrine. At this time, Sword Sage's shocked voice burst out from Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, not understanding the meaning behind it. But before he could ask, he heard Sword Sage's nervous voice, quickly retreat. If the Shura Shrine appeared here, then the people from the Shura Shrine must not be far from here, you guys quickly hide. Master, what the hell is going on? Su Yan asked in surprise, because he had never seen Sword Sage so nervous before. Don't ask so much, hide first. Sword Sage said anxiously, obviously worried about something. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan no longer hesitated and hurriedly shouted to Dong Qinghao and the others, quickly go. The few of them still hadn't recovered from the shock in front of them. Hearing Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned, but seeing Su Yan's serious expression, they seemed to have understood something and didn't ask any more, and followed Su Yan and retreated. The few of them retreated a few hundred meters away, until they hid in a cave, and their expressions relaxed slightly. Junior brother Su, what the hell is going on? As soon as they landed, Makario Ice asked Su Yan. The other three also looked at Su Yan in surprise. Su Yan didn't immediately answer their questions. Because he didn't know what was going on, he asked Sword Sage in his mind, Master, what the hell is going on? Sword Sage still hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing the shrine just now. Carefully looking around, he replied, Su Yan, there are too many things mixed in here, and it's related to the 9 continents. With your current strength, it's useless to know too much. 9 continents. Su Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously not satisfied with Sword Sage's answer. Sword Sage naturally knew that Su Yan wasn't satisfied, so he chuckled and continued, Su Yan, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. I can tell you, this matter is beyond your imagination, and it will only be bad for you to know this now. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan couldn't help but be startled, and immediately realized that he was being disrespectful, so he apologized to Sword Sage, Master, I'm sorry. Sword Sage didn't wait for Su Yan to finish his words, and waved his hand. Su Yan, don't say these words, I can understand your feelings. Su Yan wasn't a pretentious person, so after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't waste any more words, and instead looked at the place where the flames were soaring to the sky, and asked, Master, the fire Qilin is probably still there, what should I do? Hearing Su Yan's words, Sword Sage frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, Su Yan, don't be anxious, the appearance of the Shura Shrine will definitely attract the attention of various forces. When the time comes, this place will definitely become a battlefield. What you need to do now is wait for those forces to appear. While speaking, Sword Sage's eyes suddenly turned, and a sharp light surged in them. Su Yan, if possible, this Shura Shrine may be an opportunity for you. Opportunity. Su Yan was puzzled, he clearly felt Sword Sage's panic just now, how could it be an opportunity now? Sword Sage smiled, Su Yan, you are in the Sun Realm, you need to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians to break through to the Spirit Sea Realm, but to condense the power of heaven and earth in 10,000 meridians is actually that simple. If you cultivate normally, it will take you 100 years to condense it, but the appearance of the cultivation shrine may be an opportunity. Master, what is going on? Su Yan still didn't understand Sword Sage's words. After all, he really couldn't connect the Shura Shrine with his condensing of the Spirit Sea Realm. Sword Sage looked at Su Yan's anxious expression and smiled. Su Yan, don't be anxious, observe for a while, and when the time comes, I will naturally explain to you. Oh. Although Su Yan was confused, after hearing Sword Sage's words, he didn't ask anymore, because he knew that Sword Sage wouldn't harm him. Junior brother Su, what is going on? Dong Qinghao saw that Su Yan didn't answer for a long time, so he asked again. Hearing Dong Qinghao's words, Su Yan recovered from his conversation with Sword Sage, narrowed his eyes, and said with a serious face, I'm afraid that this place will become the battleground of the 5 counties. What? When they heard Su Yan's sudden words, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at Su Yan with astonishment. They were all people of the 5 counties, and they were also the genius disciples of the Monster Palace. Although they didn't know everything about the 5 counties, they still knew a thing or two. It was like a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. This hadn't happened for thousands of years, which meant that the 5 counties had been peaceful for thousands of years. They couldn't believe that just the appearance of a single palace would cause a chaotic battle between the 5 counties. Speaking of which, Su Yan actually didn't believe it either. However, he believed in Sword Sage's knowledge, and he wouldn't be wrong. A great battle was going to happen here. Shura Shrine, it really is the Shura Shrine. Chapter 333. This aura. Although they could feel that the voice was quite far away, it was still so. His voice was filled with vigorous energy and vigorous aura, causing the bodies of Su Yan and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even though it was so far away, they could still feel the power of this person. I didn't expect the Shrine of Shura to appear here. It seems that this time, the 5 counties will not be peaceful. The voices of several people talking could be heard again. Moreover, it was getting closer and closer. Su Yan and the others couldn't help but hold their breaths. At this time, Dong Qinghao and the others also believed what Su Yan said. Su Yan said that there would be a war in the 5 counties. Although they believed in Su Yan, the 5 counties had been peaceful for too long. They couldn't accept it. Now that they felt this powerful force approaching them, from the bottom of their hearts, they could faintly feel that something was wrong. As the voice walked away, Dong Qinghao tried to lower his voice and asked Su Yan, "Junior brother Su, what should we do now?" When Su Yan heard Dong Qinghao's words, he recalled Sword Sage's words. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a bright light surged in his eyes. He clenched his fists and said, "Since this Shura Shrine can attract the attention of so many experts, it means that there must be treasures here. If we didn't come here, it would be fine. But since we are here, we naturally can't miss it." As Su Yan spoke, the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His eyes emitted a determined gaze, and a faint aura of a king faintly emitted from between his brows. Everyone was stunned. Everyone felt that powerful force just now. When they thought of that terrifying aura, they only felt a little worried. At most, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Who would have thought that they would want to get a share of this shrine? Everyone was stunned when they saw the gleam in Su Yan's eyes. The blood in their bodies began to boil slowly. Dong Qinghao took the lead and said, "That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to leave." As Dong Qinghao spoke, a frivolous smile hung on his face. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Then, Makario Ice and Ratley followed suit. There was no need to mention but face. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't obey Su Yan. Su Yan's decision was equivalent to his decision. Just now, Su Yan was really worried that his brothers would be afraid. After all, just the aura of their words had caused their bodies to twitch. It was enough to imagine how powerful those people were. It was normal to be afraid. Now, Su Yan didn't think that these people would be as fearless as him. This made Su Yan feel moved in his heart. Of course, being moved was one thing. The friendship between men didn't need to be expressed in words. Su Yan didn't say anything pretentious. He looked outside and then turned to the others and said, "Let's go, let's leave here first. After all, it's not suitable for us to hide here and observe the situation in the Shura Divine Hall." Okay. They nodded at the same time and followed Su Yan to walk toward the Shura Divine Hall again. Just now, they were focused on escaping and didn't observe much. Now that they looked back, they realized how far they had run just now. They approached the Shura Divine Hall cautiously. The closer they got, the more they felt a terrifying aura surging toward them. They couldn't help but hold their breaths. Su Yan also lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, be careful. The appearance of the Shura Divine Hall can set off a war in the 5 continents. Today, the powerful people who came here must be beyond our imagination. We have to be careful." Okay. They nodded at the same time. They put away their calm expressions and became serious. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly burst out. A powerful force surged from the Shura Divine Hall. This force fluctuated and spread out. They were more than 1,000 meters away, but they could still feel the terror of this force. Perimeter state, it's definitely an expert of the perimeter state. Mikario Ice was shocked and whispered. At this moment, Su Yinyu's eyebrows suddenly shrunk together. Radius state. It could be said that this was the strongest existence in the 5 continents. He didn't expect these people to come here at this moment. At this moment, Su Yen finally understood how powerful the Azura Divine Palace was. It was actually able to attract so many experts. It must be known that the higher a warrior's realm, the more precious their time was. This was because the higher the realm, the harder it was for them to break through. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for decades. If there wasn't something that could move them, they wouldn't appear at all. From the aura just now, Su Yen could tell that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state here. This made Su Yen look forward to the Shura Divine Hall even more. This feeling of anticipation appeared when Su Yen approached the Shura Divine Hall. This inexplicable feeling wasn't the same as when Sword Sage said that Su Yen could use this to break through his realm. It was the kind of trembling that came from the heart, from the blood vessels. It was just like how Su Yen was moved by the sword well of the hidden sword tomb, the monster palace, and the 10,000 demons ancient tree. This strange feeling made Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrink. However, Su Yan didn't rush to the Shura Divine Hall. From the terrifying aura just now, Su Yan knew that there was more than one expert of the perimeter state gathered here. The perimeter state. Even 100 Su Yen wouldn't be a match for them, not to mention that he didn't know what the other party's goal was. Of course, Su Yen wouldn't be stupid enough to court death at this time. This was also what Su Yen was most worried about at this moment. Because these people were so strong, Su Yen felt an unprecedented pressure. Dong Qinghao looked at the terrifying aura surging and asked, "Junior Su, what should we do now?" Su Yen frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sword Sage's voice sounded in Su Yan's mind, "Kid, don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more experts gathered here later. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the Shura Divine Hall." "Master, what should I do?" Su Yen asked. "Return to the hidden sword tomb," Sword Sage said simply, but Su Yen was stunned. "What? Return to the hidden sword tomb?" Although Su Yen knew that he was still a member of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yen still needed the help of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yen didn't want to go back to the hidden sword tomb. Sword Sage smiled and said, "Su Yen, I don't want you to go back to the hidden sword tomb to ask for help from the disciples. Don't think that the hidden sword tomb is too strong. The hidden sword tomb is still too weak to participate in the Shura Divine Hall." "Too weak?" Su Yen frowned and asked, "Master, why should I go back to the hidden sword tomb? You should know that I'm still carrying the crime of betraying the sect and the monster palace. If I go back, it doesn't matter." Sword Sage waved his hand and said, "If you can really open the Shura Divine Hall this time, not to mention the crime of betraying the sect, the entire 5 counties will worship you as a saint." Saint? Su Yen didn't understand the meaning of Sword Sage's words. At the same time, he was looking forward to the mysteries of the Shura Divine Hall. Not only that, but Su Yen also understood that Sword Sage deliberately kept a lot of secrets from him. Of course, Su Yen had absolute trust in Sword Sage. He knew that Sword Sage must have his reasons for not telling him this. Looking at the terrifying energy in front of them, Su Yen was clear that with the strength of the few of them, they would definitely be in trouble if they went forward. He turned his eyes and didn't hesitate. He looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others who were waiting for him to make a decision and said, "Come, follow me to the hidden sword tomb." To the hidden sword tomb. When they heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand why Su Yen suddenly wanted to go to the hidden sword tomb. In their eyes, the hidden sword tomb was just a small sect. This was indeed the case. Compared to the Supreme Demon Palace, the Hidden Sword Tomb was indeed a small sect. Su Yan looked at their puzzled expressions and didn't keep them in suspense. He smiled and said, "To be honest, my real identity is actually a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb." A disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. This made everyone even more stunned. Looking at their stunned expressions, Su Yan didn't explain much. After all, their feelings for each other didn't need to be explained. As for their feelings for the Monster Palace, they didn't need to be explained. "Senior brothers, no matter what, let's go to the Hidden Sword Tomb first." Su Yan didn't explain too much. Instead, he said directly. "Okay." The trust they had for Su Yan was like that of a friend who had gone through life and death together. They didn't ask too much about the things that Su Yan was hiding because they knew that everyone had their own secrets. What's more, they trusted Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had to make a decision, they really didn't know what to do. At least in their hearts, they believed that following Su Yan was absolutely the right thing to do. They decided and no longer hesitated. They were ready to go to the Hidden Sword Tomb. However, when Su Yan decided to leave, he thought that the fire Qilin was still in the Shura Shrine. He couldn't help but worry. "Boy, you don't have to worry about the fire Qilin at all. With his wit, he'll be fine." Sword Sage comforted Su Yan in his mind. "Okay." Su Yan nodded. Looking at the Shura Shrine, his eyes surged with a bright light. He clenched his fist and said secretly, "Little guy, wait for me to come back." After that, Su Yan no longer hesitated and flew directly to the Hidden Sword Tomb. The closer he got to the Hidden Sword Tomb, the more excited Su Yan was. Chapter 334. PS2, I've finally stopped recently. I don't think I'll take any more leave this month. PS3, there will be a big climax in the plot recently. PS4, those who have been reading can join the group and chat with everyone. 455212786, I'm in it too. Everyone can chat together. Chapter 335. Was she okay? The Sword Burial Mound was the place where Su Yan left the most memories. His feelings for the Sword Burial Mound even surpassed those of the Su family. Because he had been in the Su family for so long, Su Yan did not feel the taste of home. However, in the Sword Burial Mound, this was not only the place where Su Yan opened his path of cultivation, but also gave him a lot of warmth. In his heart, Su Yan had long regarded the Sword Burial Mound as his home. When he was expelled from the Sword Burial Mound, Su Yan was sad for a long time. If it were not for Su Yan's strong mind, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Soon, under the lead of Su Yan, they had already arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Sword Burial Mound. "Stop." As soon as they approached, the guards of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately stepped forward to stop them. Su Yan originally wanted to go directly to the Sword Burial Mound, but when he saw the guards who stopped him, he could not help but be stunned. At the same time, looking at the unfamiliar guards in front of him, Su Yan remembered that he was no longer a disciple of the Sword Burial Mound. His heart was sour and he suddenly had mixed feelings. Of course, this feeling was just a flash. After all, no matter what, he was expelled from the Sword Burial Mound that day because Sword Sage made a mistake. It was just that Sword Sage wanted him to go down the mountain to experience it. As for the guards of the Sword Burial Mound stopping him, he was not angry. Su Yan regarded the Sword Burial Mound as his home, so these people were his family. Why would Su Yan be angry with them? He withdrew the surging spiritual power in his body and floated down from the air. He was about to go forward and salute. When the guards saw Su Yan, a ray of light suddenly surged in their eyes. They looked at Su Yan in shock and asked uncertainly, You are Senior Su Yan." "Ah." Su Yan was stunned when he heard their words. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "You know me." You really are senior brother Su Yan. You really are senior brother Su Yan. When those people saw Su Yan admit his identity, they all looked at each other with excitement blooming on their faces. It was as if they had seen the person they had always admired in their hearts. Su Yan didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered him after he left the hidden sword tomb for so long. He felt very gratified. At the same time, he politely cupped his hands to the excited guards and said, "Junior brothers, Su has returned to the hidden sword tomb because of an urgent matter. I hope you can pass on the message. Report." The leader of the guards was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Su Yan, you're a member of the hidden sword tomb. There's no need to report. Please come in, come in." "Yes." Su Yan nodded. Although he didn't show anything on his face, he felt very warm in his heart. After all, at that time, Su Yan was expelled from the hidden sword tomb. Everyone heard and saw it. He didn't expect the hidden sword tomb to treat him with such courtesy. The hidden sword tomb couldn't be compared to the super sects like the Monster Palace, Black Ghost Cave, and Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties continent. However, the hidden sword tomb was still the #1 sect in Tianchuang City that everyone respected. Moreover, the hidden sword tomb's sect master, Sky Sword Sage, had already stepped into the circle state. Therefore, the hidden sword tomb's strength had increased a lot. Of course, the outside world didn't know about this. After all, every sect had its own secrets. If Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb and had witnessed Sky Sword Sage's breakthrough, he wouldn't know about the hidden sword tomb's power. Therefore, in terms of power, the hidden sword tomb was definitely one of the top sects in the 5 counties continent. After all, the Monster Palace only had one person in the circle state. The strength that could make the Monster Palace enter the top 3 in the 5 counties continent. The circle state represented the pinnacle of the 5 counties continent. As long as one stepped into the circle state, no matter who it was, they would have to look up to it. As the saying goes, 1 year of spirit guidance, 3 years of life soul, 10 years of holy bloodline, 100 years of celestial phenomenon, and 1,000 years of spirit sea. From this, one could see how difficult it was to step into the circle state. 1,000 years, how many thousand years did one have in life? The lifespan of every warrior in the dry realm was only a few hundred years. Every time one advanced a level, their lifespan would increase. Of course, all of this was according to the cultivation speed of a normal warrior. Su Yan's monstrous cultivation speed was another matter. After being treated like a family member, Su Yan felt gratified. Because he was worried about the Shura temple, he didn't chat much with the guards. He directly stepped onto the hidden sword tomb. Although he was anxious, Su Yan didn't panic along the way. Su Yan didn't know why Sword Sage wanted him to return to the hidden sword tomb. He hadn't returned to the hidden sword tomb for such a long time. Now that he was at the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery of the hidden sword tomb. However, he didn't see a single person along the way. In the past, he would meet disciples everywhere he went. This caused Su Yan to frown involuntarily. Strange, why is it so quiet today? Bang! At this moment, there was a loud noise on the training field of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately stepped forward and quickly walked towards the training field. He arrived at the training field. There was a sea of people here. Countless disciples of the hidden sword tomb had gathered. Slowly, Su Yan also saw many familiar voices. He could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. Of course, the one Su Yan wanted to see the most when he returned to the hidden sword tomb was Lin Huatu. Unfortunately, after searching the crowd, he didn't see Lin Huatu. He didn't even see Lu Fei or Fatty Lu. Bang! At this moment, in the center of the crowd, there was a loud noise. A red-clothed figure was hit by a burst of energy, and his entire body was suddenly sent flying backwards. Huatu! Su Yan looked at the red figure. His eyes suddenly turned. He stepped forward and caught her. Lin Huatu was suddenly hugged by the broad shoulders. She instinctively struggled. However, when she saw Su Yan's figure, her eyes suddenly flashed. A trace of charm flashed across her face, and then she fainted. No one had noticed this moment. A man in white stood on the training field. He laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, it seems that the #1 disciple of the hidden sword tomb is only so-so. In such a big hidden sword tomb, no one can beat you. You still dare to call yourself the #1 sect in Sky Twin City?" When Su Yan heard this, his eyebrows suddenly shrank. There was a surge of anger in his eyes. However, Su Yan now knew that he was still a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan would never allow these people to slander the hidden sword tomb. Bang! However, before Su Yan could step forward, there was a loud noise on the stage. A huge body appeared on the training field. This person's body was 3 times the size of Su Yan. His fat arms were even bigger than his thighs. In the hidden sword tomb, who else could have such a body other than Lu Fei and Fatty Lu? You dare to bully my hidden sword tomb? You're courting death. Lu Fei was still hot-tempered. As soon as he got on the stage, he roared and directly swung his arms at the opponent. Needless to say, when Lu Fei punched out, that huge arm could be said to be majestic. When the person fighting saw Lu Fei's punch, he was also shocked. His figure quickly moved back to avoid it. Lu Fei pressed forward, not giving the opponent the slightest chance to fight back. Soon, the two of them were in a stalemate. At the same time, the strength of the two people also burst out. Lu Fei was at the peak of the Sky Realm, the same as Su Yan. And the person fighting him was at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm. Lin Hualu was also at the first stage of the Spirit Sea Realm, but he was no match for him. It was obvious that this Spirit Sea Realm had some tricks up its sleeves. Su Yan watched for a while. Although Lu Fei's attacks were fierce, he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. His eyebrows suddenly shrank. Coincidentally, he saw an elder watching from the side, the departing sword elder. In the past, in the hidden sword tomb, he was an elder who doted on Su Yan. Su Yan let Dong Qinghao support Lin Hualu, and strode towards him, departing sword elder. At this moment, the departing sword elder was paying attention to the competition on the training platform. When he heard someone suddenly call out to him, a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. However, when he saw Su Yan, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His slightly weathered face was trembling slightly due to excitement. Su Yan. The departing sword elder was so excited that he didn't care about his status. He directly hugged Su Yan and said excitedly, "Su Yan, when did you come back?" Su Yan smiled faintly and briefly told him about some of the things that happened after he came back. When the departing sword elder heard the purpose of Su Yan's return, he frowned. At the same time, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. He muttered to himself, "Shura Shrine, I didn't expect the Shura Shrine to appear in the 5 counties continent." When Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words, it was obvious that he was familiar with the Shura Shrine. Looking at his expression, Su Yan seemed to have guessed the purpose of Sword Sage's return. When the departing sword elder heard Su Yan's words, he immediately stood up and said, "Su Yan, I'll go look for Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader now." Su Yan didn't expect the departing sword elder to be more anxious than him. He didn't even care about the competition here. Su Yan glanced at the training platform. Seeing that Lu Fei was about to lose, he shook his head and said, "Departing sword elder, there's no need to rush. Let's settle this matter first. Settle this matter first." The departing sword elder glanced at the competition platform and seemed to understand something. However, when he thought about Su Yan's identity, he suddenly frowned. Su Yan could see the worry in the departing sword elder's heart. He smiled and said, "Departing sword elder, don't worry. I, Su Yan, have always been a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I have always been." Su Yan's words were sonorous and forceful. At the same time, it also represented his perseverance and conviction. When the departing sword elder heard this, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head heavily. Bang! At this moment, Lu Fei's huge body was sent flying. Su Yan frowned when he saw this. He wanted to save Lu Fei, but when he thought about Lu Fei's huge body, he decisively gave up on that thought. Chapter 336. Who else? The young man on the stage, Deng Yu, had defeated several disciples of the hidden sword tomb. This made him extremely confident. He looked down at the crowd with an arrogant expression. The arrogance on his face made the disciples of the hidden sword tomb angry. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party's strength was right there. Even the two strongest disciples of the hidden sword tomb had been defeated by him. If the other disciples went up, they would only be asking for humiliation. This competition was a friendly competition between the hidden sword tomb and the heavenly Xian sect. Who was friendly? But it was full of gunpowder. After all, this was related to the sect's reputation. When a Buddha receives a whiff of incense, people fight for a breath of air. Not to mention that the hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Sky Twin City. If they couldn't win back this, it would greatly affect the future development of the hidden sword tomb. Who else? Is there no one else in the hidden sword tomb? Deng Yu once again shouted arrogantly. The disciples of the hidden sword tomb were filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. The several elders of the heavenly profound sect who came to visit this time looked at the elders of the hidden sword tomb with unconcealable excitement on their faces. When they heard Deng Yu's clamor, their faces were filled with disdain. The elders of the hidden sword tomb wanted to go up the stage themselves. Unfortunately, this was a duel between disciples. If the elders went up the stage, they would inevitably lose face for the sect. Deng Yu stood on the high stage and looked at the disciples of the hidden sword tomb with contempt. After waiting for a long time and seeing that no one came up to challenge him, he shouted again, "What? Is there no one else? Is this the #1 sect of our Sky Twin City?" In the face of Deng Yu's clamor, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb finally couldn't help but shout, "Deng Yu, why are you so arrogant? If our senior brother Su Yan was here, you wouldn't have the qualifications to speak." Su Yan. Although Deng Yu was from the heavenly profound sect, he was not unfamiliar with the name Su Yan. After all, Su Yan's deeds in the entire Sky Twin City were enough to shock the entire city. His heavenly profound sect was also a power in Celestial Twin City, so he naturally knew a little about Su Yan. Deng Yu couldn't help but frown when he saw Su Yan's abilities. However, when he thought about his recent adventures, he sneered, "Ha, Su Yan, this kid is no longer a disciple of your hidden sword tomb. Even if he is, do you think he can beat me?" Who said that senior brother Su Yan isn't a disciple of the hidden sword tomb? The disciples of the hidden sword tomb looked at Deng Yu's arrogant appearance and roared in anger. In their minds, Su Yan would definitely defeat Deng Yu. In their minds, Su Yan had created too many miracles. This also subconsciously established in their hearts that as long as Su Yan was there, no matter what, he would be able to defeat Deng Yu. When Deng Yu heard the roars of the hidden sword tomb's disciples, he sneered, "What a joke. Fine, today I will consider that Su Yan is one of your disciples, but where is he? Where is he?" When the disciples heard Deng Yu's words, they suddenly became silent. After all, everyone knew that Su Yan had left the hidden sword tomb long ago. No one knew where he was now. Deng Yu saw that the disciples of the hidden sword tomb were silent. The smile on his face became wider and wider. He waved his hand and shouted, "Humph, I thought that the hidden sword tomb was very powerful. It turns out that this is all there is to it." The disciples of the hidden sword tomb's face turned red. They looked at Deng Yu on the high platform and gritted their teeth. However, there was nothing they could do. They were now hoping that Su Yan would appear on the high platform. Unfortunately, Su Yan's departure was a fact, and this made them suppress the expectations in their hearts. When Deng Yu saw this, he sneered and was about to step down. Of course, he didn't forget to attack the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Is there no one else? If there is no one else, then I will leave. Don't blame me for not giving the hidden sword tomb a chance. If there are any disciples who want to come out now, I will accompany you. Then let me accompany you in battle. Just when Deng Yu was about to leave, a white shadow flashed in the air. Hearing this deep voice, everyone's faces froze. Especially the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, they all looked at the white robe. When they saw his face, their faces were filled with excitement. Su Yan, it's Senior Brother Su Yan. Am I dreaming? Why is Senior Brother Su Yan here? Dream, I must be dreaming. Senior Brother Su Yan can't be here. He has already left. All the disciples were excited, but most of them couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Su Yan to appear here. In the excitement of the crowd, Su Yan's body slowly floated down. His white robe fluttered in the wind and he looked indescribably handsome. Deng Yu of the Heavenly Xian sect. Let me, Su, experience your skills. Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and said indifferently. When he said this, there was finally an uproar below. Both men and women were screaming. Ah, we're not dreaming, we're not dreaming. It's really Senior Brother Su Yan. He's back. Su Yan, Su Yan. Soon, the crowd was shouting Su Yan's name. Deng Yu was just casually speaking. How could he have thought that Su Yan would really appear? Looking at the dignified aura emitted from Su Yan's forehead, the arrogance on Deng Yu's face was immediately restrained by a lot. You're Su Yan. Thinking of Su Yan's miraculous performance in the Twin Heaven City, Deng Yu's voice even trembled a little. This made the originally listless disciples of the hidden sword tomb recover their momentum. Seeing this scene, the departing sword elder couldn't help but stroke his beard and secretly smiled. Su Yan is indeed worthy of being the most valued person by the sect master. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and nodded slightly. That's right, I'm Su Yan, a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. When Su Yan said this, he especially emphasized the word disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Those sonorous words once again caused the crowd to boil. Countless people cheered for Su Yan. Deng Yu looked at Su Yan's calm smile and didn't know why he was a little nervous. He looked at the elders of the heavenly profound sect. Seeing the elders nodding, his mind calmed down a little. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Okay, Su Yan, I'll treat you as a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. I accept your challenge." Su Yan nodded and touched his nose slightly. Deng Yu, you've already fought for a few rounds. For the sake of fairness, I'll let you have 3 moves first. As he spoke, the cultivation method in Su Yan's body slowly surged. The strength of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage was suddenly exposed. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When Deng Yu saw Su Yan's strength, he was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I thought you had some kind of 3 heads and 6 arms. So it's only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw Su Yan's strength, they couldn't help but frown. Although Su Yan had created miracles time and time again in the hidden sword tomb. However, in their hearts, the celestial phenomenon stage was definitely not a match for the spirit sea stage. This was the world of martial artists. It was a deep-rooted idea that could not be changed. Senior brother Su Yen, why is he only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? That's right, then this time, some of the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately doubted Su Yan's strength. Of course, there were people who doubted it, and there were also people who believed in Su Yan's words. The first to bear the brunt of it was Lu Fei, who had just been thrown off the stage by Deng Yu. Needless to say, although Lu Fei had lost, because of his body of fat, he didn't suffer any injuries. When he stood up and saw Su Yan, he was first overjoyed, but when he heard everyone's suspicions towards Su Yan, he immediately shouted, "Since we have chosen to believe in Su Yan, then we will believe in him to the end. Have you all forgotten the miracle that senior brother Su Yan has created for me?" Hearing Lu Fei's words, all the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb were startled, and then they all nodded. "Yes, we have to believe in senior brother Su Yan. Believe in senior brother Su Yan." Everyone immediately began to shout, their auras like rainbows and their voices like thunder. The passion of all the disciples in the Hidden Sword Tomb was once again ignited. Previously, when Deng Yu thought of Su Yan's miraculous performances, he was a little worried. However, when he saw that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, he immediately regained his composure. Hearing the shouts from below, a disdainful smile immediately appeared on Xiao Chen's face. "Su Yan, if I were to defeat you, would it be very embarrassing for you? I advise you to obediently get off the stage. Don't embarrass yourself." "Is that so?" The corner of Su Yan's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of a cold smile. "Deng Yu, I said that I would let you make 3 moves. Make your move." "Let me make 3 moves." When Deng Yu heard Su Yan's words just now, he didn't feel anything, but now that he knew that Su Yan was only a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator, Deng Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in his chest. The spirit sea realm was far stronger than the celestial phenomenon stage. It was fine if he didn't let Su Yan win. But now, a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator actually said that he wanted to let him reach the spirit sea realm. Thinking about it, Deng Yu's face surged with anger, and he shouted, "Su Yan, you are courting death." Su Yan ignored him, narrowed his eyes, and stood in place. Good. Su Yan, since you want to die, then don't blame me for being impolite." The more Deng Yu looked at Su Yan, the calmer he became, and the angrier he became. He was in the spirit sea realm, and Su Yan was not afraid of him. How could Deng Yu not be angry that he dared to treat him like this? "Su Yan, you are courting death." Deng Yu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the spirit energy in his body surged, and the strength of the first stage of the spirit sea realm suddenly exploded out. The disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb who were shouting immediately stopped shouting. The anger in the entire training grounds also became serious. Chapter 337. Because of Su Yan, Deng Yu wanted to let him have 3 moves, which made him extremely angry. As soon as he made his move, he used his full strength. He was also a swordsman, and his sword could be said to be majestic. As the sword tore through the air, it created waves of explosive sounds, and the sword's shadows flashed like countless sharp blades. The moment the countless sharp blades swept out, they also expanded explosively, like the raging waves of the Eastern Sea. When everyone saw this powerful move, they all broke out in a cold sweat for Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still standing at the same spot and his body moved slightly. Die. When Deng Yu saw that Su Yan was so confident, he was originally a little worried, but now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge or give way, his eyes immediately lit up. With a roar, his sword directly slashed towards Su Yan's head. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly sounded out, and Deng Yu's eyes immediately revealed a look of excitement. However, the moment he saw what was in front of him clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. In front of him, there was not even the slightest bit of Su Yan's figure. One move. At this moment, Su Yan's slightly lazy voice slowly came from behind him. What? Deng Yu was startled. He turned around and saw Su Yan standing behind him safe and sound. His scalp immediately went numb. This. How is this possible? How did he dodge it just now? The many disciples watching the battle below also looked at Su Yan in shock. Only the elders stood up when they saw this scene, their faces filled with shock. This brat is only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. How could he have such a fast speed? Senior brother Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan. Of course, the disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb immediately woke up from their stupor and looked at Su Yan as they continuously shouted. Just now, when they saw that Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage, they were more or less worried. However, seeing Su Yan's current performance, all the disciples had already chosen to completely trust Su Yan. Hearing the shouts of the people below, Deng Yu became even more angry out of humiliation. With a backhand slash, the sword chi was like a rainbow, directly sweeping towards Su Yan's waist like lightning. The sword cry shook the air, and a powerful chi burst out. Unfortunately, Su Yan's body still flashed. Deng Yu's attack missed. However, Deng Yu did not hesitate. Instead, he turned around and attacked again. Deng Yu had used this move extremely quickly. Even Su Yan hadn't been able to react in time. His blood dragon pupils suddenly shrunk and his body rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding this attack. At this moment, Deng Yu's eyes were already red, and he didn't back down at all. Seeing that Su Yan had dodged, he swung his sword again, aiming for Su Yan's throat. It had to be said that Deng Yu's strength was definitely strong enough. He continuously attacked with his sword without any pause. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to do so. Su Yan's speed was fast. However, under such a dense attack, it was inevitable that he would be in a difficult situation. Seeing this, Deng Yu was overjoyed. His attacks became more frequent, and each attack was stronger than the previous one. Su Yan slightly frowned. It was too late for him to dodge. Seeing this, Deng Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He sneered and said, Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this. Is that so? Su Yan sneered. Clang! With a loud sound, a wisp of black fog suddenly surged and blocked the long sword in Deng Yu's hand. Deng Yu couldn't help but be stunned. 3 moves have passed. Su Yan said coldly. Then, he grasped the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. His body suddenly surged and slashed towards Deng Yu. Although his strength was weaker than Deng Yu's just now. In terms of speed, it was many times faster than Deng Yu's. Seeing this, Deng Yu was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! Suddenly, the 2 swords collided with a loud sound. At the same time, a powerful force swept out. Deng Yu and Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. The crowd below held their breaths as they watched this scene. They knew that the real battle had only just begun. Humph! Deng Yu's several moves had been dodged by Su Yan, so he was already filled with anger. As the 2 retreated, Deng Yu suddenly snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless amounts of energy condensed around it. As the energy condensed, the surrounding air seemed to tremble. Su Yan, let's see how you block this. As the power fluctuated, Deng Yu suddenly roared and leaped into the air, swinging his sword horizontally. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistling sound bloomed in the air. Under this sound, the whistling air directly condensed and turned into countless wind blades that constantly pressed towards Su Yan. Like a storm, the entire martial arts field was covered. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were all astonished. They knew very well that this was Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. However, they didn't expect that Deng Yu could control the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such an exquisite extent. The countless wind blades swept out. It could be said that Su Yan couldn't dodge at all. Deng Yu couldn't help but smile. This is the 10,000 elephant divine skill, the infinite wind blade. In addition, I control the power of heaven and earth, which is the power of wind. Let's see how you dodge this. Dodge. Su Yan looked at the smile on Deng Yu's face and sneered. I never thought of dodging. What? Hearing Su Yan's words, the crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Standing on the martial arts field, they could still feel the power of the infinite wind blade. However, Su Yan said that he never thought of dodging. Was he going to take it head-on? Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they thought about it. They couldn't believe that a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse dared to take the 10,000 elephant divine skill head-on. All the elders also stood up. They also wanted to see how Su Yan could take Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. Especially the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect. As the elders of the Heavenly Profound sect, they naturally knew the power of Deng Yu's 10,000 elephant divine skill. The 10,000 elephant divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. However, below these 4 ranks, each 10,000 elephant divine skill was different. As the cultivation of each 10,000 elephant divine skill increased, the power it could release would also be different. It could be divided into ranks 1 to 9. Each rank was not only related to a cultivator's strength, but also related to the cultivator's cultivation of the 10,000 elephant divine skill. Just like that day when Su Yan cultivated the torrential pear blossoms of Dongqinghao's Dongqing clan. Sword Sage said that Su Yan couldn't master the torrential pear blossoms. However, Su Yan grasped the essence of the torrential pear blossoms in just a moment. The elders of the Heavenly Profound sect also knew that Deng Yu had cultivated the everlasting wind blade to the 3rd rank. Moreover, this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Now that it had been cultivated to the 3rd rank, the power it contained was not something a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse could withstand. They simply didn't believe that Su Yan could block this everlasting wind blade. Even these elders felt that Su Yan was just being arrogant. Bang! Just when they thought that Su Yan was being arrogant, a frosty light suddenly surged from Su Yan's body. That's right, this was the profound ice-cold cover. Everyone saw Su Yan's profound ice-cold cover and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. But soon, a Heavenly Profound sect elder laughed and said, "It's just a defensive skill, and you want to block the everlasting wind blade? That's just wishful thinking." Deng Yu was frightened by Su Yan's speed just now. He was really worried that Su Yan could block his everlasting wind blade. Seeing that Su Yan only wanted to use this defensive skill to block his everlasting wind blade, Deng Yu's face couldn't help but reveal a sneer. "Su Yan, do you really think that my everlasting wind blade is just a decoration? Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly and didn't comment on Deng Yu's words. He naturally knew that it was impossible to block the everlasting wind blade with just the profound ice-cold cover. Just now, when Su Yan saw Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, he knew that this everlasting wind blade was a profound rank 10,000 elephant divine skill. Moreover, it was at least the 3rd rank. Therefore, Su Yan already knew that the profound ice-cold cover wouldn't be able to block the everlasting wind blade that was cultivated to the 3rd rank. But don't forget that the profound ice-cold cover still has a 2nd layer. Su Yan looked at the everlasting wind blade that was constantly approaching him, and his blood dragon pupils suddenly shrank. Profound ice-cold cover's 2nd layer, profound ice divine shield. Su Yan shouted angrily. Bang! Suddenly, the surging frost light on his body suddenly exploded, forming a huge frost shield that surrounded his body. Bang! Bang! The countless wind blades exploded and were blocked, disappearing into the air. What? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and stood there dumbfounded, unable to accept what they saw in front of them. Especially Deng Yu, his whole person was stunned. This everlasting wind blade could be said to be his strongest attack, and he didn't expect it to be blocked by Su Yan like this. Impossible, how is this possible? Deng Yu kept shaking his head, and only when the frost light on Su Yan's body slowly dimmed did Deng Yu come back to his senses, and looked at Su Yan with a bit of caution. Deng Yu, do you have any other moves? Su Yan looked at Deng Yu and asked coldly. With Su Yan's current strength, although the profound ice divine shield would consume a lot of spiritual energy, it wouldn't deplete it. At most, it would consume a little more. However, Su Yan believed that with the spiritual energy in his body now, it was enough to defeat Deng Yu. Because he could see that after Deng Yu burst out with the everlasting wind blade, the spiritual energy in his body wouldn't be enough to burst out with another 10,000 elephant divine skill. Seeing that Deng Yu didn't answer for a long time, Su Yan sneered slightly, "Since you don't have any more moves, then let me." Chapter 338. Su Yan's body leaped up, and the surrounding air immediately trembled, erupting with countless rays of light. Those rays of light whistled along with the ghost hall sword in Su Yan's hand. At the same time, countless sword blades condensed. That's right, it was a sword blade. The moment the sword blade condensed, it was as if a majestic force was swirling. It made people tremble in fear. Deng Yu was the closest to Su Yan, and when he felt the power condensed on Su Yan's body, he couldn't help but be startled. This power, why does it seem to be stronger than mine? Is he really only at the 9-star celestial phenomenon stage? How is this possible? Deng Yu looked at Su Yan with a face full of astonishment. When the crowd below saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because even though they were standing far away, they could still feel the power of this power. At the same time, they could feel how powerful Su Yan's next attack would be. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded. At the same time, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly, "Profound rank Wanxiang divine skill, torrential storm of rose flowers." With this cold shout, the light condensed on the ghost howl's sword became even more resplendent. In an instant, the countless sword blades formed like a torrential rain, directly exploding in Deng Yu's direction. The speed was as fast as lightning flashing across the horizon. The light was so bright that many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Deng Yu had long been prepared for this. Su Yan was going to explode with a powerful attack. However, seeing the torrential rain of rose flowers, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly operated his cultivation technique and retreated, waving the sword in his hand to block Su Yan's attack. Unfortunately, the torrential rain of rose flowers came too quickly. In addition, the torrential rain of rose flowers was like a sword dragon, constantly attacking. Deng Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit. Suddenly, his entire body was sent flying. Bang bang bang, the torrential storm of pear blossoms landed in front of Deng Yu. Fortunately, Deng Yu still had some strength. His retreating speed was not slow, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, his posture of rolling and crawling was not comparable to his arrogant attitude just now. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. What a powerful 10,000 elephants divine skill. The same thought was running through each of their minds. However, they did not know that the torrential storm of rose flowers was a 10,000 elephant divine skill. They didn't know, but that didn't mean that no one else knew. One must know that Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was given to him by Dong Qinghao. As a Stage 1 Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, Dong Qinghao naturally cultivated the Wanxiang divine skill, which was unique to the Dongqing clan. But now that he saw Su Yan use this 10,000 elephants' divine skill, he admitted that he was inferior. While he was astonished, a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, you are indeed a genius. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you could cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms to the 4th stage. Of course, Dong Qinghao didn't know that Su Yan only used one night to cultivate the torrential storm of pear blossoms. If he knew, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Deng Yu looked at the countless scars in front of him from the explosion and still felt a lingering fear. You lost. At this moment, Su Yan was already standing in front of him with the Ghost Hall sword in his hand. Deng Yu was stunned. Looking at the Ghost Hall sword in Su Yan's hand and Su Yan's cold face, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only mutter to himself, I lost. How could I lose? Impossible. Only then did the crowd below come to their senses. Deng Yu lost. Deng Yu, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, lost just like that. Moreover, he lost in the hands of a 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. A 9-star celestial phenomenon realm cultivator defeated a stage 1 spirit sea realm cultivator without any injuries. This made everyone unable to believe and accept everything in front of them. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you are indeed worthy of being our hidden sword tomb's #1. However, just as everyone was in a state of shock, a voice that sounded like a duck's voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Lu Fei, that fatty Lu? Under his voice, the disciples of the hidden sword tomb woke up and shouted Su Yan's name. Su Yan didn't care about other people's gazes, but the hidden sword tomb was his home. Hearing so many of his family members being proud of him, Su Yan felt gratified and proud. I lost. Did I lose? The more Deng Yu thought about it, the more unconvinced he was. Especially when he heard the shouts of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, he became even angrier. Seeing that Su Yan wasn't looking at him, he suddenly jumped up and swept his sword from Su Yan's back, slashing towards Su Yan's body. Su Yan didn't see this scene because he was carrying Deng Yu. However, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb saw this scene. Looking at Deng Yu's sudden attack, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb's faces sank and shouted, Senior brother Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan frowned and suddenly turned around. Seeing Deng Yu's attack, his eyes suddenly shrank and a trace of killing intent gushed out. Following that, his body quickly swept forward and dodged Deng Yu's attack. Not only that, Su Yan dodged and slashed back. Bang! His sword directly collided with Deng Yu's long sword, making a loud noise. Deng Yu couldn't help but step back a little. Then Su Yan jumped up and placed his sword on Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu didn't expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fast. He was stunned. A sneaky attack. Su Yan sneered, and then a burst of spiritual power surged in his body. With just a little bit of strength, it was enough to cut Deng Yu's throat. Deng Yu was really scared now. His legs went soft and he directly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, mercy, Su Yan, mercy. Mercy. Su Yan looked at Deng Yu's cowardly appearance and suddenly lost the desire to kill him. Instead, he said coldly, Deng Yu, I can spare your life today, but in the future, don't belittle yourself. My hidden sword tomb is not something you can afford to provoke. As Su Yan spoke, the situation took a turn. He glanced at the elders of the Heavenly Profound Sect and shouted, Heavenly Profound Sect, how dare a small sect like you offend my hidden sword tomb? When Su Yan said this, his white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes emitted a brilliant light that carried waves of majestic aura. Although those elders were stronger than Su Yan, they were speechless when they heard Su Yan's words. Ha, Tianxian sect, the #1 disciple of Tianxian sect. You're nothing. When the disciples of the hidden sword tomb heard Su Yan's words, they thought of the scene where they were forced by Deng Yu. They looked at the people of Tianxian sect and kept cursing in their hearts. Even the ordinary disciples were unscrupulously mocking the elders of Tianxian sect at this moment. Tianxian sect, you want to challenge my hidden sword tomb's prestige? Aren't you courting death? Hearing the ridicule of countless disciples, the elders of Tianxian sect were angry, but they couldn't do anything. The hidden sword tomb was the #1 sect in Tianchuang City. This was an indisputable fact. The reason why they were here today. They wanted Dang Yu to suppress the disciples of the hidden sword tomb and humiliate them. But how could they have thought that Su Yan would suddenly appear in the middle of this? One by one, they shouted angrily and then went down the mountain without caring about Deng Yu. Deng Yu saw that his sect's people were leaving and his heart suddenly trembled. He shouted, "Wait for me, wait for me." Deng Yu ran too fast because he was afraid. With a bang, he fell on his face. He was extremely embarrassed, which immediately caused the crowd to burst into laughter. As the people of Tianxian sect left, all the disciples of the hidden sword tomb surrounded Su Yan, complimenting him and expressing their feelings in their hearts. Su Yan was once again standing in the heart of the storm among the disciples of the hidden sword tomb. Looking at the enthusiasm of the disciples of the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan greeted them one by one, including Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. But from beginning to end, Su Yan didn't see the figure in red. This made Su Yan even more depressed. Su Yan knew that Lin Hualu must have woken up just now. But now he didn't see his figure, which made Su Yan very depressed. But depression was depression. Su Yan knew that there was still business to do today. After greeting the disciples, Su Yan took Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Butt Face, Ratley, and Lu Fei to follow the departing sword elder into the inner hall of the hidden sword tomb. The departing sword elder was obviously after the death of the elder in the hidden sword tomb. His status in the hidden sword tomb had been greatly improved, and now he was the first elder of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan also felt a burst of joy for this. After all, the departing sword elder had helped him a lot in the hidden sword tomb and had some friendship with him. Today, when he returned to the hidden sword tomb, it would be easier to find him to do things. Unfortunately, after the departing sword elder led Su Yan and the others into the inner hall, other than asking Su Yan about his experience along the way, he didn't say a word about the Shura shrine that Su Yan had just mentioned. This made Su Yan frown involuntarily. Before the competition with Deng Yu, Su Yan clearly felt that the departing sword elder cared about this matter, but why didn't he mention it now? In the end, Su Yan couldn't help but say, "Departing sword elder, there are no outsiders here, let's talk about the Shura shrine first." The Shura shrine. Upon hearing this name, the departing sword elder's hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and his eyes narrowed slightly before he said, "Su Yan, to be honest, this matter is very important. I don't dare to make a decision on my own. It's better to wait for the sect leader to appear before making a decision." Okay. Su Yan heard the departing sword elder's words and nodded slightly. He was not anxious, just now he already knew that the sect leader was in seclusion, and now someone had already informed him, presumably he would come out soon. So Su Yan was not anxious. Chapter 339. Just as his voice rang out, Sage Heaven Sword's figure had already entered the inner hall. His face was radiant and vigorous, and he looked much younger than before Su Yan had left. When Su Yan saw Sage Heaven Sword's appearance, his eyes lit up as he felt happy for this sect master from the bottom of his heart. Sage Heaven Sword. It could be said that he had helped Su Yan way too much in the hidden sword tomb. Way too much. Even though Su Yan did not have a master and disciple relationship with Sage Heaven Sword, they had already been master and disciple for a long time. Now that he saw Sage Heaven Sword looking younger and younger, Su Yan was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. That was because he could sense that Sage Heaven Sword had become even stronger than before he had left. Sect Master. Su Yan stepped forward and cupped his hands respectfully. Brat, you're finally willing to come back and take a look. Sage Heaven Sword strode up to Su Yen and gave Su Yen a round of kisses without any mercy. Su Yen was really not used to Sage Heaven Sword's enthusiasm. After all, Sage Heaven Sword was the head of a sect. Su Yen did not know how to reply to his words. Especially when he thought about how he had returned this time around to ask for help from the hidden sword tomb, he felt even more embarrassed. Sect Master, I've actually been thinking about the hidden sword tomb. It's just that I've been busy with my cultivation, so... Su Yen smiled embarrassedly. Sage Heaven Sword nodded his head slightly and did not linger on this issue. Instead, he turned around and looked at Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, Buttface, and Ratley. However, he only took a glance at them. He did not mention a single word about their identities. Su Yen could not help but feel touched. After all, Dong Qinghao and the others were outsiders. A sect could accept outsiders. However, if the outsiders were not on good terms with the sect, there would always be some animosity. The sudden arrival of so many outsiders was definitely a huge taboo for the sect. On the other hand, Sage Heavenly Sword did not suspect the identity of Dong Qinghao's group. In fact, he did not even ask about it. Clearly, he fully displayed his trust in Su Yen. Thus, how could Su Yen not make a move? After all, on the surface, Su Yen was no longer a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Sect leader. Su Yen was touched and wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, the Heavenly Sword Sage waved his hand and said, Su Yen, don't mention anything. In my heart, you have always been a disciple of the Sword Collection Mound. Hearing this, Su Yen dared to move even more. Daoist Heavenly Sword faintly smiled. Then, he turned to Elder Departing Sword and said, Departing Sword, go and take out Shura's essence. Shura's essence. Su Yen was originally moved by Daoist Heaven Sword's words. But now, after hearing Daoist Heaven Sword's words, his expression suddenly changed. He became abnormally solemn and serious. He wanted to ask something. Reverend Heaven Sword's expression abruptly changed. If one were to say that Daoist Heavenly Sword was as kind as a teacher. Right now, Daoist Heavenly Sword was as strict as a teacher. His pair of sharp eyes looked at Su Yen as he cautiously said, Su Yen, don't ask too much about the Shura Shrine. If you don't tell me, I won't know, and I don't have the qualifications to know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. You just have to remember this. The appearance of the Shura Shrine, if not handled properly, I'm afraid the entire 5 counties will be destroyed. Reverend Heaven Sword had a solemn expression as he spoke. An imposing aura was faintly emitted from between his brows. His serious words made Su Yen and the others realize how powerful and important the Shura Shrine was. Reverend Heaven Sword didn't stop. He paused for a moment before solemnly saying, Su Yen, there are many things in the 5 counties that you don't know. Since the Shura Shrine has appeared here today, there are some things that you must know. Su Yen was confused by Reverend Heaven Sword's words. He wasn't the only one confused. The others were also confused. Just now, Reverend Heaven Sword had said that there were some things that they couldn't know. Now, he was saying that there were some things that he must know. However, Reverend Heaven Sword didn't pay attention to their confusion. He continued, Su Yen, do you know the origin of the 5 counties? Once these words left his mouth, the others looked at each other. They recalled the origin of the 5 counties. They were all born in the 5 counties. It could be said that the 5 counties was their home. When Reverend Heaven Sword asked them where their home came from, how could they not be surprised? Of course, what was more surprising was that no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't tell the origin of the 5 counties. Perhaps they had once thought about this question. However, the 5 counties had existed for too long. It was so long that they had forgotten its origin. In their vague memories, they only thought that the 5 counties existed together with the heavens. Reverend Heaven's sword seemed to know that they couldn't answer his question. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Actually, I can't blame you. After all, many people don't know about this matter. If I wasn't the sect master of the hidden sword tomb, I definitely wouldn't know about this matter." As Reverend Heaven's sword spoke, he looked at the astonished people. He knew that they must be very interested in the origin of the 5 counties. He didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and said, "Actually, your usual understanding isn't wrong. The 5 counties has existed since ancient times. It's a part of the Qian-Jin continent. However, the 5 counties has another identity." When Reverend Heaven's sword said this, he couldn't help but pause for a moment. His face became even more solemn. There was actually a faint trace of fear in his eyes. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble. What was Reverend Heaven's sword's identity? He was the sect master of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Although the Hidden Sword Tomb wasn't considered a big sect in the 5 counties. However, Reverend Heaven's sword was an almighty of the circumference realm. Such a mighty figure could cause the entire 5 counties to tremble with a stomp of his feet. Now, there was actually fear in his eyes. What exactly was it that could make an almighty of the circumference realm feel fear? They looked at Reverend Heaven's sword with puzzlement in their eyes. Their interest in the other identity of the 5 counties became even stronger. Fortunately, Reverend Heaven's sword didn't make them wait for long. He only paused for a moment before he continued, "The other identity of the 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura." The battlefield of Shura. When they heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Obviously, they couldn't understand the meaning behind it. Reverend Heaven's sword already knew that they wouldn't know about it. He continued slowly, "The battlefield of Shura." That's right, it's the battlefield of Shura. If we count it, it should be thousands of years ago. No, it might even be tens of thousands of years ago. The 5 counties is the battlefield of Shura. At that time, the 5 counties didn't exist at all. There were no sects, no buildings. There were only endless wars. Bloody incidents would happen here every day. At that time, every river here was dyed with blood. Every blade of grass was emitting the smell of blood. Reverend Heaven's sword tried his best to speak in a calm tone. However, everyone could still feel the murderous aura and the bloody scene from his casual narration. This made everyone even more puzzled. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage had asked him to return to the Hidden Sword Tomb. Along the way, he hadn't told him about this reason. Obviously, Sword Sage already knew about the Shrine of Shura after they arrived at the Hidden Sword Tomb. Reverend Heaven's sword would definitely tell him about this matter. This made Su Yan faintly feel the importance of this matter. Of course, what he wanted to know now was the origin of the battlefield of Shura. Reverend Heaven's sword didn't let them wait for long. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is mainly because of the Shrine of Shura." Because of the Shrine of Shura. When they heard about the battlefield of Shura, they tried to imagine that the battlefield of Shura might be related to the Shrine of Shura. However, when they thought about it, they felt that it was a little unrealistic. After all, the Shrine of Shura was at most a sect. The 5 counties were a continent. How could a sect turn the entire continent into a battlefield? Now that they heard Reverend Heaven's sword's words, all of them were shocked and surprised. At the same time, they faintly felt an ominous feeling towards the Shrine of Shura. However, they didn't ask Reverend Heaven's sword any questions. They were all smart people. Since Reverend Heaven's sword had said these things, he would definitely tell them the reason behind it. Sure enough, after Reverend Heaven's sword saw the changes in their expressions, he continued, "You all should be clear that the Shrine of Shura is a sect, right?" "That's right. The Shrine of Shura is a sect. The reason why the 5 counties became the battlefield of Shura is also because of the Shrine of Shura. As for how powerful the Shrine of Shura is, I can only tell you that it's very, very powerful. As for why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura, at this point, Reverend Heaven Sword suddenly stopped. The astonishment of the few people reached the extreme. When they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's words, they couldn't help but prick up their ears. However, when they heard Reverend Heaven Sword's answer, they were all disappointed. I don't know why the Shrine of Shura is able to turn the 5 counties into the battlefield of Shura. Su Yan and the others were not the only ones who were disappointed. Even Reverend Heaven Sword had a look of disappointment in his eyes. When Reverend Heaven Sword saw everyone's disappointed expressions, he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be disappointed. This is a riddle in the hearts of the Almighties in the 5 counties. If you must find the answer, I'm afraid you can only explore the Shrine of Shura. The appearance of the Shrine of Shura is clearly an opportunity. So, the appearance of the Shrine of Shura will definitely attract the attention of the Almighties." These words were not said by Reverend Heaven Sword but by Su Yan. Chapter 340. Danger. When Su Yan heard Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, his pupils suddenly shrank. When he saw the Shura Shrine, he already knew that the Shura Shrine wouldn't be so simple. At the same time, he also knew how dangerous it would be if he wanted to set foot in the Shura Shrine. After all, a single shrine had attracted so many origin boundary powerhouses. It was easy to imagine how dangerous this trip would be. Therefore, Su Yan didn't care about the danger at all. Su Yan was more concerned about how to enter the Shura Shrine and how to break through his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. "Sect Master, how exactly are we going to enter the Shura Shrine?" Su Yan asked Daoist Heavenly Sword. His eyes were shining brightly. Clearly, he didn't put the danger in his eyes. Actually, this didn't mean that Su Yan wasn't afraid of the danger. Instead, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to enter the Shura Shrine. It wasn't that Su Yan had to condense his spiritual sea realm in the Shura Shrine. More importantly, it was impossible for Su Yan to give up on the little fellow, the Fire Qilin. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Fire Qilin was only a sacred beast that they wanted to keep as a pet. However, in Suya's eyes, this little Fire Qilin was his friend, his savior. Therefore, Su Yan definitely wouldn't give up on the little fellow. It was also because of this that Su Yan had to enter the Shura Shrine no matter how big the risk was. Since going to the Shura Divine Palace was a fact that couldn't be changed, what could he do if he was afraid? This was also the reason why Su Yan wasn't afraid of the risk. The reason why Daoist Heavenly Sword brought up the risk of entering the Shura Shrine was to test their minds. Seeing that they weren't afraid, he nodded his head in praise. Then, he said, "We can't be too hasty about entering the Shura Shrine. We have to wait." Wait? Su Yan was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning behind Daoist Heavenly Sword's words. "Yes." Sage Heavenly Sword nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Elder Departing Sword walked in from outside. Just now, Elderly Jian had left empty-handed, but now, he was holding something in his hand. This item was in Elder Departing Jian's hand. The moment Elder Departing Jian entered, the entire inner hall seemed to have turned cold. Furthermore, the object in his hand was constantly emitting a brilliant light. Everyone looked at this ball-like thing and couldn't help but be surprised. The Departing Sword Elder didn't care about the gazes of Su Yan and the others. Instead, he directly walked towards Daoist Heavenly Sword and said, "Head Senior Brother." "Yes." Daoist Heavenly Sword glanced at the item and nodded slightly. Then, he took the item from the Departing Sword Elder and walked towards Su Yan. "Su Yan, this is Shura's soul essence." Shura's essence. When they heard the name of this thing, they all looked at it with astonishment. It was obvious that they did not know what this thing was. Yes. Daoist Heavenly Sword didn't keep them in suspense. He nodded and began to introduce the origin of this Shura's soul essence. Shura's soul essence, as the name suggests, it came from the Shura shrine. That's right, this Shura's soul essence is a special soul power contained in the Shura shrine. It is also a necessary item to open the Shura shrine. A necessary item to open the Shura shrine? Su Yan asked in astonishment. Yes. Daoist Heavenly Sword nodded and continued, this Shura shrine is rumored to contain all the power of the Shura shrine. Of course, whether this is true or not is unknown. However, it is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine. Standing to the side, Dong Qinghao, who had been silent all this while, couldn't help but ask, you mean to say that if we want to enter the Shura shrine, we must rely on this thing? However, Daoist Heavenly Sword shook his head and said, that's not the case. Although this thing is a necessary item to open the Shura shrine, due to the fact that the Shura shrine is incomparably enormous, one must not rely on this thing to enter the Shura shrine that you all are seeing right now. This Shura's soul essence can only be said to be a necessary item to open the real Shura shrine. The real Shura shrine. Hearing Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, the crowd became even more astonished. Su Yan also frowned. Headmaster, could it be that there are several Shura shrines and some of them are real and some are fake? You can say that, but you can also say otherwise. Daoist Heavenly Sword narrowed his eyes and continued, after all, such a long time has passed. No one knows exactly where the real Shura shrine is. However, I can tell you this clearly. Su Yan, if you are to go to the Shura shrine this time, you must bring this Shura's soul essence with you. It can save your life during a crucial moment, Daoist Heavenly Sword said and handed the Shura's soul essence to Su Yan. Su Yan was startled. Then, he realized that Daoist Heavenly Sword wanted to hand the Shura's soul essence to him. Although Daoist Heavenly Sword did not describe in detail what use the Shura's soul essence had. However, Su Yan knew very well that the Shura's soul essence was definitely a precious treasure. Now that Daoist Heavenly Sword suddenly handed it over to him, Su Yan felt overwhelmed by the favor. Daoist Heavenly Sword smiled faintly and said, Su Yan, you said that you have always been a member of my hidden sword tomb. This time, I can see your determination to enter the Shura shrine. Since that's the case, what's wrong with giving this Shura's soul essence to you? Su Yan looked at the Shura's soul essence. He could faintly feel a strange power coming from it. This power was familiar to Su Yan, yet it was also somewhat unfamiliar. This made Su Yan even more certain that the Shura's soul essence was definitely not an ordinary item. As the saying went, one should not receive a reward without any effort. Su Yan instinctively did not want to accept it. However, when he thought of the fire Qilin's safety, he did not hesitate. Su Yan cupped his hands towards Daoist Heavenly Sword and accepted the Shura's soul essence. When Su Yan received the Shura's soul essence, Su Yan immediately felt a strange power coming from it. This power entered Su Yan's body in an instant, giving Su Yan an unprecedented sense of comfort. What's going on? Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He wanted to ask Daoist Heavenly Sword what was going on. However, before he could say anything, Daoist Heavenly Sword said, Su Yan, the truth of the Shura's soul essence and the truth of the Shura shrine still require you to find out for yourself. Now, you should set off for the Shura shrine. Okay. When Su Yan heard Daoist Heavenly Sword's words, he did not continue asking. Instead, he nodded heavily. However, when he recalled the various auras of the perimeter realm experts in the Shura shrine, he could not help but frown. Once again, Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Although Su Yan did not say anything, Daoist Heavenly Sword could tell what Su Yan was thinking. He smiled and said, Su Yan, don't worry. You have always been a disciple of the Sword Vault. The sword vault will always be with you. When Su Yan heard these words, he could not help but feel touched. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was expelled from the sword vault by the sword vault's old ancestor. Su Yan knew this in his heart. However, Daoist Heavenly Sword did not. Now that he could say these words, how could Su Yan not dare to make a move? Of course, Su Yan did not know that when Sword Sage entered Su Yan's body, he had already left a message for Daoist Heavenly Sword. Therefore, Daoist Heavenly Sword had always thought that Su Yan was a disciple of the Sword Vault. It was also because of this that Daoist Heavenly Sword said those words when Su Yan returned. The only one who did not know was Su Yan himself. However, Su Yan did not care about these things. He simply packed up and carefully put the Shura's soul essence into his storage pouch. He then looked back at Dong Qinghao and the others and said, "Senior brothers, let's go." Okay. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard Su Yan's words, they nodded and followed Su Yan. When they were about to leave, Daoist Heavenly Sword suddenly called out to Su Yan and said, "By the way, Su Yan, I forgot to tell you that those above the spiritual sea realm cannot enter the Shura shrine. So, you guys have to be extra careful inside. Those below the spiritual sea realm cannot enter." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but sneer. After all, this was good news for Su Yan and the others. If some spiritual sea realm powerhouses appeared in the Shura shrine, they would not be able to escape. With their strength, they would not be able to resist. Okay. Daoist Heavenly Sword saw through Su Yan's thoughts and nodded slightly. "Su Yan, don't worry. When you reach the Shura shrine, I will naturally have a way to send you in." Okay. Although Su Yan did not know what method Daoist Heavenly Sword had used to send him into the Shura shrine, he did not ask too much. He was thinking about the fire Qilin safety in the Shura shrine. They did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Daoist Heavenly Sword and Elder Departing Sword, they walked towards the foot of the sword burial mound. As the saying went, "Come and go in a hurry." This was exactly what they were feeling at the moment. Others might not have felt anything, but Su Yan looked at the hidden sword tomb, at his home. He had only stayed here for a few hours before he had to leave again. And this time, he did not know what dangers lay ahead. This made Su Yan somewhat emotional. On the contrary, Fatty Lu Fei's face bloomed with joy as soon as he left the sword burial mound. "Ha ha ha, I have long wanted to leave the sword burial mound to find you." Unfortunately, Elder Departing Sword did not agree. "This time, I can finally come out," Lu Fei said very conscientiously, as if he had no feelings for the sword burial mound at all. Of course, this was only what others thought. Su Yan knew Lu Fei very well. He was a person who valued friendship. Therefore, Su Yan did not feel anything when Lu Fei said this. Instead, he looked at Lu Fei's bloated and fat body and frowned. "Fatty, when can you lose weight?" "Lose weight?" Lu Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "I am afraid I will have to wait for my next life. This body is my capital." After saying that, Lu Fei patted his broad chest, making Su Yan speechless. However, when he thought of Lu Fei's fight with Deng Yu today, he did gain a lot of advantages because of his strong body. Therefore, he did not care about Lu Fei's fat problem anymore.
Chapter 2661. Everything in the Bai family had slowly disappeared. The distribution of benefits and the restarted projects were all transferred to Yu Xiaoyun's resources at a slow but safe speed. His style of doing things was like his person, warm and steady, except for the ruthlessness and violence when he took down the Bai family. For the rest of the time, one couldn't see how anxious his personality was. Wei Bai didn't care about Yu Xiaoyun's career at all. What she paid attention to was the main storyline strategy. After all, the main storyline mission's favorability rose too slowly. The favorability was like a turtle's speed. Since the last time her luck rose to 55, it had been almost a month. The favorability stopped at 60. The reason why she came to 60 was that Yu Xiaoyan had started to kiss and hug her regardless of the occasion or time. Just like his style of doing things was gentle. When he wanted a girl, he would take his time. Step by step, he used his own rhythm to erode her. If she was really a retard, she would really think that his attitude was very natural and his kisses were very pure. She would never think of that. Moreover, there was a psychiatrist recently. She was a woman from abroad. She was in her 30s and was an authoritative expert in psychology. She was also blonde and had a hot body. Wei Bai didn't dare to be arrogant in front of such an expert. It was very hard for her to pretend. After all, a psychiatrist was different from Yu Xiaoyan. Although Yu Xiaoyan was smart and had good observation skills, his main job wasn't to keep an eye on her. She could slack off or sneer a few times. Yu Xiaoyan was busy with his career, so he definitely didn't have time to care about her. It was time for her to get off work as well. She wanted to have some fun and relax her expression. But ever since the psychiatrist came, she had been pretending for 24 hours a day. After all, the psychiatrist's job was to keep an eye on you all the time. Wei Bai said, "I'm dog-tired." The blonde beauty had a kind expression on her face. She played and drew with her as if she was chatting. Wei Bai held a brush and drew the ink painting that Yu Xiaoyan had taught her. Of course, Yu Xiaoyan was drawing a real ink painting. She painted graffiti. The psychiatrist's name was Mina, and she was of mixed Chinese and English descent. Her facial features were more English, but they were soft and pleasing to the eye. Wei Bai didn't have any objections to her and looked at the information. She found out that she was Yu Xiaoyun's university classmate. They were both straight-A students. Although they didn't talk much, they could still call each other senior sister and junior brother. As a conscientious retard, Wei Bai ignored everything and kept her ears shut. Anyway, other than Yu Xiaoyan, she didn't say a word. Therefore, no matter what Mina asked her, she would only gently raise her eyes and stare at her with those pure, innocent, beautiful, and ignorant eyes. He stared at the beautiful psychiatrist until she felt embarrassed. Then, he lowered his head and continued to scribble. Mina wasn't embarrassed, nor was she angry. Instead, she felt that this was normal. She began to analyze Wei Bai's drawing. It was very suitable for a mentally handicapped person. It was just that he couldn't see any valuable emotions at all. During this period of time, Wei Bai had been very cooperative with the psychiatrist's game. There was never any confrontation, but it was only cooperation. There was nothing else. After so many days, the treatment effect was abnormally bad. Mina felt that the treatment effect was so bad that it was an insult to her brilliant career as a psychiatrist. She looked at Wei Bai, who had her head lowered and was scribbling with a brush. The girl was exceptionally delicate and beautiful. Her pink skin, black silk-like hair, and thick ink-like beauty made people unable to help but be subdued at a glance. Quick transmigration summoned my male god. Chapter 2662. Given her age, many girls of this age could enchant others just by looking at their bare faces. Not to mention Wei Bai's appearance. When Mina saw her for the first time, she still had a feeling. A delicate canary that did not belong to the human world, fragile and beautiful. Just looking at it made her want to destroy it. She could even keenly sense the change in Yu Xiaoyan. His abnormal and crazy possessiveness towards the girl in front of him was getting out of control. Mina stared blankly at Wei Bai for a while, then suddenly reached out and touched the back of her hand. Bai Wei seemed a little strange as she raised her head. Her pure and innocent eyes stared straight at her, although she knew that she did not know anything. But for a moment, Mina even felt that her thoughts were seen through by the girl. This made her fingers tighten a little. Her nails almost dug into the back of her hand. Wei Bai's fingers trembled, and a trace of moisture appeared in her eyes. Mina reacted and immediately retracted her hand. She said with a smile, "Let me see what Xiao Wei drew." After saying that, she took her drawing and studied it. But she did not mention the red mark on the back of the girl's hand. Wei Bai held the pen and sat on the chair obediently, as if she did not feel pain. The system said, "Be careful of her. She's Yu Xiaoyan's fanatic fan." Wei Bai said indifferently, "It's okay. Her current treatment plan is normal." When she came, Wei Wei Bai and the system had already gone through the information. The big sister in front of her had been secretly in love with Yu Xiaoyan for 10 years. But Yu Xiaoyan was like a block of ice, looking at everyone as if they were dead. Plus, at that time, there was a blatant fanatic fan like Bai Yanlan. So, it made Mina, who was secretly in love with him, inconspicuous. Even Yu Xiaoyan did not realize that this woman was secretly in love with him. After all, it was very easy for a psychologist to hide their emotions. Over the years, Mina had made achievements in her field. So, Yu Xiaoyan wanted to find a psychologist, which was why he found her. Most psychiatrists were men, and it was difficult to find a woman whom he knew well. This was also the reason why Yu Xiaoyan chose Mina. For Yu Xiaoyan, it was already unbearable for others to get close to Wei Wei Bai. If the other party was still a man, then he would not be able to suppress his jealousy. Moreover, Yu Xiaoyan had a dark guess in his heart. Wei Wei Bai was too eye-catching. Moreover, her temperament was too special. At first, he thought that he was a psychopath who wanted to bully her every time he saw her. The strange, destructive longing for her, morbid to the point of trembling. Later on, she realized that everyone more or less had the desire to destroy her. He even had the thought of ravaging her. Only because she was his now. Only then did the covetous gazes lessen. This made Yu Xiaoyan almost unable to tolerate this kind of thing. He wished that he could keep her in the house. Try not to meet them as much as possible to avoid being remembered by others. Her appearance and temperament were too dangerous. This was also the reason why Yu Xiaoyan could not let other men get close to her. Who knew if those men would be attracted to her? And Mina was obviously a better choice. Mina glanced at the picture that was scribbled on and finally gave up analyzing the picture. Wei Wei Bai's heart seemed to be blank. There was almost no emotion worth studying. The tepid treatment plan did not have any effect on her at all. Chapter 2663. If it weren't for the fact that Wei Wei Bai was like this, she would have suspected that she wasn't a normal person. She just liked to be in a daze. Mina revealed a gentle smile and wanted to hold Wei Wei Bai's hand again. However, Wei Wei Bai wasn't as indifferent as before this time. Her fingers trembled, and she couldn't wait to retract them. The man who had just walked in happened to see the scene of her retracting her hand. Only then did Mina realize that Yu Xiaoyan had come in. She didn't show any expression on her face and just calmly retracted her hand. "Mr. Yu, you're back." Yu Xiaoyan nodded indifferently, then walked directly to the chair and reached out to carry Wei Wei Bai. The girl in a lavender cheongsam was easily carried into his arms. The girl, who looked like an exquisite jade doll just now, blushed slightly. The faint crimson color was like a rose, gorgeous and shy. Yu Xiaoyan said to Mina, "It's time for today's treatment." Mina didn't hesitate at all. She picked up her briefcase and immediately got up to leave. When she walked to the door, she turned her head to take a look before she left. She saw that the calm elegance in the eyes of the always cold, ascetic, elegant, and beautiful young master Yu had disappeared. He was like a hunter who had waited for a long time and lost his patience. He held the girl's face with both hands and even lowered his head impatiently. He didn't care at all about how weak the other party's mind was. If it weren't for the fact that the girl had just become an adult, this kind of behavior was already a crime. Mina turned around and pinched her palm hard with her fingers. Then, she left without saying a word. On Yu Xiaoyan's side, when his fingertips touched the back of the girl's hand, he found a red mark on the back of his hand. It was like a fingernail mark. Such a faint mark shouldn't have been discovered. However, Wei Wei Bai's skin was too delicate, and any trace of a mark could be magnified. Yu Xiaoyan frowned, and a thought flashed through his mind. As if casually, he asked in a low voice, "Does the back of your hand hurt? What made it?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. Her face turned even redder, but she didn't answer. He didn't see anything wrong with her expression and wondered if he was making a mountain out a molehill. Yu Xiaoyan touched her lips with his finger and said in a low voice, "It's okay. If you don't like her, remember to tell me." The psychiatrist could be changed. In fact, it was good that she was always like this. Yu Xiaoyan didn't want to face the growing despicable darkness in his heart. He lowered his head and his fingers came to her delicate neck. The sunlight shone into the wooden table, elongating their shadows, until they fused together and became inseparable. The room was filled with the smell of ink. Occasionally, the sweet and soft voice of a young girl could be heard. There were also men who slowly and dangerously comforted her. Mina decided to pass her treatment plan to Yu Xiaoyan. Her condition is more serious, and she needs more in-depth intervention. I need some more intense methods. Yu Xiaoyan had just returned from work and was sitting in an armchair with his hands folded on his knees. His attitude was indifferent, and his movements were graceful and slow as he flipped through the booklet of proposals. Yu Xiaoyan looked at the detailed proposals and knew that for a mental patient, this kind of proposal would indeed be effective. However, the process was to dig up the pain in Wei Wei Bai's heart. One of the desensitization treatments was to let her feel as much of the damage she had suffered as possible. Yu Xiaoyan casually took a pen from his suit pocket and began to cross out some treatments that were very effective, but he didn't allow them to appear on Wei Wei Bai. /T. Chapter 2664. Mina's face darkened when she saw his actions. Every plan was the painstaking work of a psychiatrist. It might cause this plan to fail at the last moment. Yu Xiaoyan finally threw the plan back to Mina. You can increase the treatment, but you can't make her unhappy. Yu Xiaoyan's last sentence was heavy and fierce. For the first time, a calm and elegant expression appeared on his fair face. It was a stern warning, and even his calm eyes were filled with hostility. Mina's body stiffened and immediately showed a forced smile. Of course, Mr. Yu. Yu Xiaoyan reached out to support himself on the armrest and stood up indifferently. A mature man, even if his face still looked unusually young, like a 17-year-old schoolboy. However, the elegance and steadiness of his every move, which had been settled by time, was not something that any young boy could compare to. He left with his back to Mina. His footsteps were even a little hurried. Mina knew that he was going to see that girl. With a simple analysis of Yu Xiaoyan's mentality and behavior, one could see his infatuation with that girl. In fact, he never hid it. Mina stood for a long time. Looking at the messy plan in her hand, she slowly smiled. In fact, it didn't matter if this plan could be given out or not. All she wanted was more time. Wei Wei Bai found that the treatment plan was wrong. After sending Yu Xiaoyan away, it was troublesome enough to deal with Mina. In the end, she found that this big sister had actually tampered with the treatment plan. On the surface, it was to let her recall her experience of being beaten so that she would get used to it and walk out of it. But what Mina did was to hypnotize her. If it weren't for the system raising her salary, she would have ignored the other party's repeated hints. Hints and hypnosis could kill a person, especially a person with mental problems. And what Mina did was to slowly fill her heart with the most tragic experiences she had gone through in bits and pieces. Then, it worsened and deepened her condition, coupled with the occasional hint of suicide. This was complete. A one-stop service to send her to the West to destroy her psychological state was formed. This plan was very similar to desensitization treatment. That was why he could hide it from Yu Xiaoyan. If Bai Wei Wei was the original owner, it was estimated that within a few months, she would have to accept the psychological suggestion to jump off a building. This bitch Mina, she pretended to be so calm and magnanimous, killing without blinking and leaving no traces behind. Unfortunately, Wei Wei Bai said that she didn't feel any pain from the original owner's experience. Therefore, she only felt annoyed by all the hints and hypnosis. Moreover, if the treatment didn't work after a long time, she wouldn't commit suicide. She reckoned that Mina, who was Yu Xiaoyan's fanatic crush, would think of other ways to kill her. He had seen too many perverts. Mina was considered a little pervert, but she was so perverted that she had no standards. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Find a chance to get rid of this fake doctor." The system was about to nod. Side quest. Hee. Wei Wei Bai and the system were confused. Side quest. Do you miss me? Bai Wei Wei and the system both lazily shook their heads. Their faces were expressionless, indifferent, and light. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Side quest. Small task. Please personally help your cute psychiatrist to steal the male lead's recent confidential documents for the Hainan Airlines project. After saying that, The side quest showed a sinister smile. Personally hand the confidential documents to your psychiatrist, Mina. She had personally emphasized this to Mina. Wei couldn't take advantage of any loopholes. This mission, in fact, had never appeared as suddenly as it did now. Wei was just about to deal with Mina, but the side quest rolled out, asking her to help the other party complete some stupid spy task. Wei thought for a long time. Finally, she sighed. Yu Xiaoyan doesn't have it easy. Even the person who has a crush on him is scheming against his assets. What a pitiful girl. She would let him kiss her a few more times at night. Then she wouldn't find him annoying. Chapter 2665. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when Yu Xiaoyan finished the meeting. He hung up the remote conference call. He reached out and rubbed the bridge of his nose tiredly. There were red streaks in his beautiful eyes. Shan followed a few people to organize the Hainan Airlines project information. This was the biggest project after the transformation. It was also the foundation of their future foothold. If they were still like before, swallowing all the dark enterprises, then of course, they would still be in a terrifying and unshakable position. But if he started to deal with the dark enterprises, then he would lose a lot of wealth. More importantly, their status in the underworld was more important. This kind of self-harming transformation was what many people wanted to do, but they didn't dare to do it. Once their status was shaken, it meant that there would be more assassinations, more attacks, and more enemies watching them. This was the time when they had the most weaknesses. They wouldn't kill you at this time. Then, when the transformation was successful, then Yu Xiaoyan would be an unshakable behemoth in the dark world. Because he would rationalize all his wealth openly, it would be difficult to touch him in the future. Shan put a few sorted Hainan Airlines documents on Yu Xiaoyan's table. Yu Xiaoyan casually stretched out his finger, indicating that they could leave. Everyone left respectfully. Yu Xiaoyan put a few documents into the safe. Then, like all ordinary office workers, he finally got off work. He could rest. Yu Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief and casually took off his suit jacket, revealing the white shirt inside. Then, a man with a beautiful face and an unhurried elegance walked out of the study. When he returned to the room, the moonlight had already scattered all over the floor. Behind the screen, on the big bed, Yu Xiaoyan took a look and saw that small figure curled up under the blanket, sleeping soundly. His pursed lips relaxed a little, and he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Then, he turned around and went to take a shower. The man with a clean and fresh smell went to bed quietly. Naturally, he reached out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. The girl's warm and soft body was nestled in his embrace obediently. Yu Xiaoyan hadn't had a nightmare for a long time. It was as if all the darkness and loneliness, as well as the terrifying and cold world in the dream, had left him with one more person in his arms. He lowered his head and rubbed his chin against her soft and silky hair. The girl seemed to have sensed something. Her eyelashes trembled, but she didn't wake up. Instead, she naturally moved her body closer to him. Her hand casually rested on his shoulder, as if she wanted to hold on to something. Yu Xiaoyan didn't think too much about it. He reached out and gently held her fingers. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw something from the corner of his eye. The dim yellow bedside lamp, coupled with the moonlight, was too bright. The wound on her wrist was clearly visible. It was a bite mark. There were clear teeth marks that resembled self-mutilation. Yu Xiaoyan's pupils shrank and his breathing stopped. He stared at the teeth marks on her wrist. Then, she checked again and again to make sure that she had bitten herself. Because whether it was the bite marks or the location, they were all bitten by her. Yu Xiaoyan's originally gentle and affectionate expression was replaced by a dark and fierce anger. What was going on? His trembling body from anger seemed to have been discovered by the girl. She furrowed her brows and opened her eyes in a daze. Her eyes were misty. He wanted to ask her why she hurt herself, but the words were forcefully stuck in his throat. Only then did Yu Xiaoyan realize that her mind was too immature. Chapter 2666. If he really questioned her, she might not know how to answer. And besides the teeth marks, did she have other wounds on her body? Yu Xiaoyan suddenly remembered that he saw her interacting with me not earlier. Mina seemed to want to hold her hand, but she quickly dodged with vigilance in her eyes. She was like a small animal that had been hurt. He had been vigilant in his heart at that time. He had also deliberately checked the girl's body and did not find any external injuries, except for the faint red marks on the back of her hand. Wei Wei Bai looked at Yu Xiaoyan in confusion, as if she did not understand what was wrong with him. When she saw his gloomy face, her eyelashes trembled and she instinctively wanted to leave him. However, Yu Xiaoyan grabbed her wrist and flipped her over, supporting her ear with one hand. His black hair hung down, and his usually affectionate and beautiful eyes were now filled with a deep coldness. Like a lonely wolf, he removed his gentle and hypocritical mask, revealing a few traces of sharp viciousness. Wei Wei Bai shrunk under his body and looked at him in confusion. The man's breath were unusually aggressive, especially his body temperature. It was extremely hot. It almost burned her. Wei Wei Bai's ignorant and panicked eyes finally made the dangerous man on top of her a little more rational. Yu Xiaoyan took a deep breath and pressed her wrist to his lips. The force of his tongue licking was a little like biting. When his force came to her teeth marks, it even brought another kind of pain to the wound. Wei Wei Bai's cheek had a red mark because of her deep sleep. At this moment, she was even more excited by his actions, and her face was flushed. She retracted her hand and tried to stop him. However, the piercing pain from her wrist made her fingertips tremble, but she could not break free. Behind her wrist, the man's eyes were dark and vicious. His low voice was like a warning, but it was filled with worry and gentleness. In the future, you are not allowed to bite yourself. Wei Wei Bai's face was flushed. She looked at him with misty eyes with a puzzled expression. However, Yu Xiaoyan didn't allow her to escape. He said word by word, "It's wrong for you to bite yourself. You're not allowed to do that in the future." It was obvious that she had bitten herself. Yu Xiaoyan knew that there was probably something wrong with her emotions that caused her to have the tendency to self-harm. After all, in her previous information, there was a tendency to self-harm. But ever since she had been with him, he had never found any inclination in her, so he was relieved. Who would have thought that she would start to harm herself again? He had clearly started to hire a psychiatrist to treat him. Why was it getting worse instead of getting better? Yu Xiaoyan thought of the recent treatment plan. Was it too radical? But he had clearly crossed out all the plans that would excite her too much. What triggered her to have self-destructive tendencies again? Yu Xiaoyan felt a dull pain in his chest, and he was irritated. But he couldn't bear to scare her. He didn't even dare to ask her why she started hurting herself. He was afraid that when she recalled the past, she would become even more isolated and miserable. Wei Wei Bai couldn't snatch her hand back, and she didn't understand his words. She stared at him with her round eyes, which were like washed obsidian. Because of her anger, there was a lively clarity. Suddenly, she knocked her forehead against his chest. A thud came from Yu Xiaoyan's chest. He groaned. Wei Wei Bai immediately didn't dare to move. Her furry head was buried in his chest, and her body was stiff like a frightened little animal. Chapter 2667. She was afraid that she would cause him problems. Yu Xiaoyan felt angry and uncomfortable, but his heart was warm. This messy intertwining of emotions made his expression complicated for a moment. He sighed and let go of her hand. Wei Wei Bai immediately retracted her fingers and hid her hand. Yu Xiaoyan didn't let her go. Instead, he ran his fingers through her long hair, and the smooth hair slipped through his fingertips. His voice was hoarse and dangerous. "You're mine." This sentence was soft and paranoid. The man lost a layer of elegance and calmness, revealing a childish and domineering side. "You can't bite my person." Wei Wei Bai, why did these words sound so difficult to understand? "You're mine. You can't bite my person." Did he mean that she couldn't bite him? Yu Xiaoyan's lips and teeth were close to her skin, and he finally emphasized each word. "If someone has to bite, it can only be me." Bai Weiwei stared at him with big, confused eyes, motionless. She seemed to be unable to understand his words, but also seemed to be struggling to think about what he meant. Yu Xiaoyan felt that his warning didn't seem to have any good effect. Although he didn't find any other wounds, Yu Xiaoyan was still very concerned about Wei Wei Bai's self-harm. Mina heard Wei Wei Bai's self-harm, but her face was calm. "Mr. Yu, You have to believe in my professionalism. Miss Bai should be at a critical moment. A little self-harm in exchange for her sobriety is worth it. Yu Xiaoyan was looking through Na's treatment plan. His beautiful eyes were half closed. Even the shape of his eyes was so gentle, at this moment they were as cold as ice. Na was still confidently talking about the effect of the treatment plan. Suddenly, a cold and calm voice sounded. You can leave now. I'll get someone to transfer the contract liquidated damages to you. Leave within a week. After speaking, Yu Xiaoyan slowly threw the treatment plan on the table. He crossed his hands on the table and looked up at Na coldly. I don't care if she's sober or not, but if she starts to self-harm, I won't allow it. Mina was a little anxious. She pinched her palm with her fingers and tried to argue. She was too severely injured, so she sealed herself off. Don't you want her to fully recover? Yu Xiaoyun's incomparably affectionate eyes were now calm and indifferent. You've said too much nonsense. Mina could see that Yu Xiaoyun was serious. She could even see the dark and paranoid emotions in his eyes. Suddenly, Mina understood. Her lips trembled as she said, Don't you want her to get better? Yu Xiaoyan looked at her indifferently, but he did not refute. Mina's tone was a little bewildered. You're sick too, Yu Xiaoyan. Your possessiveness is abnormal. If you really like her, shouldn't you help her get better? Yu Xiaoyan said calmly. You know that I'm indeed sick. In this day and age, people pay attention to matching social status. It's good that both of us are sick, so we can't dislike each other. This reason shocked Mina. Then why did you hire me? Yu Xiaoyan looked at her calmly and said indifferently, You're wrong. I do want to cure Wei Wei, but you don't have the ability. Chapter 2668. Mina emphasized, I have the ability. Yu Xiaoyan didn't listen to her and reached out to send her away. Mina didn't expect to lose so inexplicably this time. Even her suggestion and hypnosis hadn't penetrated Wei Wei Bai's mind yet. She was chased away by Yu Xiaoyan. Just because Wei Wei Bai bit her? With Wei Wei Bai's illness, it would be abnormal if she didn't harm herself. What did it have to do with her treatment? Moreover, her hypnosis didn't instruct her to harm herself at all. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Mina's mind. All kinds of almost emotionless graffiti seemed to be premeditated self-harm. There was also the feeling of disharmony that Bai Wei Wei usually showed. It was all like pretending to be sick. Mina's breathing quickened. She looked at Yu Xiaoyun, whose eyes were incomparably cold, and didn't say anything. She just lowered her head, turned around, and left. She didn't immediately pack her luggage. Instead, she took advantage of the time when Yu Xiaoyan wasn't aware to find Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was lying by the window, looking at birds. The warm late summer sun fell on the girl's breathtakingly beautiful face. The light purple Cheongsam was like a delicate and noble flower. The young girl raised her head, and around her pure white neck hung a jade-green peach. On the wrist that reached out to play with the birds in the birdcage on her head, there was also a priceless jade bracelet of the same color. Yu Xiaoyan treated her as his most precious antique doll. All the treasures in his collection were used to decorate her, and the girl was completely indifferent to these. Mina hid at the side and stared at her, tried to observe for evidence that she was pretending to be sick. But Wei Wei Bai just stared at the birds in a daze. After poking the birds with her fingers, she retracted them and didn't do anything else. If she was faking it, it was too similar. Mina thought of something and took out her pocket watch for hypnosis. She never used this usually. It was too obvious. She used words to hint at Wei Wei Bai. Mina silently walked behind Wei Wei Bai, her voice soft and gentle. Wei Wei, you're tired. It's time to sleep. A trace of confusion appeared in Bai Wei Wei's eyes. A pocket watch landed in front of her eyes. Mina stood beside her, her pocket watch shaking slowly. Tell me, are you not sick? Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything and just stared at the pocket watch. Mina patiently continued to hypnotize him. You're not sick. She was using an interrogative tone. As long as Wei Wei Bai was hypnotized, she would be able to get the truth out of her. Wei Wei Bai did not answer and continued to remain silent. Mina knew that she didn't have much time left, so she was a little anxious and kept repeating herself. You're not sick. You're not sick. Wei Wei Bai she wasn't sick. Who would be willing to admit that they were? What was wrong with this girl's brain? Mina's fingers suddenly froze, and her pocket watch trembled. The girl that she hypnotized suddenly closed her eyes. Was she asleep? She pulled the chain of the pocket watch hard, wanted to wake her up, but she remembered that Yu Xiaoyan would be back soon. Mina could only stomp her feet. She had something more important to do. Hypnotizing Wei Wei Bai was secondary. She would think about it later. This time, she needed to stop the Hainan Airlines project and prevent Yu Xiaoyan from successfully transforming. This would be of great benefit to her family. When Yu Xiaoyan's project ran aground and failed, he would be hit hard. She would appear and let Yu Xiaoyan marry her, and then get him. This was the plan from the beginning. As for making Wei Wei Bai commit suicide, it was just a temporary idea. After all, Yu Xiaoyan would be her husband in the future. And if her husband had such a little lover by his side, how could she tolerate it? Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 2669. Mina turned around and left in a hurry, planning to do it tonight. After she left, Wei Wei Bai still maintained her sleeping posture. Not long after, a hand gently stroked her long hair. Yu Xiaoyan's pleasant voice sounded softly. Wei Wei, why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a cold. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes in confusion, as if she didn't know why she fell asleep. When she saw Yu Xiaoyan, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she reached out, hugged his neck, and snuggled into his arms. She whispered gently, Yu Xiaoyan, hug me. These words were too clear, and they were too in line with her current age. The delicate feeling of a young girl was undeniable. He had once thought that if Wei Wei Bai wasn't sick, she would probably look like this. But she was sick. Her mental age was many years younger. This wasn't something she would say. Thinking of the scene he saw on the surveillance camera just now, Yu Xiaoyan gently hugged her and didn't say anything. Hypnosis, suggestion, and implantation of consciousness. They were all key abilities to destroy or heal a person. Mina was indeed very capable. He saw her holding a pocket watch and hypnotizing Wei Wei Bai, saying that she wasn't sick. It was as if she was controlling the girl, making her into a seemingly normal puppet. This was a relatively powerful hypnosis skill, but this skill couldn't be maintained for long. And this wasn't a treatment. It was more like controlling someone and making that person into the ideal state of hypnosis. As long as the hypnosis was broken, it would lose its effect. Could it be that he wanted to drive her away? So Mina came to hypnotize Wei Wei Bai? Making her look normal meant that the treatment plan was good, so she could stay. Yu Xiaoyan's movements were extremely gentle as he stroked Wei Wei Bai's hair, but his eyes were sinister. No matter what Mina's purpose was, her hypnosis, suggestion, and manipulation of Wei Wei Bai had already crossed his bottom line. The girl didn't seem to notice that she was abnormal. She leaned her head comfortably on Yu Xiaoyan's shoulder, her breath gently blowing on the man's neck. The soft girl said sweetly, Yu Xiaoyan, I hate it when you have other women around you. Yu Xiaoyan stopped stroking her hair. Although he knew that she was being hypnotized, that was why she was so normal. But her words still made him a little stiff. He was like a little man who was suspected of cheating by his girlfriend. He explained in a low voice, That's the psychiatrist I found for you, not the woman around me. Wei Wei Bai pushed him away in a fit of pique. She jumped off the chair in a huff. Because she walked quickly, her fair calves were faintly discernible under the cheongsam. You're lying. You like that woman. Otherwise, why would she bother me every day? After saying that, she came to the screen. The young girl turned her head, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said fiercely, Remember this, you are mine, Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan stood by the window and looked at her in a daze. Looking at her angry appearance, she was charming and passionate. She was like a rose with thorns. The mist in her eyes disappeared without a trace, and only her lively anger and cuteness remained. She stomped her feet, and her beautiful purple cheongsam shook. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoyan was silent for a while and couldn't help but smile. His thin lips were slightly pursed. Yes, I am yours. Although he knew that it was the effect of hypnosis that made her temporarily better. In the past, He even worried that he'd just like her closed-off appearance. Pure and childish, it never hurt him. Only then did he open his heart to like her and think that she was good. But when she angrily asked him to like her and belong to her with a coquettish face, the hole in his chest that had been there for many years was instantly filled. Every frown and smile was good. Being closed off and normal was beautiful. Yu Xiaoyan only felt that his heart was beating fast in his chest. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. Yu Xiaoyan suddenly felt that maybe he could change the psychiatrist. Let her really get better. If she was so cute when she got better, he could even overcome his twisted possessiveness. Let her be angry at him so normally. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2670. The effect of the hypnosis was better. Wei Wei Bai still looked normal after dinner. Yu Xiaoyan felt that it was fresh, but he was more relieved, because he was sure that his preferences for her did not change with her attitude. It was more like because she was Wei Wei Bai, so no matter what she looked like, as long as she was her, it was fine. Bai Weiwei held a bowl of sweet red bean soup and drank it. I like sweet things, and I like to eat meat. I don't eat bean sprouts or tofu. Remember this. Yu Xiaoyun held a pen with his slender fingers and slowly wrote in beautiful handwriting on the booklet. Okay, I'll remember it. Wei Wei Bai glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. Her red lips curled up as she muttered, "You too, you're not allowed to eat vegetables all the time. It's normal to eat more meat. People who are vegetarian are not in good health. I'm not like you who have a short life." Yu Xiaoyan's pen paused, as if he was helpless. He seemed to be hesitating whether to write this down as well. She had been a vegetarian for too long and couldn't smell meat. The reason why meat dishes could be served was because she couldn't eat vegetables. Wei Wei Bai knocked the spoon on the side of the bowl and raised her eyebrows. "I told you not to have a short life, but you're still frowning. Are you angry?" Yu Xiaoyan looked at the snow-white porcelain spoon on the girl's fingertips. Her pale pink nails were like thin cherry blossoms. When he first raised her, she was like an abandoned kitten. Her hair was messy, and she was thin and pale. She was so fragile that she could disappear at any time. Now he could see the color on her face, lips, and nails. It was all because of her delicate nature. Just like her temper, she ordered him around so delicately. He couldn't wait to kick his chest to make him listen to her. It was really cute. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his eyes unhurriedly. He couldn't help but bite his lower lip with his teeth to suppress the hot thoughts. The handwriting under the tip of his nose was also a little heavier. His eyes were dangerous, but he suppressed it. His tone was even gentler. "I'll try." These 3 words were especially heavy. After all, no one dared to ask him to change his habits. It was a habit that he did not change. Even if someone dared to challenge him, he would not listen. Just saying try was already extremely indulgent of her. Unfortunately, the delicate little girl in front of him was not satisfied. She glanced at him a few times, then turned sideways and lowered her head to drink the red bean soup, her lips curling up high. "You still want to try?" Humph. Perfunctory means perfunctory. Yu Xiaoyan was even more helpless. He reached out and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He really indulged her temper. Her temper was too big. When he was too old, he would torment him. But at the same time, he felt an itch in his heart from her torment. He didn't feel angry at all. This emotional fluctuation, as well as this unfamiliar willingness to take a step back. This made Yu Xiaoyan feel a little strange, but he also enjoyed it. He didn't know how long this hypnosis effect would last. He looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was throwing a tantrum, and couldn't help but smile. She was so cute. Being autistic is cute. Being willful is cute. She was not normally cute, but normally she was still cute. Yu Xiaoyan's affectionate and gentle eyes were filled with thick joy. Bai Weiwei looked back and gazed into a pair of breathtaking eyes that made people sink into them. She was stunned. A thin blush suddenly appeared on her face, and then the blush ran all the way to the tip of her ears. She stopped breathing and immediately turned around. Then, she lowered her head and didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoyan still didn't understand. "What's wrong?" Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before she secretly looked at him. Like a peeping kitten, she carefully widened her eyes. "In the future," she said softly, "you're not allowed to look at other women like that." To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on com// for the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the button below to record this reading record. Chapter 2671. Yu Xiaoyan touched the corners of his eyes strangely. Is it wrong to look at others like this? Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled and her face turned even redder. Her eyes were filled with a trace of anger. If you look at others like this, won't they fall in love with you? You're a male fox spirit. Yu Xiaoyan felt the corners of his eyes twitch. Male fox spirit. Wei Wei Bai said it out loud. She stomped her foot and said fiercely and coquettishly, "What kind of eyes are you looking at? It's like you're seducing people. People would think that you're seducing them. If you look at anyone like that, they would think that you're in love with them." Yu Xiaoyan's long eyelashes drooped and his eyes sparkled. "Oh, I'm looking at you like this. Am I seducing you, or am I making you fall in love with me?" Wei Wei Bai opened her mouth and couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, she put down the bowl and stood up to say loudly, "I'm not eating, it's too sweet." The smile in Yu Xiaoyan's eyes deepened. He stretched out his long arm and grabbed the girl who was about to leave by the waist. He directly carried her to sit on his lap. Wei Wei Bai was shocked, and her entire body was sitting on his firm thighs. "I'm seducing you." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly, as if she was seduced. Of course, she quickly lowered her head. She was just picky, but now she didn't. She seemed to have become a poor, autistic girl again. She didn't dare to say anything. Yu Xiaoyan didn't let her go. He raised his head, and his thin lips touched her cheek. "Why are you so smart?" His voice was very hoarse. "I'm indeed seducing you and making you fall in love with me." Wei Wei Bai's eyes widened. Her entire body was gently placed on the table by the man. His eyes were full of smiles as he leaned down. "So, are you in love with me?" Wei Wei Bai's entire body stiffened. Her delicate face was full of a bright red color, and her lips had just opened. The man had already lowered his head. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 65. Everything was said without words. After eating supper, Wei Wei Bai had just finished brushing her teeth and was about to go to bed. She saw Yu Xiaoyan standing at the door, wearing black satin home clothes and soft cloth shoes. The door was open, and Chun Shan was saying something with a serious face. Behind Chun Shan were several bodyguards. Half of Yu Xiaoyan's face was hidden in the shadows. His usually gentle eyes had a hint of murderous coldness. He turned his head, and his eyes fell on the girl who had just stepped out of the bathroom. There was a hint of gentleness in his cold eyes. "You, calm," Yu Xiaoyan directly. Bai Weiwei yawned and really wanted to continue sleeping like a retard. During this period of time, he ate, drank, and slept well. He didn't stay up late anymore. The system said Auntie Mina cut off the electricity in half of this place. She even hacked into the system and tried her best to destroy the project data in the male protagonist's computer. If it was destroyed, it would be a heavy loss. System. Someone has already lured the people away from the study. They're opening the safe now. Bai Weiwei nodded, then went directly behind the screen where the bed was. There was also a beautiful antique table in the room. / to make it easier for you to read next time, you can click Save below to record this reading record. Chapter 2672. There was a small basket made of bamboo on the table. Wei Wei Bai took out a key from the basket. There was a jade pendant and a small tassel hanging from the key buckle. It was very beautiful. It was just that no one knew that this casually placed key was the key to the safe in Yu Xiaoyan's study, where his most important secret was kept. She would know that the system said so. Of course, Yu Xiaoyan also said that he saw her playing with the jade pendant on the key and casually told her the use of the key. She didn't know if he really trusted her, this retard. Or was he sure that even if she knew, she wouldn't be able to take this key, open the safe, take the information, and escape? Wei Wei Bai's eyes became a little blank. She took the key and walked out step by step. Like a ghost, her eyes were a little dull. As if she was being controlled, she muttered softly. The information, give it to her personally, she muttered almost silently. She muttered to herself in a strange way. She went all the way to the study without any obstruction. The door was half open. Mina was lying in front of the safe, seriously, trying to figure out the password. Wei Wei Bai quietly walked to her side and listened to the system saying the location of the hidden surveillance camera. She naturally turned her back to the surveillance camera. Then she almost silently said to Mina, who noticed her arrival with a look of surprise, "By the time you get the information, Yu Xiaoyan will be here. Go away, I'll do it." Mina was shocked for a few seconds before she suddenly reacted. "You're not sick?" Not only was she not sick, but she was also planning to harm Yu Xiaoyan like her. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and put the key in her hand into the keyhole of the safe. A sarcastic smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Not only am I not sick, but I also know what you're thinking. Are you worthy of hypnotizing me?" The door of the safe opened, and the girl's voice was contained in her lips. Only Mina could hear it. Wei Wei Bai's silent mocking eyes were as sharp as knives. "Get the information and get lost. Yu Xiaoyan is mine." This sentence was cold and heavy. Mina's face contorted into a hideous expression. Under the guidance of the system, Wei Wei Bai accurately took out the project from Hainan Airlines. Then she handed it to Mina. Mina looked at the beautiful yet fragile girl in front of her. Her beautiful cherry-red lips started to move silently. His voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, but she still understood what he was saying. "Old woman, if you're so ugly, then don't have a crush on my man. Consider this information as charity. When you see me in the future, remember to lower your head and obediently stay at least 100 meters away." The girl's posture was slender and cold, vicious and arrogant. Like a poisonous flower, his pale face was filled with a sinister and bewitching charm. The system asked, "Why are you provoking her like that?" Wei Wei Bai saw the information in her hand being forcefully snatched away by Mina. She smiled. "Find a scapegoat. Otherwise, how can I be a pitiful little white flower?" The side missions insisted that she be the main female lead. Even the move of betraying Yu Xiaoyan was thrown at him. But who said that she had to betray Yu Xiaoyan to personally hand the information to Mina? Couldn't it be that she was forced and manipulated? As expected, when Mina took the information, her heart relaxed, but a murderous intent was aroused by the girl's mocking gaze. Why? A little girl who pretended to be retarded. She played everyone in circles. Even a man she liked this scheming bitch. Mina saw Wei Wei Bai looking at her with a cold smile, as if she was looking at a dog. Download the at https://m sashu.com// the button at the bottom to record the reading record. Chapter 2673. She thought about how she wouldn't be able to see Yu Xiaoyan for a while after she left with the information. During this time, it was still this little B*TCH who was enjoying herself by Yu Xiaoyan's side. The hatred that had been hidden in Mina's heart for many years and the madness of not being able to get what she wanted all turned into a terrible impulse. She wanted to kill Wei Wei Bai. Anyway, there was still time. Everyone was attracted by the top hacker that she hired. Mina stuffed the information into her bag and smiled kindly. "I really have to thank Wei Wei for helping me get the information." Wei Wei Bai looked indifferent. With her back to the surveillance camera, she looked like she didn't speak from beginning to end. She looked a little confused and sluggish. Mina reached out and gently placed her fingers on her neck, as if she was comforting her. "So you'd better die." The smile on Mina's face turned sinister. She put both hands on Wei Wei Bai's neck and was about to strangle her to death. There was a loud sound of a door being kicked open. Outside the door, Yu Xiaoyan came in like a violent wind and kicked Mina away. More than a dozen people rushed in from the door and rushed to restrain Mina. Yu Xiaoyan had already turned around and hugged Wei Wei Bai in his arms. His eyes were full of worry, and his fingers trembled as he touched her neck. He was afraid that something bad would happen to Mina. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were a little empty. She looked at Yu Xiaoyan blankly for a long time, as if she didn't know what was wrong with her. Yu Xiaoyan also saw that something was wrong with her. She had become autistic again. Previously, she looked like a normal person, but as the hypnosis effect weakened, she disappeared. The girl's face was as pale as paper, and her pair of ignorant eyes made Yu Xiaoyan's heart heavy and uncomfortable. He gently reached out and touched her hair. "It's okay, Wei Wei," because he knew Mina's tricks. He also knew that she had hypnotized Wei Wei. He was afraid that this woman had used some vicious hypnosis on her. Only then did he allow Wei Wei to take his keys out at night. He had been following her. When he was outside the door, he was ready to rush in and rescue her at any moment. But she was also afraid that Mina would not be able to get rid of all the hints she had given her. He knew that this hypnotic suggestion was extremely frightening. So can lie low for years. As far as he knew, Mina's hints to her included self-harm, so that she could become a normal person. Now he knew about it again. It turned out that Mina had been hypnotizing her to become a normal person. It was for her to steal the information, because only a normal person would have the intelligence to take the key, walk to the study, and open the safe. He was still worried at the door about what other hints were there other than the hint of stealing the data. She then heard Mina telling Wei Wei to die. At that moment, his mind was a little muddled, and violent anger surged up. How dare this woman kill the person he liked in his territory? Yu Xiaoyan hugged Wei Wei and rested his chin on her shoulder. His thin lips were close to her ear as he gently comforted her. But when he looked at Mina, who was in a sorry state, his eyes, which had once been so gentle and affectionate, were now filled with hatred, coldness, and killing intent. When she was about to kill Wei Wei, Yu Xiaoyan knew that there were no more hints, because this meant that her use of Wei Wei had come to an end. Mina was kicked until she vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and was tied up tightly. Yu Xiaoyan didn't want to scare Wei Wei, so his voice was soft and gentle. Take her out and wait for me to deal with it. After saying that, he was about to carry Wei Wei out. Mina's sharp voice sounded. She's not sick, she's lying. She even gave me the information. She wants to kill you, Yu Xiaoyan. Chapter 2674. Yu Xiaoyan's footsteps paused. It seemed that the woman's voice was too sharp. Wei Wei's body trembled. She was a little scared. Yu Xiaoyan quickly reached out to touch her back and whispered, "It's okay now." Mina still wanted to shout something, but her mouth was already stuffed. Yu Xiaoyan carried Wei Wei and left this troublesome place. The information was handed over by Wei Wei. How could he not know? But this was obviously caused by vicious hypnosis. His face was full of anger. After hurriedly carrying the person in his arms back to the house, he put her on the bed. Then he carefully checked Wei Wei's body again, afraid that there were any injuries that he didn't find. Wei Wei was a little ticklish. She stared at him blankly and couldn't help but shrink back. Yu Xiaoyan's fingers paused, and his gloomy face slowly returned. There won't be a next time. This woman was invited back by him, and she almost died. Wei looked at him silently for a while. Suddenly, her mouth flattened, her eyes turned red, and tears fell down. Her body finally began to tremble. She seemed to have finally come back to her senses and knew what was wrong with her. She trembled like a pitiful little animal fleeing for its life, desperately squeezing into Yu Xiaoyan's arms. Wei clutched his clothes tightly with both hands and cried silently. Yu Xiaoyan, she sobbed, clumsy and stuttering. I'm scared. All the doubts and the hidden scrutiny of Mina's words in his heart. They all disappeared because of her grievances. Yu Xiaoyan pursed his lips, and there was unbearable pity and heartache in his eyes. He kissed her tears and comforted her in a low voice. Don't be afraid. I will never let you be hurt like this in the future. Wei cried. I'm scared. Yu Xiaoyan was so guilty that he could barely raise his head. In the end, he kissed her lips. Don't be afraid. I like you. So, I will protect you, always protect you. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 70. Stupefied side quest. Once the betrayal plan was hatched, the vicious little white flower host would be able to walk down the path of a great female lead. In the end, not only did the host become more naive, but she also became more retarded. The system patted Feng Xing's shoulder calmly. You'll get used to it, hee hee. The host likes to be a little white flower. What can you do? From the very beginning, had the system never thought of letting the host be a by Ao Tian? Those super overlords who opened harems of 30 million every day, destroyed planets with a raise of their hands, and stepped on the universe as they walked. Who wouldn't be envious? However, his host loved to reap the benefits of a beauty that could topple empires. She would lie down and wait for favorable impression points to arrive. She liked to act pitiful and pretended to be a white lotus. She was full of schemes and was often accompanied by green tea. The system stared at it for a long time, then thought of those pieces that had been crushed into idiots. He suddenly felt that little white flower was actually very scary. After a long time, he would let his host wander around on her own. It was better for him to save up more money to buy rewards for his host. Perhaps he had suffered a huge blow to his side. He staggered to the side of the trash can and squatted down. The system thought that he had stopped. He yawned and went to bed. Wei Wei Bai was also coaxed to bed by Yu Xiaoyan. She reached out and grabbed his hand in a daze and finally fell asleep from exhaustion. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her in silence for a long time before he got up and covered her with a blanket. Then he walked out, wanting to settle me Na's matter overnight. Wei Wei Bai was light with nothing to do. She covered herself with a blanket and planned to continue eating and waiting for death. Then she heard the gloomy voice of the side mission. Yo, you're up. Wei Wei Bai, side mission. The career side mission has been fully activated. Please complete all the tasks in 3 months. It was simple, and there was nothing else. However, when Wei Wei Bai saw the so-called task list, her expression changed. Destroy the Sea Navigation Project to let Yu Xiaoyan know that she was not sick. Damn, this was asking for her life. Take away Yu Xiaoyan's power, and then humiliate him by saying that he was a dog of the Bai family. A dog for a while, a dog for life. Wei Wei Bai wanted to curse. You're the dog, you side mission dog. Let's die together. There was also something about whipping him, forcing him to be her slave, and other small tasks that she couldn't bear to look at. Wei Wei Bai expressed that this was a hellish task list. How long had the side mission been prepared? Wei Wei Bai, fuck, little watch, disfigurement. Wei Wei Bai, fuck, I'll treat you to a meal. Little watch, you're welcome. Wei Wei Bai, huh, Xiao Biao, to make you strive to improve, to make you stand at the top, and to let you crush your target. I'm also worried sick. When you treat us to a meal, just order more abalone feather wings and I socket matsutake. Wei Wei Bai, I'll bring a few tons of dichlorvos to you. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. 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 Chapter 2675. Regarding the sudden appearance of a terrifying mission list. Wei Wei Bai was very conflicted and uncomfortable. The difficulty was so great that it was too scary. This matter troubled her for 3 minutes. Then she continued to cover herself with the blanket and closed her eyes to sleep. She could talk about the big things after she had eaten and slept well. As for the side quests, she could do as she pleased. She had been through so many worlds, and she was an old employee of Wei Wei Bai who was so greasy that she could squeeze oil out of it. She was extremely calm about any side quest that fell from the sky. This was the standard of maturity of Conqueror. She was mature. These words revealed the beautiful character of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. After Yu Xiaoyan finished dealing with Mina's matter, he went to wash his hands very calmly. There was a brass basin with a white towel beside it. His expression was calm as his slender and beautiful fingers slid through the water. He had just slapped that woman. He felt dirty. After Yu Xiaoyan washed his hands, the maid came forward to serve supper. It was almost dawn. He was used to eating something after dealing with things. It was still vegetarian porridge without any minced meat. It was tasteless. He was used to eating it, so he didn't feel much. She should still be sleeping. Yu Xiaoyan thought of Wei Wei Bai's sleeping appearance. She was not very well behaved, but she was still very heavy. Once she was really asleep, it would be difficult to wake her up. Yu Xiaoyan felt that this was the sleeping style of a child because there were no worries in her mind. After finishing the porridge, the taste was bland. When Yu Xiaoyan put down the bowl, he inexplicably thought of the various small requirements written in the book. One of them was for him not to be a vegetarian. He had been a vegetarian for some years. When he first arrived at the Bai family, Old Master Bai observed him for a long time. He was afraid that he would rebel and was a wolf cub. Yu Xiaoyan was indeed a wolf. He was wrapped in a wolf's ambition. He had a black heart and black lungs since he was young. His father could serve the Bai family for so many years and mix in this dirty water for so many years. He was not clean to begin with. He had inherited his father's observation skills since he was young. Except for the people he cared about, he had always been extremely cold. But he had a pair of very good eyes. He inherited his mother's gentle and affectionate eyes. Everyone seemed to be deeply in love with each other. Old Master Bai saw that he was young and his eyes were so gentle. This was the first time that Old Master Bai, who had always had sharp eyes, made a mistake. She felt that he was not a threat and that his personality should be soft. This was his first life and death trial in the Bai clan. As long as he did not pass the test of Old Master Bai and let him think that he was in the slightest danger, he probably wouldn't have lived to this day. Yu Xiaoyan slowly got up and walked out of the punishment room. Behind her were servants and bodyguards. The love garden was very big, with pavilions and terraces, spacious and lonely. This was where Old Master Bai missed the person he loved. From Bai Yanlan, he really couldn't see the slightest bit of goodness in the woman that Old Master Bai loved. How could his daughter be so terrible? In that case, the dead old woman was probably not much better. However, she had given birth to Wei Wei Bai. From Wei Wei Bai, he could see that everything about Wei Wei Bai was good. The human heart was really biased. The first year he entered the Bai family, he started to eat vegetarian food, just because he wanted to start playing the role of a weak, incompetent, kind, and affectionate good child. When the rabbit he raised died, he cried. The magnolia flowers that he had raised in the garden for a long time withered, and he pretentiously learned how to bury the flowers in the dream of the red chamber. Later on, he started not to eat meat, but because he felt that all living things were bitter, he was merciful and refused to eat. He remembered the scene of the servants lining up and persuading him to eat meat one by one. The small him curled up his body, hugging his knees with his hands and burying his head on his thighs. At https://www.sashu.com/quick to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com//quick to txt download at https://www.sashu.com quick to read on. Com. Chapter 2676. His voice was filled with rejection and sadness. His expression, however, was terrifyingly cold. Kindness could not be acted as a habit. He was still cold and vicious. Affection could not be faked. He was still cold and distant. Only the habit of being a vegetarian had fooled Old Master Bai, even if he had the power to eat meat in the future and reveal his true colors. This habit was not easy to get rid of. However, there was no harm in trying it now. After all, being a vegetarian for a long time would indeed make one's body weaker. It might even shorten one's life. Thinking of the girl's willfulness and arrogance, he wanted him to change. Before Yu Xiaoyan entered the room, he whispered to the side, "From tomorrow onwards, add some meat to my menu. Change little by little." Compared to the habit of being a vegetarian, he wanted to make her happy more. The servants and bodyguards who followed beside him were a little surprised. Yu Xiaoyan had already walked into the room. The sky had just brightened. Wei Wei Bai was still sleeping. He quietly got on the bed and held her in his arms. He pretended that he had never left. The man smelled the soft fragrance of the girl in his arms and slowly closed his eyes. The blood in the middle of the night was appeased. Yu Xiaoyan fell into a peaceful sleep. Recently, he did not have nightmares, nor did he have dreams of holding power and controlling people's lives. Only the girl's fragrance accompanied him, and he slept peacefully, almost without dreams. During breakfast, Wei Wei Bai found that there was a little bit of minced meat in Yu Xiaoyan's porridge. She was a mentally disabled person, so even if she saw it, she pretended not to see it. After all, a mentally disabled person's observation skills were too good, so they were not mentally disabled. The side quest was calculating the time coldly at the side. 3 months. Each month counts as 30 days. A total of 90 days. You still have 89 days and 13 hours left. Then it began to make a terrifying sound. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but ask, What's that sound? The side quest said, if you fail the side quest, won't you be disfigured? I'll sharpen the bone knife first. Bone knife? Even the bones had to be cut if one was disfigured? Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale. Then, she thought for a moment and tried to negotiate. If I succeed in the side quest, can I borrow your knife? After all, with a slash, one soul would also be disfigured. This proved that this knife was not ordinary. Xiao Biao, why do you want to borrow it? Do you have any enemies that you want to disfigure? Wei Wei Bai said with a look of self-pity. No, I'm not complaining that my face is not perfect enough. There's a fine line between disfigurement and plastic surgery. When the time comes, I'll just have to grind my face with a knife to remove all the imperfections on my face. I'll be the most beautiful woman in the world. Xiao Biao, there was too much information in this line, and it couldn't understand it. Wei Wei Bai held her face in her hands. Although I'm very beautiful, there's no limit to being beautiful. We have to have some lofty goals, such as being the #1 beauty in the universe. Xiao Biao, what kind of noble pursuit was this? You might as well aim to be the #1 white flower in the universe. At the very least, this is a skill point. Every day, he would hold his face and ask for the prettiest girl. Don't you think it's too shabby to mention this kind of pursuit? The system ate the blueberry cake in the side fridge. As it ate, it reached out to pat Xiao Biao's shoulder and said earnestly, "You just become a spirit. You'll get used to her after a while." Xiao Biao, what kind of shameless host did it end up with? The system opened the fridge. How about I treat you to strawberry pudding? Xiao Biao, that's my fridge. The system, we're family, don't be so polite. Xiao Biao, what kind of shameless system did it end up with? Although the task list was very stressful, Wei Wei Bai was still leisurely. Yu Xiaoyan couldn't bear to see her leisurely and began to take her out for a walk. When there was a big meeting, she quietly played with jigsaw puzzles. When there was a project, she accompanied Yu Xiaoyan, eating and watching TV. After a long time, everyone knew that the girl who followed Yu Xiaoyan was gentle and weak. She wore a cheongsam and was unusually quiet and beautiful. She was Yu Xiaoyan's woman. Wei Wei Bai did not refute. Yu Xiaoyan did not refute and allowed this kind of thing to spread. The project progressed quickly, and only the last contract was left to be signed. The contract would be signed in about a week when the person in charge over there came over. Then, their transformation would be completely successful. After Yu Xiaoyan finished the remote meeting, he threw away his headphones and looked back. He saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the table, sleeping quietly. The girl's hair was as black as ink, and her eyelashes were thick and long. Her skin was as white as clouds, and was unusually clean and beautiful. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her for a while. That pair of gentle eyes with deep affection seemed to fill the entire sky. He kissed her hair gently. The man's voice was low and gentle. "Good night, Wei Wei." To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2677. Yu Xiaoyan was concerned about Wei Wei Bai's psychological problems. To invite a famous psychiatrist in M country, he personally traveled to M country. Wei Wei Bai did not follow him. Yu Xiaoyan's recent maritime project had caused a lot of commotion. Everyone's eyes were on him. If he went abroad now, he would become a target if he brought Wei Wei Bai with him. He refused to take her on a risky trip, so he could only go personally. If everything went smoothly, he would be back in 3 days. Before Yu Xiaoyan left, he personally made a jade qipao for Wei Wei Bai. It had beautiful light orange tassels and a thin, aqua-colored, fan-shaped jade pendant. The jade pendant was engraved with the word Yun. Wei Wei Bai thought that this thing was very fun. She twirled the tassels with her fingers with a serious expression. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his head and kissed her cheek. He whispered, "Wait for me to come back." Then he turned around and was about to leave. A pair of hands had already hugged his waist from behind. The girl's warmth and softness clung to his strong back. She was silent, as if she wanted him to stay. Yu Xiaoyan's body was stiff for a moment, but the expression on his face was gentle and pleasant. He did not move and let her hug him. The girl was very patient and kept hugging him without letting go. Yu Xiaoyan also patiently let her hug him. Finally, she loosened her arms and left his body, as if she felt that she was being willful. Yu Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, reached out and grabbed her arm. He pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her. Yu Xiaoyan let go of her and let her sit on the chair obediently. Then he bent down and pinned the qipao to the second button of her qipao. The beautiful fan-shaped jade pendant and tassels hung on the silk material. The man's breath was a little messy, but his tone was so gentle that it made people's scalps tingle. There are red beans in the tassels. Although I know you don't understand, I still want you to know from time to time. This is also my intention. Red beans, yearning. He knew it himself, but he was afraid that she did not understand, so he pinned it to her lapel. As expected, Wei Bai opened a pair of watery round eyes and looked at him innocently and blankly. Yu Xiaoyan smiled helplessly. I'll teach you next time. Her dependence on him was probably just a habit. It had nothing to do with love and lovesickness. Yu Xiaoyan got up and turned to leave. When he walked out of the door, he couldn't help but look back, only to see that the girl's fingers were already touching the tassel on her chest. He also took out a few small red beans strung in the tassel. She touched Red Bean with her fingertips, her clear and focused eyes staring at him. The contours of her beautiful body, her ink-black hair that fell behind her, and her shadow that was elongated by the light. Everything felt as beautiful as a dream. Yu Xiaoyan was in a trance for a moment. It was as if she was not sick and understood the meaning of Red Bean. That was why she used such a loving and beautiful gaze to obediently send him off. This thought flashed through his mind, and he found it funny. Perhaps it was because he was too eager to see her return to normal that he started hallucinating. After Yu Xiaoyan left, Wei Bai took off the red bean and threw it on the table one by one to play with it. While crushing the hard red bean, she said to the system, "Seize power first, then lock him up. Then, finish the side main mission within 3 months and hang yourself to leave." With Yu Xiaoyan's personality, he was a master of forbearance. She could do her best to seize his temporary power, but as long as she didn't kill him, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. When that time came, she would end up like Bai Yanlan, dead beyond dead. Wei Bai had also thought it through. In any case, she would seize Xiaoyan's temporary power within 3 months. She didn't have to accept all of his power and empire. This could be done. Is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2678. Then, before the rest of the people found out, she would complete the side quest. After 3 months, he would be able to contact the rest of the people to turn the tables. It didn't matter if her mission was completed. Wei Bai had calculated the mission rehearsal countless times. She found that this was the best and most dangerous way. The side quest wouldn't be over until it forced her into a dead end. She was too beautiful. Therefore, the side quest had been jealous of her for a long time. It finally found an opportunity to ruin her face, so it used the side quest to do such a vicious thing. This thought made her feel deeply depressed. The system, the host's narcissism, had risen to another level. The side quest also heard she only had a mouth, 2 eyes, and a nose. What was there to be jealous of? What was there to be jealous of? The psychiatrist that Yu Xiaoyan invited had a strange temper. Even though he was invited, he wasn't casual because the other party still had an academic conference to attend. Yu Xiaoyan could have waited, but for 3 days, every night was torturous. He had nightmares when he slept. When he woke up and faced the cold and empty room, he felt that it was better to have nightmares. He felt that he was being tortured by lovesickness. When he called back, although the servant picked up, Wei Bai didn't pick up. She seemed to have fallen in love with a little game. Yu Xiaoyan asked, "What game?" The servant replied, "She's counting the tassels you made for her, the jade pendant. He even made a bracelet for her. She took it out to play with." Yu Xiaoyan wondered if she missed him. That was why she played with the things he gave her repeatedly. Yu Xiaoyan felt warm in his heart, and the nightmares weren't so uncomfortable anymore. So once he confirmed that the psychiatrist would come, he took the plane back alone. Just as he got off the plane, a call came in hurriedly. Yu Xiaoyan didn't think much about it and picked up the call. Something had happened to Qin Shan. No, to be precise, something had happened to the elites of the upper class. During the upper class meeting, the conference room suddenly exploded. Everyone was sent to the hospital. Shan was also admitted to the hospital. Fortunately, no one died. Yu Xiaoyun frowned, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. He called the hospital, but found that the medical staff of the hospital refused to answer his questions. They only kept saying that the patient's information needed to be kept confidential. Yu Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Moreover, he knew that the meeting was about the last contract for the Hainan Airlines project. It was a remote meeting. It was a done deal. That was why he didn't continue to follow up. He let Shan take full responsibility. The people who signed the contract must have seen the explosion in the meeting room through the video. If it wasn't handled properly, the time of the explosion would definitely cause the project to stop. But it was not the most serious. What was even more serious was that he couldn't even contact his trusted aides. All kinds of terrifying guesses had already flashed through Yu Xiaoyun's mind. Pursing his lips tightly, he suddenly thought of something and immediately called back. However, the servant did not take it. She clearly knew that the best choice was to immediately rush to the hospital with her bodyguards. But at this moment, Yu Xiaoyun's mind went blank. "Where's Wei Wei?" Yu Xiaoyun got into the car and shouted to the driver, "Go home immediately." He sent half of his bodyguards to the hospital while he rushed home immediately. He had 10,000 ways to deal with the crisis of power being seized. However, there was one price that he could not afford to pay. That was Wei Wei Bai's safety. Her mind was so weak that she would not be able to protect herself at all. If she fell into the hands of his enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Xiaoyun's fingers gripped the seat of the car tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Chapter 2679. He expressionlessly asked the driver to drive the car to the maximum speed. Finally, he rushed home as fast as he could, but found that the servants were gone. The Bai family's house sign had been replaced by the surname Yu. But he saw that the house sign at the door had changed to the surname Bai again, and the entire Bai family was empty. The bodyguard following behind Yu Xiaoyun suddenly received a call. It was a woman's voice with a voice changer. It was very hoarse, and he couldn't hear anything. "If you want her to live, enter the door alone." Yu Xiaoyun stopped in his tracks and stared at the door. It was already dark. The entire house was immersed in a hellish darkness. Yu Xiaoyun looked at the door coldly and said calmly, "Okay." Then he turned to the bodyguard behind him and said, "It's nothing serious. Wait here." After saying that, his face was tense as he stepped in step by step. The house was empty, and some places didn't even have the lights on. The flowers in the love garden were dark, and it wasn't as beautiful as it was during the day. Yu Xiaoyun's expression was indifferent as he walked towards his house step by step. The lights in the house were on. A faint humming sound could be heard. It was sweet and soft, and it tickled the listener's ears. Yu Xiaoyun stopped in his tracks and heard that it was a song sung by a certain singer. It seemed that the name of the song was Red Bean. When a young girl hummed this song, it was intermittent. The song was in her lips, as if it could be brewed into a sweet taste. Yu Xiaoyun walked in. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. He saw that the table was full of flowers picked from the love garden. The young girl was wearing a green cheongsam, and the clear water jade pendant hung on her chest. She sat in an elegant posture, and her calves were side by side. The beautiful white scenery of the split could be faintly seen. It seemed that she didn't notice that he was here. Wei Wei Bai's side profile was quiet and indifferent. Her fingers were holding the flowers unhurriedly, and she was arranging flowers and doing flower art. With a snap, the small scissors cut off a Chinese rose branch. The bright red rose was pinned to the side of the girl's hair. She revealed a gentle smile. Her eyes were like water, but there wasn't a trace of confusion. Yu Xiaoyun slowed down his footsteps and stared at her. There was something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. He gently raised his hand, just a little bit away from touching the girl's thin back. Wei Wei Bai gently tilted her head and said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, you're back. I counted a few hundred red beans in the 3 days you were gone." Yu Xiaoyun looked at her silently. In the end, he sighed and placed his fingertips on her shoulder. With incomparable gentleness, he bent over and rested his face on her shoulder. He smelled the sweet and soft scent of her body, as well as the faint fragrance of flowers. He didn't seem to dare to speak. He was afraid of breaking something. Wei Bai didn't say anything and just let him continue like an ostrich. In the end, Yu Xiaoyun's voice still sounded heavily. Last time, was it you who tried to assassinate me? Wei Bai's tone was calm and relaxed. Yes, I was impulsive. After all, it's not difficult to find out that I was the one who made that call, but you didn't find out. It was possible to find out, but he didn't check, because subconsciously, he and everyone else thought that she was a fool. Therefore, she couldn't have leaked any information, and no one thought of checking the phone. This was a huge oversight, but because of her uniqueness, it was overlooked. Yu Xiaoyun's thin lips trembled. Why did you save me? Wei Bai said innocently. Of course it's to gain your trust. Otherwise, how could I stay? Download the mobile article at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2680. Yu Xiaoyun's breathing paused, and his eyes seemed to be a little moist. What you want to destroy this time is my project. Her action of destroying everything. She wanted to destroy the sea navigation project. Wei Bai was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. You're stupid, she said coquettishly, and her fingers touched his hair. But her voice was soft and cruel. The one I want to destroy is you. After saying that, she pushed him away impatiently. The girl's back was leaning against the edge of the table. The flowers on the table made her face bright red, and her eyes were full of elegance. As if she didn't care, she elegantly crossed her legs. I've endured for so many years, but you rushed out and completely destroyed the Bai family. You also destroyed my path to controlling the Bai family. I even have the heart to kill you. Yu Xiaoyun stood there in a daze. From the moment he heard the voice change her, he began to doubt it, because even though the voice had changed, the feeling was unusually familiar to him. His intuition had always been too accurate. He had just come in alone, but he really found that his little girl had already grown up. No, it should be said that she had always been mature. The man had always been gentle and calm, elegant and confident, but now he was wrapped in decadence. He couldn't even stand up straight. You've never been stupid? You also designed me now last time? Wei Bai looked at him speechlessly for a while, then pursed her lips and smiled. She was delicate and cute. Yes, that's right. Innocent words, but terrifyingly calm and cruel. In fact, it wasn't the first time Yu Xiaoyun saw her normal appearance. He thought that she was hypnotized. Actually, this was the real her. The funny thing was that even though she was normal when he saw her, he couldn't take back his habit of liking her. What do you want? Purely to take revenge on me. Yu Xiaoyun's face calmed down, but there was still a trace of sadness in his gentle eyes. Wei Bai casually hooked the emerald bracelet on her wrist and sneered. Revenge? I want the entire Bai family. You stole my things, Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun, on the other hand, calmed down. He stared at her silently for a while. Then he smiled helplessly. You should continue pretending and not offend me so recklessly. You know, all I have to do is to shout, and there will be plenty of people to capture you. And then Yu Xiaoyun took a few quick steps forward and suddenly grabbed Wei Bai's fragile neck with one hand. He pinned her down and single-handedly brought the fragile and light girl onto the table. The flowers on the table began to shatter. An extremely dangerous expression appeared on Yu Xiaoyun's calm face. Perhaps there is no need for others. I alone can control you, kill you, and return everything to its original place. All your efforts will be useless. Wei Bai coughed lightly, but couldn't say anything. His neck was stuck. Yu Xiaoyun's voice was soft and low. Perhaps I won't kill you, but I'll tie you up and make you my pet. Wei Bai's eyes turned sharp, but she really didn't have the strength to struggle. This was the difference in physical strength between men and women. Yu Xiaoyun saw that her resentful and hateful eyes were bright and clear. He peeled off the shell of ignorance. She was still the girl who seduced his emotions. Yu Xiaoyun laughed softly, and there was a hint of anger and suppressed killing intent in his laughter. You really make me angry. She revealed her ambition so casually and pretended to be stupid to brush off his feelings. She used him like a fool, but she didn't use him completely. Instead, she thought that he wouldn't be able to recover after she ruined one of his projects and immediately came to show off proudly. Wasn't his love for her worth a few more years of hiding? Yu Xiaoyun's fingers touched her cheek forcefully, and his fingertips rubbed against her skin. He really had the urge to destroy her. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. His muscles lost all strength, and he almost collapsed. The girl under him had already reached out and pushed him. He was lying on the huge wooden table, crushing more than a dozen flowers. The fragrance of the flowers was strong. It was Wei Wei Bai's turn to be on top of him. She reached out and patted Yu Xiaoyun's face hard. "Who are you calling a pet?" The XX fragrance with 20 life points was a must-have at home and the best item to steal fragrances. Wei Wei Bai's fingers tugged at his collar, and she revealed a cold smile. "You are my pet, Xiao Yunyan." Side mission list. Identity exposed. Force the male lead to stop the project. Seize part of the power completed. // Chapter 2681. The fragrance of flowers. The fragrance of a young girl. The silky, smooth feeling of a Cheongsam. After his muscles relaxed, he was abnormally excited, causing the face of the man lying on the table to be dyed red. However, his voice was unusually calm, without a trace of emotion. "Are you trying to fight with me?" He had endured for many years in the Bai family struggle for power and profit, nibbling away at it step by step. He didn't know how much strength Wei Wei Bai had hidden after enduring for so many years. However, if it was just a method to restrain him and there was no follow-up, she was still too naive. Yu Xiaoyun's face was flushed and hot sweat appeared. In contrast, there was no trace of excitement on his delicate and handsome face. Although the drug could affect his body, it couldn't shake his spirit in the slightest. The sharp heartache made his body tremble nervously. He looked at the girl on top of him. Her eyes, which had always been misty, were now bright and lively. She was too beautiful, too cunning. However, her fragile and small face was still pale and delicate. Her beautiful and delicate limbs were abnormally thin and petite when leaning against his body. Even if it was such a showy time, Yu Xiaoyun found that she still had that pitiful beauty. It made the tyranny in his heart and the desire to bully her reignite. He wanted her to cry. He wanted her to struggle. The pity for her began to dissipate bit by bit, revealing the natural, tormenting attack in a man's heart. Yu Xiaoyun advised in a low voice, "Let go of me, Wei Wei. I still like you." If he stopped all his plans now, he wouldn't be serious with her. He didn't want to treat her as an enemy. He liked her, loved her so much that his heart was moved. He couldn't bear to use tricks on her, nor could he bear to take revenge on her. Wei Wei Bai's face with her back to the light was distant and white, as cold as snow. She snorted coldly, and her tone was mocking. "If I kill you, everything will be solved. Will I give you a chance to make a comeback?" Yu Xiaoyun's eyelashes trembled, and the longing in his eyes became a little colder, even a little mocking. "The people outside are all the people I brought. If I shout, they will all come in." Wei Wei Bai suddenly took a bunch of flowers and stuffed them into his mouth. "All right, you can't make a sound like this, right?" Yu Xiaoyun, he also wanted to say that if he wasn't out after 10 minutes, those people would still rush in. Wei Wei Bai found the small scissors in the pile of flowers. The sharp scissors were pointed at his carotid artery. "If you die, although it will be chaotic for a while, your elites are all in the hospital. They won't be able to care about your business for the time being." He had lost his backbone. Those who were in charge were all in the hospital. Everything would be in chaos. At that time, as long as her methods were ruthless and decisive, she might really be able to nibble away more than half of his businesses. Yu Xiaoyun looked at her indifferently and depressingly. His fingers were trembling, a sign that he was using too much force. But the effect of the drug was too good. His muscles were still weak. However, he could feel that his strength was slowly returning. However, the return time was too slow. By the time he really had the strength to suppress her, her scissors should have already pierced his throat. The cold tip of the scissors touched his skin. Yu Xiaoyun's fingers moved even more violently. His eyes began to become bloodshot, as if he was trying his best to find the warmth of the past in the girl's eyes. // to read the full article at https://www.sashu com//fast to txt download at https://www.sashu.com fast to read on your phone. https://m Sashu.com to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the fast. Chapter 2682. However, he only saw her distant eyes without any warmth. He looked at her for too long. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be a little uncomfortable and frowned. She pursed her lips. Don't look at me like that. Don't come looking for me, even if you die. I'm just taking everything that belongs to me. You should accept your loss. After saying that, she used force in her fingers, and the scissors pierced his skin. Warm blood flowed down from his neck. Yu Xiaoyun's last trace of softness and hope slowly disappeared. He looked at her with gloomy eyes and finally lowered his eyes. She was really cruel to him. She was even crueler than he was to Bai Yanlan. At least he didn't have a good expression on his face towards Bai Yanlan, making her feel that he was possible. However, she took the initiative to approach him, hug him, and say that she liked him. The honey trap was an old trick, but it was the most useful trick in thousands of years. He actually fell for such an obvious trap. Her strength seemed to be a little too strong. Yu Xiaoyun's expression didn't change, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, the scissors on his neck were a little stiff. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be a little hesitant, and there was a trace of fluctuation in her indifferent eyes. Yu Xiaoyun saw that her breathing seemed to be a little heavier. Even her fingers were trembling. It seemed like she was afraid. He didn't need to think too much to know the answer. She was afraid because she had never killed anyone before. A ruthless person thought that it was easy to kill someone, but they didn't know that if they hadn't killed someone personally, they wouldn't be able to get over it easily. Yu Xiaoyun wanted to show a mocking smile. He was also anxious for her. If she didn't make a move, there would be no chance. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip, and her eyes finally turned ruthless. She took a few deep breaths. Finally, the girl raised her hand, and the scissors were raised as well. She turned her face away and was about to stab the scissors into his neck. However, the sound of chaotic footsteps was heard. Mr. Yu, the team leader of the bodyguards, called out from outside the half-open door. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale. Her fingers trembled, and the scissors fell to the ground. She wanted to get the scissors, but a pair of hands had already grabbed her waist tightly. Her slender waist trembled in pain under the man's warm and rough palm. Wei Wei Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. She felt that the little strength he had recovered was used to pinch her. Yu Xiaoyun's strength had not really recovered. The little bit of strength in his fingers was the last bit of strength he could use. The bodyguards outside the door seemed to sense that something was wrong. He said, "Mr. Yu, I'm sorry to offend you." With that, he waved his hand, and everyone followed behind him, ready to break in. On the other hand, Wei Wei Bai had a panicked expression on her face. She no longer had the cold and ruthless appearance that she had pretended to have. Once the bodyguards came in, the fact that she had attacked him would be exposed. Seriously, Yu Xiaoyun looked at her with a gentle gaze. If it was him, he would kill someone. He had already set up an ambush for the bodyguards outside the door. He wasn't completely unprepared and thought that he could kill someone who liked him without fail. Under Yu Xiaoyun's soft and affectionate gaze, there was a fierce and violent tangle of emotion surging. Under his fingers, the softness of her waist and the nervousness of struggling to break free. These were the best factors to provoke him. Wei Wei Bai could not break free from him. Without a weapon, even if she wanted to reach out and strangle him to death, it would take time. And there was no time. It was very difficult for a person to kill others in an instant without a weapon, especially a girl like Bai Weiwei who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. The bodyguard's footsteps had already stepped into the room, and they were about to turn around. Chapter 2683. Sitting on top of Yu Xiaoyun, Bai Weiwei's pair of panicked and misty eyes suddenly calmed down. She lowered her eyes and reached out to gently hold his face. Her fingers even began to remove the flowers in his mouth. With her other hand, she pulled open the lapel of her cheongsam. The silk fabric of the cheongsam fell to the ground like flowing water. The jade tablet of the fan shattered on the ground. Under the moonlight, The beautiful scenery at this moment was stunning and enchanting. Her ink-colored hair was thick and winding. It flowed on her porcelain-like skin. Yu Xiaoyan stared at her in disbelief, as if he was shocked. The girl lowered her head. Her lips were too beautiful. They were even sweeter than the color of red beans. The bodyguards had already barged in. Half of the screen was placed in front of the living room. Their eyes had just caught a glimpse of the screen. Intertwining shadows could be seen on the screen made of silk. It was hazy and ambiguous. The leader trembled and immediately shouted, "Lower your heads." Damn it, this was the rhythm of going blind. If he really saw anything, his eyes would be gouged out. But because of his professional intuition, the leader still asked in an instant, "Mr. Yu, can we go in?" Everyone lowered their heads obediently. No one moved. They didn't leave immediately. After all, if someone was in danger, they could use this trick to fool others. Everyone had received professional training, so they still had the concept of crisis management. It was impossible for them to see a little ambiguous shadow. They felt that their young master was fine. Suddenly, in the living room, the things on the huge table fell to the ground. The man who was supposed to be lying on the table pushed the girl on the table like a beast and covered her. The man's face was covered in sweat, and his face was a little pale because of excessive force. He pulled off the coat on his body with difficulty. It wrapped her beautiful body, but the coat was too short, and he couldn't cover everything. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyan's mind was filled with anger and jealousy. He shouted fiercely, "Get out!" The bodyguards were shocked and immediately turned to leave. They didn't dare to think too much. No one dared to look up to see if there was a problem with their boss. Who had the courage to look at such a scene? That was Yu Xiaoyan's favorite woman. The door was closed. Yu Xiaoyan's face was twisted tragically. "Are you happy? Are you done playing?" The young girl beneath him had a pair of round eyes, looking a little innocent and cute. She slowly revealed a smile. She stretched out her fair arms like an enchanting snake and hugged his neck. The cat-like girl said softly, "That's not enough. Yu Xiaoyan, I want you to hand over your authority to me. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Yu Xiaoyan felt like his brain was about to explode. The heat in his body surged even more intensely. His breath was like the temperature of magma. "Stop messing around. I've allowed you to do this once, but I won't let you do it again." If people found out that she was the one who had caused all those injuries in the hospital, they would be furious. She was also the reason why he was being hunted down when news of him was leaked. She was waiting for death. Yu Xiaoyan didn't think that she had any follow-up moves. Her only goal was to kill him and take advantage of the chaos to seize power. Now that she was trapped under his body, how could she have the chance to kill him? Wei Weibai glanced at him indifferently. Then, she tilted her head and said, "Don't you feel uncomfortable? The drug is very strong." Yu Xiaoyan held her chin and stared at her bright red lips. His eyes were in a trance. He admitted that he was tempted, but it wasn't just because of the drug. Quick to read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Quick to read the at https://m. Sashu.com. Quick. Chapter 2684. Everything about the girl was tempting him, and the drug only matured the impulse. However, the girl was neither fast nor slow. Her fingertips gently stroked his hair. "There are still 3 minutes." Yu Xiaoyan's breath sank. The girl's voice sounded casually. "Who should I kill? Let's kill the team leader in charge of the sea navigation project first." Yu Xiaoyan's expression was a little stiff. However, he heard Wei Weibai say indifferently, "You can't contact the hospital, right? Because they're not in the hospital at all." The girl smiled. "Let them get injured, and then use a fake ambulance to bring them to the place I prepared. Don't be afraid. There's all the hospital equipment there. All your people won't die, and they'll be able to get the best care." Space Dimensional Card. Once in 100 years, it exploded with a discount. The system used all its power to burn a bunch of Antong who came to fight for the discount to get it. 1 life value per day, and enjoy the joy of establishing a dimensional card. Wei Weibai built a very good hospital and put in the space. Everything in the space looked like a city. No one who entered would feel anything strange. It was just that they couldn't leave the hospital because the outside of the hospital was guarded by iron walls. Wei Wei Bai only wanted Yu Xiaoyan to be obedient for 3 months. She didn't really want his power and property. She wouldn't want it even if it was given to her for free. However, after studying the list of side missions several times, she found that all the side missions were to make Yu Xiaoyan obedient for 3 months. Make him work like a cow or a horse or something. Although she could see that the side missions were painstakingly paving the way for her to seize power and become a Wu Zetian type of aggressor. However, Wei Wei Bai was completely indifferent. Anyway, she would complete all the side missions on the list. She would hold the power in her hands for 3 months and complete the last side mission. Then, she would have nothing to do. Therefore, she controlled Yu Xiaoyan's people as hostages and made him obedient. That was considered a success. If she really wanted to make Yu Xiaoyan chaotic for a period of time, the right thing to do was to kill all his people. He didn't want to wait for 3 months before returning them to him. Yu Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared at her coldly, as if he didn't expect her to have such a move. After all, it was not easy to hide so many people. Wei Wei Bai giggled. You won't be able to find it. Hurry up and promise me, or I'll start killing people. Those people of yours are the elites of your upper echelons. Without this team, Yu Xiaoyan would suffer heavy losses. His business was managed by this group of people. Without them, he would be no different from a broken leg. Yu Xiaoyan finally asked softly, What do you want? Wei Wei Bai, I want everything in the Bai family, including the management of your business. Also, you have to listen to me and be my slave. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to find it hard to understand. Be your slave? Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes were still stained with the moisture from earlier. Her snow-white face was extremely clean. Even her eyes, which were filled with arrogance and desire for power, were filled with unimaginable beauty because of her ambition. It was really a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes that made people want to bully them. Yu Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile. His eyes were affectionate and gentle, as if he was gazing at her dotingly. What if I say that I want them all to die? Wei Wei Bai was stunned, and the smug look on her face also froze. Yu Xiaoyan's smile was in his eyes. He lowered his body, and a shadow covered his face. He spoke slowly and dangerously, one word at a time. Why do you think that I'm a good person who would use my power to exchange for other people's lives? Yu Xiaoyan's thin lips curled up slightly. They're all dead. What does it have to do with me, Wei Wei? Wei Wei Bai. Then her face turned pale, and her body slowly stiffened. This script was a little off track. Yu Xiaoyan's crazy temper was more ruthless than expected. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 2685. From a very long time ago, Yu Xiaoyan knew that he was a cold person to the end. His appearance was gentle and magnanimous, elegant and beautiful. It was just to hide the rotten darkness in him. Everyone said that he was kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Before he showed his fangs, sometimes he even believed it himself. Yu Xiaoyan reached out and touched his eyes. This was a pair of very deceiving eyes. They were too affectionate, too pure and gentle. Through the gaps between his fingertips, he saw that the face of the girl under him was as pale as paper. It seemed that she didn't expect him to have a personality that would perish together with her. She also had a deceiving appearance. Anyone who saw her like this would think that she was easy to bully. Even he had neglected the fact that her ignorant and blank eyes were filled with indifference. Yu Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. It was just that her heart was too ruthless and not mature enough. Suddenly, a trace of determination appeared on Wei Wei Bai's face. She reached out and pushed him fiercely on the table. Yu Xiaoyan, who hadn't recovered his strength, hit the table. She directly slid to the ground. His loose coat hung on her body, revealing her 2 beautiful legs, but her hand was about to grab the scissors. But in the next second, her entire body was grabbed by Yu Xiaoyan with one hand. The feeling of suffocation made her frown, but she still refused to give up and wanted to grab the scissors. It was as if she wanted to perish together with him. Yu Xiaoyan grabbed this kitten. He was really aroused by her, and his eyes were bloodshot. But more than that, he felt helpless. Perhaps he couldn't take back his habit of liking her for a while. He actually felt that her red eyes and anxious appearance were exceptionally pitiful. It was as if he was bullying her. Yu Xiaoyun's strength was almost gone. He sighed softly and rubbed his lips against her face. Okay, stop fooling around. He was too patient with her. At this time, he couldn't bear to choke her and crush her throat bones. He also couldn't bear to call the bodyguards in to see her like this. He really couldn't bear to let anyone else see her beauty in such a sorry state. Wei Wei tried her best, but couldn't catch scissors. She couldn't wait for him to die as she cursed in a low voice. Yu Xiaoyun, you don't know what I've been through. I've endured for so long just to get the Bai family. How can you take everything away from me? You deserve to die. You bastard. You're crazy. You vegetarian idiot. She must have really used up all her means. Seeing that he wasn't threatened at all, his face was red and pale. It was as if he had lost everything in despair. Yu Xiaoyun saw that her eyelashes were wet. Under her dark eyelashes, her round eyes were filled with hatred and despair. If it was someone else, they might really be threatened by her. Yu Xiaoyun thought indifferently, but the fingers that were strangling her throat loosened a little. She struggled fiercely and pinched him too tightly. She was worried that he would kill her. Finally, Wei Wei leaned against him weakly and bit him like a little beast. Her voice trembled as she said, I want to kill you. Why can't I kill you? Yu Xiaoyun's fingers that were imprisoning her paused. He was silent for a long time before he pinched her cheeks, as if he had accepted his fate. This kiss came suddenly. It also ended in a hurry. His eyes were extremely calm, and his voice was abnormally calm. Okay, I accept the threat. Let her go. Wei Wei's movements froze. Yu Xiaoyun hugged her tightly, and the redness on his face deepened. His face was pressed against her hair, and the helplessness on his face was even more obvious. You like this, but you didn't tell me before. Address of the full text. https://www.sashu.com. Download address of the full text. https://www.sashu.com. Read on. Com. Chapter 2686. Wei seemed to not dare to believe that he would say such a thing. Her nails that were clasping his skin loosened slightly, and blood flowed out from under his skin. Yu Xiaoyun was like a gentle teacher, guiding her step by step. Don't be soft-hearted next time, and don't be reckless. Otherwise, you won't be able to snatch anything. Aren't you afraid that if you fail, I'll strangle you directly? For a moment just now, he really wanted to kill her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was so pitiful, he really wanted to be ruthless. Wei Bai's tone was a little shaky. I succeeded. Tell those bodyguards to get lost. It's just you and me here. You have to listen to me in the future, or your people will all die. This was a threatening tone, and it was still pitiful. Yu Xiaoyun was sure that she didn't do it on purpose. Maybe it was because of her natural temperament. Some people looked pitiful even if they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Yu Xiaoyun's breathing was still heavy. He endured it and said without much sincerity, Okay, just the two of us. You can enslave me however you want. But how can I be sure that you won't kill anyone? Wei Bai's nails pierced into the back of Yu Xiaoyun's hand again. There's nothing to be sure about. You have to listen to me, she said fiercely. The back of Yu Xiaoyun's hand trembled, and his eyes darkened. He licked his lips expressionlessly. The smell of blood made him exceptionally excited, but he still endured it. He endured until the veins on the back of his hand were about to reveal his madness. Yu Xiaoyun smiled, and his smile was a little twisted and lazy. Okay, I'll listen to you. His tone was too casual, as if he was talking to a child. Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She pried his arm away with all her might and stood up. Then before tomorrow, I want the information of all your businesses and the transfer agreement. Your people have to get lost. Spit out everything in the Bai family, Yu Xiaoyun. Wei Bai raised her head high, her eyes cold. Her aura was incomparably strong. If she wasn't naked and just wearing his clothes, Yu Xiaoyun would take her oath more seriously. Yu Xiaoyun leaned against the table. He was in a sorry state. He tilted his head weakly to look at her. Under his messy hair, his pair of affectionate and gentle eyes were filled with treacherous danger. His breathing was messy and heavy. All right, I'll give it all to you. He said it too casually. Wei Bai stared at him strangely. Yu Xiaoyun innocently tugged at the corner of his lips. Why? Do you need a slave like me to serve you? Wei Wei Bai kicked him hard. You're such a smooth talker. You can't treat me as a pet anymore. Hurry up and do as I say. Then, she turned around and walked towards the bathroom. Her footsteps were unsteady. The imposing manner that he forced out was all fake. He was still a child, an evil child. Yu Xiaoyun reached out and touched the bloodstains that had been scratched out by his fingernails. His breath was extremely hot. What kind of medicine did you use? There was a smile on his face as he complained helplessly. After all, his body had undergone drug resistance training. Ordinary drugs would not be able to harm him. He didn't know who gave it to him. With Wei Wei Bai's personality, she could endure for so many years and want to get the Bai family. There was probably someone guiding her behind the scenes. Otherwise, these special drugs would have been used by so many people. With her casual and reckless behavior, how could she have done alone? Who was it? Yu Xiaoyun expressionlessly reached out to support himself on the table and walked step by step towards the bathroom. No matter who it was, he would find out and scratch them. He admitted that he was jealous. He thought that there might be someone guiding her behind the scenes, and that she listened to everything. He even had the heart to kill someone. Yu Xiaoyun forced himself to support his body and reached out to push open the bathroom door. Wei Wei Bai's long hair was messy. She lowered her head and was washing her face when she was shocked by him. Yu Xiaoyun reached out and pulled open the collar of his shirt. He was still so calm and easygoing. Wei Wei, or master? His slender fingertips slid across his Adam's apple, which was covered in sweat from the heat. By Wei Wei. At the / crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the quick. Chapter 2687. This was the first time she saw someone rushing to be a slave. Wei Wei Bai expressed that the service was waived. As long as the mission was completed, she would be able to leave with her hands and feet intact. She looked bitterly at the small mission at hand. The foot washing water had been completed earlier, exposing her identity, exposing her wolf's ambition, and not loving Yu Xiaoyun. These 3 small missions were completed at the same time. There were about 8 missions left. One was that she had to control part of the Bai family's power within 3 months and make Yu Xiaoyun's transformation fail. This mission was the biggest. The other 7 what the hell was she asking him to feed her? Did she really have to keep a slave just to serve her tea? 2. Ask him to massage her shoulders. 3. Take the opportunity to whip him. 4. Say that he was a dog and that he would be her dog for life. 5. Ask him to work for her. What kind of work? Does helping her bathe count? 6. Ask him to be her chair. The last one was to make Yu Xiaoyun admit that she was better than him. At the end of the side mission, there was a suggestion on the list. All missions are to make the host strive to be the master, get rid of the inherent image of a little white flower, and let the male lead know who is the master. Wei Wei Bai said that she deleted all the suggestions and added 100 curses for friendly countries. After staying in the bathroom for too long, her skin was wrinkled. She walked out in her tight-fitting pajamas with a bitter look on her face. Sure enough, she saw Yu Xiaoyun, who had been kicked out of the bathroom, sitting cross-legged on the bed with a document between his legs. There were messy folders around the bed. She had just taken them out of the safe in the study. The man lowered his head and looked at them seriously. The beautiful lines of his face were exceptionally clear and beautiful, like the kind of man in all women's first love dreams. Even if he was about to be 30, his face was still so delicate and flawless. Bai Weiwei helplessly rubbed her face. She was sure that she wanted to whip this kind of man, make him her chair dog, make him her cow, horse, slave, servant. Just thinking about it made her a little excited. What was going on? She couldn't be hypnotized by the little watch. Pretending to be pitiful and lying down to win was a beautiful strategy. Once she took the route of the female lead, she would be as tired as a dog. Yu Xiaoyun had already asked the bodyguards to leave. In this big, empty house, only Yu Xiaoyun and her left. He wondered when she would contact her accomplice. After all, It was not a good idea to imprison someone like him without having more of their own people to watch over him. Yu Xiaoyan looked up absent-mindedly and saw Wei Wei Bai standing by the bed. Her pitiful and hateful face was damp from her shower and tender. He pursed his lips, but the strange heat in his body did not leave. However, because the flowers had been cleaned up, the fragrance of the flowers had also disappeared. His condition did not continue to be serious, and his intense desires had also faded a little. His fingers pinched the document, and he slowly exhaled a warm breath. Everything you want is here, but some of the documents are not at home. It will take some time to transfer the property. It wasn't something that could be done with just a signature. For some of them, it was useless even if he was the only one signing. They required the signatures of many people, and they could only be successfully transferred through various means. There were many things going on inside. Yu Xiaoyun felt that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Looking at the innocent and helpless Wei Wei Bai, he really felt that his thoughts were laughable. At this time, he was still worried about whether she could handle it or not. Yu Xiaoyan felt that he was ridiculous. The property that he had accumulated for more than 10 years, and a group of elites who had been won over by him to their deaths. /fast//////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// https://www.sashu. Calm Fast the Fast. Chapter 2688. These were all his foundation. However, he only wanted to find out who was behind her and see who her confidant, counselor, and even commander was. For the first time, Yu Xiaoyun felt darkness rolling in his heart. It was all absurd jealousy that was smaller than the eye of a needle. Wei Weibai glanced at him coldly. "Oh, I know. Why aren't you signing?" Yu Xiaoyun wanted to teach her a few words, but he was stopped. However, he saw that Wei Weibai's hand, which was hidden behind her, seemed to be trembling. Yu Xiaoyun lowered his eyes and signed without hesitation with the pen in his hand. The flamboyant name was so smooth that there was no trace of hesitation. It was as if these industries weren't his. Then, he handed the document to Wei Weibai. "Take a look." Wei Weibai took it and didn't wait to look. Yu Xiaoyun's attitude was natural and calm as he went to get the other documents and continued to sign. Wei Weibai almost suspected that Yu Xiaoyun was possessed. His favorability was not low. His attitude didn't seem to hate her. There wasn't a trace of anger from being robbed of power. This wasn't a reaction that a normal person would have. Even a pervert wouldn't have such a reaction. Or was he a vegetarian who had eaten for a long time and had a Buddhist heart? She held the document and watched as the progress of the small task of seizing power in 3 months jumped crazily. In the end, Yu Xiaoyun calmly closed the lid of the pen and stuffed a stack of documents into her hands. "Take a look at it so that I won't lie to you." Wei Weibai held the heavy document and saw that the small task had jumped to 80%. Although she didn't get all the industries, the part of Yu Xiaoyun's signature was enough for her to turn the tides. Therefore, the small task showed that she had succeeded in seizing power. The remaining 20% of the progress would take 3 months. As long as the power of the industries in her hands wasn't taken away within 3 months, she would have completed the biggest and most difficult task on the list. The rest of the tasks were trivial matters like whipping a whip and pouring tea for him. Wei Weibai held the document and turned to leave. Yu Xiaoyun looked up at her back as she walked with difficulty. The heat in the man's eyes was still there. He tugged at his collar. The heat was unbearable. She was responsible for drugging him with this dirty trick. But he was not responsible for giving him the antidote. Could it be that he wasn't even a man in her eyes? Therefore, she had no intention of helping him at all. Or was he so disgusted that he didn't even give him a woman as a reward for seizing power? Yu Xiaoyun thought of this method. He was so disgusted that his stomach started to churn. He didn't force himself to guess Wei Weibai's thoughts. After all, she really wanted to get him another woman. He would probably hate her to death. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaoyun got up and went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. At least today, he couldn't bear to touch her. After all, he was impulsive when he was angry. With her small body, which had not been healthy for a long time, if he couldn't hold her down, he would destroy her body. When Yu Xiaoyun was pouring water on her, he suddenly felt that he really spoiled her too much. He spoiled her into an ingrate, and even gave her all kinds of excuses. He just didn't know how long he could tolerate her this time. Perhaps one day, he couldn't bear it anymore and would tear her apart like he tore apart the Bai family. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 65. Yu Xiaoyun's favorability dropped. Wei Weibai was not surprised. She stuffed the document into the system's hands to determine the amount of the industry and the parts that could be used. The favorability had only dropped now. Yu Xiaoyun's emotions were slow enough. Only then did he feel the pain and anger of betrayal. Read the full article at https://www.sashu.com. Read the ad. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2689. Wei Weibai had analyzed people like Yu Xiaoyun. They were good at enduring and were very scheming. As a result, his reaction to any betrayal or setback would be particularly slow, because to him, anger and disgust were not as good as calmness. Therefore, as long as she controlled the degree of courting death, after solving the side quest within 3 months, this man's favorability should still be quite high. After all, if he really hated her, it would take a while for him to slowly hate her. His favorability would not fall too badly. Wei Weibai expressed that everything was under reasonable speculation. She pretended that she had hidden the documents and entered the room again. Because she wanted Yu Xiaoyun to be a slave, she wanted him to be mentally prepared. She threw a quilt on the ground. From today onwards, you will lie on the ground and sleep. Don't forget your identity. The Bai family provides you with food and drink. You don't go to school to be above others, but to serve others. Yu Xiaoyun, who had just come out of the bathroom, had a head full of wet hair. His eyelashes had water droplets. When he heard this, he trembled, and the water stains fell from the corner of his eyes to his chin. Yu Xiaoyun felt that he shouldn't have taken cold water. He raised his head. His gentle eyes carried a hint of coldness. Okay, it was such a simple sentence, but she could see that he was about to explode with coldness. Wei Weibai kicked the quilt. Go to sleep. Yu Xiaoyun. She was taking advantage of him. He stared at her for a while and saw that she was still glaring at him with bared fangs and brandished claws. It was as if she wanted to compare the size of his eyes. Seriously, she was much cuter when she was mentally retarded. But now, she was actually cute. It was just infuriating. Yu Xiaoyun threw the quilt expressionlessly. Then, he hugged the quilt and lay on the carpet. He covered his head with the quilt and ignored her. Tonight, his tolerance for her had reached its limit. If she continued to disturb him, he would really be angry. Wei Weibai saw that Yu Xiaoyun covered his head and deliberately fell asleep with his back facing her. His entire body language exuded the aura of being angry, but I won't say it. Wei Weibai looked exhausted. She reached out and rubbed the bridge of her nose. She was also suffering. She tossed and turned. She made a fuss and made a fuss. Who was willing? She was also a victim. Wei Weibai lay down and stared at the ceiling. She was thinking about how to cut the branch into 8 pieces. He finally managed to endure for half an hour. She asked the system, "Is he asleep?" The system replied, "No." Wei Weibai. That's good. She was afraid that she would lose all her favorability points, so it was better for her to work hard to increase her favorability points by 1 or 2 points outside of the side quest. Yu Xiaoyun did not fall asleep. Instead, he resisted the urge to go to bed and bully her. He closed his eyes and breathed steadily. However, his muscles were a little stiff. Suddenly, he heard Wei Weibai getting off the bed. Was she going out to find someone? Yu Xiaoyun opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. However, Yu Xiaoyun felt it. She reached out and gently stroked his hair. Her slender and slightly cold fingertips ran through his black hair that had fallen outside the blanket. That little bit of coolness, the feeling of touching his scalp, was numb but also warm. Yu Xiaoyun did not move and let her do as she pleased. This gentle action lasted for a few minutes. When he moved, the girl behind him was like a frightened little animal. Her fingers quickly moved away. Yu Xiaoyun did not move again, as if he was really asleep. Wei Weibai let out a sigh of relief. She carefully left him and muttered in dissatisfaction, "There will be a day when you will fall into my hands. Don't even think about running away next time." This sentence was said in an unusually childish manner. There was no mature sense of threat at all. After a long time, Yu Xiaoyan sat up straight. He stared at Wei Wei Bai, who was sleeping under the blanket with an expressionless face. He stared for a long time. Then he lay back down expressionlessly. Don't even think about running away. Those who did not know would think that she loved him so much that she wanted to imprison him. Yu Xiaoyan could not help but curve his lips. The coldness that spread throughout his body dissipated. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 70. Chapter 2690. When Yu Xiaoyan woke up, his eyes were extremely drowsy, but in the blink of an eye, he immediately woke up. He sat up with a head full of hair. Then, in the blink of an eye, he saw Wei Wei by pouting and sleeping like a little pig. It was only 6 o'clock. Yu Xiaoyan had always woken up early because of his biological clock. Even if he didn't sleep much last night, he would still wake up at this time, as usual. However, Wei Wei Bai couldn't do anything about it. She was used to being lazy. She went to bed early and woke up late. During this period of time, she had been spoiled by him until she was delicate and lazy. Not to mention the eldest miss. She was his little ancestor. The servants were rougher than her and chased away with a knife, not leaving many who could be used. There should have been servants waiting outside the door to serve them. In the end, when he woke up, he was faced with the empty love garden and the entire Bai family mansion that had changed its surname. This delicate little ancestor probably didn't know that if there was no one in such a spacious place, in less than a month, it would become a ghost town. Places where no one lived deteriorated very quickly. Moreover, no one was guarding 3 meals a day in the morning and at night. That was a lot of trouble. Even the leaves outside had fallen. If they were not swept for a day, the road in the courtyard would soon disappear. A bunch of questions flashed through Yu Xiaoyan's mind. He suddenly reached out and grabbed his hair in frustration. He was really sick. He wasn't thinking about his career now. He was thinking about where his subordinates were hidden and whether any of them had died. There was also the consequences of the failed transformation of the Hainan Airlines project. He was thinking about what would happen if she woke up with no food to eat, no flowers to reward, and no one to serve her. Yu Xiaoyan felt that he really loved her to the bone. It was simply forget it. Yu Xiaoyan got up barefoot and walked to the bedside. He reached out and touched her long hair. Her fingertips were a little cold. Her skin was also a little cold. The blanket was too thin, and she forgot to turn on the air conditioner last night. After all, it was already the end of summer. It was almost the beginning of autumn. She wouldn't worry about her body. She might not even know how to put on clothes when she was cold. She had developed a vicious and ingrate personality. Her brain was still that of a few years old. Yu Xiaoyan saw that there were drool marks on her pink face. In the end, he heaved a heavy sigh and decided to forget it. If he was led astray, then he would teach him well. It wasn't as if they hadn't experienced setbacks before, so the maritime aviation project was suspended first. She would first grind her temper while he still liked her. What if he didn't like her in the future? He might kill her, and then she wouldn't be able to learn even if she wanted to. Yu Xiaoyan thought coldly and warmly. Bai Weiwei felt that as she slept, she felt like a hungry wolf was staring at her. She silently shrank back. It must be that hungry wolf, Yu Xiaoyan. Let him glare at her. She wouldn't hand her over to him without at least 3 months. He woke up naturally. Weiwei Bai crawled out of the quilt with messy hair and found that her quilt was much thicker. Because there was an extra blanket, it was Yu Xiaoyan who slept on the floor last night. She scratched her head speechlessly and then rubbed her stomach. She was hungry. The servants were all chased away. There was no other way. If he didn't chase him away, how could he make Yu Xiaoyan work? With Yu Xiaoyan's noble appearance, it was impossible to provoke him at all. The people around him would automatically serve him. He was this kind of person. Even the chopsticks and bowls had to be placed properly for him to eat. He probably wouldn't touch rice, oil, and salt in his life. She had already planned to chase the servants away. Then she would force Yu Xiaoyan to do work. She would let him do things like serving tea and feeding when there were no servants around. / Chapter 2691. This way, she could complete a mission. Then, using the excuse that he didn't do a good job, she could find an excuse to whip him. This way, she could complete another mission. She guessed that he was angry at that time and glared at her. She angrily called him a dog and a dog for life. Okay, another mission was completed. As for work, the little horse said that it was work, so she put this aside first, being a chair and saying that she was awesome. She hadn't thought about this yet. Wei Wei Bai applauded herself expressionlessly. Oh, she was still very awesome. She had just woken up, and she had already solved more than half of the side missions. If the side missions wanted to defeat her, it would take 10,000 years of effort. Wei Wei Bai had just finished applauding when she saw a slender figure enter the door. A beautiful shadow was pulled in from the morning light. Yu Xiaoyan walked in with a plate of food. There were a few side dishes and porridge on it. He had already tidied himself up. He was wearing a set of silk clothes and cloth shoes, looking very refreshed. Seeing that Bai Weiwei still hadn't woken up, he said very indifferently, "Go wash up, then eat," before Weiwei Bai could flare up and ask him to cook. He had already finished automatically. Weiwei Bai's mouth twitched. Did this count as completing the side mission? After thinking about it, Weiwei Bai still said indifferently to be on the safe side, "Yes, well done. Prepare like this in the future." Yu Xiaoyan, who had just put down the plate of food and was filling the porridge, paused. Then, he looked up with gentle eyes and a faint smile. "Okay, as long as you like it." Weiwei Bai felt that this strange look was very compatible with his resentment of being betrayed. So she went to wash up happily. Yu Xiaoyan saw her heartless look and couldn't tell that she could endure for so long, just to betray him. If she could be 100% vicious and not give him any reason to be sentimental, he wouldn't be so conflicted about her. Weiwei Bai washed up and saw that Yu Xiaoyan was already eating porridge by himself. He didn't wait for her at all. He used to wait for her to eat with him. Weiwei Bai didn't care about this at all, but she couldn't lose the main storyline for the sake of a side quest. So she stood there, rubbed her eyes, and stared blankly at Yu Xiaoyan, who was eating porridge. Yu Xiaoyan originally wanted to eat first, and then contact a few of his subordinates who were not affected by the bomb. However, he felt a resentful gaze land on him. He stared blankly for a moment before turning to look at her. He saw Weiwei Bai standing not too far away. Her hands were tugging at her clothes, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked like an immature child. Both of her eyes were red. He seemed to have been greatly wronged. She seemed to be reprimanding him for eating first and not calling her. For a moment, the porridge in Yu Xiaoyan's mouth became even more tasteless. After a moment of silence, he helplessly put down his chopsticks and said, "Why aren't you eating yet?" When Weiwei Bai heard this, she immediately ran over and sat opposite him. Just as she was about to pick up the bowl, she thought of something and slammed the bowl on the table. "Why are they all vegetarian? Are you deliberately trying to starve me to death, Yu Xiaoyan?" Yu Xiaoyan had just picked up his chopsticks when he heard this. He paused for a moment before looking up. His gaze was cold and indifferent. That little bit of gentleness had already disappeared. It was so cold that it made one's back go numb. Weiwei Bai was about to take a whip to whip him when she saw how cold his gaze was. She suddenly felt that if she whipped him, she would probably lose 50 favorability points. She thought about the favorability points she had gained by pretending to be mentally retarded. Full text //. Download. Chapter 2692. She was still a little reluctant. She immediately picked up the bowl obediently, picked up the spoon, and buried her head in the porridge. Don't forget that I want to eat meat in the future. You won't live a short life if you eat vegetarian every day." The girl's muttering voice was unusually cute, and there was nothing to be angry about even when she said harsh words. The coldness in Yu Xiaoyun's eyes slowly disappeared. He stared at her with her head lowered for a long time before slowly continuing to eat the porridge. After eating, Yu Xiaoyan very calmly cleaned up the dishes. Weiwei Bai, this was too automatic. There was no room for him to do anything. He couldn't whip her when she went to wash the dishes. This would definitely decrease her favorability. Although Yu Xiaoyan lived like a prince, he still had some skills when it came to doing things. Housework was not a technical job. It was just a matter of whether one did it or not. For Yu Xiaoyan, it didn't matter whether he could do it well or not. He roughly knew why she had chased away all the servants. At first, he thought it was because she felt that the servants were his people. Now, It was clear that she just wanted him to be a servant. She just wanted to humiliate him. Yu Xiaoyun finished washing the dishes and took a clean cotton cloth to wipe his hands unhurriedly. Why did she want to humiliate him? Did she really think that he was an enemy and that she hated him for stealing her by family? Yu Xiaoyun looked up at Love Garden casually and smiled coldly. Shouldn't she hate this place even more than he did? After all, everyone here bullied her, including her who turned a blind eye to her miserable state. Wei Wei Bai held a toy-like whip and bargained with a side quest. Side quest. Such a small whip is tickling me. Wei Wei Bai. You'll be happy if you kill the target? Anyway, you said a whip, but you didn't specify the size of the whip. This is it. It didn't hurt at all. In fact, it felt especially good. The favorability probably wouldn't decrease by much. Side quest. You? Wei Wei Bai. Damn you. Can't you let me complete the side quest? Don't be such a jerk. If you continue like this, I'll quit. After I'm disfigured, I'll stick to you every day and make you take responsibility for the rest of my life. Side quest. This threat was too terrifying, and it made the branch system cower. After Yu Xiaoyun finished wiping his hands, he walked in and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on a chair. The girl held a small whip in her hand. It was small and thin, like a toy. He had no idea where it came from. She seemed to have just noticed his arrival and immediately stuffed the whip into her sleeve. Yu Xiaoyun didn't say much, but his eyes darkened, and then he revealed a smile. All right, let's go. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. Where are we going? Yu Xiaoyun walked in front of her. The handsome and mature man held her hand elegantly and naturally. When he lowered his eyes, the corners of his eyes were gentle and beautiful. Didn't you want all my assets? I saw my name last night, so I have to hold a meeting today to announce it. Moreover, you've just taken office, so you need to adjust the personnel and appease the people. For Wei Wei Bai, she wasn't a novice when it came to these things. After all, managing a company was her strength. However, the side mission was to let her be the head of the household and be a strong female CEO. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she wouldn't give what the side mission wanted. Therefore, the confusion in her eyes was even more obvious. She was so confused that she seemed to have become mentally retarded again. When Yu Xiaoyun saw her like this, the cold thoughts in his heart faded away. He smiled sympathetically. There are many assets. You will be a little busy, my master. The last word master was uttered affectionately, and it was indescribably numbing to the bone. Compared to being a servant, he looked more like a boy toy. Chapter 2693. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to follow him to the meeting. Recently, Yu Xiaoyun's company was in a mess. The bomb incident was extremely chaotic, and the key elite leadership group had gone missing. The transformation of the maritime project was also completely stopped. All parties were waiting to see how Yu Xiaoyun's situation was, which led to many project collaborations being stopped. When there were a few elders in the middle who were not affected by the bomb, they were notified for a meeting. Everyone immediately gathered. After all, this was the first meeting after the incident. They all wanted to eat a reassuring pill. Then, Wei Wei Bai saw a bunch of aunties from the market. The elites and employees of Yu Xiaoyun's department were all transferred from the underworld. Originally, there were also civil servants who were recruited, but once they entered this place, they became loud voices after a long time. During the meeting, everyone was shouting, and they were just short of fighting. Yu, son of AB*TCH, who adjusted the salary of the third department by 10%. Who doesn't know that the third department's performance in the past 6 months is the worst? Fuck, General Manager Chun. Where's Secretary Zhang? Where did he go? Didn't he get blown up? If he's really dead, why didn't he send a message or send a wreath? Who's that in the seat? Young Master Yu's woman? Why is she sitting here? Wei Wei Bai sat there in a daze. Yu Xiaoyun put her here and said that he wanted her to announce it herself. She opened her mouth. Child, where's your man? He's our leader. You're courting death, sitting there. Don't be arrogant. If young Master Yu sees you, you won't have a good life. Wei Wei Bai slammed the table and was about to shout, I'm your leader. Everyone hurriedly slammed the table. Fuck, is there anyone in charge of this company? Where's young Master Yu? Where's Manager Chun? The voice roared and completely drowned out Wei Wei Bai. Wei Bai, Yu Xiaoyan did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. Yu Xiaoyan went home early. He was drinking tea when he heard the sound of running footsteps outside the door. The next moment, he heard Wei Bai's angry voice. Yu Xiaoyan, you're doing this on purpose. Your people don't listen to me at all. Yu Xiaoyan took a sip of tea and remained calm. He said indifferently, "Oh, is that so?" As expected, the young lady who had rushed and was clenching her fists tightly. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were as bright as a cat's. "I want to fire them. These are all your people." Yu Xiaoyan didn't have any reaction. His thin lips were moistened by the tea and were exceptionally red. Wei Bai slammed her hands on the table angrily. "I'm going to chase all of you men away. You better write me a notice." Yu Xiaoyan finally looked up. "Are you sure?" Wei Bai fiercely nodded and said angrily, "Yes, I'm sure." Yu Xiaoyan put down the teacup and slowly got up. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her arm, pulling it behind her back. Wei Bai only felt dizzy as she was heavily pressed onto the table by Yu Xiaoyan. Teacups and everything else fell to the ground. The floor was a mess. Bai Wei was frightened and her whole body stiffened. She wanted to struggle, but found that her physical strength was too different from this man's. The man who was usually elegant and beautiful was as cold as a poisonous snake at this moment. "I've given you everything you want. You can't handle it, but you still want me to handle it." His voice was indifferent. "You're like a willful child who was bullied and rushed home to complain to the adults. You hate me, betray me, but rely on me so much." At this point, he stared at her sparkling eyes that were about to burst into tears. He whispered, "Do you really hate me? Or do you love me?" Chapter 2694. Wei Bai's pupils constricted, as if she was frightened. As if her thoughts were exposed, she opened her eyes fiercely and gritted her teeth, wanting to say something harsh. However, she found that her throat was blocked. She looked at him in surprise, worried that he would see through her thoughts. Yu Xiaoyan touched her frightened eyes with his fingertips. "Do you love me? Is that why you hate me so much? Do you hate that I never had you in my eyes and let you be bullied by others? Or do you hate that I love you but lock you up?" Wei Bai shouted, "No, I don't." She looked like she was desperately refuting his words. Yu Xiaoyan was stunned, and his heart trembled. He was just guessing, but he didn't expect to guess correctly. Wei Bai was still retorting. "Who loves you? You're just a dog in the Bai family. You'll always be a dog. I won't love you." If these words were usually said, it would be heartbreaking. But now, in her mouth, it became a shield for her anger and her unwillingness to admit her love. Yu Xiaoyan silently let her hit his chest, but he didn't feel any pain. After all, compared to when she betrayed him in the beginning, his heart was hurt by her indifference. This point was casually scolded by her, and it couldn't be taken as an attack at all. It really didn't matter. Yu Xiaoyan said gently, "Okay, you don't love me." He looked like he didn't want to argue with a child. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her again. It was a gentle and soft kiss, and the nostalgia in his heart for her appeared again. Wei Bai wanted to refuse, but the man coaxed softly, "I'll give you a notice and let you fire me. Okay?" She was stunned. Yu Xiaoyan was a little amused at her cautious look and then pinched her chin. "You've lost weight." She wanted to shoulder the burden and be a strong woman. She also wanted to be his master. There were so many things that were difficult to control that she had to control. How could it be as comfortable as being in his arms? She would definitely lose some flesh. Yu Xiaoyan touched her cheek. Her soft skin made him squint his eyes. Bai Wei under him didn't resist at all. It was as if Yu Xiaoyan was her master and not a slave in her hands. Wei Bai only let go of her when she was done pinching and rubbing against her. Then, he held her hand and helped her tidy up her clothes before leading her out. His so-called announcement was just a simple meeting in the company's meeting room. He gathered all the people who could talk. Those loud voices came again. Yu Xiaoyan was a gentle and calm person, noble and elegant. But everyone knew that the group of people he used were abnormally rough and unpresentable. At first, all his enemies were laughing at him. What happened later proved that he was right. This was because this group of people were famous for their loyalty. They were not afraid of death and did not care about short-term gains and losses. They did not haggle over every ounce. It was always Yu Xiaoyan who agreed to whatever he said. Moreover, after the guidance of the teachers hired by Yu Xiaoyan, they were already the backbone of the company. Yu Xiaoyan wanted obedient people, and these people only listened to him. Wei Weibai took his signed transfer of assets. The real estate was easier to deal with. The most difficult was the company and the various big projects. Fortunately, the Bai family's previous dark businesses had been castrated by him. Otherwise, how could Wei Weibai, such a delicate and impatient child, face those businesses? Yu Xiaoyan sat on the chair. Wei Weibai lay on the table with a dissatisfied expression. Just like before, when he came to the meeting, she accompanied him. But this time, she sat in the main seat, and Yu Xiaoyan sat in the second seat. Chapter 2695. He had a calm expression on his face as he flipped through the equity transfer agreement unhurriedly. The employees who had shouted at Wei Weibai just now were now shrinking into their shells like cowards, not daring to say anything. The scene was unusually quiet. It was strange. It was even heavy. Anyway, every time young Master Yu came, these old and boorish people would become little wives, not daring to say a word. In the future, you will listen to her, understand? Yu Xiaoyun's voice was very calm, like a gentle scholar, indescribably elegant and gentle. After he finished speaking, some people couldn't stand it anymore and were about to question him. However, they heard Yu Xiaoyan repeat again, understand? These two words were calm and indifferent. However, it made it impossible for people to protest. Everyone knew that Yu Xiaoyan was not used to repeating a sentence. Once he was asked to repeat it, then it was an extremely important order that had to be obeyed. Yu Xiaoyan looked at everyone calmly. The company, I have already signed the equity transfer agreement for all the properties that I can use now. The lawyer will come and notarize the property transfer agreement later. You guys can also be witnesses. After saying that, he glanced at Wei Weibai beside him indifferently. However, he saw her staring at him with her eyes full of doubt and vigilance. She seemed to think that he agreed too easily. Yu Xiaoyan smiled indifferently and then spread out the documents. In the future, the properties under this company will also belong to Wei Wei. She has the power to kill all of you. His words were unusually calm. He didn't care if the people present could bear it or not. Those who could attend the meeting in the conference room were the remaining elites. Now, these elites were shocked. They looked at Wei Weibai in disbelief as if they had eaten shit. Suddenly, one of them protested, Mr. Yu, this is against the rules. Even if you like her, you can't give such a big company to her. Abandoning his career for a woman. No one could imagine that Yu Xiaoyan was the one who did it. In the past, they couldn't wait for him to find a woman to control him so that he wouldn't become a vegetarian. In the end, a woman came and this master was going to abandon his career again. Couldn't he torment them less and give them some peace and quiet? Yu Xiaoyan repeated in a whisper, do you like it? That's right. He liked her so much that he was willing to indulge her. Yu Xiaoyan put down the pen and crossed his arms as if it had nothing to do with him. All right, don't tell me anything. I won't be your boss from now on. He was serious. Everyone looked at each other, their faces twitching as they looked at Wei Weibai, who was sitting in the middle. The young girl's face was pink and tender. She had just reached adulthood and was exceptionally cute. She was so cute that it made people want to punch her until she cried. She would definitely look good. Finally, a department manager who wore glasses and looked like a well-dressed beast stood up. He was a civil servant and looked like a department manager. Miss Bai, may I know what we should do when the person in charge of the Hainan Airlines project comes over to discuss the follow-up matters with us? The sea voyage was halted. This was a huge loss to Yu Xiaoyan. It was also a loss for those who had just signed the contract and saw that the project was going to fail. So in the past few days, many collaborators had come to ask for an explanation. Another department immediately stood up and said, it's not just the sea voyage project. We have also invested a huge amount of money in the Green Flower project that has just been launched. If we stop now, the group will suffer unimaginable losses. We might even go bankrupt. Chapter 2696. This topic came up. Everyone was noisy. Who didn't have a decent project in their department? They were facing a transition period, a bonus period, and a period of consolidation of industries after obtaining great power. If they didn't have a leader to properly organize and lead them, the power and funds in their hands would disappear. They might even close down due to poor management. That department didn't want to become the sinner that caused the company to close down. All kinds of documents, all kinds of accountability, and all kinds of requests came. Wei Wei Bai's front was suddenly filled with problematic documents. Her snow-white little face was about to be drowned in these folders. Yu Xiaoyan was drinking tea. The secretary had brought it up. It was a high-quality green tea. He instructed the people around him in a low voice, "Just serve Miss Juice. She hasn't been eating much recently and has a bad appetite. She can't drink too much tea." Finally, it was time for the juice. Only then did Yu Xiaoyan look up at her. This table full of things was also a show of strength to Wei Wei Bai. Sure enough, he saw her looking at a pile of clueless work with a dazed expression. Yu Xiaoyan saw that the corners of her eyes were red, as if she didn't know what to do. He quietly curled the corners of his mouth, then placed the juice by her hand. He also quietly drank his tea, having no intention of helping at all. They were still making a ruckus. Everyone was rushing to let Wei Wei Bai make the decision. Wei Wei Bai sometimes wanted to open her mouth to say something, but she realized that no one was listening to her because everyone's voice was louder than hers. Yu Xiaoyun's gaze quietly fell on her helpless little expression, and then his gaze also fell on her neck. She was still wearing a cheongsam with light floral patterns today. Under the fragmented flowers was the beautiful outline of a young girl's body. Her wrists that were exposed to the sleeves were more attractive and fair than a washed lotus root. Her extremely beautiful calves were faintly discernible at the slit of the cheongsam. Finally, those calves moved. Wei Wei Bai stood up, turned around, and sat on Yu Xiaoyan's lap. Yu Xiaoyan almost spilled the tea in his hand. Wei Wei Bai hugged Yu Xiaoyan's neck with both hands, bit his ear, and said discontentedly, "You're making fun of me." Yu Xiaoyan blinked his eyes. He was a little dazed. He carefully held the teacup and felt a warmth on his thigh. It was the warmth and softness of a young girl. He shook his head gently. "Am I not giving you a chance to make a decision? Now, these industries are yours, the company is yours, and the employees should also be managed by you, lest you say that I'm depriving you of your rights." The old fox's words were impeccable. Wei Wei Bai couldn't think of a rebuttal for a moment. Suddenly, she found that the surroundings were quiet. The employees stared at the two of them. Because Wei Wei Bai sat directly on Yu Xiaoyan's lap. It was rare to see Yu Xiaoyan, a vegetarian, carrying a woman so casually. Everyone knew that young master Yu had a woman. However, he was too immortal and too clean, causing many people to think that his woman was drinking tea with him. In the end, they saw something. Yu Xiaoyan's fingers were already clasping Wei Wei Bai's waist, and his fingertips were quietly caressing the softness on the side of her waist. This action was very flirtatious. Wei Wei Bai looked up and glared fiercely. Many people calmly lowered their heads and pretended not to see. Yu Xiaoyan smiled. "What's wrong? Let's deal with the matter first." Although he said that, he didn't stop her from sitting on his lap. Wei Wei Bai suddenly hugged him and said, "You are my chair." Yu Xiaoyan glanced at her indifferently, but saw that her clear eyes were filled with cute stubbornness. Chapter 2697. She said, "I want you to be my chair, otherwise they won't be quiet." Yu Xiaoyan stared at her calmly for a few seconds. Wei Wei Bai said fiercely, "You have to listen to me. You're my chair." When she spoke, her movements were a little big, and her calf was even close to his leg. The fragrance of a young girl followed the strength of her rubbing and directly pressed against him. Yu Xiaoyan was silent for a long time before he continued to take a sip of tea to moisten his dry throat. "Yes, I'll be your chair," he whispered, his voice lingering. Wei Wei Bai sat on Yu Xiaoyan's lap, then turned to face the table, ignoring the surprised gazes of others, and started to work. The work was very messy. The various projects were also intricate and gave people a headache. Wei Wei Bai was annoyed and couldn't wait to throw away the documents. Yu Xiaoyan was not surprised at all to see that she was annoyed. He even gave her pointers from time to time, wanting her to get the hang of it quickly. She couldn't see the pain of having her business taken away from her at all. Anyway, it was enough for him to accompany her no matter what she wanted. The meeting lasted until dark, and they finally got off work. Many of the ideas were decided by Yu Xiaoyan. Wei Bai even felt that there were some problems that couldn't be decided, so he had to solve them. When they returned home, Wei Bai was so tired that her eyelids were dozing off. She nodded and was carried by Yu Xiaoyan. He said, "Are you happy being your chair for a day?" Wei Bai lay on his back in a daze. "Yes, I'm happy." Another side mission was completed. Yu Xiaoyan walked forward, followed by the bodyguard and the driver. He didn't put her down. He would rather walk a few steps and carry the girl behind him. "If you like, you can sit every day in the future." Wei Bai sneered. "Don't try to please me. I won't return those people to you. If I really give them to you, you won't be obedient." Yu Xiaoyan stopped in his tracks, but his expression was still indifferent. "Do you want me to be obedient?" Wei Bai was tired and impatient. "Nonsense. If I don't ask you to be obedient, why would I touch your things? I hate you the most. Everyone scolds me, beats me, and calls me a jinx, a little monster who cursed my mother to death." Yu Xiaoyan took a deep breath and finally said, "I didn't scold you." Bai Weiwei's fingers gripped his shoulders. Her fingertips exerted some force, and her voice trembled. "But you ignored me and treated me like air. You are more hateful than anyone else. You didn't even look at me. I swear that one day I will stand in a position that you can't reach. Then I will ignore you and let you have a taste of me." Yu Xiaoyan carefully went over her words in his mind. It was a little sad, but there was also a hint of sweetness in it. So, she cared about him that much? Wei Bai's voice was a little choked up. "I did it. You're my servant now. Everything you have is mine. Am I better than you? You can't ignore me anymore." Yu Xiaoyan really wanted to laugh, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Her inferiority complex, crazy, forbearing, and twisted mentality was filled with many painful days. Yu Xiaoyan finally murmured in a low voice, "Am I that important to you?" Wei Bai didn't hear clearly for a while and just scolded in a low voice. "Listen to me obediently in the future. Obey me, okay?" Yu Xiaoyan walked under the moonlight. The moonlight pulled their shadows together. After a long silence, she heard the man's voice. He said, "Okay." His voice was lazy and calm, but there was a trace of indulgence. "Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 75. //. Chapter 2698. Wei Bai silently ticked the completion on her completion list. She poured tea and did it. She helped him with the work. She handed the documents to him and did it. Although she did it casually and didn't ask him not to move, the task list showed that it was completed. She said that he was a dog and completed it. He even treated it as a chair and completed it. Very good. She was just short of a whip and a massage. In the end, he admitted that he was better than her. All right, she was still short of feeding. Feeding, Wei Bai silently looked up, held a spoon, and stared at Yu Xiaoyan, who was eating breakfast opposite her. There were no servants at home. Now, only their room was left, and the corridor was relatively clean. The 3 meals were simple. After all, Yu Xiaoyan wasn't a good cook. It was also because he was talented and had strong hands-on skills that he could cook 3 simple meals a day in the kitchen. Yu Xiaoyan was also the one who cleaned up. In the middle of the night, she asked him to pour water and bring tea or something. He could also immediately get honey water and flower tea. He could also get 2 snacks for her. She heard that he had recently baked according to the recipe and put it in the refrigerator, waiting for her to eat it when she wanted to. Yu Xiaoyan did the work of pouring tea and serving people smoothly, and it wasn't degrading at all. It was just that the garden was too big, and no one cleaned up the pool of dead flowers. It looked bleak. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to have noticed the other party's gaze. He looked up and saw Wei Bai holding a bowl. The corners of her eyes were a little red, and she was staring at him softly. There seemed to be some desire in her eyes. He paused. What did she desire? However, the girl's eyelashes trembled slightly. She immediately looked away and didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoyan thought for a moment and finally picked up a crispy side dish for her on the small plate in front of her. "Eat." His tone was incomparably calm. It was just a trivial matter. The corner of Wei Bai's eyes twitched. Then she snorted coldly and ate the porridge vigorously, ignoring him. Yu Xiaoyan thought for a while expressionlessly. Was it not enough? So he picked up a few more dishes. In the end, the other party ignored him even more. He even sat sideways, as if he couldn't wait to show him his back. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her innocently. He didn't seem to know what he had done wrong. The meal was somewhat depressing. Because Wei Bai had taken over the business, she had to attend many meetings to sort out the business. There were also follow-up meetings for the project. The Hainan Airlines project had been stopped for too long. Everyone exploded. Wei Bai sat at the head of the table. Because she had lost too many key leaders, she had to do everything. They came to her for all kinds of problems, and the stacked folders were almost taller than her head. Wei Bai felt that even if she didn't look at it, she could still sign from morning to night. Yu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was rather leisurely. He ordered a pot of Dahong Pao and sat on the side with a few books. He was in no hurry at all. Even when he saw that Wei Bai was in a terrible fix, he still had the mood to smile. Finally, after busying herself for half a day, Wei Bai realized that she had only done a little. She leaned on the table weakly. You weren't this busy before. She muttered unhappily. The girl was wearing a light purple cheongsam today, which he had prepared for her. He had even woven a dark purple crystal collar for her. Although it wasn't worth much compared to jade, it was exceptionally beautiful and pure. His gaze rested on the girl's slender waist and the delicate neck that was exposed under the collar of the cheongsam. After admiring it for a while, he said calmly, "Because someone helped me." Chapter 2699. Wei Bai looked up, and her eyes lit up. She immediately asked, "Who helped?" Yu Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. "Of course it's the group of people you locked up. Otherwise, why would I be so carefree? However, to win over this group of people, I spent about 6 years. To transform the industry, I also connected with the foremarket 4 years in advance." At this point, he was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, "Although I'm not as busy as you, I spend more time than you, and my life is much more dangerous than yours." Wei Bai was about to sneer and retort. However, she saw a rare, serious expression in the man's eyes under his eyelashes. His words were light, but every sentence was heavy. In the Bai family, I was stepping on a steel wire. I was pulling out my backbone. I was suppressing my self-esteem and humanity as a person. No one has suffered more than me, Wei Wei. Wei Bai fell silent. Yu Xiaoyan smiled helplessly. "You have suffered a little. You pretended to be crazy and lived in a world of resentment. But I can't. Old Master Bai needs me to be a qualified young master. He needs me as a living signboard." This was the meaning of his life. Old Master Bai killed his most loyal old subordinate who had sacrificed the most for him. This was more than chilling. If Old Master Bai didn't raise him well and let others see that the death of his old subordinate was just an accident, and his child lived a noble and beautiful life, then how could he appease people? Yu Xiaoyan's voice was soft. "So, if I'm crazy, I'll have no value. I can only slap Old Master Bai's face. If I have ambitions, I can only die. If I'm not good enough, I'll wait to be abandoned." He wanted him to become good and outstanding. He wanted people to know that the Bai family treated him well. He also wanted him to become mediocre and not be allowed to be dissatisfied with the Bai family and have any thoughts of resistance. The path he walked was one that could drive people crazy. All these years, he had almost divided himself. He had a kind and gentle appearance, but inside, he was calculating and dark desires. It was like a spider that didn't move at all. Using the weakest threads to weave a net, it finally revealed its ferocious face and completely devoured the Bai family. This was more than just frightening. It could be said that every step was fatal. Wei Bai held the document and looked at him without moving her eyes. Yu Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was leisurely. His movements were graceful as he gently poured tea for himself with a purple clay teapot. Then he held the teacup and smiled. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Don't be afraid. Didn't I castrate the Bai clan and put in your hands? Everything you have right now is safe." Of course, it was because he was by her side that she felt so safe. No matter what, he was the one who had plotted to get all these properties, and the people were all his. Then, Even if the industry was transferred, the people's hearts would not be transferred. Wasn't it because he was here that the people below were willing to bring up the project proposal? After all, who didn't know that Yu Xiaoyan had lost his head over a woman? To make her happy, he would throw away thousands of gold and abandon his career. Therefore, even if she took everything from him, she would still be his woman. What she had was still his label. Before she made any big moves, everyone still thought that the company belonged to Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan didn't say these things. He also didn't let people say it. His fingertips gently touched the edge of the teacup, and his eyes were full of affection. He was worried that he would hurt her and make her feel even more unbalanced. This way, she would find him even more unpleasant to the eye. Fast fast. Chapter 2700. Yu Xiaoyan stole a glance at Wei Wei Bai. He found the girl lying on the document. Under her thick eyelashes, her round eyes were filled with infatuation. Her eyes were filled with love and admiration. Yu Xiaoyan's fingertips paused, and his breathing slowly became hot. The girl seemed to have suddenly noticed his gaze and immediately looked away. The infatuation from before disappeared. She muttered, "Didn't you destroy the Bai family? You're so happy about your revenge. Why are you acting pitiful?" Yu Xiaoyan drank his tea unhurriedly. When his lips touched the tea, he couldn't help but smile. Oh, she was smart. She knew that he was acting pitiful. Unfortunately, someone was still moved. Yu Xiaoyan thought about the infatuation in her eyes just now. He didn't know how long she had been secretly in love with him. That was why she targeted him so much and wanted to be as strong as him. So many people bullied her, but she didn't resent them. She only resented him for neglecting her. Wasn't it because she cared too much about him that she missed him so much? Yu Xiaoyan couldn't help but think, when did she start to miss him? How long had she missed him? All these years, there were too many people who liked him and even risked their lives for him. Instead, he had never noticed her in the corner, curled up in the darkness. Yu Xiaoyan's heart ached when he thought of this. This kind of pain was actually very painful. He pondered for a long time before he realized that this kind of pain was pity and regret for missing out on her. Suddenly, he heard Wei Wei Bai throw the document on the ground. "What's written on this? Are the people under you illiterate? I want to fire them." Yu Xiaoyan said, "Yes, you can fire them." This calm attitude made Wei Wei Bai speechless. She couldn't say anything. Yu Xiaoyan said very politely, "Do you want me to write a notice or something for you?" Wei Wei Bai grabbed the document and covered half of her face. Her two big round eyes stared at him. It was as if she was observing if there was something wrong with him. Yu Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled, looking elegant and gentlemanly. What else do you need me to do?" Wei Wei Bai's long eyelashes drooped down, covering the light in her eyes. "Yu Xiaoyan, have you liked me for a long time?" When Yu Xiaoyan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he looked exceptionally beautiful. But he didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai said, "Otherwise, why are you so obedient? Or are you trying to gain my trust so that I will release your rude subordinates?" Yu Xiaoyan's expression became even gentler. The man's deep affection in his eyes was thick and soft, doting and indulging. He leaned against the chair, his fingers suddenly clasping the armrest of her chair, pulling her and the chair over so that they were pressed against each other. Wei Wei Bai was in a daze, holding a pile of folders in her hands. She frowned and was about to protest. Yu Xiaoyan asked softly, "Why have you been staring at my mouth since this morning?" Wei Wei Bai's expression suddenly changed. She couldn't help but look at his lips again. The thin red color was stained with the moisture of the tea, adding a layer of delicate soft light. The man's appearance was too elegant, and there was a sense of clean abstinence. So, just a little bit of temptation would be magnified 10 times. Wei Wei Bai only stared for 2 seconds before she immediately looked away, her face turning red. "Why are you looking at your mouth?" "It's because you've been eating since this morning." Yu Xiaoyan was used to enjoying himself. After breakfast, he liked to eat some fruits/tea. Chapter 2701. After eating the fruit, he came to work with her. Seeing that she was tired out and was watching a show, he had to make tea and was idling by the side. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his eyes, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "Do you want to eat too?" Wei Wei Bai threw the document on the table, then leaned back in her chair and placed her hands in front of her chest. The arms that stretched out from the sleeves of the Cheongsam were white and pink. It could be seen that she had indeed been fattened up by him recently. Her pearl-colored skin was so delicate that people couldn't help but want to touch it. Bai Weiwei was like a grandpa. Her sweet, tender, and delicate voice was raised quite a bit. If I want to eat, you can still feed me. Yu Xiaoyun's smile deepened. He opened his thin lips slightly and licked his lower lip with the tip of his tongue. The man's clean expression was instantly replaced by an evil charm. How do you want me to feed you? Wei Wei Bai was stunned. The man's hand had already touched her arm. The soft skin on her arm felt numb under his fingertips. Soon, he saw that there was an additional layer of light pink on her fair skin, like a lotus petal that had not withered, soft, thin, and warm. Yu Xiaoyun did not have the appearance of a graceful and elegant young master. His body was almost leaning out diagonally. That pair of light and warm eyes were replaced by a strong burning heat at this moment. His every word carried a sense of coercion. What do you want me to feed you? Wei Wei Bai leaned against the back of the chair tightly and stared at him with wide eyes. She seemed to be frightened. However, Yu Xiaoyun's fingertips touched her chin. His fingertips rubbed against the skin of her chin and gradually increased the strength. Finally, the fingertips came to her lips. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes curved slightly. The clean and beautiful man was bewitching and evil at this moment. He was like a ghost peeping in the dark, quiet and harmless. However, after seeing what he wanted, he finally showed the strength to attack, wanted to pull the temptation into his arms and tie it up. Wei Wei Bai was like a pitiful little sacrifice, curled up in the chair and shivering. She was so scared that the pink color on her face disappeared. She continued to sneer. Do I need to say what I'm going to say? How are you going to serve me if you don't even know what to do? You can go and find out what I like to eat. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes became much more profound and obscure. He said slowly, yes, I should ask around. After saying that, he obediently let go of her hand and sat back down. He even moved his chair away. The stalemate between the two of them was finally over. Wei Wei Bai heaved a sigh of relief. She reached out and took the document. Just when she thought that she was safe, a voice came from behind her. However, she heard Yu Xiaoyun casually ask, do you like osmanthus cake? It's made from fresh osmanthus flowers that were just harvested this year. Wei Wei Bai was also hungry, and she had been brewing for a long time. Yu Xiaoyun should also do something, such as feeding her a piece of cake with his hand. Feeding pastries was no different from feeding rice. He could also explain the side quest. Therefore, she nodded without warning. In the blink of an eye, she saw Yu Xiaoyun take a small bite of the pastry. The powder of the pastry stained his lips. It was very tempting. Wei Wei Bai, Yu Xiaoyun also smiled. Then he reached out and pressed her neck, turning her upper body. He also lowered his head. The taste of the pastry. It was sweet and soft. There was the fragrance of osmanthus flowers, so fragrant that it made people's scalp tingle. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80/T. Chapter 2702. Feeding to increase favorability. Feeding to make the male protagonist stronger and the host weaker and more pitiful. This was not the main female protagonist strategy route of the side quest. The side quest looked at the list of small tasks completed one by one. It felt that it was beginning to doubt Ji Sheng. The system patted its head and comforted it. You will get used to it. After that, the system continued to gnaw on the duck feet in the side quest refrigerator. It had recently gained weight. Eat some claws to aid digestion. Side quest. Damn it. Did this host system not know the virtue of shame? Wei Wei Bai listened to the sad conversation between the side quest and the system, her face indifferent. She was used to it. No matter how much the main system's lackeys, side quest, destroyed her, she was still the most beautiful flower in the storm. She went with the wind and waves. She stood tall. Wei Wei Bai, ha ha ha, I am a pitiful, peerless, and independent beauty. Side quest. Ugh. It was wrong. These two guys did not want Face. Face was not worthy of them anymore. Wei Wei Bai had just finished laughing when she saw Yu Xiaoyun, who was sleeping on the chair and covering the book, suddenly twitch his fingers. It seemed that he was having a nightmare. She frowned and reached out to gently press down on his hand. Then she took away his book, revealing his pale face. If it was before, he would wake up with this little movement. But this time, he obviously fell into a deeper nightmare and did not wake up. Wei Wei Bai whispered softly, "You Xiaoyan?" The man lying on the chair suddenly opened his eyes. His calm and gentle eyes were now occupied by coldness and a trace of fear. He saw the girl next to him, holding his fingers with both hands. The girl's tender face had worry and fear that could not be put away in time. In an instant, the coldness that broke free from a nightmare was warmed by her worried eyes. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to be relieved. His face had a sickly white color. He suddenly murmured in a low voice, "Hug me." Wei Wei Bai was stunned. His cold fingers had already clasped her fingertips. It was like begging. His face was expressionless, and his voice had no waves. But there was a sense of vulnerability. "Hug me, Wei Wei." Wei Wei Bai squatted by the chair, just enough to reach out and hug his waist. She hesitated for a moment and finally leaned her face on his leg, just like in the past. She laid on his body lazily like a cat, his fingers, and did not let go. The intimate and somewhat awkward posture. But it was undoubtedly exceptionally beautiful. Suddenly, a forceful kiss came from the top of her head. Yu Xiaoyan had already bent down and lowered his head. He lowered his eyes and kissed her hair. His fingers also started to warm up. The man who walked out of the nightmare did not need to face again. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was the girl's worried expression. He walked out of the darkness and actually stopped taking pictures. He had struggled in the Bai family for too long. Although he looked fine on the outside, his insides were already riddled with holes. He thought that he was attached to power and loved it. Only then did he try his best to bring the Bai clan under his control. But when everything was on the right track, his career began to take a turn for the better. But the nightmares were becoming more and more frequent, and the split in his heart was becoming more and more serious. It turned out that power was just a straw for him to redeem himself. Now that he had this straw in his hand, he knew that he could not stop himself from sinking. His resentment and self-loathing still existed. It turned into a terrible nightmare that haunted him. The evil self in the dream had already begun to dismember him. He was in too much pain. He longed for someone to hug him and hold him all the time. //fast to read //fast to txt download fast to read on. Fast. Chapter 2703. It prevented him from falling into the nightmare of splitting and dismembering himself. The girl's body finally made him feel warm. His breath was filled with her fragrance. He whispered, "Really, I like you very much." Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 85. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes. She felt that this favorability came too easily, but she also felt that the other party was just too fragile. So a hug could move him? Wei Wei Bai thought of this and didn't move, continuing to lean on him. She wanted to see if she could get some more favorability. And Yu Xiaoyan also liked the way she relied on him. The two of them were very quiet in a pile of documents. The scene was very warm. The system patted the head of the branch again. The branch said Wei Wei Bai said that she hugged Yu Xiaoyan for a long time, although she didn't get any favorability. But in the end, when she got off work, he actually tidied up all her documents and gave the orders that should be given. Those that should be solved were solved, and those that should be signed were signed by her. Everything was using 1/10 of the time she did. Although Wei Wei Bai deliberately let him work and deliberately let him do the work, she really couldn't solve so many things as quickly as Yu Xiaoyan. And it looked like he was doing it with ease. She finally knew why he didn't look very busy. Because he worked at an inhuman speed. When she returned home, Love Garden was still very bleak. The cold wind and the cold leaves blew, and the quiet by family mansion was like a gorgeous seabed tomb. Only one room was lit up, and there was a sign of life. Yu Xiaoyan stood at the door, wearing light blue cotton casual clothes. He quietly looked at the silent Love Garden, his eyes silent. Suddenly, he heard the bathroom door open. His eyes flashed, and finally there was a trace of warmth. Yu Xiaoyan turned around and took a towel. He walked in front of Wei Wei Bai, who had just come out, and pressed the towel on her head. Her beautiful long hair was very long. It wasn't easy to wipe it, but Yu Xiaoyan didn't feel annoyed at all. He looked at that white and cute little face and the messy wet hair and only wanted to kiss it. Of course, he didn't reveal this intention. He didn't even touch her much. It was like self-abuse. Just like that, he held her and spoiled her. He let her do whatever she wanted, riding on him like a fox. Yu Xiaoyan dried her hair and carried her to the rocking chair. The young girl obediently sat on the chair. Her feet were touched by him, but he didn't mind and gently wiped her feet for her. At this moment, she was like a cute kitten, looking at him with narrowed eyes. As the chair rocked back and forth, she rested her hands on the chair, looking as innocent as a child. Yu Xiaoyan helped her put on her cotton shoes and poured her a cup of honey water. Wei Wei Bai held the honey water and felt that Yu Xiaoyan had done a really good job. Too good. If he didn't know about his previous behavior, those who didn't know better would think that he was born to be a servant. Yu Xiaoyan was obedient. He took out a book and said, "Today, we're learning about human resources management." Bai Weiwei immediately nodded, her pair of squinted eyes widening. When a man saw her like this, he couldn't help but smile. Then, he told her in a low voice about the complexity of the company's human resources, the relationship between people, and the intricate interests of each department. Even though it was obviously very difficult, he could always easily explain it to her. After Wei Wei Bai heard this, she couldn't help but frown in confusion. The Hainan Airlines project has been stopped. Is it a big blow to the company? Chapter 2704. Yu Xiaoyan said unhurriedly, "Yes." Wei Wei Bai. Then the company is going bankrupt? Yu Xiaoyan, if the Hainan Airlines project is stopped, half of it will indeed go bankrupt. Wei Wei Bai drank a mouthful of honey water and pursed her lips, looking dissatisfied. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her with a hint of interest in his lazy eyes. "Why? Don't you want to go bankrupt?" Wei Wei Bai swallowed the water and almost choked herself to death. She gasped and said, "You worked so hard to get it." Yu Xiaoyan dragged out his last word meaningfully. "Oh, I got it." Wei Wei Bai realized that she was too anxious. She immediately straightened her face. "The company is mine now. How can I squander it if it goes bankrupt? I still want to live a good life." Yu Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. His cold and elegant appearance had a hint of amiable gentleness. "Good life? What kind of good life? Tell me." Wei Wei Bai looked at him sideways. She was about to say something, but paused. Instead, she regained her senses and bit her red lips. Then, she imitated his hypocritical look and glanced at him. Her clear eyes intertwined with a clear and delicate charm. The look in her eyes made people feel itchy. "What does it have to do with you?" She pretended to be calm, but she couldn't help being a little girl. She was unspeakably cute. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes heated up, but his tone was still calm. "It's okay. Apart from our huge loss if the Hainan Airlines project is stopped, there are also a few partners who signed the contract. Their losses are also huge. If this project fails, we will only be half bankrupt, but they will be bankrupt." Yu Xiaoyun said this and supported his chin with his hand. There was a hint of stunning sharpness in his lazy eyes. "So, you have to protect yourself well." Wei Wei Bai blinked innocently. "Protect herself?" Yu Xiaoyun's soft lips moved slightly. "Because you caused the project to fail, you are the enemy of many, many people. Spider's actions were all planned out. How could he not drag others down with him for such a big project? He gave himself a way out. He did lose a lot if the project stopped, but it wasn't the most anxious, because those who had signed the contract were more anxious." Yu Xiaoyan looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was still confused, and sighed helplessly. "You're really a child." She was indeed quite young at this age. She was so young that he couldn't bear to. Bai Weiwei sneered, but her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, with a lively aura. "I'm not you. I am a woman." The girl's smiling face as she sat on a rocking chair was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Yu Xiaoyan only felt that the hidden impulse in his heart was climbing up bit by bit. He smiled and didn't comment, but his eyes fell on her ankle. They were as fragile as the bones of a butterfly's wings, easily broken with a pinch. But Yu Xiao, the Hainan Airlines project, was stopped, and the biggest business partner demanded an explanation. Yu Xiaoyan indicated that to appease them, they had to hold a meeting first. As long as it was within half a year, the losses could be controlled. Wei Wei Bai planned to control it for 3 months. Only 2 months had passed. The only thing left on the side mission list was to give her a massage and admit that she was amazing. None of them were difficult. Because there was still time, Wei Wei Bai didn't force Yu Xiaoyan to do them. The right time to do these missions was a matter of interest. Chapter 2705. It wouldn't drop the favorability. It wasn't easy to maintain the favorability of Yu Xiaoyan, a man with a spider-like personality. The meeting was held as planned. At the restaurant on the clouds last time, Yu Xiaoyan was still sitting in the second seat. Wei Wei Bai already had some of his composure. She sat calmly. A total of 8 people came to the meeting. They were the elites sent by the company that cooperated with the Hainan Airlines project. Wei Wei Bai was very calm and took out the prepared speech. There were major omissions in the Hainan Airlines project, and it needed to be re-examined. The restarting event was about a month later. Everyone who came to the meeting agreed. The scene was very harmonious. Yu Xiaoyan leaned back in his chair and looked at the scene with a strange and quiet gaze. He seemed to have discovered something, but also seemed to be waiting for something. The meeting ended, and everyone stood up to leave. Wei Wei Bai also stood up. Her attitude was natural and generous. The other party reached out to shake her hand. She didn't think much about it and reached out to shake it. However, a hand came across the air and held the other party's hand. It was Yu Xiaoyan. He said calmly and elegantly, "I look forward to the cooperation when the project restarts." The other party smiled and said, Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, everything happened so fast that it was terrifying. The other party had already taken out a palm thunder and pulled Yu Xiaoyan over with lightning speed. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed drastically, and she reached out to stop him. Everything was too late. The palm was already pressed tightly against Yu Xiaoyan's neck. Everyone collectively retreated. The leader, who was happy in the meeting, just now looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. The Hainan Airlines project must be restarted immediately. We don't accept any delay in time. Wei Wei Bai's pupils constricted. Her body trembled, and she almost couldn't stand. However, she quickly held on and said coldly in a trembling voice, "Let go of him, or you won't be able to walk out of here alive." The leader in the meeting shouted ferociously, "I can walk out of here as long as I have Yu Xiaoyan's life. There's a Hainan Airlines project on the table. You're in charge now. If you want to live, sign for me immediately. I want the Maritime Navigation Project to start. This is our only request. We won't accept any damn delays." Wei Wei Bai clenched her fists, her eyes cold. "You're threatening me with his life?" These words were said harshly. The usually slender and cute girl's face was now cold and full of killing intent. Even Yu Xiaoyan's calm expression was somewhat moved when he saw her crazy appearance. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly stared at her with an unusually secretive gaze. He seemed to want to know what her choice was. The leader shouted fiercely, "Nonsense! You know how valuable Yu Xiaoyan's life is. If he dies, you'll be nothing." Bai Wei Wei's originally pale face, at this moment, was even paler, with a kind of frightening resentment. She stood by the table, her fingers propped up on the table. On her face, only her lips were bright red, as if they were stained with blood, but also as if they were on fire. The young girl's expression had never been so fierce, so miserable. Her voice was as soft as silk and as cold as ice. "Do you think I care about him? I'm in charge now. I won't start the project he started. I won't save his life." The last sentence was said with incomparable ruthlessness. The young girl's eyes were red, but it wasn't because of tears of fear. It was because of hatred. This hatred came from the Bai family, from the anger of being bullied since childhood, and from the pain of being neglected. Chapter 2706. Yu Xiaoyan stared at her without blinking. He didn't miss the trembling of her fingers as she pinched her palm. He also didn't miss the strength that she wanted to rush over at any time. Although it was suppressed, it seemed that her limbs were struggling abnormally. He lowered his eyes slightly and sighed inaudibly. Then he moved his fingertips, which seemed to be a secret signal. The person holding him hostage immediately sneered, "I don't believe you. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't sign, I'll send Yu Xiaoyan's body to your door in 3 days. Leave." Just like that, They held Yu Xiaoyan hostage and walked out. Wei Wei Bai, who was standing by the table, had a change in expression. She seemed to want to chase after them, but she was extremely hesitant. Yu Xiaoyan saw from the corner of his eye that the redness at the corners of her eyes had finally turned into tears of fear and grievance. She was like an abandoned cat, exceptionally pitiful. Yu Xiaoyan was taken into the car, and the car drove out quickly. The people in the car were very quiet for a moment. Yu Xiaoyan also sat casually. The person who was extremely arrogant just now had already handed over the weapon to him obediently. Then he asked casually, "Brother Yu, why are you acting like this?" Yu Xiaoyan looked at the scenery outside the car window. The light fell on his snow-white and delicate face, making his expression even clearer and quieter. He said in a low voice, "I just want to give her a choice." The person who helped was extremely puzzled. Yu Xiaoyan smiled. "Choose me, or choose the country I've built." If Wei Wei Bai had signed her name just now, it would be equivalent to her giving up everything she pursued and choosing him. If she hadn't chosen to sign her name, she would have given up on him. Yu Xiaoyan looked outside with a deep gaze, thinking about her pitiful appearance before she left. It seems that she lost the bet. She still prefers my business, not me. What an immature cat. But he couldn't hate her. Maybe it was because she was too immature. So, when she made a mistake, he also thought that it would be good if he could forgive her. The person beside him immediately said, "It hasn't been 3 days yet, right? She might change her mind in 3 days. Women are all like this. They change their minds every day." No other emotions could be seen from Yu Xiaoyan's expression, but there was a trace of gentleness in his cold eyes. His eyes, which were originally filled with deep emotions, were as beautiful as a spring breeze brushing past the willows. I hope so. Of course, if she still chooses her career, I won't blame her. Who asked me to spoil her so much? Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. 5 points down. Wei Wei Bai looked at her own hand and said with a trembling voice, "Damn, Yu Xiaoyan's hand is too fast. I thought I could grab that guy's hand and then pull him over to snatch the weapon from his arms." She had long felt that the atmosphere was not right. Tell the system to be careful. He didn't expect to see a weapon in his opponent's hand. What was even stranger was that there were no bullets in the weapon. Wei Wei Bai, who had always been very sensitive to schemes, immediately contacted Yu Xiaoyan. He realized that this could be one of his schemes. Therefore, she planned to expose the fact that the other party had a weapon. However, he was not as fast as Yu Xiaoyan. Just like that, Yu Xiaoyan was one step ahead of him. He made a cliché, "If you don't choose anything, you will kill whoever you want." He didn't care about the streets. If this was a normal situation, it would be a gift of favorability points. However, when the other party asked her to choose to sign immediately, the side mission reminded her that if she signed immediately, it was guaranteed that she would fail and be disfigured in minutes. Listening to the side mission's arrogant laughter, Wei Wei Bai withered. The system said he can still be saved. Can't we just save the target in 3 days? Wei Wei Bai said, "Save my ass. Yu Xiaoyan is very safe. It just needs my attitude. I have failed to activate the side mission. If I don't activate it, I will face the risk of Yu Xiaoyan's favorability dropping to 0. At this point, Wei Wei Bai paused. She said with a heavier tone, "And the main mission will fail. Because for a man like Yu Xiaoyan, once he failed to open the door to his heart, there would not be a second chance." The system felt that with its host's ability, it might not be that bad. It was about to comfort her, but it hurt again. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 75. The system, Wei Wei Bai said, "This hypocrite says that he doesn't care. Once he really doesn't care, his favorability will drop endlessly." The system said, "How about just torture him?" Bai Wei Wei. At the / crossover system, Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download the read the full text. 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 To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button at the bottom to record the reading record. The book, please recommend it to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Chapter 2707. The System's Suggestion. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while, then nodded. Torture is good. Give me a terminal illness pill or something. I'll be miserable after eating it. The System. Wei Wei Bai, have you used terminal illness before? The System. What illness have you not used before? Venereal disease. Wei Wei Bai touched his chin. Then forget it, it's too old-fashioned. The System was shocked. Didn't you say the older the better? Wei Wei Bai, the time is still to be determined. If it's really terminal illness, I'll die and become a ghost and still follow you Xiaoyan around every day. I'll be bored out of my mind. It was good to have more people they could jump, play, and act. As a ghost, she floated around Yu Xiaoyan miserably every day, watching him eat, drink, and play. She was sullen. Wei Wei Bai asked again, what is Yu Xiaoyan doing now? The System was silent. Then the host was silent too. Oh, it seemed like the System's monitoring device was broken. Yu Xiaoyan being held hostage completely made all the employees panic. During the transition period of the business, the loss of more than half of the elite leadership was already unstable enough. In the end, the most important backbone was missing. This time, everyone was not doing it. Yu Xiaoyan's woman was not useful. After all, Yu Xiaoyan was the one who fought for this country. Everyone was holding hands and following him. They only respected this one boss. The boss was gone. Any signature was useless, especially when the country had just been established. It was not stable yet, and there were veterans around. Everyone did not recognize anything. They only recognized the person who led them, Yu Xiaoyan. If it was a few more years, when the group was stable, everyone would be at ease. At that time, if someone else was leading, there would not be such a big backlash. But now, Yu Xiaoyan's reputation was at its peak. Even if he announced that his woman was in charge, no one would take it seriously. They would just mistakenly think that Yu Xiaoyan had never been in a relationship before and suddenly gave away the country because of love. Everyone laughed and did what they were supposed to do. Who to listen to was still Yu Xiaoyan's words. As for the woman he liked, they just had to give her some respect. It was impossible for them to be obedient. Once Yu Xiaoyan disappeared, the huge network of connections he had would also fall apart. All kinds of schemes, all kinds of resistance, all kinds of threats appeared in front of Wei Wei Bai. Before Wei Wei Bai went back, she had already placed all kinds of threatening things on her desk. For example, blood-stained animals, weapons without bullets, poison daggers, and so on. Wei Wei Bai looked on expressionlessly. She even had the strength to throw those things into the trash can. In the office, her slender figure on the wide desk seemed to be a little fragile. But when she picked up the dead rabbit and threw it into the trash can, there was a sharp tenacity in her eyes. There was a trace of insanity in her beauty. It was as if he wanted to walk all the way to the end and did not intend to care about Yu Xiaoyan's life. As Wei Wei Bai walked out step by step, she suddenly saw a tassel on the spot where Yu Xiaoyan was sitting. It was the purple crystal on the front of her Chong Sam. She stopped in her tracks and looked at it for a long time before she reached out to pick it up and put it back on the Chong Sam. It was as if she was sentimental. Her fingertips gently stroked it. There was clearly no expression, but there was an indescribable loneliness and pity. Then, Wei Wei Bai straightened her back and went out again. The red light on the office surveillance camera flashed. After Wei Wei Bai walked out, she reconfirmed with the system where there was no surveillance camera and where there was surveillance camera. // Fast. Chapter 2708. The system said, "Are you afraid that the male lead will check the surveillance cameras in the future?" So, even when there were surveillance cameras, she still did her best to act. Wei Wei Bai said leisurely, "No, he's watching me from behind the cameras." Yu Xiaoyan was a man with strong control and a strong desire for control. How could he not be in control of everything around him at all times? Everything around him, including her. So, there was no way to confirm where Yu Xiaoyan was. So, she could only start to think about whether he was monitoring her. There was a high probability that he was. Especially when the favorability dropped to 73, she was scared when she saw the weapon that someone gave her. Then, the favorability went back to 75. She was sure that the pervert Yu Xiaoyan was spying on her in the dark. And because she was in pain, he was happy. Fuck this pretentious, shameless, black-hearted little bastard. Not behind the cameras, she walked around the world upside down. Wei Bai heard the system's reminder that there was a camera in front. When she walked around the corner, her expression changed from calm to pain. Of course, this pain was gone in a flash. Even the mist in her eyes was wiped away by her carelessly. This small action was casually captured by the camera. But she didn't seem to know it all. Leaving with her back to the camera, her posture was still straight, filled with an indescribable sense of bleakness and fragility. Temperament was something that could be very helpful at times. Especially when she needed pity, she didn't even need to pretend. Even if she kept a straight face, others would feel that she was very pitiful. It saved her trouble and effort. Wei Bai came to the car. The driver was still waiting. She didn't think much and got into the car directly. In the end, not long after the car started, suddenly, with a bang, the car flipped over. The driver rebelled. He thought that Wei Bai was a demon. She caused the death of his boss. He wanted to drag Wei Bai down with him. Wei Bai, in the system, he had been too pretentious and was caught off guard by a cannonball. He was a little stunned for a moment. Wei Bai, although I know that the driver is dissatisfied with me, I thought he just wanted to threaten me, such as giving me a headless rabbit. The system said, "Come, take the life subsistence allowance. You're lucky, you only hit your head. It's not a big deal." Wei Bai said, "Wait, why do I feel like my face is bleeding?" The system said, "That's just a small wound, just a scratch. It's fine." Wei Bai, "I'm disfigured." He felt that a concussion was more frightening than a disfigurement. In the wealthy district of the suburbs, there was an inconspicuous villa that was extremely quiet. On the flat lawn, there was an unusually well-maintained garden, a beautiful fountain, and a commonly seen angel statue. Under the sun, it looked expensive and nothing special. On the second floor, on the huge balcony, a man in black silk pajamas walked barefoot across the smooth, cold marble floor. Yu Xiaoyan's face was pale and haggard. He had a terrible headache. After leaving Wei Bai, he couldn't even take a nap. Nightmares and darkness seemed to have spread from his dreams to reality. He even occasionally looked into the mirror and saw an evil face appear behind him. It was a projection of him in the dark. Yu Xiaoyan poured a cup of hot tea. Then he turned around, and his slender figure disappeared behind the window glass. He walked into a deeper room. There were surveillance cameras everywhere. // Chapter 2709. In the picture, Wei Bai lowered her head and stared blankly at the lapel that had fallen on the chair. Her beautiful neck looked even whiter against her black hair, but it also made her look even more slender. She was so fragile that she would break with a pinch. And when she saw the dead animals, the table was full of blood. She was so scared, but she tried her best to hold on. Her pale face and trembling fingers unconsciously looked for his eyes. She was too pitiful. She was also too cute. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his eyes and looked at the tea. In the curling mist, his handsome face looked abnormally hazy and empty. Leaving her, he was not doing well. The only thing that made him happy was that she left him. He was not doing well either. Yu Xiaoyan knew from the beginning that she was impatient and loved and hated him at the same time. This reckless personality was when he forced her to choose. How could she calm down? So the pain that she endured for many years and the crazy desire for power took over. That was why she chose his career and gave up his life. Yu Xiaoyan knew that this was not what she wanted. She liked him, and he could sense it. But so what? What he wanted was not only like, but only. He wanted to get rid of the crazy inferiority complex and the greed for power in her bones. Instead, he wanted to keep this crazy desire in him. That was why Yu Xiaoyan set up this trap. He wanted to let her know that even if she chose power, without his existence, she would not have a good life. She would be in extreme pain and misery. There was no him in this world. She was nothing. She had nothing. If she wanted happiness, then she could only be by his side. Power, everything in the Bai family, anything she was greedy for. Nothing could compare to him, Yu Xiaoyan. What she wanted could only be obtained from him. The man stood in the shadows. His perfect side profile was sickly pale, and there was a sense of coldness and refinement. He slowly lowered his head, his thin lips holding the teacup, and drank the tea in mouthfuls. Like when he drank someone's blood. Especially when he saw her in the corridor. Helplessness and sadness flashed in her clear and helpless eyes. The lips that touched the tea slowly curled up, forming a gloomy and happy smile. Just like that, the entire world is your enemy. When she was bullied to the point where she couldn't find anyone to love her, he would be like a savior. He slowly walked out and extended his hand to her. Yu Xiaoyan smiled. At that time, he was probably the only one in her heart. The phone suddenly rang. The crazy darkness on Yu Xiaoyan's face instantly disappeared. He slowly put down the teacup and walked gracefully to the table to answer the call. Then the confidence disappeared from his face. A trace of disbelief flashed through his eyes, as well as the fear of losing control of the situation. Wei Bai got into a car accident. Yu Xiaoyan didn't even change his clothes as he ran out barefooted. The man who had been so confident just now opened the door with trembling fingers. He clearly had someone by her side who could protect her. How could he let her get hurt? Meanwhile, Wei Bai, who was in the hospital, looked like she had nothing to live for. I'm disfigured. The system said, no, it's just a small cut. It's very shallow. Wei Bai was disheartened. I'm disfigured. My flawless skin was cut open with an ugly scar. I feel like I've suffered an unimaginable blow in my life. My only thought is to go upstairs and fly. The system hugged its head. You could do plastic surgery? You'll recover after a little surgery. Chapter 2710. Wei Bai. Can you still be considered a beauty after plastic surgery? Natural is the way to go. System. Who is the host who wants him to use props to make her the #1 beauty every day? Wei Bai held her face and was about to continue crying about destroying the system. The system was quickly rescued and said, the male lead is here, he is here. It was so excited that it was like winning the lottery. Wei Bai's expression immediately changed. She closed her eyes, pulled the blanket, and went to sleep. The car accident was not tragic enough. She could not teach Yu Xiaoyan, this pretentious bastard, a lesson. When Yu Xiaoyan set the trap, she analyzed him from the beginning to the end. She analyzed him down to his hair. In addition, the system said that there were people around to protect her. There were also people secretly instigating and stirring up emotions to resist and hate her. She guessed step by step until the end. The only reason Wei Bai could think of was that Yu Xiaoyan was torturing the eagle. She was that poor little eagle. And Yu Xiaoyan was the one who wanted to torture her to death. A man who could lurk in the Bai family for so many years like a schizophrenic man must be mentally abnormal. He probably felt that it was too boring to get power. When he saw her bump into him and started to like her, he treated her as a target to conquer. Wei Bai was very familiar with this feeling. She did this every day. To put it bluntly, Yu Xiaoyan just wanted to conquer her and wanted her favorability to 100. That was why he was so pretentious. She wanted 100 because she wanted to go home. There was a healthy, positive, and righteous reason. Yu Xiaoyan wanted 100 favorability because he had lost his purpose in life. If he had control of the power, there was nothing to play with. He was so bored that he went crazy. So he could only play with her and treat her as another game similar to the Bai family's power struggle. He wanted to beat her to completion. So Wei Bai knew that the driver was crazy. When there was a problem, she still chose to get in the car. Of course, she did not know that the driver could be so ruthless. She just got in the car. He stepped on the accelerator to the end and wanted to die with her. But it was exactly what she wanted. If she didn't do this, Yu Xiaoyan would think that everything was in his hands. Wei Bai said, only I can win over others. No one else can. She was the only one who could be unreasonable, and no one else could. Since he wanted to toss and turn. Come on, let's torment each other, be affectionate to each other, and attack each other. The door opened, and Yu Xiaoyan stood quietly at the door. His uneven breathing and rapid heartbeat made him look a little embarrassed. He reached out to hold the door and walked in step by step. On the hospital bed, under the thin blanket, a slender and weak silhouette appeared. Yu Xiaoyan steadied his breathing and quietly walked to the bedside. However, he saw the girl lying on her side, her whole body curled up. The side of her face was covered with thick medical bandages, and the metal plate slid across her cheek. It was said that the position of the metal plate was a few centimeters off. Her face might have been smashed into pieces. At that time, she could treat it as if she was dead. Yu Xiaoyun's heart was pierced by a sharp pain. His fingers trembled as he pulled open some blankets. She was afraid to see other big wounds. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and her brows were tightly furrowed. She seemed to be in great pain. The trace of blood that he had painstakingly nurtured was replaced by a haggard and decadent dark gray color. Her beautiful red lips had also lost all their color. Only a kind of deathly darkness appeared. Yu Xiaoyun's breathing was extremely heavy. He had almost lost her. He was about to let go of the blanket and leave. Wei Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes, and she looked into his eyes. Yu Xiaoyun was stunned, and his footsteps froze. However, her body suddenly twitched, and a painful expression appeared on her face. A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from her lips. And read the full article at https://www.sashu.com// and read on your phone. https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2711. This mouthful of blood came too suddenly, and blood overflowed from her grayish-white lips. She stared fixedly at him. That pair of round and beautiful eyes, at this moment, carried a kind of stubbornness that was terrifying to the point of madness as she stared fixedly at Yu Xiaoyun. Yu Xiaoyun's muscles suddenly stiffened, and his mind went blank. He felt that his body was floating. He was slow for a few seconds before he reacted. Something had happened to Wei Wei Bai. He instinctively wanted to turn around and call for help, but the girl on the bed pounced on him. The 4-needle on her wrist flew out with a few drops of blood. Yu Xiaoyun immediately reached out and hugged her tightly. The huge impact made him groan, but his body did not retreat. The person in his arms grabbed his clothes tightly with both hands, and her whole body trembled. She seemed to be unconscious, and the fragile pain on her face was undisguised. She begged in a low voice, "Yu Xiaoyun, don't go." Yu Xiaoyun's hand, that was holding her, stiffened for a while before gently landing on her back. Her thin back looked so helpless under his palm. His teeth trembled slightly, and he only felt a terrible headache. She was in a car accident. He received more impact than anyone else. He calculated everything and was unwilling to be at a disadvantage. He had to control everything in his hands. He would rather put her in danger than let her suffer. In the end, he realized that he was not a god. He had calculated everything, but she could have died because of some inconspicuous mistake. He did not even include that driver in his plan. However, when she was forced to betray her family, he was bribed by his opponent, who planned to murder her, causing the entire group to be in complete chaos. If it wasn't for his show that made too many people believe it, those people wouldn't have fallen out so quickly. They wouldn't have bribed the driver to kill her. He touched the ends of her hair with his fingers. Her black hair was unusually messy and had lost its silky luster. His fingertips touched the skin on her neck. There were scratch marks, and the fine wounds on her fair skin was almost transparent. It was a shocking sight. Yu Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and carried her up horizontally. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be frightened. She grabbed his clothes with both hands and buried her head in his chest. It was like a kitten that had lost its home and was clinging to its last hope. She was worried that she would be abandoned. Yu Xiaoyun couldn't bear to put her down. He could only walk to the table and ring the bell to call the nurses and doctors. Her fingers kept trembling, and the mouthful of blood from earlier was still on the bedding. It had already begun to dry up and become deeper. Yu Xiaoyun originally wanted her to let go of him. He was worried about her physical condition. However, he found that his fingertips were wet with cold sweat. Yu Xiaoyun stared blankly at the cold sweat on her fingers. Only then did she realize that her body was trembling uncontrollably. It was not because of excitement. Instead, it was some sort of uncontrollable excessive convulsion. Yu Xiaoyun touched her hair with his fingers and saw that her forehead was full of fine water droplets. He finally became anxious. "Wei Wei, let go of me. The doctor is here." Wei Wei Bai couldn't hear him at all. Her eyes were in a trance. He wasn't really awake. It seemed to be grabbing at him instinctively. But she didn't dare to raise her head. She seemed to be afraid of something. When the doctor and nurse rushed in, they saw a strange scene. Yu Xiaoyun, who was wearing messy home clothes, was standing by the bed with their patient in his arms. The two of them seemed to have a strange sense of tragedy. Yu Xiaoyun suddenly raised his eyes. The fragile look in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye and was replaced by a cold strength. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2712. He shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for?" With this order, the doctor came over to see the patient. However, he found that this position was not easy to treat. Yu Xiaoyun also knew that Wei Bai was holding on to him too tightly. Their skin was only covered by a thin layer of clothes. However, they could clearly feel each other's temperature, and he could feel that her skin was unusually cold. Yu Xiaoyun slowly took a deep breath. He felt that the air in his throat and windpipe was boiling hot. His temples were still in pain. Then he heard his calm voice instruct, "Tranquilize her." She seemed to be in a nightmare. Something was completely wrong. Wei Bai, who was injected with a tranquilizer, finally felt weak in her hands and feet. When she was placed on the bed by Yu Xiaoyun, she seemed to have finally woken up for a moment. Her eyes were red. "Yu Xiaoyun, you're not dead." The bitterness and fragility in her tone were moving. Yu Xiaoyun froze for a moment. Then, he put her hand flat as if nothing had happened and pulled the blanket over to cover her. Then, he took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped her lips. The nurse began to put an intravenous drip on her wrist again and treat her small wounds. The doctor also began to check the medical equipment, intending to re-examine Wei Bai. The surroundings were unusually messy. Only this man's action of wiping her blood was meticulous and gentle. It was as if everyone was a frozen background, and only he was the quietest world. Yu Xiaoyun took a deep breath and finally suppressed his trembling body. He said in a low voice, "I'm not dead. Didn't the other party say that they would kill me in 3 days?" The sobriety in Bai Weiwei's eyes was unstable. Most of her face was covered with medical bandages, making her two bloodshot eyes look even bigger. They were so big that it was frightening and pitiful. Her lips trembled. "I thought I had given up on you." In other words, 3 days were up. She would not save him either. Yu Xiaoyun listened to her gradually softening voice, but he was still calm. "Well, let's give up." When he said this, his tone was as thin as a thread, as if he was finally telling the truth in a low voice. "Even I am about to give up on myself." Wei Bai didn't seem to hear him. Even Yu Xiaoyun felt that he was speaking with his lips, almost silently. He would never say such depressing words. He didn't allow himself to say it either, even though he knew that he already had 1 foot on the cliff. The mental scars left behind since childhood had never been better. By this year, the situation had deteriorated to the point of collapse. It didn't collapse. It was just that she was holding on, but he saw her as his only salvation, so he wanted to control everything about her more and more. He didn't allow her to be distracted by him at all. He would not allow her to have other pursuits in her heart. It didn't matter when he was sentimental and fond of her. But when he really started to care about her, he shifted all his attention to her. His demands on her were starting to become heavier. It was so heavy that it was morbid. Yu Xiaoyun's expression was calm and gentle, and no other emotions could be seen. He finished wiping off the blood and watched her slowly close her eyes. Her long eyelashes drooped pitifully, casting a thick shadow. It made her even more haggard. Yu Xiaoyun felt that she clearly had a vicious and crazy side to her. But why did she look so easy to bully? Why did she make people feel that she couldn't do bad things? It wasn't accurate to say that one's appearance came from one's heart, regardless of whether it was on him, a person who looked like a Buddhist to others. /fast/fast///fast. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Fast the is at https://m/sashu.com/fast. Chapter 2713. And it was on a weak and helpless little girl like her. Wei Bai suddenly opened her eyes with great effort and held his palm with weak fingers. The man's palm was actually covered in sultry sweat. It seemed to have been squeezed out by him tightly. Her voice was hoarse. "I want you." Yu Xiaoyan looked at her without saying a word, as if he couldn't react in time. Wei Wei Bai felt a lump in her throat. Her voice trembled, and she almost begged him to say something domineering. "I want you, Yu Xiaoyan. I want you to live. I want you to love me. You're not allowed to leave me." These words were too humble. She said it was all in one throw. In such a weak voice, in such a tragic tone. It was like the words of a person who was in extreme despair and had lost everything, using the last bit of her voice to say. She wanted him, an extremely willful request, but she said it while crying. Yu Xiaoyan allowed her to hold his hand. Slowly, her hand lost its strength. Her eyelashes finally fell, and the sound of her breathing could be heard faintly. In Yu Xiaoyan's palm, her fingertips began to slide. Finally, he moved his fingers and gently closed them, gathering her fingers in his palm. Then he stood up silently, lowered his head, and stretched out his other hand. Under the disapproving eyes of the doctor and nurse, but they didn't dare to protest, he removed the bandage on her face. The wound was very scary. It had just been applied with medicine, so it was green and red. One could even see the white flesh on his skin. He thought of the car accident, where she had been on the brink of death. There was also the iron plate that had slid across her cheek, and she had almost been killed. Compared to life, this wound was actually not serious. But to her, it was indeed a fatal wound. Yu Xiaoyan slowly suppressed the discomfort in his chest and asked in a low voice, "Can it not leave a scar?" The doctor hesitated and replied, "You have to use cosmetic surgery." In other words, the usual treatment method couldn't heal her wound. She could only use plastic surgery. The current plastic surgery technology was extremely advanced, and the skin graft repair could still be achieved without scars. Yu Xiaoyan said, "Then use it." She didn't like this wound. No woman would like it. Yu Xiaoyan looked at her wound and was stunned for a long time before he asked the doctor to change the dressing. He sat there quietly. He allowed the doctor to examine him, change his dressing, and change the drip bottle again. The data on the instrument slowly returned to normal. In the end, the doctor said she was seriously injured in the car accident last time. Now that she's in another car accident, it's going to take a lot of effort for her body to recover. These words were actually very harsh. Once the foundation of one's body was not good, one would have to take good care of the weak and sickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived a long life. Yu Xiaoyan acted as if he didn't hear it. He just calmly asked, "Why did you vomit blood?" The doctor said, "The internal organs are fragile, and the stress is attacking the heart. It's caused by a huge fluctuation of emotions. The patient can't be too emotional before he recovers." "Yu Xiaoyan, did you find any other problems?" The doctor shook his head. "No, the rest are the sequelae of the car accident. The patient is out of danger now. The rest is just hard work." What he meant was whether the patient could recover or not. Would it become a medicine jar in the future? It all depended on how much the patient's family valued her during this period of time and whether they could serve her well. Otherwise, the slightest bit of carelessness would leave behind a permanent illness, which would be troublesome in the future. Yu Xiaoyan nodded, indicating that he understood. The doctor and the nurse tidied up and left. The bodyguards and a department manager who followed at the door stood trembling with fear. Chapter 27:14. Yu Xiaoyan sat motionless, his fingers intertwined with her hand. His sitting posture, even his back, was a little bent, giving him a decadent feeling. "I'll come back to collect the punishment later. First, detain everyone related to the driver and wait for me to deal with them." After saying that, he paused and said, "Close the door." The bodyguard immediately closed the door and left a few to guard. The rest went to do things. The ward was very quiet. Only the sound of the equipment and the girl's steady breathing could be heard. There was also the sound of his rapid heartbeat. Yu Xiaoyan finally exhaled slowly. His face was unusually pale, and his eyes were trembling. Everything was arranged. He was like a patient who had survived a disaster and finally dared to show his weakness. "It's good that you're fine," he said in a low voice with a trace of helplessness and sadness. "I really don't have a way out." Yu Xiaoyan thought of his nightmare. It wasn't a nightmare. It was reality. When he killed his only friend in the Bai family and slowly put himself in the position of the dangerous, elegant, and seemingly beautiful young master of a big family. That weak version of himself had died in his own hands. But his nature didn't let him go. He always remembered his original home. Although his father was the #1 lackey of the Bai family, he loved his family very much. To give him a normal childhood, he hid all of his darkness so that he could follow his mother and live as carefree as an ordinary child. And that normal childhood became a mountain that crushed his spirit. If he had been dark from the beginning, he wouldn't have felt guilty or blamed himself. He wouldn't have hated his darkness and madness. But his childhood was too beautiful and bright. This light illuminated him, who had used all kinds of despicable means to survive, to an abnormally hateful appearance. Instead of saying that he destroyed everything in the Bai family, he was taking revenge. It was better to say that he was destroying those who had witnessed him, like a stray dog, using all kinds of means to survive. Yu Xiaoyan slowly revealed a pale smile. I hate myself. This was his illness. It went deep into his bone marrow and was beyond cure. After meeting you, I saw the light of redemption. He slowly lowered his head and buried himself in her slightly cold neck. Just like a child, he muttered in a low voice, feeling extremely wronged. I also want everything of yours, because a person like me is not worthy of anyone's love. If I want someone to love me, I can only use tricks. I can only snatch. Yu Xiaoyan's breath was close to her scarred skin. He felt the pulse in her neck that was still alive. That fragile heartbeat made her tremble. It seemed to be his only living consciousness. His fingers trembled as he clutched the sleeve of her arm. It was as crazy as when she grabbed his clothes. But he couldn't bear to touch her arm for fear of hurting her. Thank you. His breathing paused, and his tears fell into the depths of her shoulder, wetting her long hair. Choose me. He had planned and schemed, but all he wanted was one person. She just wanted him, even if he was not elegant, not beautiful, and extremely ugly. She still wanted him. Yu Xiaoyan quietly shed tears. When she was asleep, he revealed all of his weakness and inferiority. The lonely man didn't even dare to show such a pathetic side when she was awake. He was worried that all she wanted was the high and mighty him, instead of being so incompetent and weak at this very moment. Even so, when he heard her say that he was the one she wanted, his heart still throbbed fiercely. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 89. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2715. Wei Wei Bai was in a daze. Yu Xiaoyan was afraid that she would wake up, so he injected a little too much tranquilizer. Her limbs were weak, as if she was floating in the clouds. She opened her eyes with great effort and instinctively reached out to rub her temples because her head hurt a little. But before her fingers could fall, they were grasped by another warm hand. It was a little hard, but she didn't feel any pain. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled before she slowly opened her eyes. Wei Wei Bai, whose vision was a little out of focus, turned her face to the side and only saw a blurry figure beside the bed. She blinked hard and finally saw it clearly. It was Yu Xiaoyan. The man had already changed his clothes. The neat black suit made his figure even more slender and exquisite. His handsome and elegant face was calm and gentle under the white light. He put her fingers under the blanket as if he didn't care. He didn't let her fingers touch her face. It's cold. Don't catch a cold. After saying that, he fed her water. The man casually glanced at the bandage on her face for half a second. Then, as if nothing had happened, he supported her back and slowly fed the girl the warm water in his arms. Her figure was too thin. She was already as slender as a child, but now her health was taken away by the accident. It took her so much effort to cultivate and take away her delicate appearance. It made her more like a lifeless paper person, with a frightening sense of fragility. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his eyes. There were countless emotions in his eyes, but he didn't reveal any of them. Instead, he was like before, still with a little strength and elegance, controlling everything about her. Wei Wei Bai was a little confused. She looked at him blankly. She even drank the water obediently. But her eyes didn't move as she looked at him. Yu Xiaoyan knew what she was thinking, but he didn't say anything. After drinking the water, Yu Xiaoyan didn't let go of her. Instead, he sat on the bed and let her nestle in his arms obediently. His fingers were incomparably gentle as they caressed her somewhat dry long hair. His fingertips were filled with an incomparably tender strength. Wei Wei Bai froze and didn't move. Yu Xiaoyan. She finally opened her mouth. Her voice was still hoarse due to her injuries and excessive sleep. In the depths of his throat, one could even hear a few weak trembling sounds. "Are you all right?" She saw him being taken away with her own eyes. But when she was in a car accident, she saw him appear. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment and doubt. She was never stupid. However, he was more like an ostrich when it came to this matter. He asked cautiously. Yu Xiaoyan silently put down the glass of water, then reached out and gently pressed her temples. The gentle force was unusually comfortable. Wei Wei Bai's frown finally eased a little. An indescribable silence spread between the two of them. For a moment, neither of them dared to break the silence. Finally, Yu Xiaoyan said, "It's fake. I thought you liked me, so I set up a fake scheme to get you to reopen the sea navigation project. As long as the project is reopened, my people need to appear." He was the one who initiated the project, although he could solve many things by himself. But more of the project branches were headed by Chun Shan, and the junior leaders under him were in charge of handling them. Wei Wei Bai listened quietly. She wasn't hysterical or angry. She was like a pitiful child, curled up in his arms and listened blankly. At this point, Yu Xiaoyan paused and then chuckled softly. "Unfortunately, you prefer my money or the career that I've built." Chapter 27:16. His tone was indifferent. It was so relaxed that it was as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch. He even had the leisure to gently kiss her forehead. If you like someone, you would yearn to hug her, kiss her, and love her. This was human nature's instinctive closeness to anything that one loved to the bone. Yu Xiaoyan had always resisted this kind of instinctive control, but he couldn't resist her and was willing to do it. Wei Wei Bai let him kiss her in a daze. A trace of trembling, fragility, and complicated pain appeared in her eyes. She pursed her lips. "Don't think that I will. I will give you the person, give you." Yu Xiaoyan could almost taste the bitterness in her words, as well as that uncontrollable sense of fragility. She was already so weak. She still had to use such a fragile shell to support her self-esteem. Yu Xiaoyan sighed, let go of her, and put her on the bed. Wei Wei Bai's panicked face was revealed. He got up and was about to leave. The girl behind him was like a cat. She suddenly pounced on him and grabbed his waist tightly with both hands. She said in horror, "Where are you going? Don't you want me anymore? Is it because I didn't pass your test? Do you hate me?" These words were too humble and panicky. Yu Xiaoyan, who was about to pick up the thermos and feed Wei Wei Bai, froze. She was pressed against his back. Because they were too close, he could feel her body trembling nonstop. She was really afraid. He was going to leave. Yu Xiaoyan felt as if something was stuck in his throat, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. His manipulation, planning, and all kinds of coldly watching cruelty. He had forced her to the edge of a cliff. With just a gentle push, he could drive her crazy. Yu Xiaoyan felt that he was extremely ridiculous. Why didn't he see how weak and helpless the softness in the depths of her heart was? He felt that he was testing her and forcing her. It was like a cold killer. This was not love. His sick desire and possessiveness were not love for her. Instead, he was forcing her to fall into hell with him. It was more like a kind of crazy hatred. Hating her had made him like her and turned him into a lunatic who was worried about his gains and losses. He could only chase after her everything. Yu Xiaoyan's breathing paused for a long time before he finally suppressed his sour expression. He was just about to comfort her. However, he heard her whisper, "Yu Xiaoyan, I love you." Yu Xiaoyan was silent and stood there in a daze. She repeated softly, "I've loved you for a long, long time." Everything seemed like an unbelievable dream. Yu Xiaoyan didn't even know what he was feeling because his heart was surging with emotions. She was the only one who loved him. This thought continued to eat away at his everything. Her voice reverberated in his body. She liked him, he knew, but he had never thought that he would hear her say that she loved him with his own ears. She begged. I'll return them to you. I didn't hurt your subordinates. I was afraid that you would be angry. I took good care of them. Please don't be angry with me. Yu Xiaoyun's nose was a little sour. He blinked, and his eyes began to turn red. Then he said in a low voice, No, I'm not angry. He would never be able to be angry with her. He was angry at himself for being too harsh and cruel to her. He was sick, so he was like a madman and treated her badly. Wei Wei Bai hugged his waist and pressed the side of her face against his back muscles. A happy smile appeared on her pale face. It's good that you're not angry. Then I'll return your business and company to you. I didn't want them in the first place. If you want to start the sea navigation project, then start it. I don't care. She said it casually. Chapter 27:17. She had really given up everything. She might have forgotten what she muttered to herself in a daze before she was injected with the tranquilizer. She wanted him. Yu Xiaoyun thought that those were the most beautiful words. But he didn't expect that she didn't say it because she was confused. She really chose to want him so seriously. And she gave up everything that she had painstakingly schemed and endured for so many years to get in exchange for him. Yu Xiaoyun saw the dark shadow in front of him, the other self that emerged from the twisted and divided spirit in his heart, slowly fading away. A heart of self-loathing. It was actually filled by her. If he didn't love himself, gave up on himself, and hated himself, the only way to heal was the love of another person for him. Yu Xiaoyun's fingers loosened with some difficulty, and blood appeared in his palm under his fingernails. His fingertips pierced his skin too hard. He didn't feel pain, only joy. Yu Xiaoyun lowered his head and let her hug him. His short black hair scattered down and covered his red eyes. The dark night, the cold light. His thin lips finally couldn't help but curve up. Then he reached out and gently pulled away her 10 fingers that were crossed in front of his waist, almost piously. He turned around and squatted down gently, almost kneeling on the ground with one knee. Then he raised his chin, revealing his white, jade-like face and his pair of deeply affectionate eyes. Wei Wei Bai sat on the blanket in a daze. Her expression was very ugly, and her fingers were still trembling. Yu Xiaoyun held her hands and pressed them to his lips. Wei Wei, his voice was even indifferent. Thank you. But it was so gentle that it moved people. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 93. Yu Xiaoyun held her fingers tightly, and his eyes curved. I'll love you too. Her choppy words were a little stuttering. The man seemed a little embarrassed. He raised his head and pulled her hard. Wei Wei Bai didn't have the strength to resist and fell into his prepared embrace. A gentle embrace, a strong heartbeat. Yu Xiaoyun lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be scared. She could only curl up and not dare to move as he hugged her. A long time later, she heard him say faintly, Close your eyes if you're tired. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. The man continued in a hoarse voice, May I continue? She moved her lips and said, I can't. I know. She sounded a little disappointed. But the next sentence was, What I said was continue kissing you. Wei Wei Bai's lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something. But it was too late. The man stroked her hair and hugged her tighter. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 95. Chen Shan felt like he was recuperating with a bunch of rough men. It was especially tiring. Although everyone was playing cards in the hospital, it was noisy and no one cared about eating hot pot. But he always felt that it was strange to live like a muddle-headed life. He seemed to have forgotten something. Occasionally, when they were recuperating from their injuries, they would suddenly pull out a white cloth and start meeting. But after the meeting, he would wonder what he was doing. They seemed to have lost some of their memories due to the aftermath of the car accident. When the doctor said that she could leave the hospital, they collectively stood at the door in a row in hospital gowns. A cold wind blew. The hospital was still the same hospital, but this person was no longer the same person. The doctor was wrong, the nurse was wrong, and even the stray cats at the door was wrong. Because there was no trash can at the entrance of their hospital, and there would be no stray cats and dogs. Chapter 27:18. It was especially clean. It was so clean that it was not normal. Everyone was suddenly jolted awake. They suddenly realized who they were, what they were doing, and the sequelae were all gone. Then, under Chun Shan's lead, Everyone fled as if they had seen a ghost. When they finally ran back to the Bai family's mansion. At the entrance of the Bai family's mansion, which had already changed its surname, the house number was still Bai. Chun Shan and his brothers entered the house, trembling with fear. They almost ran away. It was fine if there were no guards, but the mansion was empty, almost like a haunted house. It was not easy for them to run to the Love Garden, intending to look for their boss. In the end, there was a pool of dead lotuses, as well as all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees that grew horizontally. The Love Garden had become an extremely barren, lush, and wild paradise that almost drowned Yu Xiaoyan's house. Chun Shan had just squeezed across the small bridge with a group of brothers in hospital clothes. They saw a more normal scene. Yu Xiaoyan was standing at the door, and Wei Bai was sitting in his arms, leaning against him. The pitiful girl seemed to have become even thinner and weaker. She cowered a little and reached out to cover her face. It's ugly. She tried very hard to hide. However, Yu Xiaoyan was very calm and gentle. He used a stubborn action to trap her and stared at her bandaged face. His eyes were unusually calm. The scar is very easy to remove. Don't touch it with your hands, and don't touch it with water. It will heal. Then, Yu Xiaoyan continued his actions. He used a sandalwood comb to continue combing her messy long hair. Because of the lack of nutrition, she had lost too much blood after the car accident. There were piles of pills to be taken, so it was inevitable that there would be some sequelae. For example, her beautiful long hair began to lose its luster and even began to knot. Wei Bai even wanted to cut her with scissors. However, Yu Xiaoyan stopped her and personally took care of her long hair. He used warm water to wash her hair with Chinese medicine, then dried it with the lightest wind. Then, he carried her to the door to bask in the sun. He used a sandalwood comb to slowly comb her hair. There was also essential oil for hair care beside it. After combing her hair, he would use these to massage her hair. When a man was serious, he was frighteningly gentle and meticulous. When they were in the hospital, Yu Xiaoyan didn't let her talk about work. He didn't plan to talk about taking back those properties either. Instead, he focused on letting her recuperate. This car accident was related to the previous one, which caused his body to be weak. However, it was not as serious as the previous car accident. The most serious wound was the one on his face. Therefore, after recuperating for nearly 2 weeks, Yu Xiaoyan agreed to take her out of the hospital. Nothing went well in the hospital. Once he was sure that she needed to recuperate, he would bring her home to personally watch over her and take care of her. Yu Xiaoyan's movements were serious and focused. He didn't even look at his subordinate who was standing behind a pile of weeds. He was not surprised at all by their sudden appearance. Wei Bai leaned against him and said sadly, "If I become ugly, you won't want me anymore." Yu Xiaoyan's fingers paused for a moment before returning to normal and continuing to comb her hair. Wei Bai said in self-loathing, "You haven't seen my wound," Yu Xiaoyan said indifferently. "Yes, I was the one who changed the dressing when you were asleep." Wei Bai was stunned. The man had already lowered his head and kissed her bandage. "All right, don't think too much. It's just a scar. How can I not want you?" After he said that, he smiled. Wei Bai pursed her lips. She didn't believe him, but she didn't continue to argue. It was as if this question had been asked many times. Yu Xiaoyan's technique was too comfortable. Wei leaned against him and leaned against him before falling asleep. He continued to massage her hair unhurriedly. When the wind started to blow, Yu Xiaoyan carried her back to the house. Chun Shan and the rest of the big brothers squatted in the grass. They were about to turn into grass. Finally, Yu Xiaoyan came out of the door. His elegant figure quietly came to the grass. "She let you guys come back." Chun Shan and the rest of the people had strange doubts. After all, they had just run out of a strange hospital. When they came back, they saw such a strange scene. Everyone found it strange. Yu Xiaoyan reached out and rolled up his sleeves unhurriedly. "You came back just in time. Are your wounds all healed?" Chun Shan was immediately moved and nodded immediately. "They're all healed. Everyone is fine." The boss's concern warmed his heart. Yu Xiaoyan nodded. "That's good. Then let's start cleaning up the courtyard. You guys go and take out all the lotus in the pond first." After he finished speaking, he paused and thought of something. "All right. Remember to take out the lotus roots carefully. Tonight, I'm going to make lotus root and pork rib soup for Wei Wei to replenish her blood and chi. Chun Shan and the rest of the brothers / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 2719. After Qinshan and the others returned, the big house finally had some life. Otherwise, there would be only Yu Xiaoyun, who was about to become a deity, left in this place. There was also Wei Wei Bai, who was as obedient as a kitten. The two of them couldn't make any noise. They were both gentle and weak. Chun Shan and the others felt that it was very quiet. Yu Xiaoyun also wanted to make this place livelier, but Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. He didn't want to call those servants back. He was afraid that her fragile mind would think too much and see those servants. He would think of the scene where the two of them turned against each other. It was good that Qinshan came back. Although he was rough, he still had thoughts. So Yu Xiaoyun let them eat hot pot. Wei Wei Bai was still on a diet and couldn't eat. She could only eat the light food that Yu Xiaoyun made for her. The food was unexpectedly delicious for a person who found learning to be easy. Yu Xiaoyun put in a lot of effort to learn cooking, so it was very easy to capture Wei Wei Bai's stomach. When he saw the girl use a white porcelain spoon to scoop up the soup he made and drink it sip by sip, it was rare to experience a sense of accomplishment that was different from the success of his career. It was another kind of peaceful and beautiful satisfaction. On the large round table, Chun Shan and a dozen or so senior team leaders who had just recovered were scooping meatballs and eating lamb strips. The fragrance curled up in the smoke. Wei Wei Bai looked enviously at Qinshan, the meat in his hand. Then she continued to eat her own plain soup. There was no other way. Her body was almost ruined by the car accident. She was worried that she would die before she completed the task because she was too weak. She could only eat the food that Yu Xiaoyun made. Yu Xiaoyun sat opposite her and was picking food for her. They had their own table, a small square table. It was placed not far from the round table. Behind them was the lotus pond that could be seen through the open window. The fallen lotus flowers in the pond had been cleaned up. The moonlight reflected on it was exceptionally beautiful. Wei Wei Bai suddenly shook the spoon in her hand. She frowned and pursed her lips, not saying anything. Yu Xiaoyun held her hand and took her spoon. "Is your arm numb again?" he asked in detail. Wei Wei Bai's voice was extremely calm. "I'm fine." However, Yu Xiaoyun pinched her wrist with his fingers and rubbed it bit by bit. He loosened her stiff arms. He lowered his head and massaged her seriously. She was already very familiar with this action. After all, during this period of time, when her blood was blocked, she would always feel numb in her shoulders. He could even pinch the right amount of force to make her feel comfortable. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently. Her lips moved, but in the end, she lowered her eyes and didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoyun seemed to be completely unaware of how much tenderness and humility his actions carried. After the meal, only then did Yu Xiaoyun tell Qinshan about the transfer of assets. Qinshan, then he suddenly asked, "What's going on? Are you being coerced? Or did someone blackmail you?" Yu Xiaoyun thought for a moment, then turned around to look for Wei Wei Bai. He saw her walking slowly and seriously while supporting herself against the wall not far away. The doctor told her to do some light movements. Therefore, after she was full, she would hold onto the wall like a child learning to walk. Step by step, she would seriously count her steps as she walked around the wall. It was cold outside, and he couldn't bear to let her go out for a walk. Because of the importance he attached to her body, Yu Xiaoyun sometimes felt that he was restraining her too much. Yu Xiaoyun's voice was faint, and there was only the shadow of that girl in his gentle eyes. "Yes, it's something that can be used against you," Qinshan asked anxiously, and his tone was unfriendly. "What do you mean?" Chapter 2720. The transfer of business was not a small matter. He felt that the sky had fallen when the company changed. After all, they had followed Yu Xiaoyun to build the business and had already recognized Yu Xiaoyun. Wasn't it a joke to change someone else? Yu Xiaoyun turned his face and said casually, "My heart." Qinshan? Yu Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh. I think it's worth it to use everything I have to exchange for her happiness. Chun Shan. He had once thought that his boss was going to become an immortal. He wished that he could find a wife to control him as soon as possible. Only now did he know that his boss had indeed become an immortal. A love immortal. Either he didn't look for one, or he had to be 30 years old with a pure look on his face. In the end, when he finally found one, he found such a young one. However, men were all like this. Who didn't want to find a young, old man who abandoned his chaff to marry a young girl? Of course, he despised this kind of thing very much. Chun Shan was still happy that although Yu Xiaoyan found a young one, he still found one after all. He should be more human. In the end, he wasn't human. It was a business that he had fought so hard to build. It was a company that he had worked so hard to transform. Just like that, this old lover of the Bai family gave it to his little girl. Had Yu Xiaoyan never seen the world and never been in a relationship? Who would give away 90% of their net worth just because they were in a relationship? The remaining 10% was probably in danger. Because he saw the supplements that Yu Xiaoyan bought for Wei Bai. It was simply too expensive. Chun Shan felt that Yu Xiaoyan couldn't possibly ask Wei Bai for money. Therefore, he used the remaining money from his business to raise such a precious little cutie. This was too expensive. He hadn't even married her yet, and he was already bankrupt. Chun Shan was stunned and speechless for a moment. His mind was blank. He felt that he might as well have died in a car accident on the spot. He wouldn't have seen Yu Xiaoyan like Emperor Ming of the Tang dynasty, who wanted a beauty and gave up his business. Chun Shan rubbed his face with his hand in despair and cried, "So, are you telling me that we're going to lose our jobs?" They only recognized Yu Xiaoyan. Wei Bai and the rest did not acknowledge her. Yu Xiaoyan was already poor. How could they have the nerve to follow the new owner to eat and drink well? This was too unbrotherly. Yu Xiaoyan's attitude was sloppy, and his eyes kept following Wei Bai. He treated Chun Shan indifferently. No, she's not used to the company's operations. She's not in good health and loves to work. Moreover, having too much self-esteem leads to extreme inferiority and sensitivity. In the future, you have to make the documents simple and easy to understand. Try to reduce the number of meetings and time as much as possible. Chun Shan, also, when you're done, leave her with the easiest way to clean up the mess. Let her feel that she's the one who did it well. That way, she'll feel happier. Chun Shan looked at Yu Xiaoyan, ignoring Yu Xiaoyan's calm expression as he continued to give orders. She can do whatever she wants. If the company collapses, you can come to me. I'll clean up the mess for her. Chun Shan went from despair to numbness. In the end, he was expressionless. If you say so, you could do whatever you want. This was the first time he had seen his authority taken away. He could even be in charge of after-sales and be so happy. Chun Shan felt blood churning in his chest. He wanted to spit it out, but he couldn't. He only felt that his life was filled with the taste of despair. His boss was completely done for because of a girl, and he didn't just send himself to his doorstep. Chapter 27-21. Even their group of brothers were sent to be coolies. Yu Xiaoyan finally concluded calmly. You guys have to work harder. You have to rush to do all the hardest and most difficult things. You have to make her feel that starting a company is just like playing. She earned the money because she was smart, and you guys are useless if you lose money. I'm just a retired old man. When you want to complain to me, you can send me an email. At this point, he reminded them worriedly, don't let her know the cruelty of society. I have to protect her. Chun Shan, you have to protect her. Who will protect their group of brothers? They had never seen their boss in a relationship like this. They had no fucking dignity, did they? Yu Xiaoyan suddenly looked up faintly. That pair of incomparably gentle eyes turned cold and calm. Do you understand? Chun Shan immediately clenched his fists and said seriously, I understand. I will do this difficult task well. Yu Xiaoyan, lower your voice. Chun Shan immediately pursed his lips and said softly, yes, boss. Yu Xiaoyan, she will be your boss in the future. Chun Shan looked at the young girl who was slowly walking forward with small steps. The tail of the girl's long hair was also swaying. She looked so cute. If he punched her, she would probably cry like a flower. In the end, Chun Shan helplessly covered his face. Yes, Boss Wei. Yu Xiaoyan nodded. This kid was worth teaching. Then he got up and walked a few steps forward to the girl who was walking seriously. He picked her up easily. Time's up. You're not allowed to leave. If you continue to walk, you'll hurt yourself. Wei Wei Bai frowned. I think I'm okay. Yu Xiaoyun, I don't think so. Wei Wei Bai wanted to protest. Yu Xiaoyun suddenly looked dejected. Is it because I have nothing now that you don't even want to hear my concern? Wei Wei Bai. Yu Xiaoyun turned back again. His gentle gaze now looked at Chun Shan and the others with indescribable coldness. Chun Shan and the others immediately stood up. Then we'll take our leave. You guys have a good rest. Yu Xiaoyun looked at Chun Shan calmly. It seemed to be reminding him of something. Chun Shan looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was in his arms. The young girl's delicate and innocent appearance and her pair of pure eyes made her look pitiful and unthreatening. Was this their new boss? Chun Shan moved his mouth, but he felt as if his mouth was glued shut by superglue. It was extremely painful to open his mouth. In the end, he stared at Yu Xiaoyun's murderous eyes, lowered his head, and shouted, Boss, sister-in-law, will be leaving first. Goodbye. Everyone shouted, Boss, sister-in-law, have a good rest. Yu Xiaoyun was a little stunned. When he came back to his senses, he did not say anything. Everyone rolled back one by one. The room returned to its tranquil and warm atmosphere. Wei Wei Bai tugged at his clothes. Her face was a little red as she mumbled, Whose sister-in-law? A gentle smile appeared on Yu Xiaoyun's stunned face. Whatever. Wei Wei Bai didn't know how to react. He seemed to have noticed her confusion. Yu Xiaoyun carried her into the room and whispered to her softly, It's fine if you want to be the boss. I'll be the sister-in-law. The corner of Wei Wei Bai's eyes twitched. She had seen many thick-skinned people, but they were so thick-skinned that they looked so elegant and calm. No. During this period of time, Wei Wei Bai's understanding of the realm of thick-skinned people had been refreshed again. She felt that she could learn from Yu Xiaoyun in the future. There was no end to acting, and she had to constantly learn and deepen her lifelong career. Chapter 27-22. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai also smiled calmly. Yes, sister-in-law. Yu Xiaoyun thought for a moment and put her on the bed. Then he corrected her. That's not how you address our relationship. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She also fell for his trick. After all, he would definitely call her husband next. Yu Xiaoyun would definitely be able to call her by such a mushy name. He could even call her his wife. Yu Xiaoyun didn't continue to be disgusted. He turned around and came in with a foot bath. It was filled with warm Chinese medicine. He held Wei Wei Bai's feet and carefully massaged her feet, so that the blood in her feet would flow smoothly and the coldness in her hands and feet would be relieved a little. Wei Wei Bai stared at his head. His soft and messy hair was stuck to his fair forehead. The man's appearance was still young and beautiful. However, there was an incomparably silent elegance. This was a temperament that a teenage boy couldn't have. He had always lived a noble life and lived a meticulous life, but he didn't expect that he would roll up his sleeves, cook, and wash someone's feet. Yu Xiaoyun didn't feel that he had sacrificed anything, but he knew Wei Wei Bai's psychological burden. Her toes were still trembling, and she wanted to escape. When he hugged her, she always turned her face to the side to avoid him. She didn't want him to see the injured side of her face. Yu Xiaoyun knew that this was a psychological problem, unless she recovered. Otherwise, she would still be concerned about her appearance. No one would be so indifferent to their disfigurement. But her physical condition didn't allow her to undergo surgery. She might have to endure for another year or two to make sure that her physical condition could recover before she could operate on her again. Otherwise, Yu Xiaoyun couldn't bear for her to take any risks. After washing her feet, Wei Wei Bai curled up in the warm blanket. She turned her body to face him. Yu Xiaoyun turned off the lights. After she was injured, she had been sleeping with the lights off. There was no mirror at home, so she didn't want to face herself. Yu Xiaoyun let her be, but no matter what she wanted to do or how she broke down, she really wanted to be alone. He didn't leave, didn't fight back when she hit him, and didn't talk back when she scolded him. She couldn't bear to hit him anyway. Yu Xiaoyun would not give her personal space to think too clearly. She felt insecure and inferior. Wasn't he the same? He was afraid that she would wake up and not want him anymore. Yu Xiaoyun could only use everything he had to fill her time and space. This was the only thing he wanted to do. Put aside the company, career, and power. If she liked it, he would plan to give it to her. If she didn't like him one day, he wouldn't care. Wei Bai curled up and covered herself with a quilt. In the dark, the man behind her had already hugged her tightly. She shook her body and reached out to cover the bandage on the side of her face. Her voice was somewhat choked as she said, "I'm very ugly." Even after so long, he still couldn't let go. Yu Xiaoyan was silent for a moment and gently held her hand so that she couldn't touch the bandage. "Don't worry, it'll get better," Wei Bai said. "You don't have to be so good to me. It's true that I betrayed you and wanted you dead." Yu Xiaoyan was silent for a while before sighing softly. "Yes, I know." After saying this, the corners of his mouth had already curled up. "So be good to me in the future. Otherwise, you let me down even more." Wei Bai seemed to be choked by his words, and her mind was stuck for a moment. Finally, she said, "What if I betray you one day in the future?" Yu Xiaoyan asked casually, "What kind of betrayal?" Wei Bai probed. "For example, taking off your clothes, whipping you, or something like that." Yu Xiaoyan fell silent. Wei Bai thought that there was no hope. However, she felt that the man behind her had already carefully gotten up and turned on the light. She didn't know where he got the small whip that she hid under the bed. Under the light, a lazy and strange smile appeared on the man's calm and elegant face. There was actually a beautiful and charming feeling. "What do you mean by whipping? How do you do it? Do you need me to take off my clothes?" Wei Bai, her target was too proactive, and she was a little unable to control herself. /save button. Chapter 27-23. Under the dim bedside lamp, the man leaned against the bed. There were beautiful wooden buttons on his black silk pajamas. His slender fingertips had a strange sense of beauty under the dim light. Those beautiful fingertips had already reached the buttons and were unbuttoning them one by one. The skin under the man's beautiful white neck was exposed little by little. His skin color was as smooth as jade, and his chest below his collarbone was as beautiful as a work of art. Wei Bai took the small whip that Yu Xiaoyan had given her and sat under the blanket. There was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Her eyes trembled slightly and swept across his neck. She found that the man's Adam's apple was moving. A blush swept across her face and reached her ears. Her eyes were red and delicate, and her fingers were holding the prop whip. It was more like a kind of pitiful temptation. Yu Xiaoyan's breath stopped for a long time. When he finally recovered his breath, he sat up. "I won't scare you anymore," he whispered, but his voice was unusually hoarse and sexy. It was obviously polite and elegant words, but for some reason, there was a trace of insincerity in them. Wei Bai's eyes relaxed, and she was about to put down the whip. Yu Xiaoyan had already leaned forward, and his clothes were all scattered, revealing his strong upper body. Even the lines of his abdominal muscles could be seen. Her hand trembled, and the tail of the whip swept across his body. A faint red mark appeared on his body. Yu Xiaoyan's skin was fairer than ordinary people. Even if it was so faint that it was almost invisible, it was unusually clear on his skin. Wei Bai's voice trembled. I didn't do it on purpose." After saying that, she was about to throw the whip away. Yu Xiaoyan smiled, stretched out his long arm, and held her wrist. The man's strong breath and the fragrance of his bath were like a kind of demonic poison, eroding this quiet space with an irresistible posture. His pair of affectionate eyes were burning with desire at this moment, and his breathing was unusually heavy. Wei Bai stared at him blankly. The man smiled and slowly lowered his head. His thin lips were flirtatious and gently attached to the whip. His pair of gentle and beautiful eyes gently lifted. "It's okay. I like your intention." The man's words were like a demon in the dark night, full of evil and irresistible bewitchment. "So, you could be more intentional." Just as he finished speaking, he saw the young girl in his arms, and he was stunned. She wanted to pull back the whip, but she also wanted to dodge. She turned her body and tried to get off the bed. He was like a shy deer that was about to escape and had a bad feeling in advance. Yu Xiaoyan sighed faintly. He felt that he was simply too crazy. He really couldn't control himself when it came to her. She was still young. Yu Xiaoyan was still trying to convince himself. But as soon as the girl got off the bed, The man instinctively grabbed her whip and pulled her back with the whip. Yu Xiaoyan hugged her and whispered, "It's okay. Sleep well. I won't hurt you." Wei Wei Bai paused and thought that it was true. Yu Xiaoyan said, "Of course, you can whip me again." Wei Wei Bai, so she tried and whipped him. After all, the mission still had to be completed. Then, she confirmed one thing again. If a man's words could be trusted, Tong Zi could fix the reject button for the side mission. This night was too long. In the end, Wei Wei Bai only wanted to use the whip to tire this man who had never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. Chapter 27-24. The system, the side quest, there was nothing wrong with them showing their faces. It meant that they were locked in the little black room again. It was just a whip. Why did they have to be locked in the little black room? The system and the side quest seemed to know something, but they could not say. Since they had nothing to do, the system asked the side quest, "Why are you so free?" The side quest is so difficult. Do you want to go to heaven? Don't think that I won't hit you just because you're a spirit. Other people's side quests are so easy. Why is it so difficult for my host? Did I step on your grave in my past life and use your ashes for rice? The side quest looked at the limited edition golden truffle chocolate in the system's hand. It used the system's ashes to cook and eat his in its past life, so he stole the food in its fridge in this life. He had never seen such a shameless system. But then he thought about his host. The side quest was relieved. The two of them were of the same character. As expected of the pair of hosts who had the worst morals, the lowest bottom line, the least moral character, and the one whose conscience could poison a dog to death. The side quest said, because other people would reject the side quest, but you didn't reject it from beginning to end. The side quest will be upgraded automatically. If you reject it once, it will automatically return to the level 1 easy mode. Even if you don't reject it next time, it will still be a simple mission. The system said, "We never meant to reject." The side quest said, "This means that the difficulty of the side quest will automatically increase. If you keep accepting the side quest, the difficulty will always increase. This is the main system's setting and can't be changed." The side quest was angry. "I'm troubled too. The side quest has always been automatically assigned because simple missions don't need too many procedures to start." The side quest said, "I've never seen an idiot who keeps accepting side quests. Isn't this looking for death?" The system that was looking for death, the side quest asked coldly, "Hee, why didn't you reject it? You made me unable to automatically assign it, and could only monitor the completion of the side quest." The system could not say that he could not reject it. That would be embarrassing. So he calmly replied, "Oh, it's hard, hee." The side quest was even angrier. "Are you crazy? Can't you reject it and let the side quest automatically return to level 1 difficulty? Do you know that the difficulty of your quest has increased to level 100? The system was expressionless. "Oh, hee, awesome. Side quest. Now that the difficulty level is so high, I can't even rest. Every time there's a level 100 side quest, I have to pay full attention to it in case the device suddenly breaks down." The system pursed its lips. "Good luck." The side quest asked again, "Why didn't you reject the mission?" The system was silent for a moment before it began to chew on the chocolate. Why didn't he refuse? Because his equipment was broken. What other reason could there be? Could he say it? If he did, he would lose face. Therefore, he could only cry and act tough. That's because being invincible is so boring. That's why the side quests are our tonic. Side quest. This pair of hosts is really sick. He was actually courting death in such a cool manner. The branch was deeply shaken. The system turned around gracefully, as if nothing had happened. Tong Zi silently nibbled on the chocolate. In a place where no one knew, she silently looked up at the sky. If the host knew the reason why the side quests had become difficult, she would beat him to death. /quick. Chapter 27-25. It definitely would. Therefore, it was better to pretend that it didn't know about this matter. Let the host continue to misunderstand the side quest and jump to the side quest grave disco bar. The side quest felt a little cold, but it didn't know who was cursing it. The sun, which was close to noon, made the person lying on the bed move under the blanket. A hand gently reached out from under the blanket. Countless ambiguous marks could be seen on the inside of her wrist. The man, who had heard the commotion, had already turned sideways. He reached out and was tying his tie. His suit jacket was casually draped on the back of the chair. He stood beside the mirror, wearing a light-colored shirt and black suit pants. The perfect clothes had a perfect slimming effect, making the curve of his waist show a beautiful outline. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes were gentle and affectionate. In the past, his deep feelings always had an ethereal, immortal aura. He was like a person who didn't eat the food of the mortal world. He looked beautiful and exquisite, but he was like an artistic decoration, without any sense of reality. People often looked at him and felt that young Master Yu was too cold and aloof. They couldn't get close to him. He also seemed out of place in this world. They were afraid that he would one day become a wild crane. But now, Yu Xiaoyun finally showed the strength and maturity of a man. The gentleness in his eyes also contained a burning desire. He casually loosened the tie that was half done and let the tie fall loosely on his chest. Then he walked to the bedside barefooted. The girl under the blanket seemed to have sensed something. She trembled and was about to escape. But before she could do anything, the man had already stretched out his strong arm, picked her up with the blanket, and pressed her into his arms. It was like hugging a doll that couldn't resist. Yu Xiaoyun reached out and took away the blanket covering her head, letting the blanket fall on her shoulders. The girl's shoulders were thin, but they were round and beautiful. There were traces of him on them. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes were extremely dark. He touched her face and felt the temperature of her trembling skin. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyun no longer had a trace of elegant, immortal aura. There was only a mature man with a greed and uncontrollable passion for his woman. He lowered his head and kissed the bandage on her face. His breath blew on the girl's face, giving her no chance to protest. The way he hugged her was too familiar and natural. She didn't even have the strength to resist. After kissing her, Yu Xiaoyun said, "I'll go to the company for a meeting today to help you deal with the backlog of work. Then, I'll arrange for a doctor to come and take a look at you." Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes. The corners of her eyes were red and watery. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Yu Xiaoyun knew that she was angry. He had gone overboard last night, and in the end, he had nothing to lose. He could no longer suppress his thoughts, so he might as well force it a little. It was almost half coaxing before it was done. After she was injured, her mind was fragile. Midnight was the time when her heart was at its softest and most helpless. Her pitiful appearance should be the last moment of consolation. But he used it for something else. No wonder she was so angry when she woke up. Wei Wei Bai's big eyes were like grapes soaked in water, exceptionally clear and beautiful. She seemed to want to condemn him. However, she saw that the man was stubborn and thick-skinned. In the end, she lowered her head helplessly and sighed. Yu Xiaoyun stared at her helpless expression that was pretending to be mature and couldn't help but smile. Wei Wei Bai changed the topic in a low voice. "Didn't I say that I would return the thing to you?" When Yu Xiaoyun saw the side of her face, the tip of her small ear peeked out from her thick hair. He leaned over and said softly, almost touching the tip of her ear, "You don't have to return it. If you want, I can put it in a gift box and walk over myself so that you can open it." Chapter 27-26. Wei Wei Bai felt itchy in her ears. She couldn't help but mutter, "You sent yourself to me, and you still don't know who took advantage of you." If he sent himself to her, wouldn't she have to do the same? Yu Xiaoyun only felt that his heart had melted into a ball, and there was no sharp and hard thing in his heart. He nodded without principle. "Yes, I took advantage of you. It's all my fault. Why don't I go buy a durian and kneel down?" Wei Wei Bai, "You're addicted to self-abuse, aren't you?" She thought of the whip that was broken into pieces last night. Then she thought of the red marks on his back. Wei Wei Bai felt that she couldn't think about it anymore, or else her brain would be blocked. Yu Xiaoyun affectionately kissed her for a while, and finally left in a sticky manner. Lunch was prepared on the table. The new clothes were folded and put aside. Her body was dry, and the bedding was from early in the morning. It was changed. She was not alarmed. This meant that Yu Xiaoyun's movements were unusually careful. Love Garden was cleaned up, and all kinds of flowers were revealed. There was a beautiful scenery outside the window. Wei Wei Bai calmly put on her clothes, calmly rolled up her slightly long sleeves and calmly looked at the marks on her skin. She was used to drinking. She sat at the dining table calmly and ate expressionlessly. The system was finally not released. He glanced at the favorability, and the male lead's favorability was actually 98. The charm of the whip last night was too great. The system cleared its throat and asked cautiously, "Why? Are you still angry?" Wei Bai stared at the bowl faintly. "No, I'm not angry." System, the host was still angry, although she was still dedicated to the strategy and dedicated to sticking to the first position of the strategy. But as her system, of course he knew, when the host woke up from the car accident, when she held the mirror and saw the wound on her face, that gloomy expression, at that moment, the system thought that she was going to stab Yu Xiaoyan to death with a knife. Then the host was in a bad mood. Even now, he could not forget it. He went to the supermarket to look for beautifying medicine, intending to heal her disfigurement. The host said gloomily, "No need, it's fine like this." The system replied, "Is it good?" The host smiled and touched his wound. A creepy smile appeared on his pale face. "The taste of disfigurement is not bad. Hee. Damn, it felt like the surrounding temperature had dropped by 50 degrees. He was a polar bear that was going to freeze to death. Then he heard the host say lightly, "It's getting cold. Let Yu Xiaoyan die." The blow of disfigurement drove the host crazy. Wei Bai finished her meal expressionlessly and said, "There are only a few days left before the Hainan Airlines project is completed. There is only one other mission left, which was for Yu Xiaoyan to praise her verbally." The system replied, "Yes, you can play after you're done." This time, the waiting time was a little longer. He couldn't go back after completing it. When Wei Bai heard this, she revealed a gentle smile. "What are we playing?" The system replied, "Travel around the world or eat and drink." Wei Bai said, "That's not fun." The system said, "How about—" Wei Bai touched the bandage on her face. "How about we play with Yu Xiaoyan? After we're done with the mission, it must be exciting to jump off a building in front of him." The system said, "Are you still angry?" The blow of disfigurement was too big, causing the host to be mentally unstable. Wei Bai smiled, a bright and sweet smile. "Of course not. Which eye of yours saw that I was angry? I just thought that it would be fun to become a ghost after death and ride on Yu Xiaoyan's neck every day." The system was speechless. "How is that fun? It's scary." Then read the at https://www.sashu.com/the and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com/ and read the full article at https://www.sashu.com and read the full article at https://m. Sashu. Chapter 27:27. After the meeting, Yu Xiaoyan sat in the conference room and talked to the doctors from M country about the surgery. This was the most authoritative aesthetic surgery institution. After he finished talking, he turned off the video. Beside him, Qinshan was working hard to organize the information. Is the Hainan Airlines project going to start? It had been stopped for more than 2 months. If it stopped again, it would probably fail. Even if it started again now, it would lose more than 30% of the benefits. On a huge project, 30% of the benefits was very objective. The project had reached this point, no matter how it was done, it would be a loss. However, Qinshan knew that Yu Xiaoyan had his own plans. Even if the project was a loss, it had to be done because this project was to lay the foundation for the company's transformation. It could only be restarted earlier to reduce the losses. Yu Xiaoyan crossed his hands gently, and there was a gentle light in his dark eyes. He slowly smoothed his cuffs. There was an exceptionally clear bite mark on his wrist. Last night, he was too anxious. She bit him when she was in pain. Yu Xiaoyan touched the bite mark with his fingertips and said gently, "I'll go home and ask Wei Wei." Qinshan stopped organizing the information and looked desperate. Are we really working for her? All the industries were transferred to Wei Bai. Now, they were not the only ones working. Yu Xiaoyan was also working. The despair came too violently. It was hard to accept for a moment. The boss had become a bootlicker. She had licked until she had nothing. Yu Xiaoyan looked up and looked at Chun Shan indifferently. After a long time, Chun Shan finally lowered his head. He was extremely aggrieved. All right, let her be the boss. I have no objections. If he dared to have any objections, Yu Xiaoyan could freeze him to death with his gaze. Yu Xiaoyan slowly got up and said, "Deal with the participants of the Hainan Airlines project. Some people think that I'm dead." These words were so cold that people couldn't help but feel numb on their backs. When Yu Xiaoyan returned, he saw that the big house was brightly lit. He walked in and saw that the butler and servants were all there. The butler came up and took his clothes for him. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Mr. Yu." Yu Xiaoyan's expression was still calm. "Miss is willing to let you come back." He had once instructed the servants who were chased away to rest assured and receive their salaries as if they were on vacation. If Wei Wei Bai told them to come back one day, only then would they be able to return. After all, he was used to using the servants and butlers that he had personally selected. It was not easy to find a group of outstanding servants with the same habits. He was afraid that she would find it inconvenient in the future, but he couldn't take care of her. If she needed a servant, she couldn't find one. So he decided to keep it for her. He just didn't expect that she would call him back so early. It seemed that his mood had improved. The butler nodded. "Miss has already eaten, but she doesn't seem to have a good appetite." Yu Xiaoyan couldn't help but smile. The man's eyes were filled with gentleness and affection. "She likes what I make." When he was learning how to cook, she was the only one who tasted his food. Wei Wei Bai was very picky. He had also spent a lot of effort to nourish her body and stomach. It was also for the sake of letting everything about him invade her life and become an indispensable habit for her. Habits are hard to change. For example, once loving her became a habit, it was unlikely that he could change it for the rest of his life. Yu Xiaoyan rolled up the cuffs of his shirt. The teeth marks were already a little red and swollen. When the butler saw it, his eyebrows moved. Yu Xiaoyan said, "It's okay. I'm happy to see it." Not only was he happy, but he also felt the slash to the download that to read on your phone. Chapter 27-28. The man's eyes darkened, and there was a hint of bewitchment in them. Then he smiled as if nothing had happened. In the future, there may be more wounds like this. You'll get used to it. The butler's face turned red, and he immediately left. Yu Xiaoyan went to the kitchen and made a bowl of Wei Wei Bai's favorite porridge. He also personally chose the ingredients to make a few fresh side dishes. Serve it for supper around 10 o'clock. He instructed in a low voice and then slowly wiped his wet fingers with a dry cloth. The man standing in the kitchen was extremely elegant. He threw the towel away, and the kitchen was extremely quiet. Everyone waited until he walked out before they dared to speak. In the future, all standards in the kitchen will be set by Mississippi, the kitchen butler instructed after Yu Xiaoyan left. Everyone nodded immediately. Yu Xiaoyan walked into the room and saw Wei Wei by squinting at the window, casually looking at the moon. She was wearing a loose robe. Her pants were too long. She rolled up her pants, revealing her delicate and beautiful ankles and round toes. Her black hair was wet and scattered. Yu Xiaoyan walked over, reached for a clean towel, and quietly walked behind her. The man slowly bent down, gently picked up some of her black hair with his fingers, and gently wiped it with the towel. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have just realized that there was someone behind her as she turned around. She saw Yu Xiaoyan lowering his head and wiping her hair. The man's eyelashes were very long, and his eyes were very deep, but it made the gentle curve at the corners of his eyes even more beautiful. His voice was hoarse. "How can you stand by the window after washing your hair? You'll get a headache." She had to take care of herself. Yu Xiaoyan's heart ached for her weak body. Back then, she was born with a difficult birth, and her body was weak to begin with. Not to mention the days she had spent in the Bai family all these years. Although she ate and drank a lot, she did not receive any good treatment. Bai Yanlan scolded and hit her as and when she wanted. Therefore, he could understand her pain. She could not struggle and wanted to take away the power in his hands. After all, to her, the people who had been abusing and humiliating her were all because they held power in their hands. Was that why they could treat her like this? Therefore, Yu Xiaoyan was very tolerant of her idea of seizing power. Bai Weiwei lowered her eyes and faintly looked outside. I just feel that the outside is pretty good. Yu Xiaoyun's fingers paused, and his gaze fell on her neck. There was a mark he had left behind. Because a day and a night had passed, the mark became even more obvious. The faint red color tempted his mind. He pursed his lips and did not say anything. This silence was a sign of a guilty conscience. Using the excuse of recuperating or other inconspicuous reasons, he restricted her freedom, prevent her from leaving the house. He was afraid that she would go out. Yu Xiaoyun bit her lip, and a rare trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. The self-loathing in his heart was still there. That was why he was so resistant to her idea of going out. How nice would it be if she could just stay in the house that he built forever? This way, she would be able to meet anyone and encounter anything. He knew everything. Wei Bai was still young, and there was almost a gap in their ages. Now, looking at their appearances, they knew that there was a difference in age. But it was not obvious yet. What about in the future? What if he slowly grew old while she was still young? Or what if she loved him and went back on her word? Yu Xiaoyun suppressed too many worries and did not show the slightest dissatisfaction or melancholy. Instead, Yu Xiaoyun revealed a gentle smile and gently wiped her wet hair. There's a banquet meeting in a week's time on the cruise ship. Come with me. It's good to relax. It's a banquet meeting. Quick transmigration summoned my male god. Chapter 27-29. A banquet meeting was the kind that was not considered a formal meeting. It was just a banquet where everyone gathered to talk about the progress of the project, although some ideas would appear, but they would not formally agree to anything. This was the first meeting he held about the project after the Hainan Airlines project stopped. Wei Bai did not stop the Hainan Airlines project from continuing. Yu Xiaoyun was not in a hurry. He would wait until she was happy and did not care about the project anymore. It was only then that it started. As for the banquet meeting, it was just to reassure those people and to take care of the family that had made a move on Wei Bai. He had collected almost all the information. It was time to clean it up. After all, Yu Xiaoyun's gaze fell on the side of Wei Bai's face under the thick medical bandage. It was a mistake that he would never forgive himself for. He could not keep the person who had hurt her as an eyesore. Wei Bai held her face with both hands and said without much interest, "Yes." A week later, it would be exactly 3 months. The side mission was almost completed. Suddenly, she felt the skin on her neck itch. The man's warm fingers passed through her long hair and caressed her skin unhurriedly. Wei Bai turned around strangely. "What are you doing?" Yu Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. He seemed to be a little embarrassed to lower his head. "Nothing. I made supper. We'll eat it later." Although Wei Bai was not hungry yet, Yu Xiaoyun's cooking was delicious, so she nodded. "Okay," Yu Xiaoyun said. "It's too early to eat supper. Let's play a game." Wei Bai was still thinking about other things and was not prepared for it. "What game?" Yu Xiaoyun smiled. His pair of affectionate eyes were burning with her figure, as if they were locking onto something. "A very good game." Wei Bai was stunned. She was pulled into his arms. Her black hair was draped over his body. The man's kiss carried a warm breath. He kissed her delicate earlobe with some trembling. "Wei Bai, game." The man chuckled. After all, he was a monk who had never eaten meat before. When he suddenly ate meat, he couldn't stop his craving and wanted to eat more. "Don't want to stop." It was after 12 o'clock when Wei ate supper. The housekeeper and the servants didn't dare to step forward and stood far away. He stood like a wooden sculpture before he could finally carry the supper in the incubator. A week passed neither quickly nor slowly. Anyway, Wei Bai felt that Yu Xiaoyun was like a cat that smelled fish clinging to her every day. She couldn't kick him away even when she tried. However, the favorability didn't increase at all. It was still 98. The banquet was held on a cruise ship in international waters. In this place, if one fell into the water, it was basically over. Wei Bai was wearing a cheongsam and a priceless imperial jade bracelet. Yu Xiaoyun had personally bought it from the auction. It was said that the price had even set a new record for the auction. Yu Xiaoyun liked these broken stones and a pile of broken silk. Then, he used all these things on her. The girl's figure was beautiful and elegant. After being by Yu Xiaoyun's side for a long time, she naturally had an otherworldly temperament. She was exceptionally eye-catching. Even if there was a bandage on the side of her face, it didn't hurt her young and tender beauty. This was the second time Yu Xiaoyan had brought her to a public banquet. The last banquet almost released the demons in his heart. His desire for the girl was like a beast that had been released from its cage, unable to be suppressed. He almost did something irreparable to her. This time, he still didn't like it very much. To read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2730. The gazes of others fell on her. Yu Xiaoyan lowered his eyes and let Wei Wei Bai hold his arm. Then, they walked into the crowd. The man was wearing a fitted black suit. His waist was unusually smooth, and his legs under the suit were unusually slender. The disadvantages of Asians wearing suits didn't appear on him at all. For the first time, an elegant and cold expression appeared on Yu Xiaoyan's exquisite face. His gentle gaze fell on the girl beside him. The girl was wearing a crescent white cheongsam. The cheongsam had fine old-fashioned dark patterns. The expensive fabric didn't look bloated at all. Instead, it made the girl's delicate appearance look even more cold and noble. If there were still people who doubted the rumor that Yu Xiaoyan had fallen in love, now everyone believed it. Because when Yu Xiaoyan entered the arena, that pair of gentle eyes, at this moment, were filled with a bone-piercing light. And this light was given to the girl beside him. The two of them were like the natural center of attention. Those business tycoons who were qualified to talk to them couldn't wait to go up and exchange pleasantries. The Hainan Airlines project was stopped. Yu Xiaoyan's business was transferred. None of them could cover up this man's brilliance, nor did they make anyone look down on him. A real loser wasn't like Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan's attitude was gentle and natural as he dealt with people. His casual words revealed some things about the business meeting. Some people considered it, while others agreed. Banquets and meetings were always a little casual. After chatting, Yu Xiaoyan was worried that Wei Wei Bai was tired, so he took her to a corner. This was a semi-public resting area with round sofas to sit. Wei Wei Bai sat down. Yu Xiaoyan reached out and stroked her hair. He said softly, "I'll get you some juice. You can have dinner later. Tonight, you'll sleep on the cruise." After saying that, he couldn't help but smile. However, she seemed to have understood something, and the tips of her ears immediately turned red. Yu Xiaoyan's eyes were dark, and his thin lips curved slightly. Then, he turned around to get her some juice. Qinshan was also wearing a suit. When he saw Yu Xiaoyan coming over, he immediately walked over and whispered beside him, "He's already under surveillance." Yu Xiaoyan's footsteps did not stop. He walked to the dining table and began to pick fruits. He was going to get her some juice. Fresh fruit was better, and he could use a few kinds of fruits to make a good juice. The man held an orange in his hand. His voice was low and calm. "In 10 minutes, we'll arrest him." Qinshan nodded respectfully. "Yes." Yu Xiaoyan paused again and seemed to be a little troubled. Qinshan immediately felt that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a change in the plan?" Yu Xiaoyan touched another lemon for seasoning. "That's not important. There's no juicer here. Go get one from the kitchen." Qinshan, Wei Wei Bai gloomily said to the system, "Riding on his neck is too tiring. How about I hang upside down on his back?" "System, are you planning to practice acrobatics by becoming a ghost?" Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. "It's you. Are you here for the banquet too?" Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw a man in a blue suit holding a glass of wine and looking at her with a bright smile. She was silent for a moment. It seemed to be the male celebrity she had used to provoke Yu Xiaoyan. She just couldn't remember his name. She had always been forgetful when it came to tools and cannon fodder. Just as she was about to show a perfunctory smile and say a few polite words, suddenly, her arm was grabbed by someone. With a pull, she fell into a warm and strong embrace. Then, she felt her lips being kissed heavily. The man who was hugging her slowly looked up. There was a hint of gloomy coldness in his beautiful eyes. "I'm sorry." His voice was indifferent. "She's taken." Chapter 2731. Yu Xiaoyan's fingers were still on the girl's chin. There was a thin layer of ice in his eyes, but there was an insincere smile at the corner of his mouth. "Or is it that the woman you like is someone else's woman?" This sentence was too harsh. The celebrity trembled heavily, and his face turned pale. He immediately smiled awkwardly and retreated. He didn't even continue to exchange pleasantries and left. Wei Weibai took another look at the fleeing figure. The man beside her, whose eyes were already cold, became even more dissatisfied at this moment. His voice was slightly hoarse, and he smiled lazily. Why, do you like this kind of young boy? Their ages were not far apart. At least compared to him, that male celebrity was much younger. Wei Weibai wrinkled her nose, and then said expressionlessly, sour. The coldness in Yu Xiaoyun's eyes lessened, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Why do I feel that it's sweet? Wei Weibai looked at him blankly, but she realized that he was approaching her step by step. She retreated and finally curled up on the sofa. There was no escape. She was hidden in the round sofa. When others looked up, they only saw Yu Xiaoyun bending down slightly, as if he was saying something. Yu Xiaoyun's back was facing the light, and the shadow shrouded the girl. His elegant and beautiful face had a hint of evil charm in the shadow. His fingers gently caressed her lips. Sour or sweet? Do you want to try? Wei Weibai's face immediately flushed red, and she quickly shook her head. Yu Xiaoyun smiled, but the dark and paranoid look in his eyes did not disappear. Instead, it became even worse. His voice was muffled by the sound of sand. I don't want it. I don't want to force a sale. This hooligan's words were completely unreasonable. Then Wei Weibai felt the battle between sweet and sour. His fingers pressed on her shoulders, trapping her in the sofa. After a long time, he wiped the moisture at the corner of her lips. He whispered softly, sweet or sour. Wei Weibai, shameless. Yu Xiaoyun smiled and returned to being an elegant, cold, and noble young master. He held her hand. Let's go dance. The dance was casual. The two of them were social, but the music was not intense. After the dance slowly finished, the banquet was almost over. Yu Xiaoyun took Wei Weibai to eat, and he even personally went to the kitchen on the cruise ship to make soup for her. After dinner, the fireworks show began. Yu Xiaoyun held Wei Weibai's hand. Under the beautiful fireworks, she heard the man's voice was soft. I want to watch the fireworks every year. This sentence was Young's. After he was Yu Xiaoyun's S, you was Yu. However, he heard the girl beside him turn her head to look at him. Her eyes were extremely gentle under the dazzling fireworks. She responded casually and continued to look up at the fireworks. The gorgeous light and shadow of the fireworks fell. Her beautiful figure was outlined vividly and beautifully. Yu Xiaoyun was stunned for a long time. Then, he lowered his head and smiled. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 99. After the fireworks, it was already 11 o'clock. Yu Xiaoyun stayed in the room until Wei Weibai fell asleep. Then, he put on his slippers and went out. The sleeping Wei Weibai slowly opened her eyes. She turned over and used her fingers to support the side of her face that was fine. Is the strategy time still pending? The system flipped through the information. It found that the information had changed. No, it's finally updated. The strategy time is 3 days. Wei Weibai, was 3 days a joke? /mobile reading. Chapter 2732. It must be. Or was it because the time limit was stuck and there was no more? The system was silent. After all, it had to conquer someone like Yu Xiaoyun in 3 days. It would be faster to just kill him. It had been more than half a year since the host transmigrated. She had almost finished the male lead and the side quest. Finally, Wei Weibai rubbed her chin and sighed. There are advantages to waiting for time. This was equivalent to giving her a free period of time. Although this free period of time was not stable, it was better than nothing. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. If she waited for a long time, she would really be tortured in this world forever. Wei Weibai lifted the blanket. Okay, let's get to work. The system said, there's still 3 days, no rush. Wei Weibai touched her face. This body is already disfigured. It's torture for me to stay in this body for a day. The system said, I'll buy you a disfigurement healing potion. Wei Weibai hesitated, but still rejected. No need. The system was confused. Wasn't this what the host liked the most? Why did she keep rejecting it? Wei Weibai sighed. After all, I've always been beautiful. This is the first time in my life that I've experienced a disfigurement. This is a special experience. The system said. Then what did you experience? Wei Wei Bai said. I experienced that I want to beat that old bastard Yu Xiaoyan to death. Those who abuse my face will not have a good life. I want to keep this disfigured face to annoy him. The system, Wei Wei Bai sneered. He wants me to do plastic surgery. No, I'll use this face to scare him for as long as I stay by his side. The system, Wei Wei Bai said with bad intentions. I've thought about it. The next time he dares to climb into bed, I'll remove the bandage at the most critical moment and scare him until he can't do it. The system rubbed its face. After the host's disfigurement, it was not because there was a problem with her mind that she did not recover. It was because her brain was all wrong. What she cared about was that if she looked bad, she would make the male lead feel bad. What kind of fucking revenge was this? The system thought that it understood the host well enough. Wrong. He felt that he would never be able to understand the host's brain. What she cared about was not something that normal people would care about. Wei Wei Bai paused and waved her hand. Forget it. I'm sick of being disfigured. Let's go home. The system asked, how do you plan to end this? 1 hour to go. The time for the side quest was almost up. The end of the Hainan Airlines project was considered complete, because it was impossible to activate in such a short time. There was only one mission left. Even if she was better than him, Yu Xiaoyan had to say it himself. Previously, Wei Wei Bai had tempted him to admit that she was amazing. But Yu Xiaoyan didn't think that way. He didn't admit that she was amazing either. Therefore, the bait was considered a failure. Wei Wei Bai put on her slippers and walked out slowly. There will be a chance. After all, I don't believe that the bad guy won't resist if I force him to his death. Regardless of whether it was stabbing Yu Xiaoyan to death or use some other method, she would always have a chance to fish in troubled waters. The system tried its best to look into the torture room, and it really did see the bad guys. Yes, that bad guy seems to have brought a dozen poisonous snakes. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Poisonous snakes. She didn't like these round animals. Wei Wei Bai asked in disdain, can the poisonous snakes kill people? The system said, of course they can, but it takes time. If we can get the snake serum, we should be able to get it back. Download the at https://m/sashu.com/. Chapter 2733. Wei Wei Bai, not poisonous enough. Add more venom to the poison. System, this was the first time I heard of someone adding venom to a poisonous snake. Wei Wei Bai, 1 bite and you'll be done for, the kind that can't be saved. System, are you planning to commit suicide? This was the host's super cliché old trick. Die for you. Are you touched? Are you miserable? Torture? Torture? Then hurry up and increase your affinity. By Wei Wei. Am I such a dog-blood cliché? System, what do you think? Wei Wei Bai, I am. System, such thick-skinned words, as expected of the familiar host's way of speaking. The system, which had been worried about depression because of disfigurement, finally sighed in relief. Wei Wei Bai had already reached the corridor and saw the torture room. Yu Xiaoyan was inside. There were also more than 10 poisonous snakes. Wei Wei Bai, there's another way to complete the mission. Immediately bite Yu Xiaoyan, then I'll rush over to hug him and say goodbye to him. Normal men were about to die. They would also be so touched that their affinity would increase. Then they would coax her and say that she was amazing, and such a small mission could be completed easily. System, how much did she hate the male lead? Even the routine had to be reversed. She just didn't want to have an easy time, right? The poisonous snakes were used to poison him to death. Wei Wei Bai yawned and finally strolled to the door of the room. The sound insulation was good. She couldn't hear the sound inside, so Wei Wei Bai reached out and knocked on the door casually. The door opened. It was Chun Shan. His serious face was filled with murderous intent, unusually unfriendly, but he saw the person outside the door clearly. He was stunned. Wei Wei Bai stood at the door. Her petite figure wearing pajamas of the same color as Yu Xiaoyan had a delicate beauty. Chun Shan was about to say something. Wei Wei Bai had already stepped in. The room was filled with the smell of blood. There were 3 men lying on the ground, covered in blood. One of the men in the middle was obviously the main character. He fiercely looked up, his face full of blood as he said, Yu Xiaoyun, if you kill me, don't think you'll have a good time. My family will not let you off. Not far away, Yu Xiaoyun, who was wearing pajamas and slippers, sat on a chair. The man's features were cold and elegant, but because of the gentleness at the corners of his eyes, he appeared to be good-looking and warm. He laughed in a low voice and slowly drank a mouthful of hot tea before indifferently saying, I'll wait for your family to come find trouble with me. Perhaps I'm too much of a slave to my wife. Everyone thinks that I'm not a man anymore. In the past, who would dare to use such crude and clumsy methods to harm the people around him? Moreover, she was the woman he, Yu Xiaoyun, loved the most. Didn't they think that he had cultivated his character during this period of time? Did they really think that he was easy to bully if he didn't clean up the situation? These people really thought that he was a Buddha because he was a vegetarian. Yu Xiaoyun's eyes were as gentle as the spring breeze. His words were so cold that it made people tremble. Throw it into the sea. After saying that, he suddenly realized something and immediately turned around to look. He saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Wei Bai was wearing pajamas and slippers. Her long hair was scattered behind her back, and her delicate little face was expressionless. She slowly looked at the blood all over the ground. Then, she casually glanced at the various torture tools beside her. Azura field, hell. A slaughterhouse full of the smell of blood. She was out of place here, and even more out of place was the elegant and cold Yu Xiaoyun who was sitting on the chair with a teacup in his hand and his eyes full of affection. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to TXT download at https://www.sashu.com to read on. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2734. When Yu Xiaoyun saw that it was her, his eyebrows trembled. He pursed his lips, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his calm and indifferent face. The man immediately put down the teacup, then casually picked up the coat on the back of the chair and walked directly to her side. He shook the large mail coat and put it on her. Then Yu Xiaoyun bent down and reached out to touch her head. He asked gently, "Why are you here? Can't sleep?" Wei Bai tiptoed, as if she wanted to see the people being tortured. However, Yu Xiaoyun quietly moved his body to prevent her from seeing. Wei Bai frowned and said unhappily, "Yu Xiaoyun, do you think I'm weak?" Yu Xiaoyun's eyes curved. "How could that be? My Wei can cheat all my assets. How are you weak?" Wei Bai had just woken up, so there were still some sleep marks on her face, and her hair was messy. She was as stubborn as a child. She opened her pair of watery eyes and spoke softly, as if she was an adult asking for a reward. "Then am I better than you?" When Yu Xiaoyun saw her like this, his heart melted into spring water. His voice was hoarse, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Yes, you're much better than me. Mission accomplished. It was easy. It was just a lie. For Wei Bai, it was never a problem." The smile on her face disappeared. She reached out to push him away and walked forward. "Since I'm better than you, why didn't you tell me what happened? You're so perfunctory." Yu Xiaoyun stood behind her and spread his hands helplessly. His face was begging for mercy. "It's too late. You need to sleep." Her body needed to recuperate. He rarely let her sleep so late at night. Wei Bai turned her head. There was a stunning coldness in her eyes. She smiled. "You just dislike me for being a burden. This person is the one who disfigured me, right?" Yu Xiaoyun stared at her for a while before finally sighing and nodding. Wei Bai sneered. She casually took a whip from the torture tools and whipped it fiercely at the man in the middle. The force was terrifyingly strong. She said to the system, "If I can't beat this disfigured person to death, then it's my loss." System, how much does the host resent disfigurement? He lashed out with the whip several times. A hand gently held her wrist. He stopped her from continuing to smoke. Wei Bai glared at him. Yu Xiaoyun seemed to be admitting defeat. "All right, Wei, your body is still weak. What if your hand hurts?" Besides, such a bloody thing was not suitable for her. Wei Bai pursed her lips. The corners of her eyes were a little red, and a trace of grievance appeared on her face. Yu Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat as he gently removed her whip. His voice was calm but firm. "Those who bully you, I will help you bully them back." Wei Wei Bai stomped on his foot. "You bullied me too." Yu Xiaoyun's lips trembled. It really hurt. There was a hint of a smile in his voice. "So now I'm lying flat and letting you bully me, okay?" Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back and snorted. "You sure know how to sweet talk." Yu Xiaoyun reached out to hug her but paused. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion, but she saw that his face had turned pale. Just as she was about to move, she heard Yu Xiaoyun's fingers tremble as he said softly, "Wei Wei, don't move." Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. Yu Xiaoyun's mind twitched as he stared at the top of her head. A snake, bright and colorful. It was obvious that it was highly poisonous. The snake coiled down from the light fixture, and its fangs were pointed at her neck. Because it had not touched it yet, Wei Wei Bai did not even feel the temperature of the poisonous snake. The rest of the people had also seen the poisonous snake. Everyone's expression changed, but they did not dare to move. They were afraid that the slightest movement would cause the poisonous snake to fall on Wei Wei Bai's neck. This kind of poisonous snake would instinctively wrap around the neck of an animal. Once it fell on Wei Wei Bai's neck, there would be no way to get it off. Chapter 2735. At this time of crisis, the man lying on the ground suddenly laughed hysterically. "Yu Xiaoyun, I'm going to die with you. Go to hell." After saying that, more than 10 colorful poisonous snakes crawled out of his body. The scene was chaotic. The chaotic sound alarmed the poisonous snake on Wei Wei Bai's head. It opened its poisonous fangs like lightning and quickly bit Wei Wei Bai's neck. In an instant, Yu Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. He suddenly rushed over. He had already taken a short knife from the bodyguard. Everything was like slow motion in a movie. The knife in Yu Xiaoyun's hand was stuck in the poisonous snake's fangs at the critical moment. The snake's tail wrapped around the man's arm. It turned to attack him. Yu Xiaoyun heaved a sigh of relief and cut off the poisonous snake's head neatly. Poisonous blood splattered out. Then he immediately turned around, pressed the back of the girl's head with one hand, and pressed her into his arms. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyun realized that his whole body was covered in cold sweat, the kind of fear that came from the trembling of the bones. It could almost drive him crazy. His voice was low and trembling. "Fortunately, you're fine. If something happened to her, his world would collapse." But in the next second, he heard Wei Wei Bai's weak voice. "Yu Xiaoyun, my leg hurts." This sentence was unusually calm, as if it was an ordinary greeting. Yu Xiaoyun's fingers stiffened, and his breathing stopped. Then he lowered his head and found that there was a poisonous snake wound on Wei Wei Bai's leg. Chun Shan and the others subdued more than a dozen poisonous snakes. But no one noticed that Wei Wei Bai's leg was bitten by a small snake as small as a chopstick. This snake was unusually poisonous. Wei Wei Bai's leg began to turn black and purple. He immediately picked up by Wei Wei and yelled, "Search them for me. Search them for the serum." It was impossible for a person who hit a snake not to have a backup. Chun Shan immediately rushed over and knocked out the man who released the poisonous snake. Then he stripped off his clothes. Yu Xiaoyun also rushed out. It would take time to search for the serum. She needed to go to a safe place. She didn't know if there were any more hidden snakes in that room. And he remembered that there were doctors on board for the banquet, and it was the kind that was very famous. He kicked open the doctor's door and yelled at the doctor who was preparing to sleep, "Get up and save her." He put Wei Wei Bai on the bed. The doctor was also frightened and immediately went to find a medical kit. The snake's venom flowed through the blood to the heart. Although Yu Xiaoyun immediately used a cloth to tie her legs, it was too late. Her face darkened visibly. Even his bright eyes had lost their luster. Wei Wei Bai was trembling all over. Her face was so pale that it made people despair. However, she pursed her lips tightly. From beginning to end, she only said that her leg hurt and didn't say anything else. The girl's lips were already extremely dim. She lay on the bed. Her delicate and soft face lost its vitality. She didn't say anything and just obediently watched Yu Xiaoyun desperately hug her. The doctor rushed over. He saw that Yu Xiaoyun had already cut open the wound with a knife. The poisonous blood began to flow down from the fair skin of her leg. Then, the man knelt on one knee and lowered his head to suck the blood. This was an inefficient mistake, and it was especially dangerous. The doctor was about to stop him. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Wei Wei Bai got up halfway and slapped Yu Xiaoyun's face heavily. Chapter 2736. The man's fair face turned red in an instant, and the handprint was exceptionally clear. He looked up. His eyes were extremely red, and the despair and madness on his face was frightening. Wei Wei Bai said word by word, "It's useless. The venom has already entered my body. If you suck my blood like this, it's useless except for yourself. You should know better than me." Understood. How could he not understand? But was he supposed to watch as she was tortured right in front of his eyes? His fingers clasped her fingertips tightly, as if he was begging. The man was extremely humble. Wei Wei, don't stop me. He couldn't do nothing and let her continue to be so weak. A poisonous snake that could make the enemy perish together with her must be specially raised. This kind of poisonous snake was highly poisonous. Even if there was an anti-venom serum, it might not be able to save her. Yu Xiaoyun just understood too well, and his mind was too clear. Only then did he know how low Wei Wei Bai's survival rate was. His tone trembled, and he couldn't help but raise his voice. "You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me." Stop him from saving her. Even if it was just an ineffective rescue, he was also saving himself. Because if he just stood by and watched her die, he would not be able to do anything. He even felt that if he died, he wouldn't have to suffer this kind of torture. The man who had always been elegant and strong actually showed panic and despair in his eyes. Wei Wei by half leaned against the bed, as if she could smell the smell of death between her breaths. She chuckled softly. "Yu Xiaoyun, don't cry." As if she wanted to comfort him, she reluctantly reached out and touched his hair. It was as intimate as when he touched her. "I want to be better than you. I want power," she said with a weak smile. Yu Xiaoyun's voice was hoarse. "I'll give it to you. I'll give you whatever you want." But Bai Weiwei looked at him tenderly. Her round eyes held a moist smile. "You know, you're provoking people." Yu Xiaoyun's eyes were red, but even so, his eyes were still so affectionate and beautiful. Wei Wei Bai's fingertips fell on his soft eyelids. "If I'm stronger than you, I can protect you." Her voice was soft and gentle. "With power, I can make you." Bai Weiwei slowly bent down, lowered her eyes, and planted a kiss on the ends of his red eyes. "Don't cry." Yu Xiaoyun's eyes widened, but the tears in his eyes did not fall. He did not cry. The girl's face was already leaning weakly on his shoulder. "I remember back then, you were hiding under the chestnut tree in the love garden and crying secretly. I wondered if you were bullied as well." Yu Xiaoyun stiffened. He had secretly cried before. The chestnut trees in the love garden were very dense. Under the tree was a secret location. The girl's voice was soft, and there was a smile in it. "I wanted to get close to you, but you glared at me coldly before turning around and leaving." Her breath was sweet and soft, and her voice gradually weakened. "But your eyes seemed to say that you like me, so..." He had sunk into the abyss. Yu Xiaoyun had no impression of this matter. At this moment, it sounded like a heart-wrenching pain and regret. He begged in despair, "I like you, know, I love you." It was just that was many years too late. Many years ago, she liked him, but he turned around and left. Many years later, he liked her. She could not abandon him. Yu Xiaoyun grabbed the clothes on her back tightly. The girl's voice gradually quieted down. He wanted to shout, to scream at her to wake up, but the words that came out of his mouth were almost lost. His thin lips trembled. He finally hugged her and buried his face in her hair, crying silently. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Come. Chapter 2737. He almost vomited blood and cried, but there was no sound. Just like when he was very young, hiding under the chestnut tree and crying secretly. It was extremely quiet. There was not a single sound. It was indeed when he was most desperate and in pain to his soul. If at that time, he did not turn around and like the littler, then they wouldn't have missed it. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 100. Ding! 12 o'clock. The 3-month side mission is complete. There are 3 days left. Do you want to stay? Yes. A lazy voice sounded. Wei Wei Bai sat on the bed expressionlessly. She watched as Chun Shan found the serum and injected it into her body. Chun Shan seemed to have noticed something. He looked at her body in shock. But when he saw Yu Xiaoyan hugging Wei Wei Bai, he did not want to let go. But he did not dare to say anything to persuade him. The doctor was also trembling, like Chun Shan, desperately trying to save a dead person. And from the beginning to the end, the man was hugging her. He was so quiet, so desperate that he was rotting in silence. But it made people feel the most suffocating and the deepest pain. Wei Wei Bai hugged her chest with both hands. In her soul state, her emotions began to slowly return. Although the return was slow, it made her frown a little unaccustomed. She had almost no emotional fluctuations in the plane. Everything depended on her acting skills. So when she felt the throbbing feeling in her heart, she was not used to it. The system reminded, "Why aren't you leaving?" Wei Wei Bai touched her chin. "I haven't ridden on Yu Xiaoyan's neck yet, have I?" The system, well, it was afraid that the host who lost the emotion blocker would suddenly feel pain and discomfort. After all, once people had emotional fluctuations, guilt, empathy, and empathy were all increasing rapidly. In the end, the host did not forget to practice acrobatics on Yu Xiaoyan. The system, so the original host has seen the crying male lead when she was young. Wei Wei Bai had been to the chestnut tree before. She even found a box and buried it. The system thought she was playing games out of boredom. After all, what kind of time machine game was this? Wasn't it just digging up a broken box after 10 or 8 years to see how stupid he used to be? Wei Wei Bai said calmly, "No, I made it up." "Okay, I got it. I'm used to it, huh?" Wei Wei Bai, "I think the atmosphere is too quiet, so I want to tell you a story to lighten the mood." System. The male lead had been fooled into a daze, thinking that he had really missed out on his childhood love. Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Who knew you would believe it? It's my fault." The host who had lost the emotional shield. It was even more ruthless. He was impressed. 3 days was enough time for Wei Wei Bai's body to be transported off the ship and sent back to the Bai family's old mansion. They cleaned up the body and prepared the coffin. Wei Wei Bai didn't really hang upside down on Yu Xiaoyan or ride his neck. Yu Xiaoyan was busy. The man was dressed in a black suit and started to work as an undertaker. He cleaned up the body bit by bit. He sewed up the wound on her leg, removed the bandage on her face, and started to put makeup on the wound on her face. It was not pretty, especially when the skin of the dead was grayish-green. Wei Wei Bai looked at it with disdain. Yu Xiaoyan was unusually quiet as he carefully dressed her up. After she died, he didn't say a word. He had always been cold and elegant, noble and quiet. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. The Chapter 2738. It was so quiet that it was lifeless. It was like death. Wei Wei Bai floated cross-legged in the air and was in a daze with him. On the last day, she was lying in the coffin's freezer. The young girl's face was as delicate and flawless as a flower after special makeup. Her soft and delicate lips were also exceptionally red. She lay quietly in the freezer, her skin sparkling like jade. She was wearing a red cheongsam, gorgeous and luxurious. This was the best cheongsam in Yu Xiaoyan's collection, but he didn't let her wear it, because the cheongsam had a story. It was a wedding dress made for herself by an embroiderer who died for love, because her dead lover had gone to do business and never returned. And what he liked the most was the way she looked in the cheongsam. She had embroidered this cheongsam for 3 years for him. She had worked hard, and her heart was full of love. 3 years later, the news of her lover's death came. The cheongsam was new because no one had the chance to wear it. Yu Xiaoyan collected it because of the exquisite embroidery. That story didn't touch him at all. It wasn't until he met Wei Wei Bai that he said, "Just look at the cheongsam. It's not good." He loved her, so he wanted to pamper her. He wanted to hold her in his hands and take care of her carefully. Even if he thought too much, he couldn't bear to let her have any bad feelings. Wei Wei Bai just smiled and said, "Why are you hiding this dress?" Yu Xiaoyan listened and revealed a gentle smile. Perhaps in the future, when we are old, very, very old, I will personally put it on for you when you die. When we go to the Yellow Springs, we can still get married again. Wei Wei Bai spat. We haven't gotten married yet. How can we do it again? Yu Xiaoyun said, when I make 100 pieces of jade jewelry for you as your dowry, I will marry you. Only then did Bai Weiwei realize why he had been unhurriedly making those jade jewelry for her. It turned out that he was waiting to give it to her as a dowry. The jade was warm and waiting for the fated to gather. This was probably the deepest expression of love this man had ever shown. It was also the most romantic thing he could do. Everything was at the funeral. Yu Xiaoyan quietly dealt with everything. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were dead and lifeless. Qinshan followed him and forced him to eat. But he couldn't force him to sleep. He did not take a break from the beginning to the end. He was like a clockwork robot. At the funeral, he stood beside the coffin and looked at the young girl in the coffin who looked like a flower. Finally, the man slowly reached out and touched her face. He spoke softly, his voice unusually dry and hoarse. I thought that I would leave before you. After all, she was still so young. So cute. It was the most tender, the best age. He was the one who should have died early with a rotten heart. The exterior was bright and beautiful, but underneath the shell was rotten to the core. The corners of Yu Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, revealing an ugly smile. You shouldn't have met me. No one who loved him had a good ending. It seemed that when he was very young, his family had once hired someone to check his feng shui. When the feng shui master saw him, he patted his head and said, "Deep love will not live long, and extreme wisdom will be damaged. In the future, your life should be rich and noble." But Sai. No one believed that Sai. He didn't believe it either. Later on, for some reason, every time in the dead of night, he would think of that sentence, that Sai. He couldn't remember what the feng shui master looked like, but he remembered his sentence. Deep love? He didn't believe in this the most, but he found that deep love was the most correct sentence. He couldn't forget his lost parents, self-loathing, and betrayal of their education. But to her, the whole world collapsed. In the end, he pursued only one person who loved him like the whole world. He got it, but he lost it again. /fast///fast to TXT, download fast to read on. Calm fast. Chapter 2739. Everything had been settled. After the funeral, Yu Xiaoyan came out to clean up the situation. Although there wasn't a river of blood, the families involved in the assassination were either dead or injured. After Yu Xiaoyan, who had been silent for a period of time, came out this time, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone trembled in fear at the mention of his name. As for Wei Wei Bai's death, it didn't cause much of a reaction. After all, she was just Yu Xiaoyan's vassal. Although Yu Xiaoyan avenged her so much after her death, it was just a moment of recklessness. After all, who could really love a woman to death? However, the news of Yu Xiaoyan giving the industry to Wei Wei Bai was widely spread in the female circle. Before she died, she received extreme love from a man. She didn't die in vain. Qinshan only let out a sigh when he heard such vicious rumors. Then, he returned to the Bai family's old mansion. After Wei Wei Bai's death, the Bai family's door sign had never been removed. It was as if Yu Xiaoyan felt that when her soul returned, she would still see this place as familiar as before. She might stay a little longer. Qinshan came to the front of the room. In the corridor here, the wind was blowing, and the fallen leaves actually carried a hint of desolation. It was already autumn. He still remembered that in the lotus pond, a group of men were desperately digging for lotus roots. In the end, a few of them even got 2 kilograms of lotus roots to bring home to stew. However, the lotus roots tasted really good. They were sticky and powdery. The lotus leaves had been cleaned, and the other flowers were blooming. When this place was designed, there were all kinds of flowers. Old Master Ba was also really elegant. He liked these broken things of flowers and plants. As a result, Yu Xiaoyan, who grew up in the Bai family, didn't hate these things. But once there was no one, this place was terrifyingly cold. Qinshan stood at the door with his briefcase. The door was open. Yu Xiaoyan was sitting at the desk with all kinds of tassels on it, all kinds of small tools. There was also a large box of all kinds of beautiful nephrite jade, jadeite, southern red tourmaline, and so on. They all bought the most expensive ones. Jadeite, just a large imperial jade bead, had to be bought in advance. Qinshan looked at it and felt that it was just a box of broken stones. However, it was good that Yu Xiaoyan had something to do. He walked in quietly and said in a low voice, "I've already cleaned up the entire group. The contract for the Hainan Airlines project has also been terminated. Our next step is to enter the country market and win a multinational project for the next 2 years." The maritime aviation project had caused them to suffer heavy losses. However, he also used the failure as an excuse to reorganize the internal and external affairs of the company. Now, some of the problems left over from the previous transformation had been cleared up. Although the company's assets had shrunk a little, it was worth it. As long as Yu Xiaoyan was there, even if they faced failure, they would not be afraid to continue working hard. He was afraid that Yu Xiaoyan would not be able to pass this hurdle. Deep love is short-lived. Yu Xiaoyan's fingers paused. The tip of his finger was a light purple tassel, and below it was a bright red jade medallion. It was an exceptionally beautiful rock filled with water. He slowly raised his eyes. Under his long and narrow eyelashes, a pair of gentle eyes were filled with emptiness. His thin face, under the light by the window, almost turned into a lonely pale white. Yu Xiaoyan looked at Qinshan for a few seconds, as if he was a little slow in thinking about who he was. Then, he was not interested and slowly knitted his red jade pendant. There were also some beads for making bracelets on the wooden table. They were all very beautiful. Fast the fast. Chapter 2740. It was fine as long as Yu Xiaoyan liked it. He was just afraid that he wouldn't even like this. Then Qinshan really didn't know what to do. Looking at Yu Xiaoyan like this, his heart also throbbed in pain, as if someone was hammering his brain with an awl. As a man, he didn't know how to comfort him. When he first saw Yu Xiaoyan, he felt that this guy was good-looking and had a pair of unusually seductive eyes. Of course, as a normal man, he didn't have any other thoughts. Did he have no other thoughts? This had to be clarified, but he was so exquisite and had such a pair of eyes. In the eyes of the older generation, this kind of child couldn't be raised for long. If someone gave him a cheap name when he was young and raised him crudely, he would be raised in the mud. When he grew up, his skin would be rougher and he would look a little sunny. It might be easier to raise him, but a place like the Bai family forced him to be pampered. Thus, he developed the sensitivity of the 7 orifices heart. It also raised him to be fickle and affectionate. When the poor little Wei Wei Bai appeared, he was relieved. Yu Xiaoyan had her. He finally had a man's offensive power, possessiveness, and direct violent love. He no longer looked like an immortal with a short life. He even ate the meat. It made them overjoyed. In the end, the poor little girl died before Yu Xiaoyan. Qinshan felt that Yu Xiaoyan had brought out Sister Lin's sentimentality. He tried to comfort him. "I think she still wants you to be well." Yu Xiaoyan raised his head slightly. His pair of gentle and beautiful eyes were as cold as ice. He stared at Qinshan for a long time before saying slowly, "Give me the transfer of assets." Qinshan was puzzled. Weren't they all transferred to Wei Wei Bai's name? However, after Wei Wei Bai's death, these things still returned to Yu Xiaoyan's name by default. Qinshan brought the things over. They were all in the study room. Yu Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention to them. In the past, he had spent all his effort to scheme for these assets. Now, these things were no longer interesting to Yu Xiaoyan. Yu Xiaoyan opened the transfer of assets. Wei Wei Bai's signature and fingerprint were on it. His fingertips traced inch by inch. It was as if he was caressing the girl's fingertips. In the end, a trace of grief appeared on Yu Xiaoyan's face. The man had become even thinner during this time. His movements were slow as he picked up the pen. The outline of the bones on his fingers was even more obvious. He was too thin. All of his vitality and warmth disappeared from his body. It was as if Yu Xiaoyan, who was sitting in front of the table and touching the table full of warm jade, was going to disappear at any time. Even Qinshan couldn't bear to see this. Many brothers were waiting for Yu Xiaoyan to pull himself together. He had come here to advise him as well. But when he saw Yu Xiaoyan, however, no words of comfort or advice came out of his mouth. Yu Xiaoyan was already injured to the point that he was like a lonely soul. No matter how he advised the lonely soul to live, he was already living as if he was dead. Yu Xiaoyan's vision was a little empty. His slender fingers held the fountain pen and slowly began to write the contract for the transfer of property rights. Qinshan watched as he read page by page. Everyone received a lot of things. In fact, the name Qinshan actually replaced Yu Xiaoyan and Wei Wei Bai as the new leader of the group. Qinshan's expression changed drastically. He was about to reach out to snatch the fountain pen in his hand. However, Yu Xiaoyan said slowly, "I'm still your boss." Chun Shan's entire body stiffened and his expression distorted. Read on. Come. Chapter 2741. But in the end, he didn't go forward to snatch it. Because Yu Xiaoyan said that before signing, before the property transfer contract had legal effect, he was still his boss. What decision did the boss make? They all had to obey, including, he gave up everything he had. Yu Xiaoyan's fingers trembled, and the veins on the back of his hand were exceptionally obvious. The man was extremely pale, and his fingers had no strength. During this period of time, he couldn't have peace day and night. Even his nightmares didn't look for him, because he didn't even have the strength to dream. Yu Xiaoyan pushed the property transfer contract to Qinshan. From today onwards, I will retire. You guys do as you see fit. If there are any problems in the future, you guys can solve them yourselves. At this point, Yu Xiaoyan quietly raised his head and saw that Qinshan, a man, was already crying like a child. Yu Xiaoyan smiled. That pair of gentle and beautiful eyes that were like a spring breeze. At this moment, there was no trace of affection in his smile. There was only numb calm. I've taught you guys for so long. It's time for me to rest. Qinshan choked and said, "You're still young. You still have a lot of things to do. You can get through this." Yu Xiaoyan's finger landed on the medallion. Under his fingertips, the pure red color flowed with a beautiful light. There was nothing on the medallion. It was just a broken stone in a square shape. Yu Xiaoyan said calmly, "There's nothing else I want to do. Even if I do, no one will look at it." His entire life, he struggled bitterly in the darkness. From the moment he stepped into the Bai family, he had abandoned his conscience to live. He would be consigned to eternal damnation. After suffering for so many years, he had great power in his hands and was high and mighty. But he was waiting for someone to redeem him, pull him out of the darkness, love him with a completely unrecognizable person and a rotten heart. Yu Xiaoyan thought of the past, but he couldn't remember Wei Wei Bai's situation in the Bai family. Or rather, for the first time, he really had an impression of her. It was opening the wardrobe door. Her pair of innocent and clean eyes started from the moment his figure was imprinted on them. For a moment, he actually felt that. Everyone said that his eyes were good-looking. It turned out that there was someone whose eyes were much better looking than his. When she looked at him, it was as if she was in love with him. Yu Xiaoyan put aside the tassels he had made. He quietly lowered his eyes. There was no light in his eyes. "You may leave." His voice was indifferent. After Qinshan left with tears streaming down his face, Yu Xiaoyan didn't move. He sat by the window and looked at the 100 pieces of jade jewelry. Chong Sam, bracelets, rings, necklaces, anklets, they were all designs that he liked. He liked the way it hung on her body even more. Yu Xiaoyan's aesthetic sense was somewhat Chinese. He liked jade stones and the like. His appetite had been spoiled by the Bai family. He had too many thoughts, too many calculations, and his sense of beauty was also unusually old-fashioned. The Bai family was the shame of his life. It was also the hell that had created everything for him. Yu Xiaoyan stared blankly out the window and suddenly saw the chestnut tree. The dense chestnut trees had already begun to bear fruit. In the past, she used to hide and cry down there. Little did he know that someone was watching him. Had she been looking at him for a long time, but he didn't care about her at all? If only I had liked her earlier, she wouldn't have been bullied so badly. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Yu Xiaoyan smiled, but found that the corners of his mouth were unusually stiff. He slowly got up, like a lonely soul, and came to the chestnut tree. Yu Xiaoyan touched the tree trunk and looked around silently. Read on. Calm. Chapter 2742. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to the search website www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the... At that time, where was she hiding to look at him? Yu Xiaoyan suddenly coughed heavily. When he reached out to cover his mouth, he saw under the tree. A familiar tassel was tied to a branch. A smoky green Hutian jade magpie plum card was hanging from the tassel. It was the collar press he made for her. Why was it placed here? Yu Xiaoyan looked at the place where the jade pendant fell. It seemed to have been turned over. He stretched out his pale fingers and gently landed on the turned soil. After hesitating for a moment, he exerted force with his fingers and plunged them heavily into the soil. He almost couldn't wait to dig out the thing in the soil. It was a box. It was so shabby that it even matched a cheap box. When Yu Xiaoyan saw this box, he felt that it was too familiar, but also unfamiliar. It was too distant a memory that he couldn't remember what this box looked like. Yu Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before opening the box. A brand new photo appeared in the box. The girl in the photo was wearing a light green Chong Sam, a smoky green magpie card, and a bracelet he made on her wrist. She was leaning against the armchair that he often sat in. She smiled brightly. When she took the photo, she had been nourished by him. Her slightly round face could already be foreseen as a beautiful color when she matured in the future. She was an exquisite girl, but her smile was exceptionally cute, with a pure childishness. This photo, he didn't even know when she took the photo. Yu Xiaoyan was stiff for a long time before he reached out and picked up the photo. Under the box was an old family photo. The young him was sitting in an armchair. His parents stood on both sides of him, smiling exceptionally happily. He was also smiling happily. This was the last family photo of their family. At that time, his father was deeply trusted by the old master. He brought him and his mother to see the old master and took a photo in this armchair in the hall of the Bai family's old house. It was like a kind of honor. Ironically, not long after this photo was taken, his parents died under old Master Bai's scheme. Yu Xiaoyan looked at it for a long time. Only then did he realize the girl's posture, smile, and the position of the armchair. It was exactly the same as him. It was as if it was on purpose. She couldn't enter this family photo, so she took a picture of herself in the same pose as him. It was as if she could sit with him on the chair in the hall through a photo from many years ago, become a part of the family portrait. Yu Xiaoyan watched for a long time and also squatted under the tree for a long time. Finally, just like when he was a child, he stretched out his hands and hugged his knees tightly, burying his head in his knees. Without a sound, his entire body began to tremble violently. However, there was no sound of crying. "I love you," he said silently. Word by word, he spat out his blood. "I love you, so don't abandon me again." Wei Wei Bai held her face in her hands and floated in the air, watching quietly. He said that he would take 3 days to complete the mission. She thought that after the funeral, she still couldn't leave. It had already been 3 months. She floated here. The system and the side missions were busy repairing the space-time tunnel. Although the time limit was only 3 days, she could only stay for 3 days. But because of the loss of control, the passage was hit by an unimaginably huge storm. The main system immediately gave all the raiders a break. Before the tunnel is repaired, none of the invaders were allowed to leave the plane. If they left now, they would also die. Therefore, it was rare that Wei Wei Bai still stayed by Yu Xiaoyan's side after her death. Wei Wei Bai watched expressionlessly. Yu Xiaoyan held the box and slowly walked into the garden step by step as if he had lost all his strength. Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to be pulled forward by him again. After death, the soul could not leave the target of the mission. Yu Xiaoyan was as thin and pale as a soul. He wandered aimlessly in the love garden. Wei Wei Bai felt that he was more like a ghost than she was. When he was finally tired, he leaned against the corridor and sat curled up. His slightly protruding knuckles were holding the box. After a long time, Yu Xiaoyan slowly closed his eyes due to exhaustion. Wei Wei Bai floated a few steps forward and stared at his sleeping face for a long time. She couldn't help but reach out her finger and touch his face. "You've lost weight," she whispered. // Chapter 2743. This action was a little intimate. Wei Wei Bai quickly withdrew her fingers. She didn't allow herself to be touched. After all, Her man was waiting for her at home. Even if she felt that she was trash, she couldn't have any sympathy for him. Wei Bai stared at him for a long time and felt a little tired. Like a cat, she yawned and sat beside the man. The system finally repaired the passage and rushed over. He was afraid that Wei Bai would be bored and practice hanging upside down on the male lead. When he came back, he was stunned. Under the bleak corridor, the leaves fell in the cold wind. The man was sleeping quietly. Beside him, a girl in soul form was also leaning on his shoulder, sleeping peacefully. It was like an incomparably beautiful painting. It froze time and stunned time. The system blinked. For some reason, it felt a little sour at the corners of its eyes. Then it gently reached out, wanting to carry Wei Bai back. A hand, out of nowhere, swept it away. The system rolled a few times, and when it stood up, a tall figure had already walked out of the sleeping Yu Xiaoyan's body. He bent down and gently picked her up. The girl's soul condensed into a beautiful white light. "Let's go." Yi Yuxuan's voice was calm, but gentle. It was as if the damage in the plane to him couldn't compare to the moment of joy when he picked up Wei Bai. The system's mouth twitched. The touch feeling just now was gone in an instant. As a system, the host was taken over by force every day. Could it still play properly? Yi Yuxuan was indifferent. The system immediately rolled up its sleeves and said enthusiastically, "Coming, coming." In the blink of an eye, the space-time passage opened. The warm back view of a family of 3 disappeared on the spot. Not long after the space-time storm. The passage was a mess, full of space-time cracks. If you weren't careful, you might fall in. Those who were luckier would fall into another plane. A bad person might fall into a bottomless abyss, never to see the light of day again. If it was only the system, he would definitely be trembling in fear. However, there was a big boss in front of him. All he had to do was follow in his footsteps. Would Yi Yuxuan stand still? Then, she touched Wei Bai's soul. This was a soothing power. Let her sleep deeper. Unknowingly, he had become more familiar with his own power. When he reached the door that was close to reality, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Under Yi Yuxuan's thick and curved eyelashes, there was a golden halo in her eyes. At the border of reality, it was dark and quiet on one side. On one side was a land of bones. They had always been separated by a line that separated them into 2 worlds. However, at this moment, the pitch-black area at the entrance of reality was filled with floating golden light spots. Under the golden light, a few white bones were casually thrown into the dark path. Yi Yuxuan also noticed it. The red line on his wrist, Wei Bai's red line, began to tighten. This power was much stronger than before. The person who was similar to him in the land of bones. He had always wanted to take her soul away. Yi Yuxuan felt danger. This kind of danger came from an instinctive warning from the depths of his soul. If he let go, he would never see her again. Yi Yuxuan believed this warning so much. The white bones fell into the darkness on this side. Perhaps the power of the line in the middle was beginning to be destroyed. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com.txt download at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Kanto facilitate the next reading, you can click on. Chapter 2744. And this huge space-time storm may have been caused by this. Yi Yuxuan's fingers curled around the red thread, and then pulled it, not letting the red thread have any possibility of being dragged to the white bone land. Then he let the soul palm be cut. He still walked into the door with no expression. The white bone land was still desolate. The man sitting on the white bone throne, his golden eyes were dead silent. Finally, there was a fluctuation in those dead eyes. His eyelashes also trembled. As if he was awakened by something, the man finally looked up and looked behind the isolation line. The door of the reality. This time, he did not lower his eyes for a long time, but after staring for a long time, his fingertips moved. He seemed to want to stand up, but for some reason, he slowly closed his eyes again. Those golden light spots gathered around him again. The white bone land was still desolate, but his palm began to crack slowly. It was the scar of the soul. Wei Bai opened her eyes. Her vision was a little blurry. It was the light. It seemed to be night. She struggled to get up and called Tongzi. The system was gnawing on a chicken leg, stealing it from the side quest. Once back in reality, he could not see the side quest refrigerator, so he took advantage of the time before returning, when the side quest was repairing the passage. He carried the refrigerator into his own space. This was also for the good of the side quest. With so many high-calorie things, he could not eat too much. These things had to be eaten by the malnourished. It just so happened that he was particularly malnourished. Then, he returned to the next seat and tried to eat all the things in the refrigerator. Wei Bai seemed to hear the sound of the system eating. She was silent for a while. She touched her stomach. She was hungry too. Then she asked, "Did Xian take sleeping pills?" Although it seemed that she had not heard Qin Xiu for a while. She also did not see Yushuan take any pills. But she was afraid that this thing would repeat. The system said, "No, he's very obedient." What sleeping pills? He hugged the host and slept endlessly. Every day, he followed them across the plains and ran everywhere. He was extremely healthy. When Wei Bai heard this, she asked her father again. When the third day was up, his father happily came to visit again. So when Wei Bai went out in her slippers, she saw her father and Qin Xiu playing games. Qin Xiu, ha ha ha, I said this game is fun. Look, you can even change equipment. Bai Changyan, how can I change? I found it. I'll change it for a bikini. Wei Bai silently went behind the sofa and stuck her head out to take a look. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu were playing a female game on their S. Furthermore, both of their characters were actually female. Bai Changyan's character was a 32D big-breasted beauty. She was walking around in a bikini. And Qin Xiu's character was a little cutie, wearing the clothes of a beautiful girl warrior. What burned her eyes was that Qin Xiu was also chatting with other little boys. Sob, sob, sob. Big brother, I've taken a fancy to that little angel's wings, but I don't have any coins left. The spendthrift brother in the game? Kiss me, and I'll give it to you. Qin Xiu immediately sent a voice message. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 kisses, I'll buy it. Wei Bai, wait, while she was asleep. What happened to her father and the attending doctor at home? Were they transmigrated, or were they coquettish in nature? Together, they broke their legs. Wei Bai coughed. /download the ad. https://m. Sashu. Collect below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 2744 Reality 1. Chapter 2745. Bai Changyan's fingers trembled. Without turning his head, he immediately turned off the phone. Then he turned around and said with a guilty smile, "Daughter, you're awake. I knew you would wake up today, so I bought groceries in advance to see you." Wei Bai calmly looked at Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu held the phone and slowly moved away a little. After confirming that he had received the gift of clothes from the little boy, he smiled and turned off the phone, saying, "Your physical condition is very good, Wei. How could not be good?" Her HP had already reached 13,000. Calculating it, it would be more than 35 years of life. In addition to her current age, a person with a short life could be counted as a lifetime. Wei Bai showed a gentle smile. "Soon I will be able to recover, and you can go back to the hospital to help people in distress. Don't always lead my father astray." Qin Xiu, I'm taking your old father to play some games that are good for his body and mind. Wei Bai, a transvestite, deceiving a little boy's poor pocket money to buy a little angel dress? Is this good for his body and mind? Seeing Bai Changyan's guilty look and Qin Xiu's shameless appearance, Wei Bai calmly patted her old father's shoulder. "Learn more, you're still young." As a businessman, how could he not be thick-skinned? No wonder their family's company has never been big. Then Wei Bai turned and walked to the kitchen. The system said, "Dinner time has passed, but no one has eaten, waiting for you to wake up. Yi Yushuan is in the kitchen making soup for you." Wei Bai paused and couldn't help but look back. Then he saw Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu happily playing with their S. She couldn't help but smile. She only felt that she had stepped through so many hardships and walked through so many strange worlds. In the end, she came back here. Everything was worth it. Every time she came back, she experienced the warmth of her family. It was more like a coordinate, a reminder, telling her all the time. This was where she had to come back, and where she could finally return. Wei Wei Bai walked into the kitchen. He heard the sound of something being thrown away. She poked her head out to take a look and saw a slender figure bending his body. His fingers were on the fridge door, and he was throwing a pile of things into a plastic bag. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes. There were a bunch of snacks, stimulating drinks, and sweet milk tea. There were even 2 burgers. Thinking of how Bai Changyan said that he was going to buy groceries to see her, she knew that he must have bought a bunch of snacks. Meanwhile, Yi Yuxuan was destroying those snacks. After all, to prevent her from drinking the stimulant last time, he had shamelessly snatched it from her. Yi Yuxuan didn't like sweet, high-calorie, delicious but unhealthy food. He also felt that she shouldn't eat too much. He still needed to be taught. If they really got married in the future, would she have to follow his eating habits? Young man, you won't be able to get a wife like this. Wei Wei Bai decided to teach him. So she quietly walked behind him and reached out to touch his back. The muscles on his back were warm, and the curve of his shoulder blades was exceptionally exquisite and sexy. Yi Yuxuan's back stiffened, and he knew that she was about to wake up. After getting out of bed, he immediately rushed to the kitchen and threw all these things away. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu were one step faster, and the fridge was already filled with their spicy chicken food. These were all Wei Wei Bai's favorite foods. It wasn't that he didn't want to let her eat, but her body was special now, so he had to watch over her. He felt her fingers gently slide down his back little by little. /button. Chapter 2746. Yi Yuxuan's indifferent expression finally showed a trace of fluctuation. He pursed his lips and sighed. I won't throw it away. Wei Wei Bai said with a smile. Throw it away. Continue to throw it away. Yi Yuxuan. Clearly, all of her actions were to tell him not to throw it away. This was simply a suicidal choice. He felt that her hand had already reached an unspeakable place. He immediately opened his mouth, his voice incomparably hoarse. If you touch it again, I'll really throw it away. Wei Wei Bai's fingers paused and then left his back. Yi Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was like a bomb to her, and she was still desperately trying to ignite the fire. Did she think that his self-control was too good? But in the next moment, a pair of hands gently followed his waist. The person behind him had already intimately attached herself to him. A warm and soft body, a familiar scent. His back was pressed by her like a big cat lying on his back. Yi Yuxuan had a helpless expression, but he couldn't help but smile. His indifferent eyes were filled with a gentle warmth. Wei Wei Bai hugged his waist tightly, her whole body pressed against his body. Her voice was soft and sweet. Brother, I want to drink milk tea. Yi Yuxuan's body stiffened. His breathing became heavier. Don't be like this. Wei Wei Bai giggled. Brother, buy me a small cake or a small biscuit, okay? Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai rubbed his firm and warm back, squinting her eyes and saying comfortably, Brother, I like to drink coffee and eat chocolate. As if accepting his fate, Yi Yuxuan took out the things in the plastic bag one by one. 2 boxes of chocolate, a cup of milk tea, a small cherry cake, spicy chicken feet, various biscuits, fragrant drinks, tooth decay candy. The refrigerator was quickly filled with a pile of junk food. Yi Yuxuan pursed his lips, his eyes unfriendly for a while, and then said helplessly, Okay, stop rubbing. Wei Wei Bai imitated Qin Xiu's cheap look. Big brother is the best. Listen to me. I'll give you a kiss. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 heavy kisses landed on his back. Under his clothes, his muscles suddenly tightened. The system spat out its chicken drumstick. He thought that his tolerance level was high enough, but in the end, the host could always come up with even more disgusting methods to make him malnourished. What the hell is chirps? How old are you to play? Wei Wei Bai was done. She felt that this method was very useful. It was so disgusting that it made people listen to it. When Wei Wei Bai saw the refrigerator full of snacks, she couldn't help but reveal a wolfish grin. She was just about to let go of Yi Yuxuan. However, she found that the man's fingers were already clasped around hers. The next second, the fridge door was slammed shut. Bai Weiwei was pulled by him, clasped by the waist, and slammed into the refrigerator door. Behind her was the snow-white fridge door, but she saw Yi Yuxuan lowering his head. His eyes under his eyelashes were deep and dangerous. He said in a low voice, slowly and seductively, Chirp, When she said chirp, it was disgusting at first glance. Yi Yuxuan's voice gently rose, and when he said chirp in a hoarse voice, it was so sexy that it was obvious that it was used to seduce people. Wei Wei Bai's smiling face stiffened, and she immediately said, "I'm hungry." She started to change the topic. It couldn't be that she was disgusted by Qin Xiao, so she used this trick to disgust Yi Yuxuan. Yi Yuxuan's face was still calm. He slowly blinked, and his voice was a little vague. "Well, I'm hungry too." Wei Wei Bai, the experienced driver, don't think that she didn't know what he meant. Wei Wei Bai's breath also deepened. She raised her head, and her eyes curved. "Then what do you want to eat?" Her lips were red, as delicious as the cherries on the small cake that was about to be thrown away. He always knew, Yi Yuxuan thought. If she wanted to seduce a person, then everyone had to kneel under her skirt. This was also the reason why he knelt so many times. Yi Yuxuan's fingers gently ran through her long hair. His eyelashes were half closed, covering the fiery light in his eyes, and then he bowed his head and kissed the top of her head. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. This action was so gentle, it could be called pious. Chapter 2747. Wei Wei Bai was dragged out of the kitchen by Yi Yuxuan. She was still in a daze. While waiting for dinner, she finally came back to her senses and couldn't help but reach out to touch her hair. She looked at her fingers strangely. This kiss, it was not strange for Yi Yuxuan to kiss her. What was strange was that he used such a gentle attitude to kiss her hair. Yu Xiaoyan seemed to have this habit too. He would kiss her hair for no reason. To him, it seemed that this action represented some kind of deep and reserved love. Yi Yuxuan was just cold and indifferent, without much emotional fluctuation, although he was gradually becoming more like a human. But his actions were the same as Yu Xiaoyan's. Wei Wei Bai stared at the table in front of her and suddenly took out her laptop to go to the shopping website. As a girl, it was rare for her to have free time. Of course, she would buy something to relax. Unknowingly, she made handmade nephrite jade lapel pressing. One after another, some of them were eye-piercing, some of them were garish, and some of them were garish. It was really ugly. Many of these jades were glass products at first glance. They were pressed with jade powder. Wei Wei Bai felt that her eyes were spoiled. They were so ugly that she couldn't bear to look at them directly. She could only look at the most expensive ones. Finally, she saw a few that were pleasing to the eye, although the picture filters were particularly heavy. As she flipped through, she saw a design that was very similar to Yu Xiaoyan's style. She asked the system, "Does this look good?" The system was drinking bird's nest soup with lobster fried rice and abalone stewed soup. It said, "It's okay." Wei Wei Bai. "Then which one do you think looks good?" The system, the colorful one just now looks good. It was the one that was dyed at first glance. A piece of plastic dyed with a rainbow color was really good looking. Wei Wei Bai felt that the system's aesthetic was really worrying. It didn't have her elegant and beautiful taste at all. Well, that piece of plastic was dyed really well. After Yuxuan finished washing his hands, he came out and said coldly to the old couple, who were laughing and laughing, "Okay, go and serve the dishes." Bai Changyan and Qin Xiao immediately put down their phones. The two of them quickly ran into the kitchen like the waiter. One of them carried the rice pot, while the other carried 3 dishes. Basically, all the servants in the apartment had been chased away. Only a housekeeper from a Yi family was left. She came 3 times a day, but this time Wei Wei Bai woke up late. The nanny left. Yi Yuxuan prepared the meal herself. Wei Wei Bai was waiting to eat. No one dared to let her into the kitchen. No matter how clean the kitchen was, there should still be detergent. Who would dare to eat the dishwashing detergent one day if she poured it into a pot as a condiment? No, Yi Yuxuan dared to eat it. Then he continued to squat in the hospital and had his stomach pumped. Yi Yuxuan saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the sofa, looking at her laptop. He walked over and casually put down his sleeves. Reaching out, he gently ran his fingers through her long hair and stroked her head. "I'll look at it after dinner." His voice was calm, but unusually gentle. Wei Wei Bai was not used to it. She reached out and scratched her hair. Then she looked up and said with a smile, "Well, okay." Yi Yuxuan casually looked at the computer screen. "Do you like these?" His tone was normal and unusually calm. Bai Wei Wei narrowed her eyes, her finger carelessly touching one of the photos. This one looks good. What do you think? Warm brown with a rustling matte light. A small square sugar jade. Pure black tassels hanging below. An unusually beautiful and clean design. Similar to the style designed by Yu Xiaoyan. Chapter 2748. Yi Yuxuan casually glanced at it and said indifferently, "It looks good. I'll buy it for you. What else do you like?" Put it in the shopping cart and clear it out together. Bai Weiwei casually swept her eyes over his handsome face, which barely had any fluctuations. After looking at it for a while, she suddenly smiled. "If you don't like it, you can make it for me." Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes fluttered. It was a strained expression that was not obvious. Even before Weiwei Bai noticed it, it disappeared. He grabbed her arm and pulled her up from her prone position. He helped her sit up with strength and agility. "When I buy the materials, I'll make it for you," Yi Yuxuan said indifferently. Weiwei Bai stared at him for a while, then said with a smile, "Well, let's eat." Then she tugged at his sleeve, got up, and walked to the dining table. Bai Changyan had already brought the last dish. Qinxiu was filling the bowl. "It's time to eat," the attending doctor shouted. Weiwei Bai walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Yi Yuxuan, who followed behind, looked at her back, and a trace of thought appeared in his eyes. Where did he reveal a flaw? Weiwei's action just now, was she suspicious? The jade tassels were Yu Xiaoyun's handiwork, not his. She had always avoided bringing too much of everything in that world to reality. She would not ask him to do the same things as the people in that world, unless she was suspicious. Could it be that guy, who was neither a man nor a woman, told her something? Yi Yuxuan's fingers touched the back of the chair, and just as he was about to pull it out, his eyes fell on his fingers. Suddenly he woke up. The way he kissed her hair and smoothed it with his fingers was too similar to that of Yu Xiaoyan in that world. It was exactly the same. Every time he came back from that world, he would be unable to control himself and be affected. No matter how cautious he was, he would occasionally miss some small habits that would remain. Moreover, before he discovered these little habits, he would not think too much about them, because of the familiarity that was almost integrated into the soul. Yi Yuxuan's expression was indifferent. She slowly pulled out a chair. Then he sat down and picked up his chopsticks to pick up some food for Weiwei Bai. Weiwei Bai didn't say anything else. She had always been good at hiding things. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were calm. If she was suspicious, she would observe little by little instead of questioning, because that was the only way to kill in one strike. How could he dispel her suspicions? It was rare for Yi Yuxuan to be troubled. After the meal, Qinxiu automatically cleaned up the dishes. Bai Changyan assisted. The two of them happily went to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Yi Yuxuan was on the phone, giving orders remotely. She also asked someone to release some jade stones or something. The staff members who were instructed were already used to these inexplicable instructions. After all, he had even bought love slippers, love toothbrushes, towels, and so on. All that was left was the day when the boss would order her to buy a love condom. Their work was very professional. They could guarantee that they could do what they were told, and they could even hold back their laughter. Yi Yuxuan was busy with his work. Weiwei Bai wanted to lie down and become salted fish after eating. She was too tired in the plane, so she wanted to rest when she came to reality. She didn't know what the system was eating, although Weiwei Bai was still willing to let Tongzi eat better now. But from the time she came back until she was full, surprisingly, he could still hear the sound of the system. Like a mouse, it was still eating. It couldn't be that it would eat all her life points before it stopped, right? Weiwei Bai couldn't help but ask the system, "How much life points have you eaten?" The download the. Chapter 2749. The system was drinking a 28 law fight and eating a 39 steak. I'm eating my own private savings. Didn't I grab a bunch of expired food when the supermarket was on sale recently? I'm eating. There's also a time limit for free, so I have to eat faster. Otherwise, in the next plane, the side quest would come to ask for the refrigerator. How could such a righteous person not return it? After all, it wasn't him. So before coming to the next plane, he had to eat more to make up for it. What do you mean you don't need to make up for it? Does being shameless count as making up for it? This refrigerator made him pay the price of being shameless. After Wei Wei Bai heard this, she actually felt a little pity. Let's not eat expired food. It's not good for the body. The system was touched. Its relationship with the host had finally come out. Thinking about the first few planes, the host couldn't wait for it to die. Wei Wei Bai, if you eat something bad, the medical fees are much more expensive than the food. If you die from eating, it's over. If you don't die from eating and become paralyzed from eating, wouldn't you blame me for a lifetime, right? The system took a bite of the steak and almost choked to death on the spot. Wei Wei Bai laughed. Am I not joking? You eat more, don't be shy. System, what's wrong with completely losing your appetite? After Wei Wei Bai said these words, she felt that she was really too concerned about the system. Was there a host who cared about the system as much as she did? No. She and the system were indeed the best and most affectionate pair in history. Wei Wei Bai even felt a little proud. After washing the dishes, Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan walked out with a smile. The two old men put their arms around each other's shoulders and were unusually affectionate. Then they very tacitly sat on the sofa opposite Wei Wei Bai and began to play games. Kinship was precious, but a daughter was expensive. In terms of which one was better, let's talk about it after the game. Wei Wei Bai was speechless at this pair of old and childish ghosts. Then she silently picked up her phone and silently searched for the little game to change equipment. It seemed very fun. Download it and try to change equipment. She could even ask other little brothers to buy equipment for her. That little angel dress, old and cute. Qin Xiu was not good, but he had good taste. Then the group of old people playing games became a family of 3 playing games. The 3 of them laughed and joked as they played the game with a bored expression on their faces. The system silently and continued to eat. Paralyzed from eating, he wanted to cling to the host for life. Who told them to be a beautiful family? Yi Yuxuan always felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He silently turned around and saw those strange people. After silence for a while, he calmly called. After all, to support. He couldn't fall behind in his work either. After all, it wasn't easy to support his family. It was just. Yi Yuxuan, who had also reached the end of his work, calmly put down his phone and turned off his work computer. Then he calmly got up and walked behind Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan. Then he grabbed one of them by the collar and pulled them out. Qin Xiu, Bai Changyan. Yi Yuxuan calmly dragged people out, loosened his collar, and calmly said, "It's late, go back to sleep early, otherwise it's not good for health." Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu. Yi Yuxuan, is there anything you didn't take away? Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu pondered. Yi Yuxuan, if you can't remember, go back and think about it. I will help you deal with the things you left behind. / collect below to record this reading record. Chapter 2750. Qin Xiu couldn't help but ask, how do we deal with it? Send it to the door? Yi Yuxuan's voice was flat. Throw it in the trash can. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu were silent again. Yi Yuxuan asked indifferently, is there anything else? Not waiting for the two to speak, Yi Yuxuan suddenly realized, it seems that there is nothing else. After that, the door closed. After the 2 people outside the door were silent for a long time, Qin Xiu said, Xian seems to be a little angry. Is it because we have been here for too long and occupied his dating time? Bai Changyan frowned. This young man's temper is too big. I have to consider whether it is a good idea for Wei Wei to marry him. Qin Xiu immediately put on a smiling face. Young people are hot-blooded and have a bad temper. Let's educate them again. Bai Changyan sighed. I don't blame him because he is pitiful. Qin Xiu was surprised. Did Bai Changyan already know Yi Yuxuan's illness? Yi Yuxuan didn't have any emotional problems, except for the Yi family elders, some core relatives of the Yi family. Basically, no one knew the specific illness. But he heard Bai Changyan's face. He was forced by Wei Wei, so he has to take responsibility. Qin Xiu, after closing the door, Yi Yuxuan saw her lying on the sofa. Her chin was resting on her arm, and her hair fell to her cheeks. Her white skin and black hair formed a clean color impact. It was obviously not seduction, but it was charming, more and more beautiful. Yi Yuxuan knew that this was not an illusion, But every time she woke up, she couldn't get rid of the change. Whether it was her temperament, character, or appearance, she was more or less affected. Just like him, even if he restrained himself, the influence gradually turned him into a person, a normal man who loved her. Yi Yuxuan lowered her eyes, suppressed the surging love in her heart, and walked to the sofa without showing any expression. Then she picked up the blanket and covered her waist. Lie on your stomach. Don't forget to cover yourself with something so you don't catch a cold. Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows with a bit of laziness. She unhurriedly stretched out her fingertips and hooked his tightly buttoned shirt collar. Her fingertips exerted force and pulled. The shirt buttons were torn apart, revealing half of the collarbone. What? You want to persuade me to take good care of myself? Yi Yuxuan lowered his eyes, and the light above his head cast a hazy halo on his face. His voice was hoarse. Getting better is good for me. The old driver, don't think that she didn't know what he meant. Was she infected by Qin Xiu's chirps? Bai Weiwei's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her eyes were dyed red. Slowly, she loosened her grip on his loosened collar and moved up. Is TSS Shites? Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and hooked her legs around his waist. Yi Yuxuan stopped breathing, and his hands couldn't help but clasp her waist for fear that she would fall. Wei Wei Bai's hair was spread out, and the loose cuffs fell to her elbows, revealing her white forearms. Her forehead was against his, as if on purpose. Her voice was delicate and tender. Do you think my body is good like this? She directly coiled herself around him. Her posture was more flirtatious than a vixen's. Yi Yuxuan felt that the surging love in his chest was about to be aroused by her. If the soul could be moved, it would be attracted by her. His voice was low. You don't mess with me. Although this sentence was calm, it was almost a plea for mercy. /download collections the Chapter 2751. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were like silk, and the seduction in her eyes was faintly discernible. Her bare ankles lightly rubbed against his trousers. How am I messing with you? Mr. Yi. The light in Yi Yuxuan's eyes gradually changed from calm to a burning focus. Although his expression was calm, one could see the slight sweat on his forehead. You can mess around as much as you want, he said in a low voice, and the end of his voice had a husky magnetism. Wei Wei Bai wrapped her arms around his neck, and, as if on purpose, she smiled and leaned closer to him. How am I messing around? I just want to whisper something to you. She was like a vixen. Every inch of her body was so bewitching. Her voice was low, soft, and sweet. When she leaned close to him, the tip of her nose brushed against his fair chin. Yi Yuxuan felt his face start to heat up. This was instinctive. It was not shyness. It was a kind of passion caused by an overly repressed and fanatical desire for her. She did this to him. It was really too cruel. She was so seductive, but the examination in her eyes was so blatant. It was as if she was searching for a secret on his body that she had not found out. And she was too confident in his self-control. What do you want to say to me, whisper? His voice was so low that it was unimaginable. It was almost suppressed in his throat, bringing out a hint of sexiness. Wei Wei Bai's smile started to become seductive, as if a vixen had directly taken over him. She stared at the hot sweat on the man's forehead, which slowly slid down his handsome cheeks. Wei Wei Bai's smile deepened, and her breath gently brushed against his skin. Is it hot? Yi Yuxuan's expression was calm, and he forced himself to say, It's okay. Wei Wei Bai. Oh, she dragged out her tone, and her lips were already close to his face, slowly moving down. This was an intimate action that was similar to rubbing against him. To the man, it was the last thread of reason that broke. He felt that he didn't want to hear any more whispers. If this is the trial of torture, he was probably going to surrender completely. Whatever she asked, he would tell her. Wei Wei Bai was still rubbing against him unhurriedly. In the next second, she was smashed onto the soft sofa. The man on top of her had already knelt on one knee on the sofa. His hands clasped her shoulders, and he looked at her with a strong and crazy gaze. What do you want to tell me? I'm listening. Yi Yuxuan's gaze was like intertwined silk. In her half-closed eyes, there was a sharp and gorgeous love. He lowered his head, and his slender body overshadowed Wei Wei Bai. If you want to hear any secret words, I can also tell you, he said with a scorching tone. If you want to hear anything, I can also tell you. Wei Wei Bai held her breath. She only felt that the man on top of her was standing against the light, his handsome face full of forbearance. Yi Yuxuan is cold, indifferent, calm, and ascetic. However, she tore apart the label of this man bit by bit, revealing the fiery passion within. And this Yi Yuxuan is more like a human, and more attractive. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but purse her lips, not wanting to let herself show a covetous expression. All of a sudden, all the doubts and probing disappeared. The corners of her eyes began to turn red, and the tips of her ears also turned red, like peach blossoms. Her eyes didn't move as she stared at him. It was as if she had passed through countless fragmented worlds. She finally returned here, saw him, and he didn't let her regret it every time, abandoning everything in those worlds and coming back again. Chapter 2752. Wei Wei Bai suddenly reached out and cupped his face. Her fingertips gently rubbed against his cheeks. His cheeks were flushed, and his temperature burned her fingertips. Yi Yuxuan. Her voice was soft and gentle. In the future, I will like you very much. She couldn't say that she loved him now. She couldn't say that she loved him. She couldn't say that she was loyal to him. She couldn't say that she belonged to him alone, because her mission had not been completed yet. She could only say that it would be in the future. That was the future that she had worked so hard for so long. And in the future, she would like him very, very much. Her future was for him. Yi Yuxuan's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at her serious expression without blinking. In an instant, he understood the meaning of this sentence. His body was still warm, but his heart was filled with gentleness. The corners of his eyes curved up, and the corners of his mouth rose. A smile spread in his eyes. Wei Wei Bai saw that he was smiling so happily and felt a little embarrassed. He was so happy that he had turned into a fool by making an empty promise. It made people wonder if water had entered his brain. It was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but she felt that he was very cute like this. Wei Wei Bai also smiled. The doubt in her eyes disappeared. She pulled him down. The atmosphere was intimate. The atmosphere was natural. Everything seemed to be just right. The overlapping shadows under the lights seemed exceptionally beautiful. Just as something was about to happen, the doorbell rang. Yi Yuxuan and Wei Wei Bai. The doorbell rang for a long time. Wei Wei Bai immediately let go of him and lay back on the sofa. She calmed her breathing. Her face was red, and her eyes were misty. Yi Yuxuan was in a much worse state. He pulled the blanket over and wrapped Wei Wei Bai, hiding half of her face under the blanket. Although her clothes were not messed up yet, but he couldn't bear to see her like this. Then he stretched out his long legs and stepped off the sofa. He reached out and smoothed his messy hair back, revealing his fair forehead. His expression darkened, and his eyes regained their calmness. There was even a trace of unfriendly coldness in them. As he buttoned his collar, he walked towards the door. By the time he opened the door, his collar was already buttoned to the top, completely covering himself. Outside the door was his company's staff. A man and a woman smiled respectfully. "Director Yi, the things you wanted are here. We specially selected the best materials. We guarantee that the small ornaments made will be super beautiful. Miss Bai will definitely like it." Yi Yuxuan's expression was gloomy. Her originally exquisite face now looked like a carefully carved piece of art. There was not a single trace of life. He clearly didn't show the slightest hint of displeasure. However, the smiles on the two staff members' faces froze. He felt a murderous aura. What was going on? Yi Yuxuan stared at them silently for a while before reaching out to take the box. Scram! His voice was unusually calm and indifferent. There was no fluctuation. There was no fluctuation of emotions that made people scram at all. Then, the door was closed. The staff standing outside stood in a daze for a long time before touching the goosebumps on his arms. "Director Yi, it's so scary." The female staff member trembled as she spoke. The male staff member asked, "Did we disturb something?" The two staff members recalled Yi Yuxuan's state. When they said that, it had seemed like she was disturbed by something, which was why she was so angry. The two staff members revealed anti-smiles. We won't prepare a crib next time, right? He. Chapter 2753. After all, Yi Yuxuan was famous for looking like a robot. It was rare for him to have more human emotions. The employees of the company were also happy. Who would be happy that the boss had no human feelings at all? Wasn't he looking for trouble? And the boss who was in love was easy to talk to. Just thinking about it made him feel that his previous boss was like a cold-hearted demon king. Yi Yuxuan, who was holding the box with a dark expression, saw that Wei Wei Bai had already lifted the blanket and was lying on the sofa, happily playing games with his phone again. The speed at which he changed his expression, the charming and gentle atmosphere, just now, was completely destroyed. Wei Wei Bai turned back and smiled happily. Xian, do you want to play a cross-dressing game together? I'll buy you an angel outfit if you chirp a few times. Yi Yuxuan, then he put down the box silently, turned around and walked back. Wei Wei Bai asked casually, "Where are you going?" Yi Yuxuan replied calmly, "Bathroom." Wei Wei Bai nodded and said, "Remember to ask for cold water." Yi Yuxuan's footsteps paused, and then he finally suppressed his heavy breathing helplessly, entered the bathroom, and closed the door heavily. Wei Wei Bai, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh silently while holding his phone. How cute. He probably had to take a cold shower this time. Wei Wei Bai laughed and said, "Tongzi, do you think Xian looks like you, Xiaoyan?" The system almost choked on a mouthful of fish gelatin chicken soup. It was immediately dumbfounded. "Huh? What? What did you say?" "I was just locked in a small dark room." Wei Wei Bai narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you can't hear clearly, right?" The system immediately said, "I heard clearly. Do you think you Xiaoyan looks like Yi Yuxuan? I think they're super alike. Look, they're both men. They have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. They're about the same height, and their hair is black. They look alike in every way." Wei Wei Bai, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with that description, but he kept feeling that something was wrong. The system replied, "How can they not be similar? Their personalities are more alike. They're cold on the outside and don't know how to talk. Who are they trying to impress with that cold face of theirs?" Wei Wei Bai, that makes sense. Both of them were extremely calm. However, there seemed to be quite a lot of men with such personalities. Comparing them like this, it seemed that the difference between the two of them was quite big. After all, Yu Xiaoyan was so sorrowful and self-pitying. He was still a very artistic young man. Yi Yuxuan had a calm personality, but she was also related to Yu Xiaoyan. As for the rest, they were completely different. After all, she had never seen Yi Yuxuan being so cultured, especially when it came to jade. He reckoned that in Yi Yuxuan's eyes, those Hetian jades, and mutton fat jades were all broken stones. Bai Weiwei's heart was at ease, and she continued to giggle and play games. The system heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the host was smart, he wasn't someone who would go to a dead end and come up with a solution. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to hide Yi Yuxuan's secret. Once the secret was leaked, based on Big Boss Ye's nature, no one would be able to live well if he exploded. He didn't want to be treated as the person who leaked the secret and be beaten to death. As expected, Yi Yuxuan slowly came out of the bathroom after a while. His wet hair had been wiped clean, and the black hair fell softly in front of his forehead, giving him a sense of casual handsomeness. Then, without a word, he opened the box. It was a pile of rainbow-colored tassels, a pile of high-quality jade bread rings, luxurious jade brands, jasper beads, and emerald lotuses appeared. T crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 2754. Wei Wei Bai originally thought that Yi Yuxuan would not care about those broken stones. However, when she looked up, she saw that this man was actually holding a tassel and a broken stone and studying it with his head lowered. Yi Yuxuan frowned for a while before slowly looking at Wei Wei Bai. "Do you think this thing is really beautiful?" Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a while before saying unhurriedly, "Then what do you think?" Yi Yuxuan was expressionless. A pile of broken stones. He really felt that way. He even felt that it was really strange that he liked these things in that world. Therefore, what he was most affected by was his implicit and crazy love for her, hidden in a kiss of hair. As for the rest, for example, He planted flowers and vegetables every day and felt sad for the lotus flowers. He even carried a pile of broken stones and tassels to do manual work. He did not understand it all. He did not want to understand either. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. Don't you think they are very beautiful? After all, they are very expensive. Yi Yuxuan stared at the pile of stones seriously for a long time before seriously commenting, IQ tax. Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan suddenly thought of something and looked at her again. It's quite beautiful. Don't you like it? I'll tie these colored lines to the stones for you. Such beautiful jade handicrafts. He described them as colored lines and stones. He immediately felt that it was really an IQ tax. Wei Wei Bai touched her chin and sighed. All right, you can just make a collar for me. Yi Yuxuan nodded and then casually took out his phone and sent another message. What needs a collar is a cheongsam or a traditional Chinese dress. Which one do you like? Wei Wei Bai said casually, a cheongsam. Yi Yuxuan nodded calmly. Everything was very natural. This natural made Wei Wei Bai put down the doubts in her heart. After returning from the plane, he might still be immersed in the emotions of the plane. After all, she had been in the plane for a while this time, so she didn't have an emotional shield. Perhaps it was also the infection during this period of time. She might have thought wrongly when she came back. Although she thought so, Wei Wei Bai still observed Yi Yuxuan's movements from the corner of her eyes. He's checking his phone. Wei Wei Bai tried to take a look. A complete manual of collar pressing teaching you how to quickly weave a jade pendant and so on and so forth. That's right. Yi Yuxuan didn't know how to do that. His fingers were exceptionally beautiful. His knuckles were well defined, and the broken stones on his fingertips looked even more moist and beautiful. Yi Yuxuan sat for a long time. Only then did she slowly weave a tassel that looked like a China knot. Although it was his first time doing it, it was not bad. But it was a little ugly. Wei Wei Bai squinted at the man next to her as she played the game. After watching for a long time, she started to feel sleepy. When Yi Yuxuan finished another craft, he saw Wei Wei Bai leaning against the sofa and falling asleep. Her soft face was light pink from sleep. Her hands were hanging under the sofa, and her phone had fallen onto the carpet. She was like a child. Yi Yuxuan let go of the stones, then walked over, bent down, picked her up, and walked into the room. She shouldn't have suspected anything. Yi Yuxuan thought calmly. It was too easy to guess her mood and observe her expression, and she trusted him too much. He didn't show any signs, so she really thought that there was nothing wrong with him. Yi Yuxuan stuffed her into the quilt, letting the quilt tightly wrap around her. Then he lowered his head and kissed her deeply, just like how she thought that he would cool down after taking a cold shower. In fact, his skin was still hot. Under the dim yellow light, she finally felt uncomfortable and hit him with her hand. He let go of her. Then, afraid that he would be impulsive, he touched her face to comfort her and turned to leave the room. Yi Yuxuan felt that he would die of depression sooner or later. He sat back on the table, and his fingers instinctively made an unusually complicated and beautiful craft to suppress himself. This kind of complicated and instantaneous little thing. It was Yu Xiaoyun's ability. Yi Yuxuan stared at this thing for a long time and calmly opened it. It was like he was opening up everything in that world. This was good. If she wanted to continue, he couldn't give her any burdens. Yi Yuxuan sat at the table for a long time before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're willing to come back. He was really afraid that one day she would stay in another world. Then Yi Yuxuan bent down to pick up the phone she dropped and accidentally swiped the screen. He saw that Wei Wei Bai was actually playing a transvestite account. He even said generously to a female player, "Chirp me, I'll buy you a flower suit." Female player, "Little brother is the best. Chirp, chirp, chirp." Yi Yuxuan's expression darkened. Wei Wei Bai slept comfortably. Suddenly, her lips were pressed down by something, and she had difficulty breathing. She struggled to wake up, but saw the man with his back to the light with a gloomy face. "I heard that if I chirp you, you'll buy a suit for others." Little brother? Wei Wei Bai. He was just playing a game to relax. Was he jealous? When Yi Yuxuan saw her unrepentant appearance, he suddenly kissed her on the lips 3 times in silence. Wei Wei Bai. Yi Yuxuan, if I kiss you, will you buy me equipment? Wei Wei Bai stared at him innocently. Suddenly, She couldn't help but laugh. She hugged him with both hands and pulled him onto the bed. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy whatever you want. She lay in his arms and kissed him gently. So, don't be angry, my little brother. / save button at the bottom to record this reading. Crossover system, Adonis, come over here. Chapter 2755. Yi Yuxuan only felt a warm and soft breath, which made him sluggish for a moment. Then the person in his arms said sleepily, Okay, go to sleep. After she kissed him, she promised to buy him equipment. Then she hugged him with both hands and legs, not afraid that he would be beastly. She rubbed her head against his chest and muttered, Men are so delicate. Yi Yuxuan was speechless for a moment. Then he pursed his lips, pulled the blanket over, and covered her. Then he instinctively lowered his head to kiss the top of her head. Suddenly, he paused and slowly kissed the side of her ear. Softly, he whispered, You only know how to mess with me. Messing with him like this, with a smug look on her face. What's the difference between her and the little devil? Bai Weiwei, who was in his arms, had already fallen asleep. She had a hateful appearance that ignored everything. Yi Yuxuan also closed his eyes. He felt the sweet and soft temperature in his arms and felt his heart full. Under the gentle light, the man's ears were still red. When she kissed him just now, the fever seemed to take a long time to subside. Weiwei Bai stayed in reality for a few weeks. She downloaded a cross-dressing game for Yi Yuxuan. She bought him equipment. She chased after him every day, calling him darling, I'll give you the whole world. Yi Yuxuan's face was calm. Weiwei Bai was a transvestite, and he was a normal male number. So the strange thing was, in the game, the two men were together every day. Qin Xiao, the transvestite, would tail them from time to time, and Bai Changyan secretly went online to peep. It was simply a perverted family, but it was the one with the most purchasing power. Every time Weiwei Bai bought some good-looking skin and threw it to Yi Yuxuan would double it, or even 10 times, to buy it for her. A childish game. It was a large-scale scene of dog abuse. The game dealer was probably the happiest one. His HP of 14,500 had been full for a long time. No matter how long he stayed, he would only have the same amount of HP. Weiwei Bai sometimes thought about not transmigrating at all. So many years were enough for her to squander. And if she really lived that long, she wouldn't be pretty when she was old. But occasionally, when she woke up from her sleep, she would see the man hugging her as he slept. He was so beautiful that he could be compared to her. He would probably be a handsome old man when he got older. And she must be an old beauty. When he thought about it this way, he actually felt that there was nothing wrong with fighting a few more rounds to earn more HP. So Weiwei Bai said to the system, Let's go, smash everything. The system ate until it was full. It struggled to empty the remaining items in the refrigerator and hid them in its own refrigerator. Finally, he managed to eat it. The rest of the food filled his fridge until there was nothing left. The Sidewatch's refrigerator was much bigger than his. He didn't eat more. His fridge couldn't hold so much food. He heard Weiwei Bai say that she was leaving. The system bent down and rubbed its round belly. Coming. If he ate too much, he had to walk more to digest it. Weiwei Bai's soul had just left her body. Yi Yuxuan opened his eyes. He lowered his eyes and stared at her for a long time before continuing to hug her. Then he slowly closed his eyes. He fell into a deep sleep. Weiwei Bai woke up this time with a foot basin in her hands. She focused her eyes and saw that she was standing in an ancient-looking corridor. The lanterns above her head emitted a faint light. The pavilions outside the corridor were unusually winding and beautiful, and she was wearing an ancient female outfit. She wore a light yellow narrow-sleeved shirt and a garnet red long skirt that covered her shoes. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Download of the full text: https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 2756. She moved her feet. Oh, it was the feeling of embroidered shoes. It seemed that this time it was said in ancient times. Weiwei Bai looked calm and saw that the corridor was full of servant girls. This should be the backyard. At first, she thought that she was also a servant girl. However, she saw that the servant girls who passed by bowed to her. Although they turned around, they couldn't help but look at her with mocking eyes. It wasn't obvious. For Wei Bai, it was too easy to observe this. And most of the servant girls' clothes were light green or light blue. The material of their clothes was not as good as hers. Just as Wei Bai was holding a foot basin with a cute face. The system was finally back. He was too full and ran too far with his soul. He was too tired and paralyzed for a long time before he crawled back. Memory input. Wei Bai could calmly deal with the aftereffects of the memory input. Yes, input it. When a memory was transmitted, the automatic notification sounded. This mission is to obtain Lu Xinglan's love. Target, Lu Xinglan. Completion, 0. Time, to be determined. He must be addicted to waiting for the mission time. Wei Bai almost rolled her eyes at the completion time. After accepting the memory, she continued to walk forward slowly. The memory made her face a little pale, but her expression changed from calm to nervous, shy, and expectant. Her identity in this world was a concubine, happened to be the concubine of the target, Lu Xinglan. When Wei Bai saw this identity, she really wanted to twitch the corners of her mouth. She had been someone's wife so many times. She was a little not used to suddenly having a concubine, and her identity before she became a concubine was also a servant girl. This also explained why those servant girls were so disdainful when they bowed to her just now. After all, they were of the same background, and her identity as a concubine was especially bad, because it was the madam of the Lu family who forced it on her son. And the reason she was chosen was that she was good-looking and looked good. Wei Bai give birth to a baby. What was worse was when the original owner was sent to Lu Xinglan's room with her face cut open. Lu Xinglan was currently fighting against enemies at the border. He had no idea that he had a concubine, and Mother Lu was in such a hurry to get someone to send it over. It was just that Lu Xinglan was already 23 years old, but she still didn't get close to women, nor did she get married. In ancient times, he was considered an extremely old bachelor. Anyone would be anxious if they were in his shoes. However, he had a problem that prevented him from starting a family. Yes, Lu Xinglan hated women. It was the kind of disgust that made him want to vomit whenever a woman approached him. And it was uncontrollable. It was like the physiological reaction of someone who hated coriander and wanted to throw up when they smelled it. Lu Xinglan happened to hate women. All women, no matter if they were young, old, or even his mother. Just looking at it made him want to vomit. This was an illness that couldn't be cured. This worried Lu Xinglan's mother. She was the only child in the family. Several generations of the Lu family had made great contributions in battle, but in the end, they all died on the battlefield. And this tragedy was exchanged for monstrous power and the terrifying control of the military. In the end, it all fell into Lu Xinglan's hands, and he didn't disappoint. He led the entire army and defeated the cavalry of the Northern Kingdom. He also broke the guts of those people. He raised the reputation of the Lu family to another level. His career was incomparably successful. Only his family was left. He was the only male left in the Lu family. If he didn't get married, he would have to wait for the family line to end. Mother Lu couldn't bear it. At https://www.sashu.com/full-text https://www.sashu.com download at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2757. A bunch of loyal subordinates who followed Lu Xinglan couldn't stand it. They started to arrange blind dates for him. In the end, they finally found a girl with a good family background and a good reputation. She was also the most talented and beautiful girl in the capital. Lu Xinglan must be satisfied. The two sides agreed to meet when they went to the temple to offer incense. Afraid that Lu Xinglan would refuse, Mother didn't tell him. Mother Lu simply didn't tell him and just asked him to escort her to the temple. Then, she cleared the place, and Mother Lu took the opportunity to leave. She let the most talented girl meet Lu Xinglan. She thought that such a perfect girl would fall in love at first sight, get married at second sight, and hold a baby. However, before Mother Lu and the others could smile happily, the most talented girl was kicked out of the temple. Lu Xinglan stood at the door like a demon and said coldly, "I hate women." Everyone. Lu Xinglan's eyes were filled with killing intent. "If you're a woman, don't come near me." Disgusting. He became famous after one battle, especially after the most talented girl was kicked until she was bedridden for 3 months and almost died. No woman dared to approach Lu Xinglan anymore. In the future, any woman who saw him would take a detour. They were afraid that they would be kicked to meet the king of hell. To treat his illness, Mother Lu sent servant girls to him every day. In the end, not a single servant could enter his room. They were all sent out. Mother Lu was even more ruthless. She replaced the entire courtyard with servant girls. As long as Lu Xinglan returned from the battlefield, the servants by his side were all servant girls. The people who served him were all women. In the end, Lu Xinglan served himself. None of those women could even think of getting close to him. This time, Lu Xinglan was hit by an arrow on the battlefield. Although it was scary but not dangerous, the godly doctor who followed him immediately treated him without any sequelae. However, Mother Lu was so scared that her eyes almost rolled back and she fainted. She was even more determined to leave a descendant for Lu Xinglan. Then, she saw the original owner. She immediately raised the original owner's status and sent her to her son's courtyard. She didn't give her son who hadn't returned a chance to refuse. As for why she liked the original owner, because she was beautiful enough. Wei Bai asked the system, "Am I the most beautiful girl in this world?" System, "Motherfucker, other than the #1 beauty in the host's mind, is there nothing else?" He resisted the urge to complain and said, "No, she just looks like a fox." This was what the information said. He didn't know what it meant to be seductive. After all, his host had turned into a fox, but he didn't think that she was bewitching. Instead, she was more like a little husky. Wei Bai bewitching? Wasn't this the appearance that the elders hated the most? How could he be chosen by Mother Lu? Bai Wei thought about it for a moment and understood. After all, she wanted her son to be enlightened and know the good of women. Of course, he couldn't choose a lady from a noble family. If it wasn't for her bad reputation, Mother Lu might have even gotten the most popular courtesan in the brothel. This was also a case of a desperate patient turning to any doctor available. If Lu Xinglan kept away from women like this, the first one to go crazy would be his mother. However, she had to look more foxy and seductive to seduce men. How could Mother Lu disregard everything and praise a servant girl? There was no mirror here either. She stared at the hot water in the foot basin. Yes, it was warped and rippled with heat. She couldn't see her face clearly. Wei Bai didn't care anymore. It was fine as long as she knew that she wasn't disfigured. Lu Xinglan came back and was resting in the room. She held a foot basin and was going to fulfill her duty. Washing feet, she could have babies as she washed. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 2758. Wei Bai finally walked to Lu Xinglan's courtyard. The courtyard was empty, and there was a place like a martial arts arena set up outside. There were knives, spears, sticks, and all kinds of targets. Several of them had been smashed and were on the verge of collapsing. Wei Bai, she felt that those targets were ahead. What was going on? The door of the house was wide open, and the moonlight poured in. The curtain of broken beads was lifted and tied to one side. An incense burner could be seen in the room, and the smoke of agarwood was floating. Although Lu Xinglan was the highest-ranking military commander, with the title of Great General and many military achievements, he was not a simple, brainless general. He liked to read and was good at strategy. The staff officers and military counselors around him were just decorations. And after the battlefield, He liked to live a refined life. The style of the house was elegant, like a scholar. Wei Wei Bai held a basin of water, and her hands were already sore. There was really no one in the courtyard. There seemed to be a page boy or something, but she didn't see anyone. The system said the male lead is sitting inside and reading. He sits in a relatively remote place. Others can't see him at the door, but he can see anything at the door. Wei Wei Bai. Such a person is very vigilant. Looking for a place to read was like squatting on an advantageous spot to hunt and secretly peeping around to be at ease. She stood at the door and didn't say anything. Instead, she was silent, and there was even hesitation and uneasiness on her face. There was a trace of expectation and fear in her eyes. The pomegranate red dress was also moving slightly. It was unusually urgent and uneasy. On one side of the bead curtain in the room, there were many books thrown casually on the rosewood table. On the table, wide black sleeves were casually hanging on the table. A delicate hand like jade was casually flipping through the books. He heard someone coming, but he was too lazy to look up. The heat of the night was hot, and there was an ice basin in the room. Wei Wei Bai wandered outside for a while and asked the system for the side reward. The side reward from the previous plane was so tiring. Even if the reward was useless, she wouldn't let it go. After all, she could cheat the main system a little. The system had already searched every corner of the supermarket discount area. Finally, he found a decent reward for him. Ding! Side reward released. Wei Wei Bai waited for a while. What reward? Why is there no instruction manual? The system said, warning, it's stuck. It's a type of fragrant essential oil. It's been sprinkled on your body. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss. What's the use of it? The system said, isn't the male lead disgusted by women? It's probably because your feminine scent is too smelly. As a reward, I'll sprinkle some fragrant essential oil on you. I guarantee that your feminine scent will be different from the rest. He won't be able to stop himself from smelling it and definitely won't vomit. Wei Wei Bai. What if it's not the taste that disgusts him? Then the reward is useless. Hee hee. Wei Wei Bai. Could this reward be any more unreliable? Trash. Wei Wei Bai felt that if she continued to stand at the door and chat with the system about the side quest, it would be too late. He was probably going to have a heart attack from anger. She resumed her persona and gently stepped forward. She was well behaved, but she did not make a sound, just as his foot touched the threshold. She heard a voice that was as cold as ice and as crisp as broken jade coming from inside the door. Go back. Wei Wei Bai's footsteps paused. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her voice contained a trace of soft surprise. Young master. Her voice was unexpectedly pleasing to the ears. It made the man who was reading a book look up indifferently. He saw a petite figure standing at the door outside the beaded curtains. She was as graceful as a willow in the spring breeze. She bent her body as if she wanted to see something. Her pair of charming eyes were wet. Her fair face had a delicate blush because of walking. She was like a flower bud that was pinched and tender. She was extremely charming, but had a pure and simple beauty to it. The man who was sitting at the table was slightly stunned. He saw that the audacious girl had already stepped into his room. The moment of stagnation in the man's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of impatience. She really was not afraid of death. It seemed that he would have to kick another one out. Chapter 2759. Wei Wei Bai walked in with water, one step at a time, hesitant but determined. Then she saw the sleeve on the table, the fair hand that was exposed, and the book that was casually thrown on the table. The yellow light of the candlelight. The outline of the man's body under the light cast a shadow on the wall. He was unusually slender and beautiful. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but blink. Then she lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Young master, I'll wash your feet." The man by the table sneered coldly. "Get out." It was the second time he said it. The impatience in his voice was unusually obvious. Wei Wei Bai stood in place, not daring to look up. A small figure, with a head of dark green hair, with a beautiful peony and jasper hairpin, hung down like a tender flower stalk that was slumped by the rain. Her garnet dress moved slightly. It seemed like she wanted to move forward, but was afraid of something. The man inside slowly looked up, a pair of cold black eyes, with a hint of mockery. She was really unscrupulous to climb up. Knowing his problem, she still want to climb up. It was definitely not because of him. It was because of the financial power behind him. He threw the book away, put his hands on the armrest of the chair, and said in a cold voice, "Come here." When he said this, his foot also pointed outside, as if waiting for something. Wei Bai looked up. A trace of surprise appeared on her face. A soft face, a pair of seductive eyes, shimmering with enchanting light. The rippling light in the man's eyes moved. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -30. Wei Bai. What kind of deep hatred to have such a high negative favorability? Normally, this kind of favorability would only appear after killing one's parents or entire family. Right? System. No, he just hates women. Wei Bai. She now knew that there were people who hated women to this extent. At first, she thought it was a disguise. After all, Lu Xinglan didn't have this problem when she was young. It only started when she was older. Maybe it was because the Lu family was too powerful, and they were afraid of the royal family. So they damaged their reputation. That way, he could protect himself. As for those who hated women, the best way to protect themselves was to end their bloodline. Without descendants, he was no different from a eunuch. No matter how much he struggled after the death of his child, wouldn't those things be taken back by the royal family? In the end, when she saw the favorability rating, Wei Bai was finally certain. This guy was in the final stages of misogyny. Wei Bai put away all the distracting thoughts and put on an innocent look of admiration and joy to be close to him. She walked forward in small steps without raising her head. Her long eyelashes covered her beautiful eyes as she walked to the table with a basin of warm water for washing her feet. The man's cold gaze fell on her. He saw her drooping her neck. Her small red lips were full and captivating. It was like a small cherry, delicate and alluring, waiting to be picked. Her waist was slender and soft, and her pomegranate red skirt was swaying. Every step she took was like a lotus. The light yellow top with narrow sleeves was clearly not very tight. However, he could see the seductive curve of her chest. Even though it was done casually, her every move seemed to be seductive. Lu Xinglan turned his gaze away with an indifferent expression. His clean brows were already slightly furrowed. The unfamiliar fragrance of the girl had already filled the air. He stretched out his finger and put it under his nose with a look of disdain. The smell of a woman. It made him want to vomit, as if this didn't make him feel like vomiting. So what? He would definitely feel it later. They were not close enough. Chapter 2760. The basin was placed beside the chair. The girl also lowered her head and squatted down, saying softly, "I'll take off young master's shoes." She did not raise her head from beginning to end and looked at him directly. After all, she was born as a servant girl, so she was very reserved. The habit of not daring to look directly at her master was very obvious on her. Her delicate wrists stretched out from her sleeves. Her hands were clean and did not wear any accessories such as bracelets. Her skin was so white that it was like a layer of powder had been shaved off. Under the light, it was dazzling white. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes. His calm and cold eyes carried a trace of gloomy anger. He sneered, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kick you out?" It was instinctive for him to kick women. It was like when someone saw an animal or insect that they hated. In an instant, he instinctively kicked out. Others would think that he did it on purpose. In fact, it was purely unintentional. After all, he was not that free. There were so many strong enemies and people that he hated. He did not even have enough time to kick them. How could it be a woman's turn? A group of weak birds. He was not interested in being a target. That was why Wei Bai was so close to him. His feet did not instinctively kick out. He was a little surprised. He stared coldly at the top of her head. From afar, she did not look ugly. Now that she was close, he looked at the top of her head. Her hair was thick. Wei Bai reached out and touched his lower part with her fingertips. She saw that he was stepping on the ground with unusual force. It was not that easy to take off his shoes. She could only whisper again, "Young master, can you lift your foot?" Lu Xinglan lifted his foot, but it looked like he was going to kick her. Wei Bai did not seem to see it. Her hand was just about to touch his shoes, but she heard him say, "Last chance, get out." Wei Bai's fingers stiffened. and her body also stiffened. Her eyelashes trembled, and the grievance in her eyes suddenly surged out. With a splash, tears rolled down her cheeks. Her originally seductive eyes were unbelievably clear and pure after being soaked in water. Wei Wei Bai's half-squatting legs softened as she knelt down. She trembled silently, and the sound of her sobbing was not obvious at all. The raised foot was about to move forward. However, when she cried, the man's feet stiffened. Wei Wei Bai suddenly whispered, "Don't chase me away, young master." Without waiting for Lu Xinglan to mock him, she was already crying as she said, "Old madam will kill me." His painful sobs were filled with despair. "I was bought to serve you. If you don't want me, the old madam can't keep me." She had already been promoted to a concubine. Furthermore, she was a servant girl. This was already a blow to Mother Lu's reputation, and she was desperate. If this foxy servant girl could make her son more open-minded about women, then she would be able to make her son more open-minded. Although this concubine had damaged her reputation, she was still a concubine. At the very least, it had some value. If she was also kicked out by her own son, then the enraged Mother Lu would definitely be even more disgusted to see her. He killed her directly, or sold to a terrible place like the brothel to be tortured. This was also a reasonable guess. As she cried, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She didn't know when a slender, beautiful, yet strong finger had reached her collar. The fingertips hooked around her collar and pulled it open bit by bit, revealing the secret and seductive skin underneath. She trembled and almost wanted to avoid it. However, she heard the man say slowly, "Didn't you want to serve me? If you dare to run, I'll break your legs and sell you." Chapter 2761. Wei Wei Bai. Under the light, the girl lowered her head uneasily. Because of his actions, she was so scared that the skin on her neck was trembling. Under her wet eyelashes, her eyes were unusually wet and clear. That foxy and enchanting temperament was diluted by a lot. Her dazed and silly temperament was even more prominent. The man sitting narrowed his eyes and casually pulled open her collar with his fingertips. The collar fell open, revealing her small and exquisite collarbone and half of her white and tender shoulder. She seemed to be very cold. It was clearly hot in the room, even though there was an ice basin. The man did not feel any coldness at all. He lowered his head calmly. His movements were slow, and there was even a trace of hesitation. Although it was not obvious, one could see that his brows were furrowed even deeper. It was as if he was going to do something particularly scary. The girl knelt with her head lowered in a daze. Suddenly, she felt an unfamiliar warm breath by her neck. Before she could react, the man who pulled open her collar lowered his head to smell her skin and immediately let go of her clothes. He quickly threw them away as if he was holding something dirty. Then, he casually reached out and leaned against the tip of his nose, as if he was suppressing something, as if he was afraid of kissing something that made him want to vomit. Wei Wei Bai felt that she might really be smelly. Otherwise, Lu Xinglan would not be like this. Smelling her was no different from smelling gas. But she did not vomit. If she really vomited, she would be traumatized and disgusted. The next second, Lu Xinglan, who was enduring something, suddenly said in a low voice, "Get out." The girl trembled and the corners of her eyes turned red. She really looked wronged. The man stared at her coldly for a while before explaining, "You've stayed long enough. You didn't get kicked out when you stepped into my room. You walked out on your own, understand?" She lowered her head and did not look up, but one could see the confusion. The man sneered, "Get lost." The tears in Wei Wei Bai's eyes almost fell again because of the roar. The man choked on the order in his mouth and could not say it for a moment. In the military camp, he was used to giving orders and scolding people loudly. For a moment, he also used this habit on her. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and started crying. He hated weak and crying women the most. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -10. Wei Wei Bai, did her favorable impression of him jump off a building? Had he directly risen by 20? She knew when to stop. She immediately stood up and said to him in a low voice, "Young master, okay, I'll go out now." After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The peonies on her temples swayed along with her hair, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Before walking out, Wei Wei Bai pretended to be careless and unintentionally glanced at him. The man sat on a chair with a standing lamp beside him. In the hazy halo of light, Lu Xinglan's face, which had nothing to do with a general, was exceptionally fair and beautiful. There was no trace of her being tempered by the wind and sun. He looked like a girl, but he didn't have the slightest sense of softness. Dressed in a long robe, his temperament was calm and indifferent. Every inch of his skin was snow white and clean. It contained an invisible sense of power. The flowing light in his eyes was like a bloody light, and a baleful aura appeared unconsciously. Wei Wei Bai stepped out of the door and didn't look back again. It was enough to get a feel of the target's personality first. After all, this was the first time they had met. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought about it. But how did that 20 favorability suddenly increase? He pulled open her collar and took a whiff. Immediately, his body temperature rose. Chapter 2762. Could it be that he had been single for too long, so when he smelled a woman, he suddenly became excited? When he saw that seductive figure disappear, Lu Xinglan released his fingers with a puzzled expression. He didn't feel like vomiting at all. He even felt that she smelled good. For Lu Xinglan, this experience was too strange, so he was a bit slow for a moment. Why? Didn't he feel disgusted? Could it be that she was too beautiful? No. Lu Xinglan calmly refuted himself. He had seen more beautiful women, but he still felt like a piece of smelly meat, so disgusting that he didn't want to eat for 3 days. This was the first time. He didn't want to vomit. A woman who didn't feel like a piece of smelly meat. Lu Xinglan looked at the cold foot washing water. He thought of that girl who didn't smell, crying and begging him not to chase her away. They were afraid that they would be sold or killed. He took off his shoes expressionlessly and began to wash his feet. The water was cold, but he still felt a bit hot. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Under her collar, he could vaguely see the strap of her belly band, which was carefully hidden under her collar. It was also pink. It was bright pink. It was like a ball of fire, making him feel hot. Lu Xinglan looked straight ahead, but his thin lips couldn't help but purse. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -5. Wei Wei Bai, who had just left the courtyard, analyzed with the system. Why did the favorability jump so fast? The system was also confused. Wei Wei Bai calmly touched her neck and the collar that she had already put on. Could it be that Lu Xinglan was obsessed with necks? Seeing that her neck was beautiful, he desperately increased the favorability. He was really a generous pervert. But soon, Wei Wei Bai thought of the reward. Maybe Lu Xinglan simply hates the smell of women, and I just made him not feel disgusted, so he was so happy that he desperately increased the favorability. This wasn't an unfounded guess. After all, for a normal man, any woman would be so disgusted that he couldn't eat. Suddenly, he met someone who could make him eat. It would be strange if the favorability didn't increase. Wei Wei Bai analyzed the situation with the system as she returned to her small courtyard. The small courtyard was given to her by Mother Lu. After all, she was considered one of the people in her son's house. It wasn't good to let her really squeeze in with the servant girls and sleep on the shared bed. There were 2 servant girls in the courtyard for her as well. However, he was exceptionally disdainful, looking down on her. Who didn't know that Bai Wei Wei would definitely be sold? Because no woman could get close to Lu Xinglan. As Lu Xinglan's concubine, what use was she if she couldn't get close to him? Therefore, no one wanted to be her master. Everyone was waiting for her bad luck. Seeing Wei Wei Bai come in, the 2 servant girls continued to eat the sunflower seeds and ignored her. He teased, "Some magpies think that they have fallen into the phoenix's nest because they are lame. They really think that they are the real phoenix." That's true. In a few days, this courtyard will probably be empty again. After all, Lu Xinglan didn't touch women, and the meaning of Wei Wei Bai's existence was for him to touch. Therefore, after a few days, Mrs. Lu saw that Wei Wei Bai couldn't make it. How could this courtyard not be empty? Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything and returned to her room. Passers-by ate B, C, D, and so on. At first, she was still interested in arguing for a few minutes to pass the time. Now, She didn't even find such a boring way to pass the time. It was better to rest and sleep. In the end, at night, Lu Xinglan's page boy came to the courtyard door with a lantern. "Madam Bai, young master wants you to go over and sit." Chapter 2763. When Weiwei by her Ms. Bai, she was making rouge with petals. She searched for the things used for makeup in this era. She actually saw something like lead powder. It was poisonous. The lipstick was even cheaper, and it seemed to contain heavy metals. It would be disfigured for a long time. Then she searched for all kinds of things of the original owner. Sure enough, she was poor. There were only some copper coins left in the money box, and only a little bit of silver. Not to mention buying things. She could only order the kitchen to make some food. She could only order it a few times. She was a maid before, and her monthly salary was pitiful, and her food was particularly bad. Although the yard was set aside for 2 maids, and she was forcibly promoted. But everything else cannot keep up. Mother Lu did not give her any benefits. Perhaps he didn't have the slightest confidence in whether Weiwei could let his son touch women. So there was almost no investment in Weiwei Bai. There was not even a jewelry box. Weiwei Bai felt that she continued to be poor in this plane. No matter how poor she was, she could not be poor in beauty. Without good skincare products, she could do it herself. Outside the door, the voice of the boy servant sounded again. "Ms. Bai, the young master asked you to go over." This name was too annoying. A boy servant directly called her Ms. Bai, which was extremely disrespectful. Weiwei Bai looked at herself in the bronze mirror and picked up a flower for rouge on the table unhurriedly. She pinned it to her hair. The begonia flower was much brighter than rouge. The flower was beautiful, and it saved money. Weiwei Bai got up calmly and then walked out slowly. It had been too long since she had experienced this kind of era. She had almost forgotten her etiquette for fear that she would be too abrupt when she walked. She had to walk in small steps. It was really hard to walk. Weiwei Bai reached out and pushed the door open. She saw the 2 maids at the door, staring at her like goldfish. She smiled kindly at them. Then she said softly to the boy's servant in a green cloth shirt, "I'm coming, little boy's servant." The little boy's servant, the page boy, had a cold expression on his face, as if he had just returned from a battlefield. His back was straight. Although his appearance was ordinary, his aura was not weak. Looking through the information in the system, he was indeed a loyal subordinate who had followed Lu Xinglan from the battlefield. He was only a page boy to protect Lu Xinglan. It was natural for him to look down on a concubine. Weiwei Bai pretended not to notice the strange expression on his face. She walked out, her figure swaying, her garnet red dress rippling in the absence of wind. Under the light of the lanterns in the dark of night, the girl was graceful and beautiful. The little boy followed her without saying a word. Arriving at Lu Xinglan's courtyard, the page boy pushed open the door. "Let's go in." Weiwei Bai smiled politely. "Thank you, little attendant." The little attendant was speechless. Being a page boy was sullen enough, but he was still young. For someone who had just returned from the battlefield and was full of murderous intent, this was not the case. That was a really disgusting name. Weiwei Bai walked into the courtyard. The door was open. The curtain of broken beads was still tied up. Lu Xinglan seemed to like opening doors very much. She put away the beaded curtain. This way, she could see the situation at the door. This may be an instinct and habit of the generals. The system said, "There are 2 people, the male protagonist and his mother." Weiwei Bai stopped in her tracks. It seemed that there was a chance. The mother and son were waiting for her in the same room. Weiwei Bai lowered her eyes and head, maintaining the etiquette of a servant girl, and stood at the door. Her voice was soft. "Young master?" There was a silence at the door, and a man's clear voice came. "Come in." There was a hint of a surprised smile on her face. Then she stepped into the room. /mobile. Chapter 2764. She saw an old woman dressed in luxurious clothes, sitting on the chair in front of her. Her wrinkles had reached her forehead, her hair was gray, and she wore all kinds of expensive jewelry and hairpins. Anyway, it was a feudal society. She looked like a typical landlady. The Lu family produced generals in every generation, but they were not literati. Mother Lu was also a Han Chinese at the border when she was young. Her taste was average. In this era, there was no culture in the family. It was a pure accident that she could raise a Lu Xinglan who liked to read and use her brain. Maybe it was a genetic mutation. The old woman stared at Wei Wei Bai. Her eyes were not friendly, but there was some expectation. Wei Wei Bai saw her, took a few steps forward, and bowed. "Madam." She was soft and weak. When she bowed, her body was enchanting, but she did not realize it. Mother Lu's eyes flashed with disgust, but she did not say anything. After all, she still hoped that this kind of woman could help her son's illness. "Xiao Wei is here." Mother Lu put on a fake smile and forced herself to be kind. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head shyly. Her slender neck was unusually beautiful, as white as a piece of warm jade. She was beautiful, soft, and charming in her innocence. Lu Xinglan, who was sitting beside the table and drawing a map, looked up casually. She stared at the little bit of skin that the girl showed for a while, and then looked away. The atmosphere in the room was very tense. After Wei Wei Bai bowed, she stood aside. She did not ask why she was here. She was here because she was asked to. A strategy that was on hold was just that casual. There was no rush anyway. Moreover, she hated women like Lu Xinglan who were sick. The more she rushed forward, the more likely she would be kicked away. If she was kicked away, then so be it. It was not easy to increase the favorability points, but it dropped again. It was a loss. Because she was bored, Wei Wei Bai talked to the system about her mentality. The system said, "This is the strategy of fatigue." The more she wore, the longer the strategy. The host was not made of iron. Even with the emotional shield, it blocked a lot of negative energy for the host. But after a long time, this kind of fatigue. Many hosts had them. Wei Wei Bai would occasionally appear in such a state. But it was rare for a plane to be so lazy at the beginning. Wei Wei Bai, that's not it either. I'm still enthusiastic about the increase in favorability, but this character setting is too difficult to display. In the ancient dimension, a maid in the backyard. She was just a concubine. Have you ever read otaku novels? The more active a concubine is, the faster she dies. That's why we can't let go of ourselves when we're not familiar with each other in the beginning. They chatted for a while. Finally, she heard Mother Lu say, "If you're not satisfied with this, then I'll enter the palace." When Lu Xinglan heard this, the tip of her pen paused. Then, she unhurriedly raised her eyes. Her dark eyes were calm, but carried a trace of coldness. Mother Lu picked up her teacup as if to confront him. "You know, this family can't have no descendants. Her Royal Highness happens to like you, so I'll go to the palace to ask for a favor so that you could be engaged to Her Royal Highness. This is still possible." Lu Xinglan's brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly calmed down. The Lu clan is too powerful. We can't involve other forces. This external force included the royal family. This kind of power was already a threat to the royal family. A marriage alliance with the royal family? Wouldn't that make the royal family even more fearful? Mother Lu snorted coldly. Involve? What I'm afraid of? I'm afraid that I won't have the face to meet my ancestors when I see the King of Hell in 100 years. You'll be a disgrace to the Lu clan if you don't have an heir. /save button you'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 2765. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head. She complained in her heart. Ah, this futile stench. Then she couldn't help but grab her sleeves with both hands. A trace of worry appeared on her face, as if she wanted to look up but didn't dare. Lu Xinglan put down the pen. Under the warm light, the man stood up from the chair. His slender body was like bamboo or pine. He had a cold and tough feeling. Although his appearance was gentle and delicate, the speed of his walking was unusually neat and clean. He walked in front of Mother Lu, and Wei Wei Bai stood beside him, as if casually. His deep eyes calmly swept over her. Then he looked at Mother Lu again. "Mother, give me some time. You know my illness." Mother Lu was angry and put down the teacup heavily. "How much more time do you need? When did you treat it?" If her son desperately tried to get close to a woman to treat his illness, it would be painful. Mother Lu was more relieved. At least her child still had a heart. He cared about being unfilial and having no descendants. But Lu Xinglan didn't have the slightest sense of anxiety. Instead, he publicized his reputation of being misogynistic to everyone. He was the god of war. With great power and unparalleled handsomeness. He even became famous at the poetry competition. With dozens of poems, he defeated the top scorer in the liberal arts. His literary reputation spread far and wide. Everything was good. Once his misogyny came out, many good people were scared away. But he wasn't anxious at all. He wasn't anxious, but his mother was. Mother Lou reached out and slammed the table, about to stand up. "I'll go to the palace and ask for a decree to let you marry the princess. You can kick away other women, but you can't deliberately kick away the princess. After interacting for a long time, you'll have a good impression of her." And there were many secrets in the royal family. To keep the descendants, there were all kinds of secret royal medicines. There could be one that could treat Lu Xinglan. The danger of marrying a princess was worth it. A cold sharpness flashed in Lu Xinglan's eyes. But filial piety ruled the world. His misogynistic reputation could spread. He couldn't hate his mother. He had too many things to deal with. He didn't have time to tangle with these miscellaneous things. And he couldn't blatantly stop his mother. If it was the border within his sphere of influence, Mother Lou couldn't threaten him like that. When he was angry, he could even put her under house arrest for old age. And no one dared to say anything. The forces in the capital were intricate and complicated. While there were many benefits to be had, there were also many concerns. For example, you can't put me under house arrest. Let someone take advantage of the situation. Marrying a princess was even more out of the question. She had a good impression of him in the royal family and was trying to kill the women around him. Only the emperor's little princess, who was doted on, had a heart as vicious as a scorpion. When he saw her, he couldn't help but feel nauseous from across the street. If he really begged for grace and married such a plaything into his family, he would definitely not be able to control himself and poison her to death. Lu Xinglan lowered her eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, her peripheral vision fell on the girl beside her. Even though they were so close, he didn't feel the slightest bit repulsed by her scent. He walked too close to his mother. It was uncomfortable to be so close to her. Bai Weiwei seemed to notice the light in his eyes. She secretly looked up, but just happened to meet his cold and sharp eyes. She was slightly stunned, and her face immediately turned red. As if she had a guilty conscience, she immediately lowered her head. The begonia flowers beside her hair made her soft and fair face look even more alluring. The man was also slightly stunned. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 0. Lu Xinglan retracted his gaze. The slight touch in his heart made him feel a little strange. // T. Chapter 2766. He thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said seriously, "Mother, I've tried my best to treat it, but this illness is too embarrassing. I can't let your son treat it with such fanfare." Mother Lu was happy to hear that. "How do you treat it? How are the effects?" Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent and calm, as if he was thinking about something. "Effects?" Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the arm of the dazed Bai Weiwei, pulling her into his arms. The girl's soft body was in his arms. This made the man, who was ready to die and had originally thought that he would vomit, stiffen for a moment. He didn't feel any disgust. He frowned in confusion, as if he didn't dare to believe it. Mother Lu saw him holding Weiwei Bai in his arms without any discomfort. She stood up in surprise. "You?" Lu Xinglan pushed the boat with the current. "I said, I'm treating it. This is the effect." Mother Lu was overjoyed. "Then you treat all women," Lu Xinglan said unhurriedly. "No, I'm not disgusted with her. It's because I practiced with her and tried my best to get used to her smell that I barely suppressed the disgust." After saying that, he pushed her aside with a look of disdain on his face. "But it won't last long. I guess I'll have to practice for a long time before I can really touch her." Mother Lu said anxiously, "Don't worry, it's fine as long as it can be treated. Our ancestors bless us. There's hope for our family." After saying that, she immediately said, "Let her move into the courtyard tomorrow and live with you. You'll treat her day and night. You'll be able to cure your illness and marry your first wife." Lu Xinglan's eyes didn't show the slightest change. He bowed politely. "Mother, you can make the decision." Mother Lu said with a smile, "You have to treat it well." After saying that, Mother Lu looked at Wei Wei Bai, and there was a trace of hypocritical kindness in her smile. "Serve the young master well," Wei Wei Bai said softly. "Yes, madam." "Ha, this stinking feudal family." After Mother Lu left, Wei Wei Bai was still standing in the same place. She pursed her lips and frowned. She seemed a little strange. Lu Xinglan walked in from the door. He saw the slender and soft girl look up timidly like a pitiful little rabbit. She was so enchanting. His eyes were full of childishness that did not understand the world. He walked over expressionlessly, but when he passed by her, he said, "Stay here tonight. If you want to act, you have to go all out." Letting her stay could shut Mother Lu's mouth. However, Wei Wei Bai took a few steps back. Her voice was trembling with excitement and uneasiness. "Yes, young master." Lu Xinglan had wanted to leave, but she saw her retreating further and further away. He indifferently looked up and stared at her for a while before slowly saying, "Do you hate me that much?" When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she immediately looked up and shook her head desperately. The girl's face flushed red. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't. Lu Xinglan pursed her thin lips, turned around, and slowly walked towards her. Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes and stepped back. For every step he took, she took 2 steps back. When she finally touched the table, the unfinished map on it trembled. Unable to retreat, she immediately reached out and made a gesture to stop him. "Young master, I know you hate women. It must be hard to get close to me." Lu Xinglan paused. "Why? Didn't you want to get close to me?" When it was dark just now, she couldn't wait to get close to him with a basin of water. Now it was late at night. Why was she so shy? Wei Wei Bai's face paled. She habitually lowered her head, but this time she gave off a sense of dejection. Lu Xinglan did not continue forward. His puzzled gaze fell lightly on her lowered eyelashes. Her long and thin eyelashes were like broken butterfly wings. Every time they trembled, it was ticklish. The girl's cherry-like lips were a little pale. She finally sighed and said, "Young master, you don't have to deliberately get close to me to deal with old madam. As long as you hold my hand, I can bear with it, even though it's disgusting." Lu Xinglan's eyes darkened. His cold, jade-like voice sounded faintly. "Are you worried that I will be disgusted?" Wei Wei Bai's face paled a little. She turned her head away and said in a soft and worried voice, "I hope that young master will be well." Lu Xinglan stared at her silently for a while. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged her slender waist. The soft touch. It made the man unexpectedly pause for a moment. Then, he calmly put her on the table. She was shocked and her eyes widened. The man's slender figure instantly enveloped her. He put his hands on both sides of her and bent down slightly. His face was facing her. The man's cold aura was infected with the smell of agarwood. There was a strong and calm feeling. His breathing was light, and his eyes had a few more traces of warmth. "Do you think that I'm disgusting?" Wei Wei Bai instinctively wanted to retreat, but he approached her step by step. In the end, the girl fell on the table in a panic. She pressed down on the messy papers on the table. However, the man had already closed in on her. She gave him an inch, and he wanted a yard. This was his enemy's evaluation of him. He clasped his fingers on her shoulder, preventing her from escaping. Then his deep voice sounded with a hint of frivolity in the dark night. "If you think I'm disgusting, come and treat me." Chapter 2767. The moonlight was brilliant. The light was warm and yellow. The atmosphere was too ambiguous. Wei Wei Bai's face was flushed red and full of panic. She wanted to push him away with both hands, but she was afraid of touching him. The man's strong touch and neat strength like a wild beast catching a rabbit made people unable to resist. He seemed to be used to it, even if it was such an insignificant contact. He also wanted to occupy the position of the absolute winner. Lu Xinglan's back was facing the candlelight. His beautiful and overly gentle face was covered with a layer of dreamy light. His voice, however, was slow and unhurried, as calm as ever. "Didn't you come to have a baby with me? How are you going to have a baby when you're so shy?" This sentence made Wei Wei Bai's face immediately turn red. Her fingers curled up and shrank in her sleeves. Her body lying on the table, the hem of her skirt hanging under the table, was pressed down by the man. Delicate spots of light were printed in her eyes, with a trace of shyness, but more than that, it was a dim acceptance of fate. It was the old madam's order. A servant's life was not worth 3 melons and 2 dates. No one would say anything if they were to be beaten to death and thrown into a mass grave if they were unwilling to obey the master's orders. So when the order was given, they had to do it. No one would think that a little servant had the right to refuse. His words made Lu Xinglan stop in her tracks. He supported his hands on both sides of her head. The girl's ink-black hair fell on the back of his hand, slightly cold and smooth. Lu Xinglan was silent for a while, then suddenly asked in a low voice, "You're not willing?" Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes trembled. That blush went to the back of her ears. The begonia in her hair was completely outshone by her beauty. In her eyes, ripples of light flickered, carrying a trace of affection that could not be hidden no matter how hard she tried. "Young master is very good," she murmured. After saying this, her red lips immediately pursed tightly. She was so nervous that her skin began to tremble. In this era, a woman confessed to a man so openly. It was a kind of wanton. Wei Wei Bai clearly knew how bold she was, but she was also afraid that she would be bold like that. Her face flushed red and panicked. She turned her eyes away. Her eyelashes were lowered and her eyes were trembling. Everyone says that young master is very good. The more she tried to cover it up, the more obvious it was. Lu Xinglan raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "Who is everyone?" He seemed to have lost some of his strength. His fingers loosened, and his body couldn't hold on any longer. He saw the young lady's seductive eyes widen in an instant. Her seductive charm disappeared, and she looked more adorable. Lu Xinglan's smile deepened. It was as if he was playing with a rabbit. "Tell me the names one by one, and I'll give them a reward." Wei Wei Bai nervously clenched her fists in front of her chest. She stuttered, "It's just a lot of people. Many people have said it, but I can't remember it clearly." The gloomy scheming in Lu Xinglan's eyes, as well as the straightforward unhappiness, were all replaced by the joy of teasing the rabbit. "Then tell me what's good about me." Wei Wei Bai's breathing was a little hurried. It was the soft fragrance of a young girl. It was the complete opposite of the wind and sand of the desert and the cold snow of the border. Those were his 2 favorite scents. Today, he found that the young lady's soft fragrance was sweet and extravagant. It was like a cup of wine that wasn't spicy, but it was unusually intoxicating. His eyes darkened. It was his first time coming into contact with a woman, so he didn't feel disgusted. At first, he was puzzled and vigilant. Then he slowly calmed down. She was just a little maid. He had investigated her thoroughly, and she couldn't be scheming against him. She probably wasn't a spy. It just so happened that he didn't feel so repulsed by her scent. Chapter 2768. Then he started to be curious. Why? Of course, it was just a faint doubt. It didn't make him want to get close to her. If it wasn't for Mother Lu suddenly coming to ask for a decree to bring that vicious and smelly princess over, he probably wouldn't have thought of this little maid. He just wanted to use her to calm Mother Lu's heart. In a few months, his plan was completed. The capital had changed, and his power could cover the sky with one hand. He didn't have to look at people's faces like this. Lu Xinglan saw that she was still cowering, and it really scared her. His interest in teasing her decreased a little, and he was about to leave her. In the end, he heard the girl under him say in a soft voice, "It said that young master is outstanding in martial arts and literary talent. He is the dream man of every girl's life." The slow tone contained the girl's sweetness and sincerity. The meaning of liking was expressed in a simple sentence that every girl admired him. Lu Xinglan's calm eyes had a hint of strangeness. He stared at her silently for a long time, until he saw that her face was flushed red and her eyes were restless. She was so shy that she looked like she was going to faint in the next second. Lu Xinglan suddenly let go of her. He calmly turned sideways, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Then he reached out to support his chin and looked at the girl lying on the table. That gaze was focused and calm. It was as if he was looking at a picture on the table. On the contrary, Wei Wei Bai immediately sat up, but found that when she sat up, she looked down and saw Lu Xinglan's face close by. He was so tall, so he sat so much lower than her, but the two of them were still not far apart. So Lu Xinglan only looked up slightly, and he saw the girl's fair and flawless face. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly reached out to smooth her messy hair, and then struggled to lift her feet and get off the table. The hem of her skirt accidentally dragged over his body. The feeling of the pomegranate red skirt rubbing against his thigh was unusually unfamiliar and soft. His eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai, who didn't notice, had already run more than 10 steps forward. Then, she turned around and lowered her head. She hid by the screen, under the lantern, her voice low and trembling. "Young master, then I'll be heading back." Lu Xinglan smiled. "You can stay and talk to me through the night." Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she took a step back. She then said seriously, "The illness needs to be treated properly. You can't be so impatient." Lu Xinglan's smile froze. Why do these words sound so wrong? Of course, it could also be out of concern. After all, he had a bad reputation for hating women. Lu Xinglan stopped teasing her. He casually waved his hand, then leaned over and picked up the terrain map. His voice turned cold. "Go and rest." Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and nodded softly. Then she reached out and carefully and discreetly adjusted her clothes. The girl's shadow was projected onto the wall. Lu Xinglan held the picture and saw the hazy and slender figure of the young girl on the wall. She was touching her belt with her head down, and one hand was still under the collar in front of her chest. He seemed to be adjusting the buttons. A graceful figure. It was a silent seduction. His eyes, which had already calmed down, were now incomparably gloomy. Then he saw the girl bowing politely, and the shadow also gracefully bowed. "Young master, I'll be leaving then." Lu Xinglan's voice was indifferent. "Okay," but his eyes were still fixed on the wall. The girl didn't seem to realize that the shadow had exposed her ambiguous actions. She heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly turned to leave. Chapter 2769. When she crossed the threshold, she heard Lu Xinglan casually say, "I'll have little Xian pick you up tomorrow. Remember to pack up and come over." Little Xian was that page boy, actually called Xian Wu. Mother Lu let Wei Wei Bai into his courtyard. He was a little reluctant. But now, Lu Xinglan slightly glanced to the side and saw that the girl almost stepped on the hem of her dress and fell forward. She hurriedly stood up shakily, like a stumbling little quail. Unusually happy. "Yes, young master." She answered softly and did not look back. She just hurriedly lowered her head and ran away. So hurried. Was there some monster chasing her? Lu Xinglan looked back and found that the corner of his mouth was raised again. He touched his lips strangely. He was happy a little too many times today. Just as he was about to continue drawing, he looked up and saw on the table. The red and alluring begonia flower dropped its petals and fell into the book. Red and pitiful. Suddenly, his mind flashed to just now, the girl lying on the table, that timid and seductive look. Lu Xinglan stared blankly for a while, then lowered his head as if nothing had happened. But the hand that picked up the pen seemed to tremble. The ink fell onto the white paper. It was as if something had left a mark on his empty heart, and there were slight ripples in it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 5. Wei Wei Bai turned around expressionlessly. It was easy to be a little white flower. She didn't have to do anything. His negative favorability rating, which was as if he had killed his father, suddenly rose to 5. She said to the system, "In the future, you have to be a little white flower for 10,000 years and not change. You have to focus on one point and study hard." System, it sounds like there's no problem, but doesn't the host want to be lazy? Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Look at me, I study hard. Don't I do well?" The system silently ate the small cake and agreed in a good mood. Yes, you're always right. You're the best." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while, then said, "Don't mix with that side job. You're not the same as before." The system couldn't help but ask, "What's different?" Wasn't it all because of her? He had been so sincere from the beginning to the end. What was different? Wei Wei Bai said, "You're flattering me now. That's not good." Oh, Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Of course, if you were subdued by my charming beauty and noble character, then just take it that I have wronged you." Scram! Wei Wei Bai said, "Get lost." The system said, "Get lost, get lost." Wei Wei Bai, "I'll return it to you." Get lost. The system said, "I'll return it back to you." You better get lost. Today was yet another childish, poisonous, and delightful day. When Wei Wei Bai returned home, it was already very late at night. However, he saw two sneaky figures standing at the door. She walked over with a calm expression. However, she saw that it was her two maidservants. When they saw Wei Wei Bai, they immediately approached her in a flattering manner. "Little madam, we made supper. We know that you must not have eaten anything at this late hour." In this backyard, there were piles of women. They were all brought by Mother Lu. Just the maidservants alone were more than 100. From time to time, they would invite all kinds of unmarried, distant relatives over. It was said that there was a distant cousin living in the East Wing. She was here to seek shelter. She looked weak and fragile, but she was also talented. She was similar to Lin Daiyu. However, without exception, none of the women could get within 3 meters of Lu Xinglan. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 2770. Anyone who was so close to him was thrown out. And Wei Wei Bai was the first to step into Lu Xinglan's courtyard, a woman who could still stay there. The news that she was moving into the courtyard tomorrow had already spread. Moreover, Mother Lu happily rewarded many servants. She said that her son's illness could be cured, and the antidote turned out to be Wei Wei Bai. Those who had rolled their eyes at her earlier were filled with regret. They couldn't wait to curry favor with her immediately. If Wei Wei Bai could really get into Lu Xinglan's bed, she would be so lucky to have a child. That was Jin Huangwang's thigh. After the two female servants heard the news, they became anxious and immediately ran over to curry favor. Wei Wei Bai revealed a friendly smile. "Sisters, you don't have to do this. It's too troublesome." After saying that, she naturally reached out and took the food boxes in their hands. She instructed the kitchen to make extra food. That would cost money. Wei Wei Bai happened to be hungry. It would be a waste not to eat when someone delivered food. The two female servants looked at the food boxes with heartache. To show their sincerity, this supper was made with good ingredients by the chef after spending a lot of money. They were still thinking that if Wei Wei Bai didn't accept it, they could also enjoy it tonight. After all, they usually spent so much money on such a meal. The servant girls were also reluctant to part with it. Wei Wei Bai carried the food boxes and walked straight into the room. "It's getting late. Sisters, take care. I won't send you off." The two female servants originally wanted to let Wei Wei Bai take them to the courtyard to serve tomorrow. In the end, they couldn't speak. The door was already closed. The bolt was even unbolted. The sound was crisp and loud, like the sound of a slap in the face. Wei Wei Bai opened the food boxes and knew that there was no poison. After all, these two women knew exactly what they wanted. There was no reason to poison her. So she ate a good meal. When she drank the soup, she asked the system to make some poison with red dots. There was also a reaction of body poison. The system asked curiously, "Are you trying to frame them?" Wei Wei Bai ate and drank to her heart's content. "I've been reading otaku novels and waiting for someone to frame me every day. In the end, when I finally got a food box, there were no scorpions, venomous snakes, centipedes, or poisons like oleander musk." What the hell were oleander and musk? This was clearly a drug used in palace intrigue novels. Wei Wei Bai. That's why I'm here to add to the fun of otaku fights. No matter what, there has to be at least one of these tricks. It turned out that the host was already so bad that no one could match him. Was that why he created his own opponent? Because she didn't frame her. She wanted to set him up and frame him. This black-hearted person was indeed his host. The next day, the errand boy went to call for him expressionlessly. Lu Xinglan had finished drawing the map and was making a sand table. He did the same. The man was wearing a white robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders and was not tied up. There was more of a sense of carefreeness at home. His eyes were deep and calm. He was thinking about the soldiers at the border and the layout of the capital. He casually flipped open the geography book to check if the map was correct. Half a begonia petal was sandwiched between. He didn't pick it up cleanly last night. Lu Xinglan's eyes paused. Then, he looked up at the door as if nothing had happened. Xin Wu had been gone for a long time. Just as Lu Xinglan was thinking this, he saw Xin Wu appear at the door. But he didn't see that petite figure. He didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the book and flipped through it slowly. His indifferent appearance was unusually calm. He didn't even ask why he was missing. Xin Wu's face was still expressionless. She's sick. Lu Xinglan's fingers paused in the middle of flipping through the book. He looked up calmly. What illness? The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2771. Xin Wu said, "Looks like she's been poisoned." Lu Xinglan glanced at Xin Wu. "Poisoned?" Xin Wu said, "It's a private matter. It's not presentable. She probably ate the dirty stuff that the servant girl brought." Lu Xinglan's gaze returned to the book, and he sneered. He did not say anything. Xin Wu also stood still. As a page boy, he was also a page boy with facial paralysis. Lu Xinglan stared at the book for a while, then finally threw it away and stood up. Xin Wu followed him. Wei Wei Bai had a fever, and some ugly red marks began to appear on her face. The system wanted to buy toad poison. It said that if she ate it, her face would definitely protrude like a toad. She saw the picture. Ugh, I'll strangle whoever let me eat this. The system said, it doesn't have any side effects. It looks scary, but it doesn't hurt the body at all. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. No, you should hurt my body. Don't hurt my face, thank you. The system said, there's a kind of flower poison that looks better, but it will cause side effects. For example, the body will reject it, fever or cold, dizziness, and so on. You should eat toad poison. Wei Wei Bai said, I'd rather drink arsenic, thank you. The system, motherfucker, you're still so picky when you set me up. Motherfucker, you're trying to pick the medicine for me. So after Wei Wei Bai ate these things, she began to have a fever and cold. She began to lie on the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt, dying. But it was more like she was poisoned. She fell asleep in a daze and noticed a faint figure by the bed. The bed curtain was put down, and her hand was outside the curtain. It seemed to be a doctor bending down to check her pulse. She closed her eyes and did not move. Soon, there were some scattered instructions from outside. It seemed to be after prescribing the medicine, telling her how to boil it and not to be exposed to the wind. Wei Wei Bai withdrew her hand, pulled the quilt, and continued to close her eyes to rest. This setup was not without reason. After reading the information of the two servant girls, she felt that these two things should be kept a distance. These two maidservants often framed other girls. It was said that a maid who shared a room with them was forced to jump into a well. She even spread a rumor that she was having an affair with another maidservant, forcing her to hang herself. When they were transferred to the original owner's courtyard, there was no lack of ridicule and bullying. After she finished reading the information, of course, she was completely unmoved. Her reason for framing them was because she was bored to kill time. Her hobbies were just so plain and boring. When Lu Xinglan arrived at the courtyard, looking at this shabby, lifeless, and dilapidated courtyard, he frowned slightly. The doctor had already been called over. It was Mother Lu. Nothing in the backyard could escape Mother Lu's eyes. When he heard that Wei Wei Bai was like this, he just calmly called for a doctor to take a look. This was already considered to be condescending. Because Wei Wei Bai was his son's medicine, he was showing the greatest kindness. Lu Xinglan walked into the room, an empty and shabby room. When she walked behind the screen, she saw a basket of begonia flowers, a plate of purple jasmine flowers, and impatiens flowers on the table. There was a small white stone mortar with a few flowers in it. So, she was making rouge? Lu Xinglan thought of the delicate skin on the girl's face, but she didn't see any traces of makeup. But her lips were red, unusually full and beautiful. She probably put on lipstick made of these petals. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. She just looked down at the flowers for a while. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on Save. Chapter 2772. Then he walked to the bedside. The doctor had already gone to boil the medicine. It would take some time for the medicine to be brought over. He was the only one in the room. She was supposed to be served by someone since she was promoted. But the scene in front of him was unexpectedly bleak. A small courtyard, a quiet room. In this small world, there was not a single place that looked gorgeous. Even a sip of hot water couldn't be drunk. Lu Xinglan reached out and pinched the curtain with his fingers. He was about to open it, but he heard the girl's soft and sweet voice on the bed. "Who is it?" Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. He just stared at the curtain darkly. It was as if he could see the slim figure inside through the aqua-green curtain. The person inside was stunned. "Young master." Lu Xinglan was a little surprised. "I didn't know you were so familiar with me." There were no footsteps, and the curtain wasn't transparent. He stood outside and didn't even open the curtain. She knew who he was? Lu Xinglan's eyes darkened dangerously. After a moment of silence, a soft voice sounded in an embarrassed manner. "Because of the smell on young master." Lu Xinglan stood outside. "Smell?" Wei Wei Bai's weak voice contained a hint of a smile. "It smells good, very good. Only young master has a smell." Lu Xinglan stood in front of the bed. The door was open, and his slender figure was elongated by the light. He was silent for a while before he said slowly, "I don't know what smell I have on me." But he probably knew what smell he had. He had been using sandalwood recently. This smell had probably seeped into his clothes. She actually smelled the smell on him and remembered it clearly. Lu Xinglan's calm eyes fluctuated a little. His fingertips passed through the gap in the curtain and were about to open a little. But he heard an anxious voice from inside. "Don't open it, young master." Lu Xinglan didn't take it seriously. "Why? Can't I see the wind?" But there was no wind in the room. After a long time, her weak, pleading voice came from inside. "It's ugly. I'm afraid it will scare you." Lu Xinglan was expressionless, but there was a hint of a smile in her eyes. "Oh, how ugly. Is she so ugly that her face rots and her bones are exposed? Or is she so bald that she can become a nun? Or is there worms on her skin?" Wei Wei Bai, was this a problem of ugliness? Wasn't this what a rotten corpse looked like? When he thought about how Lu Xinglan had been on the battlefield for many years, he could only forgive his poor analogy. She silently pulled the blanket up to her nose and covered most of her face. Red marks on one's face were also considered ugly. Lu Xinglan successfully reminded her of the fear of rotten face. Maybe he knew he would scare her. Lu Xinglan frowned but didn't say anything else. He only said indifferently, "I'm here to pick you up today." These words sounded a little awkward. However, Lu Xinglan was so calm that she didn't show any signs of discomfort. Seeing that she was so stupid that she was poisoned, he didn't want to argue with her. Moreover, there were only so many tricks in the harem. The reason was usually jealousy. He made her feel envious. Therefore, he personally brought her to his courtyard to express his attitude. She should be happy. Therefore, Lu Xinglan waited for the girl to thank him sweetly and happily. After waiting for a while, he found that it was terrifyingly quiet inside. Lu Xinglan sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and immediately lifted the curtain. Chapter 2773. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. His face was even a little dark. The random touching just now made him very uncomfortable. His body also heated up. This kind of heat was so hot that he started to feel uncomfortable. He was very uncomfortable with this kind of impulsive heat. His breathing also heated up. Lu Xinglan thought that she was just confused by the fever and might calm down later. But when his attention was focused on the poison on her body, a faint and warm aura slowly approached him. Because he couldn't speak, he had to work hard to maintain the circulation of his true energy. Lu Xinglan's other senses were magnified. For example, he could see that the girl was like a harmless rabbit, but she had the most destructive power, inching closer to his face. Her cherry-like lips were soft and fragrant, slowly pressing against his throat. She had no idea what she had provoked. She even used her soft lips to rub against his Adam's apple in confusion. Lu Xinglan's Adam's apple moved, and he felt that his throat was dry. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes in confusion. She didn't know what this was and moved up uninterestedly. She struggled until the end and finally used her lips to press against the corner of his mouth in a daze. It was a simple touch. She left as soon as she touched him. The soft and sweet taste made Lu Xinglan at a loss for a moment. Then there was nothing. He almost messed up his true energy and both of them were going to be injured. If it was someone else, he would have slapped her to lie flat. But this girl was so soft, and her bones were so weak. He was afraid that if he used the wrong strength, he would beat her flat. Lu Xinglan, who had always been decisive, hesitated for a moment. With this hesitation, he could only let Wei Wei Bai act like a tyrant. She touched his tiger tail and played with it like a feather duster. Lu Xinglan slowly withdrew his true energy. He could finally speak. "If you move again, I'll throw you out." His words were full of threat, but because his tone was too gentle, it seemed neither fish nor fowl. The muddle-headed girl didn't understand at all. She kissed the corner of his lips again with effort. Only the corner of his lips. It was still a light touch and left. Lu Xinglan only felt that this kind of contact was too light, but there was also an irresistible numbness. His fingers, one by one, began to leave her back, just as he was about to lift her away. His back tightened as the girl hugged him tightly with both hands. As if she was having a nightmare, the corners of her eyes turned red as she said in an aggrieved voice, "Young master, don't kick me, Lu Xinglan looked at her silently, a layer of watery light appearing in her eyes. The girl finally stuttered shyly, "I want to give birth to your child." Lu Xinglan, she closed her eyes and thought that she was in a dream. "I want to leave you a legacy so that you can live well," he murmured to himself, like a butterfly falling in a breeze. She fell into the man's heart just like that. It wasn't that she wanted to give birth to a child, but that she actually dreamt of doing it for his own good. Since when were the maidservants so loyal? Lu Xinglan thought calmly, but her movements were a little hurried. She pressed her onto the bed. He lifted the blanket and covered her with it. The girl's eyes were closed, and her eyelashes were trembling. She seemed to be unable to sleep well. However, the red marks on his skin had already disappeared. Lu Xinglan lowered her head and stared at her silently for a long time. Finally, his hoarse voice sounded as if it had been touched by fire. "You like me so much that you want to have a child with me?" After saying this, he frowned and held his breath. She was confused by the fever. Why was he also fooling around? Lu Xinglan slowly exhaled a hot breath, trying to calm his mind. He heard the sound of footsteps coming from afar. It was probably a maidservant or a doctor. Lu Xinglan was about to stand up when he found that the corner of his clothes was being pulled. He turned around and saw the sleeping girl clutching the corner of his clothes tightly with her fingers. Her soft and pink fingers pinched his clothes, and the color of blue veins appeared on the back of her hand. It was all in the dream. She even wanted to catch him even if she died. Lu Xinglan was silent for a while, then sat back down. He didn't touch her, but his pair of eyes, which had always been gloomy and calm, fell on her body. There was also a trace of imperceptible warmth. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Chapter 2774. Lu Xinglan was sitting. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Master!" It was a female servant. She was holding a bowl of medicine. She looked gentle and careful. It was just that her smile was a little flattering. Lu Xinglan didn't even look up. His gaze continued to fall on the small hand that was grabbing his clothes tightly. The woman's hand was indeed small, but thinking of the women at the border who fetched water or did manual labor, they were all big and round. Some of their hands were even thicker than his. He immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. Perhaps it was a certain type of woman who had small hands. Lu Xinglan's eyes were half closed. His thin and long eyelashes were more exquisite than a girl's. His pale face was also unusually handsome. The female servant who came in secretly sized him up and immediately blushed. She saw that he didn't touch Wei Wei Bai, that vixen, but was sitting. Instead, it was that vixen who was grabbing his clothes tightly. It seemed that the old madam was wrong when she said that Wei Wei Bai could touch Lu Xinglan. If he really touched her and didn't feel disgusted, how could the young master not touch her? The female servant smiled even more brightly. She went over and bowed delicately, deliberately showing her delicate waist. The medicine bowl in her hand seemed to be in slow motion as she threw it out just like that. It flew straight to the bed. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes fluttered, and his expression turned cold. His fingers casually picked up a purple jasmine flower on the table beside him and flicked it straight at the medicine bowl. The bowl immediately shattered, and the power of the flower forced all the fragments of the medicine to splash back onto the female servant. The medicine was still warm. It immediately drenched the female servant's face. The female servant immediately reached out to cover her face and cried out in pain. Lu Xinglan looked over, his eyes so cold that frost appeared. The female servant took advantage of the pain and immediately bowed down. She reached out to grab Lu Xinglan's trousers. In this backyard, who wasn't here to serve Lu Xinglan? When they came, they were all chosen by Mother Lu. Charming and charming. How were they cut out to be servants? Mother Lu had also clearly said that whoever could serve Lu Xinglan, no matter what method, they would be given a high status. These people were all here to be Lu Xinglan's women. She wasn't here to be a servant who couldn't see a man in the backyard. Therefore, even though she couldn't see Lu Xinglan in the backyard, she still couldn't see Lu Xinglan. But there was also a foul atmosphere, strife among each other, framing others everywhere. It was just to reduce the number of women. When Lu Xinglan returned in the future, he would have a chance to climb up the social ladder. Wen Bai Weiwei was promoted to the position of Little Master. Everyone laughed at this. After all, without Lu Xinglan's acknowledgement, he was no different from them. In the end, Mother Lu went around rewarding people last night, saying that Weiwei Bai had been touched by Lu Xinglan. The days of the Lu family's future were just around the corner. In an instant, all the female servants in the backyard were filled with resentment. She wished that Weiwei Bai would be struck to death by lightning on the spot. Of course, she was not a fool. She was not going to cozy up to Weiwei Bai in advance so that Weiwei Bai could trust her. She followed Weiwei Bai into Lu Xinglan's courtyard. In the days to come, there would be plenty of opportunities to climb into Lu Xinglan's bed. Who knew that Weiwei Bai would be poisoned today and lie in bed waiting for death? This was what it meant to be unlucky. She deserved it. Weiwei Bai probably would not be able to enter Lu Xinglan's courtyard. Then she would have to pick up her pace and rely on herself. If Weiwei Bai could do it, then so could she. Although the female servant's face was in pain, her smile was exceptionally sweet. She lay on the ground and slowly reached out to touch Lu Xinglan. She kept saying softly, "Master, this servant is clumsy. Please punish me." Lu Xinglan's eyes were clear and calm as she looked down at the woman beside her feet. Chapter 2775. He frowned, and a disgusted expression appeared on his face. His voice was indifferent. "Do you know I'm sick?" When the servant heard this, she immediately nodded. "This servant knows that Master is not fond of women, but that's because you haven't touched them. Men are all like this at first, but once you touch them, you won't say anything bad. Once you touch them, you won't say anything bad." His eyebrows raised slightly. The servant crawled forward a little more, and her fingers finally touched the man's pants. In the next second, the servant was kicked out. She directly rushed to the door, hit the threshold, and rolled out. Weiwei Bai had just woken up and saw this scene. She and the system were both silent for a while. "I'd better go back to sleep," Weiwei Bai said expressionlessly. Go back to sleep." The system also agreed. This male lead's cruelty made people speechless. After Lu Xinglan kicked the servant out, he turned around calmly. He hated women the most. When that woman approached him, he was so disgusted that he had goosebumps all over his body. She wanted to come closer. It was like seeing a disgusting insect poison, almost uncontrollable. He attacked. He continued to stare at his clothes calmly, at that delicate hand, much more pleasing to the eye. Then he followed the hand and looked up. The girl was still asleep, but the red marks on her face and the faint greenish-gray color from the poison had disappeared. The effect of the true energy to force the poison was immediate, and she was already out of danger. He was not surprised. The doctor's prescription should be changed. It was fine not to drink the antidote. The sun gradually rose. The sun shone through the screen and into the bed. The girl's face was like a delicate flower. Because it lacked the seductive charm when she opened her eyes, it had the pure beauty of a white pearl. The man stared at her face for a long time, and his dark eyes had a trace of curiosity. Just a touch, and she liked it? His thin lips slightly pursed, and a slight arc appeared. Then he slowly reached out and touched her fingers. Because she had been holding on to his clothes for too long, her fingers were a little stiff. Holding on like this, her blood was not flowing smoothly, and it should be very uncomfortable. Strange. How could he grab onto her like this in his dream? The man's fingers hooked around her fingertips. Then, he slowly removed her strength and gathered her fingers into his palm. Even though his fingers looked white, they were still white. However, he spent many years fighting and riding horses at the border. In fact, a layer of calluses had already formed on his palm. The girl's fingers were too soft, like those of a baby. As a result, he didn't dare to use too much strength when holding it, for fear that he would crush it. Just like that, they held each other for a long time. Soft, this was the only feeling he had. Other than that, he didn't feel disgusted. Lu Xinglan knew last night that she didn't feel disgusted by her. But every time he touched her, he would still be careful. He was afraid that if he didn't feel disgusted today, what if he felt disgusted tomorrow? Lu Xinglan didn't feel disgusted. She carefully pinched her soft knuckles and touched them. It was very easy to touch. The calluses on his hands rubbed against her skin until it turned red. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes suppressed the light in her eyes. Her hands felt like they could be compared to cotton. With such hands, he might not even be able to lift half a bucket of water. If they were at the border or in the snow, they would probably freeze to death within a few hours. Because his body was weak. A strong body was abnormally hard. He couldn't help but frown when he thought of something else. Could it be that he could take her to the border? He actually thought so far ahead. /full text download / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2776. Lu Xinglan touched her hand and couldn't help but look at her face. That strange touch from last night was still fresh in his mind. He pursed his thin lips. He wasn't nervous, but he was so careful that he didn't dare to exert any strength. His hands slowly came to her face. His fingertips touched her eyelashes. They were soft too, but everyone's eyelashes were soft. Lu Xinglan thought expressionlessly. The only difference was that her eyelashes were especially long. This was also the reason why the shadows at the corners of her eyes were longer, making her more charming and seductive. Lu Xinglan's fingertips landed on the tip of her nose and tapped it. Could he press it down? He was like a child who was playing games for the first time. He was focused and even had an unconscious excitement. Just as he was about to continue, he touched her lips. A cold voice sounded from outside. "Young master, are you leaving?" It was Xian Wu's voice. Lu Xinglan's eyebrows twitched, and he quickly withdrew his fingers. Then he said calmly and elegantly, "Yes, let's go." After saying that, he turned to leave. But he thought of something and hesitated. He turned back again and looked at the girl on the bed with deep eyes. Finally, he convinced himself. Anyway, they were in his courtyard. He had to go early to prevent her from being poisoned again. Next time, he had to force the poison out. Lu Xinglan maintained an indifferent expression. He bent down and carefully held her waist with one hand, and the other hand was on her back. He gently carried her up, just like that, light like a feather. Lu Xinglan's sword was probably heavier than hers. He snorted in disdain. Wei Bai, what did he dislike about her in that tone of disdain? Did he dislike that she was too pretty? Was he jealous? Just now, his fingers touched her face like a fly. Could it be that he was thinking of ways to disfigure her? After all, this target was a little crazy. Who knew if he was narcissistic? Anyway, there weren't many targets who weren't perverted. To round it off, they were all perverts. It was such a simple and crude division. Lu Xinglan carried her and wrapped her in a blanket. When he walked out, he saw the women in the courtyard, the ones in the corridor, the ones by the railings, the ones hidden outside the door, among the flowers, and the one on the roof. Mother Lu left all the women in the backyard for him so that he could have a future. After so long, these women finally saw him. She was afraid that she would never see him again after he left. He immediately rushed over. The maid who was dragged away frightened them. They didn't dare to approach and could only stand outside the door, dressed gorgeously. It was as gorgeous as seducing peacocks. Lu Xinglan's footsteps faltered as her expression darkened. Her brows were tightly knitted together. He ordered coldly, "Little Exon, tell them to scram." With so many women around, he was afraid that he would throw up after a few steps. It was better to vomit. If he was provoked too much, he wouldn't be able to suppress his urge to draw his sword and slash people. Xin also knew his problem. He glanced at the girl in Lu Xinglan's arms and raised his eyebrows in confusion. Then, Xin Wu did not say anything and immediately pulled out a horsewhip to open the way. The women immediately turned pale with fright and fled. Lu Xinglan walked out expressionlessly with Wei Wei by in her arms. Wei stepped out of the backyard. She heard Lu Xinglan's cold voice. Those who offend nature and reason, find out and deal with them. Under his banner, he did not have the habit of letting people mess around in his house. As for the rest, arrange for them to go home and get married. Mother Lu had always been unreliable. Chapter 2777. This kind of thing of keeping so many women to be his widows. He should do less in the future. When a woman is lonely and crazy, she can do anything. The most vicious means often come from the harem. This kind of suffering was best known to the royal family. Lu Xinglan returned to his courtyard and suddenly found a terrible thing. There was only one bed in his room. He held the girl and was in a daze for a long time before his eyes slowly fell on a recliner. The chair was long and uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai woke up for a while and saw how Lu Xinglan kicked people away. It confirmed his rumored ferocity. Then she went back to sleep. After all, in her sleep, she pulled a string of consciousness and grabbed the corner of Lu Xinglan's clothes with her hand. But she practiced many times before she could do it so naturally. They were all people who made a living. It was not a big deal when they were familiar with it. They could do it automatically. Being poisoned also consumed energy. She slept until night before she got up with a yawn. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the page boy staring at her with a poker face. Wei Wei Bai was also speechless. Finally, the page boy said, "You're awake." Wei Wei Bai said, "Yes." The page boy brought a plate with a bowl of porridge on it. "Eat. You can't eat too much after being poisoned. Eat tomorrow." The page boy explained as if he was reciting a book. It was dry. Wei Wei Bai was indeed hungry. She held the bowl and chopsticks and said in a low voice, "Thank you." The page boy said indifferently, "I'll get some meat for you tomorrow." Then he turned around and left. When he went out, he whispered disdainfully. His voice is so soft. He must not have eaten enough meat and is starving. Wei Wei Bai, she held the bowl and sat on the chair. The chair was a little high. Her feet carefully touched the balance beam under the chair. Then she lowered her head and ate small mouthfuls. Suddenly, the broken beads were blown by the wind. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. She looked up and saw the man coming in through the beaded curtain. He had just finished bathing, and his ink-black hair was draped behind his back. His slender eyelashes were full of wet mist, which made his eyes look dark and deep. It was exceptionally pure and beautiful. He saw the girl sitting on the chair and sipping porridge, staring at him blankly. Lu Xinglan's expression froze. Then, he couldn't help but stand with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, "From now on, you will live here." Wei Wei Bai held the bowl and buried her face in it. Her ears turned red as she looked up and said in a low voice, "Yes, young master." Lu Xinglan didn't say anything, as if she was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable. Instead, she turned around and went to the desk to read. He leaped onto the sandalwood bench with a book in his hand. The chair creaked. The surroundings were silent. The two were speechless. Lu Xinglan flipped through the book and peeked at her from the corner of her eye. He found that she had finished the porridge and placed the bowl on the table silently. Then she fumbled in the cuff. Her lotus-like wrist stretched out cleanly from the cuff. He stared at her beautiful wrist and found that she only took out a handkerchief and wiped her cherry-red lips. Clean and seductive. Under the light, the beauty was even more beautiful. Lu Xinglan rocked the chair and pulled his attention back to the military book. But from time to time, his eyes would stray away from home and look at the girl sitting under the light. He was curious about her. It definitely wasn't any special emotion. It was rare to find someone who wasn't disgusting, so he was curious. Lu Xinglan thought calmly. Finally, it was about time. He put away the book and said coldly, "Why aren't you resting? You're poisoned and your body is weak. If you don't sleep, you'll drag down your body. Do you want me to buy a coffin for you?" Wei Wei Bai was sitting obediently on the chair and didn't dare to move. She immediately shook her head and said anxiously, "No need, no need. I have my own money to buy it. I don't need young master's money." Lu Xinglan, slash. Chapter 2778. Was she cursing herself? After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she also felt that something was wrong and immediately shut up. Lu Xinglan felt that her reserved manner was probably because she had been oppressed badly, so she didn't dare to move. He got up and walked in front of her. Then he bent down and picked her up. Wei Wei Bai's face was red as she looked at him shyly. Lu Xinglan put her on the bed. When he left, he felt that the softness and warmth of the girl's body were leaving, making him a little reluctant. He frowned and left without saying anything. However, he saw the girl squatting obediently, not daring to go down to sleep. Instead, she opened her charming eyes and stared at him eagerly. "Young master, aren't you going to sleep?" The girl's voice was gentle and had a hint of pleading, as if she was seducing him. Lu Xinglan slowly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He was going to sleep on the bench. She was originally his person. Once she entered his courtyard, she wouldn't be able to marry anyone. So, it didn't matter if he touched her. Lu Xinglan expressionlessly reached out and unbuttoned his clothes. His fingertips were a little stiff. Fortunately, Wei Wei Bai couldn't see it. He peeled off his clothes, revealing a thin white shirt. The man didn't say a word and was about to go to bed. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai immediately roll up the blanket and place it in the middle. She gave a small space. She gave him more than half of the space. Wei Wei Bai revealed a gentle and sweet smile and said considerately, "I know that young master hates women, but you want to treat your illness. Let's do it step by step. I won't touch young master. This way, you'll feel better." Lu Xinglan's impatient hand froze and then retracted it as if nothing had happened. He said calmly, "Okay." Then he laid down and thought frantically. He didn't show too much desire just now, right? He didn't, right? Wei Wei Bai also smiled and lay down. Soon, the sound of her small breathing could be heard. Lu Xinglan opened his eyes and saw the blanket in the middle. He pursed his lips. He reached out and carefully pulled away. Suddenly, the girl turned over. His movements were stiff and he didn't dare to move. The next moment, she suddenly leaned over and burrowed into his embrace. Like a kitten, she rubbed against his chest. Then he continued to sleep. Lu Xinglan, after hesitating for a long time, his hand gently landed on her back. The man calmly thought that she was the one who had leaned over, not him. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 15. Lu Xinglan opened her eyes and saw that the sky outside was still dark. He was carrying a person in his arms, who was as soft as a cotton ball. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly lowered his eyes and saw the side of the girl's face leaning against his chest, her long hair spread out on his arm. Her eyelashes were tightly shut, and her fair cheeks were slightly flushed. Lu Xinglan carefully extended her finger and poked at the red halo. It was neither hot nor soft. Girls, why are they so soft everywhere? Could it be that his bones were soft too? That shouldn't be the case. After all, if they were really soft, they wouldn't be able to walk anymore. However, the skeleton was like a cat, which was indeed beyond his imagination. When he was disgusted with women, he felt like he was looking at a bedbug when he saw them. He didn't pay attention to what these women looked like at all, not to mention paying attention to whether or not they were soft, whether or not their bones were small. Lu Xinglan noticed that her eyelashes were trembling, so he immediately retracted his finger as if nothing had happened. Then he saw her bright red lips pursed, as if she was thirsty. She even licked the corner of her lips with the tip of her tongue. Lu Xinglan watched expressionlessly. His eyes were extremely dark. Wei Wei Bai didn't wake up. She moved with difficulty, then turned over and continued to sleep. Chapter 2779. Lu Xinglan saw her with his back facing her. He didn't know if he should straighten her up and carry her again, or just let her lie like this. And it was almost dawn. Lu Xinglan glanced at the messy bed. Then he looked at the blanket that was rolled up like salted vegetables kicked to the side. He reached out and pulled the blanket over. Then, he rolled the blanket up with a calm expression. He tried to put the long blanket in the middle, but she was lying too close. With this, There was almost no space left. Lu Xinglan held the blanket and pursed his thin lips. Then, he tried to gently place his fingers on the girl's thin back. He wanted her to sleep a little more inside. But just as his palm touched the thin back, he felt the heat spread to his palm. He stiffened for a while before retracting his fingers. Forget it. If he pushed her like this, she would definitely wake up. Lu Xinglan could only try to put the blanket in the middle. Then, half of his body was almost hanging outside. Just sleep like this, Lu Xinglan thought with a calm expression. Then, he looked sideways and stared at Wei Wei Bai's back. That thin shoulder line and the exquisite outline of her collarbone seemed to be faintly discernible. The lines of her clothes extended down her beautiful back, until her waist. Lu Xinglan's fingers moved, and he resisted the urge to measure her waist. It was very thin. He looked at it for a long time. The sky was slightly bright. Then, he heard Wei Wei Bai move, as if she was about to wake up. He immediately closed his eyes and maintained a posture that looked difficult but was actually very easy for him. He lay on his side and leaned against the edge of the bed. He closed his eyes and his breathing stabilized. Then, he heard the girl behind him seem to be a little puzzled. Then, she was silent for a while. Lu Xinglan didn't close his eyes calmly. Then, he felt a pair of hands gently touching his back. He forced himself not to stiffen instinctively. Did she want to touch him? In the end, the fingers only brushed past him lightly. Then, he felt the blanket behind him being pulled back bit by bit. He was pushed very far outside. When the blanket was pulled away by her, it was pulled away. The sound of the blanket shaking could be heard. The blanket gently covered his body. Summer was hot. Even if there was no ice at night, one would still feel hot. So it didn't matter if he didn't cover himself with a blanket at night. However, in the early morning, the dew condensed and fell. Instead, it became colder. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes didn't move, and her expression was still as calm as if she was really asleep. He felt the girl's fingertips lightly sweep across his body before withdrawing. She seemed to have no idea that her kind of contact was to him. Like feathers, they tickled everywhere. After covering him with the blanket, he seemed to want to get off the bed. She hesitated for a moment, then carefully stretched out her leg and crossed over his waist. His breathing became a little erratic. Because her feet didn't seem to be able to find a foothold, he silently moved his waist. Her small feet just happened to have a place to step on. She did not seem to notice his subtle movements. Gently, she continued to slowly cross his body and was just about to cross his other leg. Lu Xinglan held her breath, not daring to move. The clothes on her body swept past his body. There was no weight to it, but it was a little hard for him to bear. The girl on top of him was finally about to cross his other leg and get off the bed. However, she neglected a serious matter. He slept too outside, and half of his body was suspended in the air. Her other foot could step on the edge of the bed, and it was because he struggled to move the little space on his waist for her. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com fast to TXT download at https://www.sashu.com fast to read on your phone. https://m Sashu. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the fast. Chapter 2780. She wanted to get off the bed and rely on her own strength to not touch him. Unless she jumped off the bed directly, there was no edge for her to use. So all of a sudden, her legs missed a step. She was about to fall to the ground head first. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed her by the collar, dragging her back. Wei Wei Bai suddenly crashed into a warm embrace. She was stunned. The man was also hit, and his chest felt a little stuffy. She was stunned for a moment. Almost without giving the other party a chance to touch her, she reached out to push him away and rushed off the bed. She didn't even take off her shoes. With a head of messy hair, she looked back blankly. However, she saw that the man was still sitting. His thin clothes were open, revealing a large area of white skin on his chest. He looked at her calmly, but there was an indescribable emotion in his eyes. It seemed like he was being despised. He was surprised. Wei Wei Bai immediately went barefoot to bring a spittoon over. "Young master, do you want to vomit?" Lu Xinglan's face. Wei Weibai put the spittoon on the bed with a worried expression. When I touched you just now, did you feel disgusted? If you feel disgusted, don't hold it in. Let's do it slowly. You won't be able to stand it if we get too intimate. His illness of being disgusted with women. It was too famous. When someone mentioned Lu Xinglan, it wasn't his literary talent or martial arts talent. It was his strange illness of being disgusted with women. Lu Xinglan looked at her silently for a while. He couldn't help but smile. No, I feel like my illness is getting better. Wei Weibai lowered her head helplessly and reached out to tug at her messy clothes. But when she heard that his illness was getting better, her beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately looked up. She said softly, "Young master, is that true?" Lu Xinglan's gaze fell on her charming and seductive eyes, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he said calmly, "Yes, come closer to me. I'll see if it's an illusion." Bai Weiwei immediately ran to the bed in bare feet, as cheerful as a rabbit. She tried to reach out her hand, but hesitated. The man sitting on the bed had an unusually deep and cold gaze. The shape of his eyes was exceptionally beautiful. The slightly long and narrow ends of his eyes had an exceptionally delicate curve. He tilted his perfect jawline and pursed his soft, thin lips. His ink-black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. It was more casual than usual, and there was also a trace of evil that made people tremble. He saw her hesitate. Her pale red lips parted slightly. "What's wrong?" Wei Weibai blushed and quickly stuttered. "It's okay. Don't you feel uncomfortable if I touch you there?" Lu Xinglan lowered her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Then, he said in a low and gentle voice, "I'm not sure. You can touch them all." These words sounded like a hooligan. Unfortunately, the little white rabbit in front of him did not understand. Instead, she had a confused look on her face as she stretched out her soft and fair fingers and placed them on his shoulder as if she was testing him. "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Xinglan glanced to the side and saw her beautiful wrist on his shoulder. Slender, but with a sense of roundness. She was exceptionally cute. He looked at her for a while before slowly shifting his gaze away. "It's not that uncomfortable. Try touching something else." Wei Weibai hesitated for a moment. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she gently touched his neck. His pulse seemed to be a little fast. Her fingers couldn't help but tremble. When the girl's fingers touched his neck, Lu Xinglan overreacted. People who came from the battlefield. They value their own fatal parts very much. Chapter 2781. If someone were to touch a vital part of the body would instinctively resist. But this thought of resisting disappeared very quickly. More importantly, the temperature of her fingertips was very comfortable. Lu Xinglan did not move, but said in a low voice, "You can continue." The girl's fingers stiffened for a moment, but she still obeyed his order and continued to move up. Her fingertips gently landed on his chin. Her touch was so soft. It was as if she was afraid of hurting him. Her fingertips followed his chin and moved up to his soft, thin lips. His lips were very tight, as if he was enduring something. The girl's fingers paused. Her beautiful eyes carried a trace of pure love that could not be suppressed. It was not a love that was so earth-shattering that she would risk her life for him. It was shallow and faint, but it was an exceptionally pure love. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes trembled, and his face was slightly red. Her gentle gaze was like a kiss that fell on the tip of his heart. It was destroying his woman's defenses bit by bit. If he had been a little apprehensive about touching her before, but now she knew that he really did not dislike her. Lu Xinglan stared at the girl's face that was close to his. She was serious and shy. She was unusually concerned about his condition. She asked nervously in a low voice, "Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Xinglan pursed his lips and said with a frown, "I seem to be able to accept more of this level of touch." Wei Weibai was confused. "Accept more?" Lu Xinglan thought for a moment and was unusually calm and natural. He reached out his fingertips and lifted her face. Then he lowered his head. His thin red lips touched hers. He knew it was soft. She was soft everywhere. The girl's breath was unusually clean. There was a hint of floral fragrance. Her breathing suddenly became chaotic, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Her face was so red that it was about to explode. Lu Xinglan's eyelashes trembled, and he gently let go of her. Then the man calmly looked into her eyes, as if he had done something very normal. Well, I don't feel uncomfortable. Maybe my condition has improved a little. Wei Wei Bai stammered nervously. Is that so? Lu Xinglan said seriously. Really? Wei Wei Bai said helplessly. Very good. As long as young master is good, I'm good. After saying that, she nervously reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear. But he was too flustered, and his fingers trembled nonstop. Her hair was getting messier and messier. Lu Xinglan reached out her hand, her slender fingers slowly caressing the messy hair on her face. Then, she brushed past her flushed face strand by strand, trailed behind those exquisite and adorable ears. Wei Wei Bai did not dare to move. She could only lower her head and let him tidy up. Lu Xinglan also knew that she had scared her, although she looked charming. However, it didn't mean that her temperament was as mature. She should still be young. Lu Xinglan smiled. Go and wash up. There's a room for you in the courtyard. Last night was a special occasion. After all, other than Xian Wu, no one else was allowed to enter his courtyard. That was why so many rooms were covered in dust. Xian Wu had probably tidied up a house today. Wei Wei Bai immediately nodded and wanted to walk out. In the end, two fingers calmly pinched the clothes at the back of her waist. You put on your shoes and coat before you go out. Xian Wu was outside. She was a girl. How could she be so disheveled? Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She immediately turned around and put on her shoes. Her small feet slipped into the embroidered shoes. Lu Xinglan leaned against the bed, his beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. It seemed casual, but also seemed deliberate. His gaze never left her. Wei Wei Bai put on her shoes and put on her outer robe. Her waist was slender and pleasing to the eye. Young master, I'll leave first. Her back was facing him. She stood in the faint light of the morning sun. Her black hair was like satin, and her figure was exquisite and petite. She was like the reeds in the water, and as fragrant as the purple jasmine flowers she used to make rouge. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes, hiding the surprise and the desire to plunder in his eyes. He lowered his voice. Go. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and walked out in small steps. Her skirt swayed as she walked out. When she reached the door, she put her hand on the edge of the porch and casually turned around. The girl's delicate face was exceptionally beautiful in the light. She glanced at him and couldn't help but smile happily. Then she stepped out. That smile was full of charm, but also pure and natural. Lu Xinglan was stunned for a moment. His heartbeat was somewhat uncontrollable and accelerated. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Chapter 2782. The house was on the west side of the courtyard, only a short corridor away from Lu Xinglan's house. There was a carp pond in the middle. There were withered flowers everywhere. Yes, the most powerful person in the Lu family, the only successor, lived in such a messy place. Because Lu Xinglan didn't allow others to enter his courtyard. Not a single female servant was allowed to enter. Mother Lu didn't allow men either, because he didn't like women in the first place. If he brought more men to serve him, wouldn't he forget the good things about women? So it made his life a little more difficult. He could think of female servants. In the end, Lu Xinglan only let Xian Wu take care of his own house. The rest of the place was left in ruins, and no one was allowed to enter to serve him. Whoever came in, he would just kick them out with a single kick. Lu Xinglan only cared about that small place of his. The rest of the place had nothing to do with him. So when Wei Wei Bai opened the window, she saw withered leaves fluttering outside. In the middle of the day, there were weeds and wildflowers outside. Those that didn't know would think that they lived on the top of a mountain. She held a round fan and fanned a bee away. There were many miscellaneous flowers, and there were also many butterflies and bees. Wei Wei Bai felt that it was so annoying. Butterflies and bees were fine, but there would definitely be many mosquitoes at night. No wonder there was incense everywhere in Lu Xinglan's house. This was to smoke mosquitoes. Wei Wei Bai rested her head by the window, looking bored. Lu Xinglan, who was wearing a black robe, walked out of the house with handsome features. When he passed by the corridor, he saw one of the girl's arms resting gently by the window. Her wrist was so white that it was shining. Her face was slightly tilted, and her face was flushed because of the heat. Her black hair was like dark satin, falling on her shoulders. He stopped in his tracks. Hiding by the corridor, she didn't see him. A butterfly flew over and landed on the flower hairpin in her hair. The flowers on her head were all fresh. They were casually picked from the courtyard. The butterfly treated the flowers on her head as its resting place. She didn't move, as if she was dying. In this weather, the house was indeed a little hot. There wasn't much wind today. Lu Xinglan frowned slightly. His gaze swept across her slightly hot cheeks and the wrist hanging by the window. It was exquisite, like a piece of warm jade. Lu Xinglan's gaze lingered on him for a while before she looked away and silently walked in another direction. Wei Bai looked up and looked in the direction Lu Xinglan left. She didn't have any intention of moving. Instead, he slowly fanned himself with a circular fan. It was too hot. She was too lazy to move. She would wait until it was cooler at night to capture this heartless dog. There were a few big cold basins of Lu Xian's. There were also those with incense, mosquito nets, and gauze nets. He enjoyed it. Then, she was given an empty room. Only was Lu Xian. The rest of the furniture looked as if it had been moved in from other rooms. She didn't have any girly things at all. She sighed. This kind of man needed to be trained. When Lu Xinglan entered the palace, she rode a horse and galloped through the palace gates. The palace guards at the gate respectfully stepped aside. Lu Xinglan's outstanding achievements were not enough to describe Lu Xinglan's contributions. The Southern Empire had always been suppressed by the North. Every year, they would send a large amount of tribute to the North. The Lu family was the only pillar of support for the Southern Empire. It was also the only barrier preventing the Northern Empire from taking over the Southern Empire. But in the face of the increasingly powerful Northern Empire, the Southern Empire's predicament was still precarious. When Lu Xinglan was young, all the men in the Lu family died in battle. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 2783. Relying on the Lu family's prestige. That gave Lu Xinglan the time to grow up. The Lu family's reputation among the people was much better than the royal families. Everyone felt at ease when they mentioned the Lu family. As long as the Lu family existed and the only man in the Lu family didn't die, the morale of the people in the south was still strong. That way, the southern nation would have morale, and the southern nation's weak army would dare to fight against the northern nation's cavalry. After Lu Xinglan grew up, he completely reversed the disadvantage of the Southern Empire. He was the first to beat the Northern Empire to a pulp. He was even the general who seized and harvested the territory of the Northern Empire. Last year, they had won 3 consecutive battles and had almost destroyed the northern country. If the Northern Empire hadn't immediately surrendered and returned all the silver given by the Southern Empire, there were also all kinds of bribes to the imperial court and the royal family. The Northern Empire would probably have been destroyed by Lu Xinglan. For the Southern Empire, its current status as a hero came from Lu Xinglan's achievements. This was also the reason why the royal family hated him more and more. Lu Xinglan entered the palace and got off his horse. He entered the emperor's bedroom. The head eunuch immediately came over to take the horsewhip and said with a flattering smile, "General Lu, His Majesty is waiting for you." Lu Xinglan glanced at him indifferently. There was no trace of emotion on his indifferent and fair face. "Where's His Majesty?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xinglan heard hurried footsteps. The current young emperor, Yuan Xian, ran over. He happily held a painting that was too horrible to look at and said cheerfully, "Xinglan, you're here. Look at my painting. Is it comparable to yours?" Lu Xinglan was good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was a genius. He glanced at the painting indifferently and bowed with a calm attitude before saying, "This subject's little tricks are not as good as His Majesty's at all." Yuan Xian immediately said, "Come on, don't be modest. Who doesn't know that your painting has been sold for a sky-high price?" These words were a little sarcastic. Yuan Xian immediately realized that his tone was wrong. He immediately changed his tone and said intimately, I heard that you recently took in a concubine. How did you recover from your strange illness? Lu Xinglan lowered his eyelashes. His eyes were extremely cold, but his tone was still indifferent. It looks disgusting, but my mother couldn't stand it and forced it on me. Yuan Xian was relieved when he heard this. That's right. You probably haven't met the right person with this illness. Our younger sister, Yuanda, is still waiting for you. When you're done with your treatment, let me know and I'll grant you marriage. Lu Xinglan coldly raised her eyelashes. Her deep and cold eyes were like black stones at the bottom of the water, so beautiful that it was devoid of any human aura. He pursed his thin lips and smiled perfunctorily. If I'm lucky enough to get better, I'll tell you, Your Majesty. Yuan Xian did not care about this. He pulled Lu Xinglan and walked inside. Stay for a meal today. We haven't seen you in a long time. Lu Xinglan's expression was indifferent as she said flatly, No, my mother is still waiting for me to return. Yuan Xian didn't force him. I'm only here today to reward you with something. Take it and leave. After he finished speaking, a row of eunuchs stepped forward. There were all kinds of gold, silver, jewels, and supplements. Lu Xinglan glanced at him with disinterest, then bowed. Your subject thanks Your Majesty. After saying that, he glanced at the sky. If he hurried back, he could still go back for lunch. He didn't know why, but the image of Wei Wei by leaning against the window with her thick eyelashes half closed flashed in his mind. Humans were more delicate than flowers. When a butterfly landed on her head, she didn't know how to brush it away. // Chapter 2784. After the salute, he bid farewell and left. Lu Xinglan went straight up after leaving the emperor's bedroom. The eunuch happily came up and handed him a horsewhip. Lu Xinglan didn't even look at the eunuch. He pulled the reins and was about to leave. A young girl in a gorgeous dress hurried over. Lu Xinglan, stop right there. Sitting on the horse, Lu Xinglan's cold eyes casually glanced down. It was Princess Yuanda. It was that woman with a vicious heart who looked like a piece of rotten meat to him. If he was to other women, he would be 10 times more disgusted. Then to Yuanda, he would be 100 times more disgusted. Yuanda ran over and immediately opened her hands to stop his horse. Lu Xinglan, when are you going to marry me? I'm already 22, an old lady. Lu Xinglan looked down and looked at her indifferently. He didn't even frown. For this kind of woman, any emotion was a waste of energy. He didn't make any expression. Yuanda's face was full of anger. She adjusted her heavy golden hairpin. I've been waiting for you for so many years. Where's your conscience? Today you have to go with me to Imperial Mother to ask for a decree and get married. Lu Xinglan's expression was incomparably cold. He slightly raised his chin and looked at her coldly. Your Highness, this subject has to leave the palace. Please step aside. Yuanda immediately put her hands on her hips. Where are you going? Looking for your concubine? Lu Xinglan lowered his head. The summer light reflected in his ink-black eyes. Faint fluctuations of emotions appeared in those ink-black eyes. His voice was low and calm, but it was as bone-piercing as ice. You shouldn't have the qualifications to care who I'm looking for. Princess is also old. Saying that you're waiting for me is just a cover for not being able to get married. After all, you know that I can't get close to women. Who would really like a man who hated women? Yuanda was immediately enraged. His heavily rouged eyes glared at her. Lu Xinglan, what do you mean? You hate women, but you treat me differently. Lu Xinglan looked at her indifferently. A trace of disgust appeared in his beautiful eyes. I don't know how I treat the princess differently. Yuanda immediately said proudly, You kick other women away, but you only hate me verbally. You never kick me. You treat me special. Besides, you hate women. It's just an illness. I can definitely cure you. After saying that, Yuanda thought of something and frowned. Also, you hate women, so why do you still have a concubine by your side? If it was your mother, you could just kill her and throw her into the well and say that she accidentally fell into the water. Lu Xinglan's eyes were cold as he looked at her quietly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. He wasn't happy, but he was full of mockery. Sorry, it's my fault. Lu Xinglan's tone softened, and her voice was pleasant and seductive. I'm willing to correct my mistakes. All Yuanda got were words of disgust from him. When had he ever seen him so amiable? She immediately ran over. Lu Xinglan, are you going to marry me? Lu Xinglan's icy gaze landed on her, and the horsewhip in her hand suddenly lashed out with all her might. Yuanda felt a sharp pain in her body and let out a scream. Lu Xinglan squeezed the horse's belly, and the horse ran forward. When it ran past Yuanda, he lowered his eyes slightly, and there was even a trace of viciousness and murderous intent in his eyes. Then Lu Xinglan raised his foot and kicked her out. Slash. Chapter 2785. This action came too fast, and no one could stop him. When everyone came back to their senses, only Princess Yuanda was lying on the ground and screaming at the door. Lu Xinglan, who was riding on a horse, disappeared at the entrance of the palace. Someone immediately called for the imperial doctor. Someone also ran to the palace to find the emperor. Yuan Xian was tearing up his painting with a smile. After hearing this, his face turned cold. Yuanda should be taught a lesson. Lu Xinglan is not someone she can provoke. She should take a look at herself. She is a slut that no one wants. Who didn't know that Yuanda had dozens of gigolos in the princess's residence? She had a part in the bad reputation of the imperial family. After saying this, Yuan Xian curled his lips coldly. Did you find that concubine's information? Is she really a servant? The head eunuch said respectfully, yes, it was Mother Lu who forced it on you. Yuan Xian snorted. Lu Xinglan can forget about having children in this life. As long as the Lu family is alive, the imperial family will be suppressed. The head eunuch looked at the gloomy young emperor in front of him and didn't say anything. Instead, Yuan Xian said with a smile, my painting is not good. Kill the artist who taught me to paint. The head eunuch said, yes, your majesty. Yuan Xian smiled innocently. All right, if Lu Xinglan really touches that concubine, send someone to kill her. Although he poisoned Lu Xinglan back then, he couldn't get close to the woman and cut off the Lu family's escape route. But who knew if the drug would suddenly lose its effect? The Lu family couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, he would have to live in Lu Xinglan's shadow for the rest of his life. Yuan Xian looked at the broken paintings gloomily. Then, he slowly parted his lips, revealing a childlike, cute, yet sinister smile. This country was his. Lu Xinglan couldn't take it away. Bai Weiwei sat and watched with an indifferent expression. Xin Wu was cooking. He quickly used a big kitchen knife to cut and classify all the vegetables. Weiwei Bai was washing the cabbage. There were only 2 of them in this courtyard. Lu Xinglan, that weirdo, didn't let people serve her. He didn't even want to eat in the big kitchen. Xin Wu had to do himself. Weiwei Bai also wants to eat free food. Washing vegetables will wrinkle her hands, which is not good for her skin. But because of her character, she couldn't be lazy. She could only curse Lu Xinglan, that weirdo, while looking at Xin Wu's gorgeous way of cutting vegetables with admiration. The meal was ready. Xin Wu carried the food tray and headed straight for Lu Xinglan's room. Weiwei Bai also held a bowl and chopsticks and followed them eagerly. She was hungry. If she didn't eat now, she would eat someone. In the end, when they returned to Lu Xinglan's room and put down the bowl and chopsticks, they heard the sound of the door being kicked open in the courtyard. Xin Wu didn't even lift his eyelids. He set the table and disappeared. That speed was extremely fast. Weiwei Bai sat there with her chopsticks in a daze. She saw Lu Xinglan walking in quickly from the door. His face was cold and gloomy, and his beautiful eyes were filled with a cold light. He saw Weiwei Bai sitting at the table, her tender fingers holding a pair of chopsticks. The food on the table was steaming hot. He calmed down and his tone finally softened. Did you specially cook for me? Weiwei Bai. This is a misunderstanding. If she cooked, the color of the food would definitely not be so normal. But there was no time for explanations. Lu Xinglan had already walked in front of him. His breathing was a little messy, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He just stared at her blankly for a while. Suddenly, he reached out his slender fingers and gently touched the flower by her hair. His fingertips touched the flower, and it was excessively smooth. His exquisite eyelashes fluttered, and his tone was low and gentle. You like flowers so much. Does she like flowers? Wasn't it because she didn't have money to spend? Otherwise, Jinzan's hair would only match her beautiful face if she had a head full of tea leaves. This shabby wildflower would attract bees and butterflies. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were like water. She lowered her head shyly and said softly, I didn't like to wear flowers on my head in the past. Lu Xinglan's fingertips ran through her thick hair, and the nausea in his chest was finally relieved. The disgust and the desire to vomit when he saw Yuanda just now was stirring up his internal organs and started to hurt. But when he saw her and smelled her scent, he felt like he had obtained the antidote. His voice was soft and gentle. Why do you like it again? Wei Wei Bai looked up at him hesitantly, and then quickly looked away. She smiled, and her voice was soft. Because I want to see young master. My hair is too plain. It's not good. Lu Xinglan was stunned, and after a long time, he smiled. He suddenly lowered his head, his nose close to her hair, and his thin lips touching her forehead. She was stunned, but she heard the man's voice with a hint of fatigue and warmth. The fragrance of flowers, it smells good. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 25. Is at https://www.sashu.com// Chapter 2786. The rice was delicious. After Wei Wei Bai finished eating, she finally understood why Lu Xinglan didn't want the dishes from the main kitchen. Xin Wu's cooking skills could let her eat 3 more bowls of rice. Of course, for the sake of her image, she ate 2.5 bowls. After eating, Lu Xinglan reached out and touched the flower on her hair. Stay here tonight. He said this a little gloomily. Wei Wei Bai blinked, a trace of nervousness in her round almond eyes, and her face was pink. Seeing her like this, Lu Xinglan's fingers trembled, and the flower was actually pulled down by his strength. The petals turned into pieces and fell to the ground. Lu Xinglan lowered his head and stared deeply at the flower on the ground. This flower was too easy to pull. Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and gently smoothed the somewhat messy hair on her temples. The young girl smiled sweetly. Her almond eyes were moist, and her face without makeup was delicate and white. Her voice was gentle and sweet with a smile. It's okay, young master. Flowers are all like this. They fall after a day. It was just that when night came, the flowers began to lose their moisture and began to fall. Lu Xinglan stared at her smile, and after a long time, he lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, flowers are indeed not very sturdy. The young girl's jewelry was a little lacking. It was only then that he realized that her clothes and jewelry were unusually simple. It was just that he didn't like women, so he never paid attention to what women needed. He thought that she really liked flowers. Maybe it was just that she didn't have anything else to decorate. Thinking back, she lowered her head and softly said that it wasn't good to see him without hair. Lu Xinglan's dark eyes were a little sluggish, and then he turned around as if nothing had happened and said, Go take a bath first. I asked Xin Wu to boil the water. My mother will often send this servant to check on you. If she finds out that you're not sleeping in the same room as me, she will punish her. This sentence was too caring. He hesitated for a moment, then changed his tone and said, She will force me to interact with more women. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, her slender eyelashes trembled and her face paled. However, she quickly forced a smile. Yes, young master's illness is not completely healed yet. Too many women are not good for you. After saying that, she immediately said, Then I'll go take a bath. After saying this, her face turned red. She felt that it was too ambiguous. Lu Xinglan glanced sideways at her, only to see her quicken her pace. Like a gust of wind, she ran past him. He was also silent for a moment. His thin lips couldn't help but curl up, revealing a light smile. Then, he walked away and came to the table to look at the map carefully. After watching for a while, he was distracted. After trying for a long time, Lu Xinglan finally looked up and remained silent. He pursed his thin lips tightly, and his eyes were extremely deep. Finally, as if he had confirmed something, he turned slightly to the side and said, Little Xin, don't girls need something different from men? Xin Wu, what do you mean? Lu Xinglan looked calm, but she was actually in a daze. Specifically, what did he mean? He had never noticed this before. He had been fighting at the border all year round, and all he saw were rough men. There were not many women. There were also middle-aged women who were thicker than men and looked more manly than men. When he returned to the capital, the women he occasionally saw were indeed different from those at the border. They made him feel even more disgusted than those middle-aged women at the border. He felt nauseous when he saw them, so he didn't want to pay attention to what they needed. But when he thought about it, the dresses seemed to be colorful. Chapter 2787. Also, there didn't seem to be any flowers on her hair. Were they all jewelry? All right, did she put makeup on her face? After thinking about it for a long time, Lu Xinglan's head started to hurt. He reached out and calmly rubbed his temples. What do you think? He threw the question to Xian Wu. Xian Wu was silent for a moment. Women have their period, so cotton cloth needs to be prepared. Lu Xinglan was speechless. Then he finally reacted and his face started to redden. Something else. Prepare cotton cloth for her? This, Xian Wu was silent for a moment. Some women with small feet need foot wrappings. It's a relatively long cotton cloth. Lu Xinglan felt his head hurt even more. He sighed. Other than cotton cloth, Wei Wei Bai's feet were indeed small. But those were healthy feet, not wrappings. Only some pedantic officials would bind their women's feet. Even the royal family didn't bind their feet. This was a trend brought by the previous generation of the Liu family, because women who entered the Liu family couldn't bind their feet. For a military family like the Liu family, binding one's feet meant that one had no fighting power. Even women couldn't stand it. The Liu family was strong and took the lead in resisting women with small feet. Many women who were harmed by small feet also agreed. Therefore, the trend of binding feet slowly died down. Binding feet was a handicap. Lu Xinglan recalled Wei Wei Bai's petite feet. Her pink toes were round and beautiful like pearls. Fortunately, she didn't have this habit. Otherwise, he would have to treat her feet. Xian Wu was silent for a while and finally said, "You need rouge and face powder. I saw a girl making it. Also, you need some money on your head." Lu Xinglan, money? Xian Wu, don't those women wear a pile of gold, silver, jade, and so on their heads? These things were money. They could be exchanged. Xian Wu added, but it's not good to give them gold directly. You need to mold the gold into flowers or something before wearing it. This woman was really pretentious. To be eye-catching, it would look best to stuff a lump of gold directly on her head. Xian Wu thought expressionlessly. Lu Xinglan was also a young master of an aristocratic family. It was because all the men in the Liu family died when he was young, and he was the only one. When he was young, he was invited to the palace by the Empress Dowager for a period of time. His loyal subordinates and elders in the army were afraid that his only son would be harmed. He immediately found a reason to take him away from the capital. Therefore, he grew up in the army. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was the cold snow and sandstorms of the border. She had never had the chance to learn about women's common sense. When she grew up and returned to the capital, the people she interacted with were all men. Because he kicked a woman out of the temple with one kick, he became famous. That was why no woman dared to approach him, except for that disgusting Princess Yuanda. Lu Xinglan picked up the brush again and thought deeply for a while before saying, "Later, go to my mother's place and open the inner treasury. Pick out some pretty things that belong to women and bring them over." Xian Wu nodded expressionlessly. Yes. Then he disappeared. Lu Xinglan narrowed her eyes. There was a benefit to taking it from his mother. It was just that he was interested in Wei Wei Bai. Her request was for him to leave behind descendants. It would be best to treat the illness. Even if he didn't recover from his illness, if he and Wei Wei Bai had children, then this child would probably be snatched away by Mother Lu. He was disheartened by his mother because the person she liked was Yuanda. She had always wanted to have a good relationship with the royal family. And in her eyes, Yuanda was the best daughter-in-law. Chapter 2788. If Wei Wei Bai was pregnant, then this child would be an important weapon for his mother to force him to marry Yuanda. Because at that time, if he married this princess, it would be fine even if he didn't touch the princess. The child would be Wei Wei Bai. When Lu Xinglan thought of this, his eyes became gloomy and ruthless. That was a good plan. However, the Lu family and the royal family had long been at odds. If this emperor was a law-abiding person who guarded the country, the Lu family could still survive. However, Yuan Xian's ambition was simply carved on his face. If this kind of tyrant obtained power, it was expected that the southern country would be plunged into misery and suffering. As long as he was around, he would suppress the royal family. Otherwise, the world that the Lu family had fought for generations would rot just like that. The tip of Lu Xinglan's pen fell on the map and continued to draw. "Cousin," a weak voice called out softly. Lu Xinglan's pen stopped and his eyes darkened. Xin Wu had just gone to Mother Lu's place when this so-called cousin came. Did she know that there was no one guarding his courtyard? Lu Xinglan didn't say anything and just looked at the door indifferently. He saw his cousin, who was dressed in white, standing there. He had forgotten her name. He only knew that she was a close and especially distant relative of Mother Lu. They had barely seen each other. His cousin was as thin as a sheet of paper. She took out a handkerchief and pressed it to her mouth, coughing weakly. "I heard that cousin's condition has improved, so I specially came to visit cousin." Lu Xinglan looked at her indifferently and put down the pen in his hand. Then, he casually took a white handkerchief and slowly wiped his hands. The man was dressed in black and stood under the light. Under his thick eyelashes, his eyes were deep and clear. His handsome face was like that of a young man, with a trace of coldness and exquisiteness. His cousin looked at him with a trace of amazement in her eyes. Originally, she only coveted the power and status of the Lu family. She had never seen Lu Xinglan's face before. Now that she met him, she realized that this man was so handsome. His cousin's voice became even softer. "Cousin," Lu Xinglan said coldly, "have you seen enough? I'm not dead. I don't need you to cry at my funeral. You can leave." Her voice was so weak. It was extremely uncomfortable to hear. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a wild ghost crying at the grave. The cousin's smile stiffened, and she was about to step into the house. However, Lu Xinglan said coldly, "I'm not sick. It's better if you don't come in." His cousin's footsteps paused as she recalled the various vicious rumors about him. "I heard that he even kicked the princess out today." It was extremely terrifying. If she walked in, would she be kicked out by Lu Xinglan? The cousin immediately stopped in place. She thought for a while, then steeled her heart and said softly, "Cousin, I haven't seen you in a long time. Can we talk through the candlelight under the moonlight?" Lu Xinglan gave her a sideways glance. A candlelight talk? Under the moonlight? Was this cousin raised in a brothel? How could he say such a shameless line? This wasn't something his woman should say. The younger cousin smiled gently. "Since I've moved into the Lu family, I'm a member of the Lu family. I know that I'm not worthy of the position of the main wife. A concubine is enough." Lu Xinglan was expressionless. There wasn't even a perfunctory response. When the cousin saw that he had no reaction, she immediately reached out to hold her forehead and stumbled over the threshold. She took a few steps forward, then suddenly fell forward. She was about to fall into Lu Xinglan's arms. However, the man took a few steps back unhurriedly. Chapter 2789. He perfectly avoided all of her attacks. The cousin fell heavily to the ground. She immediately put on a good posture and reached out to hold her forehead. Cousin, my old problem is acting up again. I faint at the touch of wind." Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes and looked at her coldly. The heavy smell of sandalwood in the room. It made his physiological reaction less intense. But when he saw the woman enter this room, he still began to feel disgusted. Lu Xinglan stared at the woman at his feet. After thinking for a while, he suddenly turned around and took the long sword on the wall. "Cousin," he said softly and calmly. The cousin immediately looked up in surprise. But she saw Lu Xinglan begin to draw the sword. The eerie light of the sword reflected the man's delicate features. "When I meet a woman, I start to lose control and want to kill." "No," he slowly corrected himself, his thin lips rising ferociously. "Yes, it's killing a woman." Before the sword completely left the scabbard, the cousin had already jumped up from the ground with a pale face and quickly fled outside. Madman, you madman. Lu Xinglan held the sword and almost rolled his eyes. He wanted Xin Wu to sweep the floor. The floor was dirty because of that woman. Just as he was thinking this, he saw a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. The lantern outside the door illuminated a small area of the ground. The girl who had finished bathing was standing under the lantern, wearing a light sandalwood skirt and a light-colored wide-sleeve top. Her black hair was wet, and there was a light green copper coin grass that had just been picked by her ear. The round green copper leaves were also stained with mist. It was as beautiful as her eyes when she peeked inside. She met his eyes, was stunned, and immediately looked away. The sinister smile on Lu Xinglan's lips stiffened, and the eerie long sword in his hand was still half outside. He was no different from a madman who wanted to go to the battlefield to kill people. Right, his reputation on the battlefield was at its worst, and he was nicknamed by the people of the Northern Kingdom. Most of them were evil slaughterer, crazy butcher, and so on. Because he went to the battlefield, people went crazy. Except for his own people, he would kill whoever came. This made his murderous aura abnormally heavy. The sandalwood was also calming and suppressing. It gave him a boost of murderous aura. Could it be that he had scared her? Lu Xinglan pursed his lips and pulled away his sinister smile. After that, he stiffened for a moment before swiftly sheathing his sword. Then, he didn't say anything. Instead, he silently threw the sword on the table. It was only right for her to be afraid of him. It would be strange if no one was afraid of someone like him. Lu Xinglan thought coldly. Would he be scared away? Lu Xinglan's body stiffened, and she stopped herself from turning back to look. So what if he ran away? Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. He quickly turned around. Did she really run away? However, he saw Wei Wei by walking in softly with her head lowered, lifting her skirt, revealing half of her beautiful embroidered shoes. She didn't have much of an expression on her face. She just calmly called out, "Young master." Her voice was soft, but very pleasant to the ears. Lu Xinglan stared blankly at her damp hair and didn't say anything. She was afraid of him. Otherwise, why would it be so awkward? He turned his head to the side, and his expression immediately darkened. But he heard the girl's soft whisper behind him. "Young master, are you planning to take in another concubine?" He stopped in his tracks. The girl's seductive voice was almost inaudible. "Under the moonlight, we talked through the night." Lu Xinglan's gloomy expression almost collapsed. He turned his head and saw the girl with her head lowered. Her drooping eyelashes were full of tears. She blinked, as if she wanted to wipe away the tears in her eyes. Wei Wei Bai secretly wiped away her tears. She didn't look up and just revealed a forced smile. "Young master, it's natural for you to have other women, but your illness has only just recovered. You can't take in too many concubines at once. It's not good for your health." At this point, a tear fell from her eyes. She immediately wiped it away, afraid that someone would see it. A slender finger suddenly and gently brushed past her reddened eyes. The girl looked up blankly, but she saw Lu Xinglan standing in front of her, looking at her with his head lowered. She didn't know if it was because of the candlelight, but the man's eyes had an extra layer of gentle light. His voice was low and unbelievably gentle. "I won't take in any more concubines." // Chapter 2790. Not being disgusted by her was already the limit. He couldn't imagine other women getting close to him without being disgusted. As soon as he finished, Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. She suddenly hugged his waist and rested her face on his chest. Her voice trembled. "Young master." Lu Xinglan felt the girl's freshness after bathing staining his clothes and skin. Even his gloomy mood turned for the better. His deep eyes softened, and a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He slowly reached out and was about to hug her awkwardly. However, he heard Xin Wu's cold voice. "I brought it." Wei Wei Bai left his body with a whoosh. Lu Xinglan's fingers froze in midair, and he remained silent. Then, he turned around and said to Xin Wu, "Leave it first. I'll bring it to her room tomorrow." Xin Wu said, "Oh, I've put it away. Your mother even asked me to bring a bowl of soup. She said it's good for the body." Lu Xinglan didn't want to drink it. However, When he thought of Wei Wei Bai's small body and cold hands and feet, he felt that her body was too weak and needed nourishment. He pretended to cough lightly. Bring it in. Then, he turned around to look at Wei Wei Bai. He found that the girl was leaning to one side with her head lowered. He could only see that the tips of her ears were slightly red under the light green copper coin grass. It was unusually soft and cute. He looked at her deeply and said softly, "Drink with me." Wei Wei Bai glanced back at him secretly. She didn't refuse and nodded lightly. She said to the system, "There's supper, hee." The system said, "Eat hard. Do your best." His fridge was full of supper. He couldn't finish it. Fortunately, the side missions hadn't come yet. He still had time to digest. Bai Weiwei reservedly sat at the table, waiting to drink the soup. Lu Xinglan scooped the soup for himself. He was used to doing it at the border. Back in the capital, although he still had the aura of a prince from a big family, he didn't have so many bad habits. He deliberately gave Bai Weiwei a little more soup. This small body needed to eat more meat to add more meals. Weiwei Bai blushed and dared not raise her head to drink. The taste of this soup was a little rich. She raised her eyebrows and seemed to be a little hot. Did old Mother Lu put an aphrodisiac in the soup? So despicable? Yes, she liked it. Lu Xinglan also drank 2 mouthfuls. The taste was very strong, but she did not know what to put in. He didn't have much of a reaction, but he felt that the taste of this soup was unfamiliar. He had never tasted this soup before. He asked casually, "What soup is this?" If it was effective in nourishing the body, he could continue to cook it for Weiwei Bai in the future. Xin Wu was incomparably calm. Tiger penis. The two of them stopped drinking the soup. Expressionless fifth Xin continued to add, paired with caterpillar fungus, velvet antler, goat kidney, and a series of other tonics. Your mother said that if soup alone is too bland, then she'll order someone to make a dog meat hot pot for you. Lu Xinglan stopped drinking her soup. Weiwei Bai was faster, and the bowl was almost empty. The two of them fell silent. Xin Wu's expression was calm. The atmosphere became even more silent. Smoke rose from the soup. Lu Xinglan suddenly put down the spoon calmly and said unusually calmly, "You can't drink too much of this. It's too nutritious. Take it away." Drinking such a hot thing on an empty stomach. It was not good for women. Then he ordered someone to cook millet porridge and bring it up. Weiwei Bai felt that they were especially calm, so she should be calm too. After all, a pure girl would not understand the effects of this thing and what it was for. Chapter 2791. She put down the spoon and said to the system, "Why don't you tell me what this soup is made of?" The system said, "I can't say. Isn't this a beeping organ?" I said it's automatically blocked. Weiwei Bai, this blocking system was so crazy that it couldn't even talk about animals. Then how did the animal world broadcast it? Lu Xinglan was very calm. He glanced at Weiwei Bai from the corner of his eyes. He saw that she was confused and didn't seem to know what was going on. He sighed in relief. Then, he calmly reached out his hand and carelessly smoothed his hair to cover his red ears. The millet porridge supper was very good for the stomach. After the supper, Lu Xinglan let her sit at the long table. There were a few boxes of girls' jewelry on it. The rouge and powder were newly bought. When she heard that it was Lu Mother who remembered Bai Weiwei's contributions, she asked the maid to get some for her. The brocade dresses were all placed in the outer room. It was not easy to put them in if they were too big. Lu Xinglan said calmly, "Look at those you don't like and throw them away." Afraid that she would feel uncomfortable, he said calmly, "I'll go take a bath first. You can look at them yourself." After that, he turned and walked out. After he walked out, he paused for a while before quietly turning back. He hid in the shadows and looked into the room. Under the dim yellow light, the girl sat on the overly wide sandalwood chair. She leaned against the table and carefully took out a golden butterfly hairpin decorated with red tourmaline. She seemed to be curious and pointed at the butterfly. The butterfly shook a little. It was very cute. She couldn't help but tilt her body and reveal a happy smile. The candlelight was delicate and soft. The girl's eyes were soft and beautiful. Lu Xinglan looked at it in a daze and couldn't help but smile. Then he turned and left. "As long as you like it." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 30. Wei Bai pointed at the jewelry. How much can these things be sold for? They're made of gold, and this hairpin is pure silver. If I melt it, I can get some broken pieces of silver. The system fell silent as it looked at the pile of golden hairpins. The wages of craftsmanship were even more expensive than the materials. Host can actually look at such an exquisite and beautiful object. How could he say such unscrupulous words? Wei Bai added, I think we can melt all of this gold and make a set of 10 caddies of gold bracelets. It will definitely look very good when worn. The system remained calm. The host's sense of beauty had been completely corrupted by money. He shouldn't have been surprised, because a 10-kilogram golden chain seemed to be quite pretty. It was filled with the fragrance of money. The bathing place was a huge soaking pool made of wooden planks. Amidst the warm steam, Lu Xinglan lowered her head, and her black hair fell on the water. He furrowed his brows and pursed his thin lips, which were abnormally red. The man's face was covered in sweat, and his cheeks were flushed. He seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and endured. Was it because men had a stronger reaction to these nourishing soups? Lu Xinglan didn't know what to do, but she thought of the girl leaning on the chair and holding the butterfly hairpin. She smiled sweetly, and her fair wrists were exposed from the wide sleeves. That patch of fair skin on her wrists. Fair wrists. Lu Xinglan's nose heated up. He reached out and touched it. Fortunately, there was no nosebleed. It was just that his qi and blood had been used, and his breath had heated up. Lu Xinglan immediately used his internal energy to suppress the thoughts in his head. Chapter 2792. He couldn't stop himself from touching her wrist. It was simply too strange. Lu Xinglan, who had never touched a woman before, felt the pain of touching a woman's hand for the first time. He stepped out of the warm pool, then squatted by the wooden pool and splashed his head with cold water. Xin Wu asked from outside, Did you use too much nourishment? Lu Xinglan froze in his actions. Xin Wu asked, Do you need some ice water? Lu Xinglan, Xin Wu said, I know these things. Do you want me to teach you? Lu Xinglan finally looked up fiercely and asked through gritted teeth, What do you know? Xin Wu said coldly, Every time after a battle, don't the soldiers take the reward money and go find the women in the brothel? Lu Xinglan pursed his lips and suddenly said coldly, Don't compare this. He didn't want to hear it. He mentioned Wei Bai and the brothel together. A murderous intent surged in his heart. Xin Wu was silent for a moment and then asked, You seem to treat your wife like this. Only the wife was humiliated. Only men would be so angry. Lu Xinglan was stunned. He didn't think much about whether she was the wife or not, because women were too disgusting for him. Finally, there was a delicate Wei Bai, but he found that girls didn't seem as disgusting as he thought. But the wife? Lu Xinglan knew the weight of this position, so he didn't put her in this position for a while. Xin Wu didn't say anything. Lu Xinglan was silent for a while. After calming down, he grabbed his clothes, put them on, and disappeared into the bathroom. Lu Xinglan returned to the room and saw the girl sitting on the edge of the bed, gently bending down to take off her shoes. Her beautiful and thin back had a trace of clothes because of the bend, which made her soft waist even more obvious. Lu Xinglan even saw that there seemed to be a belt around her neck under her clothes. What kind of clothes needed a belt around the neck? The man was a little confused. After the girl took off her shoes, her thin and white instep and her slender ankles were exposed. They were too delicate. They couldn't stand being dirty at all. Wei Bai seemed to sense his gaze. She looked up and smiled softly. Young master. Lu Xinglan's breath warmed up, and she immediately said in a muffled voice, Okay, let's sleep. Wei Bai nodded and gently placed her feet on the lake green bed. It was so white that it was shining. Lu Xinglan glanced at him and immediately turned away to look at the top of the bed. She had already gone to get a thinner blanket, rolled it up bit by bit, and then isolated it in the middle. It was still the part of her that was small, almost the same size as her body. The outer side of the bed was very empty. Lu Xinglan didn't say a word. She watched her actions and didn't say anything. After all, if he directly told her not to roll up the blanket and isolate herself, it would seem too lecherous. Therefore, Lu Xinglan held in and didn't say a word. Wei Wei Bai lightly yawned and pulled over her little blanket. She laid her head on the pillow and softly said, "Young master, if you feel nauseous, remember to tell me. I will try my best to stay away from you. If your condition worsens, you can also throw me to the ground." At this point, a trace of naive gentleness appeared on the girl's face. Young master is more important. Lu Xinglan didn't say anything. Instead, he pursed his lips in silence. He saw her thick eyelashes drooping, as if she was about to fall asleep. Lu Xinglan could only reach out and flicked his fingers to extinguish a few candles. Only a lamp at the door and a red candle beside the bed were left on. Under the faint light, Lu Xinglan lay on the bed. He half closed his eyes and tried hard to wait. /save button. Chapter 2793. He could hear the girl's shallow breathing next door. His body stiffened. It was like lying in the cold snow, waiting for the enemy to arrive. That feeling, it tested his endurance and stamina. Although it didn't require much stamina here, it seemed to test his endurance even more. Why wasn't she sleeping yet? She seemed to be unable to bear it and turned over. Her small body curled up. The blanket moved along with her. Lu Xinglan remained silent and continued to wait. When she fell asleep, he could remove the eyesore in the middle of the blanket. Moreover, she was not a good sleeper and was in a deep sleep. She would roll over on her own accord. When that time came, he could touch her. It wouldn't be considered his fault. Lu Xinglan tried his best to wait and wait. She carefully turned over and seemed to be holding her breath. She seemed to be afraid of waking him up. Lu Xinglan stared at the top of the bed expressionlessly. Why wasn't she sleeping yet? He held his breath and didn't say anything. Then, he carefully looked to the side to see what was wrong with her. However, when he turned his eyes, he saw Wei Wei Bai with her eyes wide open. The corners of her eyes were red and her face was moist, just like her peach blossom cheeks. Lu Xinglan frowned and immediately got up to touch her face. It was terrifyingly hot. Wait a minute, those tonics should be more effective on men. Her body was cold. Why was her reaction so big? Wei Wei Bai seemed to be a little confused. Why, young master? Did I wake you up? In the dim light, the man's expression was terrifyingly serious. He stared at her for a while before saying helplessly, "Don't hold it like this in the future." With that said, he got off the bed and went to find an ice basin. There was a large piece of ice in the basin. Lu Xinglan expressionlessly smashed it with his palm. Then, he took a cotton handkerchief and wrapped it around the ice. Then, he reached out and brushed away the stray hair in front of her forehead with his fingers, placing the ice on her forehead. She was heating up. He was cooling her down. Wei Wei Bai stared at him, her gaze soft and dazed. She was like an insensible child, hiding her discomfort and thinking that no one would find out. Lu Xinglan was about to condemn her, but he paused for a moment. He covered her face with ice for a while. After making sure that the redness at the corners of her eyes had subsided a little, he removed the ice that was beginning to melt. The weather is so hot. Furthermore, he had eaten something that was extremely nutritious. It was harmful and not beneficial. He coldly ordered the people outside warm water, towels, and bitter medicine to reduce the heat. Bitterness and anger, especially in this kind of summer, among all the medicines that could reduce internal heat, the bitter taste was definitely the best. The items were brought over. Lu Xinglan slowly fed Wei Wei Bai water. The medicine was still brewing. In the deep night, the air was filled with a bitter medicinal fragrance. Wei Wei Bai struggled to open her eyes. She was lying on the bed like a soft blanket. Her face was beginning to regain its color, and there was a fragile beauty to it. Lu Xinglan's brows were still furrowed as she sat by the bed. Her gloomy eyes were filled with worry. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly for a while. Only then did she reach out and gently hook his fingertips. "Young master." Her voice was trembling, but it was filled with unconcealable affection. "You're such a good person. You're really a good person." This was a sentence that Lu Xinglan was not unfamiliar with. Many commoners had sincerely said this to him, who had won many battles. In the end, it was not as shocking as her weak gaze and weak praise. Lu Xinglan looked at her for a long time before finally sighing and gently stroking the ends of her beautiful eyes. His voice was low and gentle. "Sleep, I'm here." The night gradually darkened. The man's back was facing the candlelight. In the darkness, his eyes seemed to contain the broken light of stars. He gently bent his fingers and held her fingertips in his palm, tightening it little by little. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. // Chapter 2794. Wei Wei Bai stayed up all night before she finally got over it. The medicine was extremely bitter. Lu Xinglan's expression was gentle, but his fingers were firm as he forced her down. When she woke up, she only had one thought. Was he still a man? Such a good opportunity. Why don't he go? Important things must be said 3 times. She even asked the system to give her some system chocolate, afraid that the tonic wasn't enough. She almost pounced on him. However, every time she moved, Lu Xinglan would hold her hand down calmly, using a very polite gesture to isolate her. He ensured that she was like an overturned crab, absolutely unable to jump up. Wei Wei Bai thought, "You're not a man. You're a eunuch. You're asexual. Your masculine spirit must have been castrated." Wei Wei Bai touched her face worriedly. "Am I not good-looking enough?" System, here comes the host again. Once you're not good-looking, you feel that your appearance is not good enough. What's the use of appearance? Personality is the key. The host's performance is based on appearance. It's not based on beauty. Wei Wei Bai had already returned to her room, which looked brand new. Perhaps Xian Wu felt that he didn't understand girls' decorations, so he went to look at the boudoirs of those rich families silently. He remembered that girls needed good-looking screens, dressing tables, vases, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, ink, paper, flowers, jewelry, and rouge. Even the bed had to be fucking embroidered by the best embroiderer, exquisite and beautiful. Anyway, no matter what, everything should be arranged to look good. Xian Wu thought, women are pretentious. So Wei Wei Bai's room was now more or less like a lady's boudoir. Even the jewelry was from Xian Wu's inner chamber, choosing the best. He was good at nothing else, but he was good at judging the price. As for whether it looked good or not, how could the most expensive not look good? Of course it would look good. Mother Lu's heart ached, but Xian Wu was Lu Xinglan's important confidant and also one of the super generals on the battlefield. He was Lu Xinglan's personal bodyguard. His identity and status were very transcendent. Even Mother Lu couldn't command him. They could only stare at him and watch him take away all the most expensive items in the palace treasury. Wei Wei Bai looked at the room full of jewelry that exuded the fragrance of gold and heard about Xian Wu's hard work. He felt that Lu Xinglan was not a man. His woman's belongings were actually picked by another man. Xian Wu was the target, right? What's this about aesthetics and consideration? He was 10,000 times better than that castrated man, Lu Xinglan. Wei Wei Bai hugged the gold jewelry and said, "Sai, I think Xian Wu is much more handsome." The system said, "Wake up, you're talking about the male lead of your strategy." Wei Wei Bai held the gold jewelry box in her hands. "Do I look handsome?" The system was silent for a while, then said, "Yes, you are indeed much more handsome." Wei Wei Bai was relieved. Tong Zi's aesthetic standards had indeed improved a lot under her influence. After Lu Xinglan finished practicing, he sheathed his sword. Then he walked to the edge of the martial field, beside the purple jasmine flowers. Behind the flowers was a long corridor under the roof. In the corridor was Wei Wei Bai's boudoir. Her boudoir was slightly higher. He looked up and saw the semicircular window. The window was half open, and there were red balsamine flowers in it. Lu Xinglan saw a slender figure leaning against the window, picking the balsamine flowers in the vase. His eyesight was very good, and he could see the delicate touch of the halo on the girl's beautiful face. Her hair was tied up and pinned with a golden hairpin, as well as a few elegant pink flowers. It was very beautiful. Chapter 2795. She plucked enough petals and crushed them. Then, she carefully applied nail polish to her nails. Lu Xinglan didn't know what she was doing and watched in confusion. Did she get flowers on her nails? However, He felt that the girl leaning against the window lazily extended her slender fingers and smeared the red juice on her nails. Her actions were exceptionally charming. Xian Wu stood silently by his side. Lu Xinglan suddenly turned around and looked at him from head to toe before saying, "Can you stay away from me when I'm looking at people?" Xian Wu's face was expressionless. "What if you die?" Lu Xinglan, Xian Wu said, "Although it looks safe here, who knows if there are assassins in the flowers, sharpshooters on the roof, and traps under your feet? I have to be careful." Lu Xinglan, "It's not that bad." Xian Wu snorted expressionlessly. "Never underestimate how hostile your enemies are to you. Tell me, how many people have a grudge against you?" Lu Xinglan really thought about it. "Only the imperial family. The rest didn't seem to be that many." Xian Wu said, "The imperial family, both inside and outside, has about 500 to 600 people. If you include the palace maids and eunuchs, even 1,000 or 2,000 would be too little." "You still think it's too little?" Lu Xinglan's expression also froze. Then, she said lightly, "You don't look at my woman." Xian Wu squinted. "If not, why would I look at her? Is she beautiful?" Lu Xinglan was silent for a long time before saying faintly, "Do you think she's beautiful?" Xian Wu, "She's quite beautiful." Lu Xinglan slowly pulled out the sword in her hand. "Let's compare notes so that our martial arts don't deteriorate and we don't know if the enemy has dug a hole under our feet." Xian Wu, "What did he say wrong? Wasn't praising his woman the same as praising him? It was rare for him to get angry just from flattery. What kind of person was this?" Lu Xinglan was still slashing at Xian Wu. Wei Wei Bai finished painting her nails when Madame Lu's servant came. She smiled gently and followed Madame Lu's servant out. Madame Lu's house was some distance away from Lu Xinglan's courtyard, and it was especially big. The furnishings in the house were also very rich. Mother Lu was sitting on a chair, and beside her were 6 female servants, fanning, peeling grapes, hammering feet, adding ice cubes. There was also one who was holding a fruit. It seemed to be to ensure that the house had the fragrance of flowers and fruits. He lived a more carefree life than the emperor. Wei Wei Bai flipped through some of Mother Lu's information. She knew that Mother Lu had lived in the capital for a long time and had a lot of extravagance in the capital. Moreover, he was too close to the royal family. The imperial family had been using all kinds of bribes to corrupt Mother Lu's consciousness. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Mother Lu was half a spy for the royal family. The scary thing was that Mother Lu didn't think that she was a spy. Instead, she thought that she was mixed up with the royal family and was wholeheartedly good to her son. There were many people in the royal family who were trying to brainwash her. Since ancient times, very few generals whose achievements shook the emperor had a good ending. But the new emperor was merciful. If the Lu family could hand over their power, the emperor would be merciful. If the royal family was willing to let the princess marry into the Lu family would be a relative of the royal family. They would be a family, so of course, they wouldn't have any dangerous thoughts about Lu Xinglan. When Mother Lu entered the family, she was just a daughter of a small family and didn't have a big vision. When she was young, she handed Lu Xinglan over to the royal family once. Later on, if it wasn't for the loyal subordinates of the Lu family who couldn't stand it and took her away to the border. Chapter 2796. Lu Xinglan's grave was already taller than a person. That was why Lu Xinglan and Mother Lu were estranged. After Wei Wei Bai flipped through the information, she looked at Mother Lu sympathetically. What kind of brain did she have? The royal family wanted to destroy the Lu family. If Lu Xinglan handed over her military power, she would be cut into pieces. Mother Lu actually thought that she could become a part of the royal family. Wasn't she asking for a beating? It wasn't easy for Lu Xinglan either. Even her mother wasn't reliable. Who else was unreliable? She was the most reliable. After all, her goal was to love him. She could guarantee that when he saw her, it was as if he saw a shield stronger than a 10-meter-thick city wall. The system heard the host's self-evaluation. It held it in and didn't say anything. When the side mission came, you were the main character, the 100-meter-long blade that stabbed people a few times every day and didn't allow them to heal. Wei Wei Bai bowed politely and lowered her head to greet her. Mother Lu smiled and sipped her tea unhurriedly, showing her arrogance. She didn't ask Wei Wei Bai to get up, but there was a hint of contempt in her voice. "Did you succeed last night?" Wei Wei Bai looked up blankly and said, "Madam, what happened?" Mother Lu narrowed her eyes, thinking that she was pretending. Last night, she ate more than half of the tonics that she brought. She spent the night in Lu Xinglan's room. The maid who peeped in the morning saw Xin Wu carrying the messy bedding to wash. If this wasn't a success, then what was? If it was a success, it meant that her son could get close to women. So, his illness was definitely cured. It was fine as long as he could get close to women. Bai Weiwei saw Mother Lu's cold gaze, as cold as a pile of ice shards. Why did this old witch feel like she was here to pick a fight? Mother Lu gave a perfunctory smile. "It seems that the young master has recovered. It's all thanks to you. Someone, give her a bowl of lychee soup. This thing is very rare, and only the imperial consecrators have it. The royal family's royal family. But the Lu family did. Who would believe that Mother Lu was not in cahoots with the royal family?" Madame Lu looked like she had a seal on her forehead that said she was the Empress Dowager. Seeing Mother Lu proudly talking about the offerings, she knew that she especially enjoyed the royal family's flattery. Immediately, a maidservant brought in a bowl of peeled lychees, covered with crushed ice, crushed fruits, and honey water. This thing looked really good, as expected of a royal consecrator. She also wanted to rebel after seeing him. Wei Wei Bai naturally had to be polite. She immediately took a few steps back with a panicked look on her face. "This is too expensive. This servant doesn't dare to eat it." Mother Lu snorted coldly. "Just eat it. What are you talking about? If you don't want to eat, then force it down." Wei Wei Bai asked the system, "Is this thing poisoned?" "Don't let this old lady say all the villainous lines. You're forcing it?" The system took a look and said, "Oh, there's a secret medicine added to it. If someone takes it, they'll be infertile. If someone takes it, they'll be infertile." Wei Wei Bai said, "That's all." The system said, "That's all. What else do you want? It's already hard enough that the secret medicine can come up with one effect. Do you really think there's an all-purpose poison?" Wei Wei Bai said, "Wait, didn't this old lady want to have children? Why did she give me this thing?" The system said, "When the royal family sent the lychees this morning, they said that if the male lead recovers, he can have children with the princess. Other people's children are not pure blood, so they don't want them." Download the at https://m Sashu. Comsay button to record this chapter. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 2797. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to Sashu. Come on Baidu to find the S. Wei Wei Bai understood. The royal family was a troublemaker. She hesitated for a while before accepting the bowl of lychees. "Thank you for the gift, madam," she said in a low voice. Madame Lu smiled coldly and said in a kind tone, "Eat good, girl. You're Xinglan's concubine after all. You won't be mistreated later." If the princess was unhappy about having another concubine, she would just beat her to death to make the princess happy. Wei Wei Bai picked up a spoon and scooped up a lychee. It looked delicious, although it was hot, but it was sweet. She was about to eat when the system said, "Buy some more time. The male lead is coming to save you." When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately stuffed the lychee into her mouth. The speed at which he ate was extremely fast. The system said, "Wait, why are you eating this? You'll break the bowl. You'll be infertile." Weiwei Bai swallowed the lychee. "When have I ever been pregnant?" The system paused. "That's right, the host is infertile. What's the difference between eating this and not eating it?" Weiwei Bai said, "If I don't eat quickly, there won't be any left when Lu Xinglan comes." The system suddenly realized, "Then eat quickly. She's almost there. There's only 10 seconds left. Eat one every second." Wei Wei Bai looked elegant, but she ate one lychee with each bite. The core was already removed. It was sweet and cold. The next time she cooked it, she had to make 3 pounds, or she wouldn't be full. She was about to eat the last lychee. She was about to eat the last honey-colored fruit. Don't waste. It's shameful to waste, you know? She was such a virtuous person. She always knew shame. Lu Xinglan just received news from the royal family. In the morning, the royal family sent a basket of lychees and a few carts of ice to the Lu family. He only raised his eyebrows calmly when he heard this. After all, this was the royal family's usual routine. Madame Lu accepted the news happily. He was silent for a while, but in the end, he only smiled coldly and said nothing. But when he saw the royal family's secret medicine in the basket of lychees, he frowned. Child-severing soup? Xin Wu reminded him. To prevent some concubines from having children, it was specially developed to prevent them from having children. Lu Xinglan didn't realize who it was for. The poison wouldn't kill anyone. He thought for a while and suddenly looked up at Wei Wei Bai's room. Inside the door and beside the window, that beautiful figure had long since disappeared. He had just sparred with Xin Wu and checked the news from the royal family. He didn't notice that Wei Wei Bai was missing for a while. Xin Wu immediately went to inquire about it. When he came back, he said, "It's with your mother. The medicine should be for her." Lu Xinglan's mind turned, and her dark eyes were filled with a thick murderous aura and ruthlessness. She dares. These words were directed at his mother. He had always known what kind of person his mother was, but he had never expected anything from her. As long as they didn't drag him down, he would be on his guard. In the future, when the dust settled, she would give up on relying on the royal family. Who would have thought that she would be so deeply corrupted by the royal family? Lu Xinglan turned and rushed to Mother Lu's room. His fingers were trembling. This was different from the cold and solemn mood he had when he was on the battlefield. But the feeling was the same in the end. He wanted to kill someone. He quickly kicked away several maids who tried to stop him and directly kicked open the door. He saw Wei Wei Bai standing there. Her delicate side profile was exceptionally cute. She was holding a small jade bowl in her hand and eating unhurriedly. The bowl was already empty. Lu Xinglan stopped in his tracks. His black eyes were full of ferocious blood vessels. His mind was blank. When he stepped into the room, his fingers couldn't help but hold on to the horizontal bar by the door. It seemed that all his strength had disappeared. There was only one thought that made his ears ring. It was too late. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Lu Xinglan standing against the light by the door. The man's slender figure was like a cold blade that had been unsheathed. It was full of vicious and violent murderous aura. The smile that was about to rise at the corner of her mouth froze. She was just about to ask what happened. Suddenly, a trace of blood overflowed from her mouth. Then, drop by drop, the blood gathered into a line. The girl blankly reached out to touch her lips. Her hand was full of blood. The bowl in her hand fell to the ground. Stained with blood, it looked like a flower that had bloomed. Chapter 2798. Wei Wei Bai stood there in a daze. Her hands covering her mouth were stained with blood. She seemed a little strange. She couldn't even react. She could only watch. She even wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked unusually calm. In the eyes of others, she was just scared silly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. He paused at the door just now, but in half a second, he was already beside her. The man's neck was lowered. Because he ran too fast, a few strands of hair fell from his temples in a mess. He looked a little embarrassed. His eyes in the shadows were scarlet. His thin lips were tightly pursed. They were so red that they looked like they were about to bleed. Wei Wei Bai seemed to come back to her senses. She quickly wiped the blood from her mouth and said strangely, "I don't know why, but this is an inauspicious sign. It's rare for the old madam to see me. I'm too rude." Suddenly, the girl's words stopped. Lu Xinglan reached out and gently touched her cheek. There was a trace of blood on his fingertips. Then, he slowly went to the back of her neck and gently touched it. Then, he took a step forward and pressed her face to his shoulder. It was as gentle as touching his own child. His low and hoarse voice was holding back something, but it was unusually calm. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Bai Weiwei's whole body stiffened. She seemed to realize what he had said. Finally, she opened her blood-stained lips, and a sad voice choked out from her throat. Her tears fell without warning. Lu Xinglan felt her whole body trembling, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She was not a fool. She knew that something was wrong with the thing she ate. Lu Xinglan could hardly imagine what kind of mood she had to say that she was inauspicious. The power of an aristocratic family, a huge monster. She was a small servant. Even if she was poisoned, she was beaten to death. After she died, she was casually thrown into a mass grave and eaten by wild dogs. No one pitied her. Lu Xinglan lowered his eyes. His fingers touched her head unhurriedly, and his other hand landed gently on her back. This kind of medicine couldn't be turned back once it was eaten. He couldn't force the poison out either. His true qi entered her body only to make her feel better. Then, he picked her up without saying a word. He didn't even look at Mother Lu. The maid beside Mother Lu came over and said respectfully, "Young master, this is—" He didn't even finish his sentence. Lu Xinglan kicked the maid away. He finally looked up at Mama Lu, who was sitting in the middle with a dark expression. "Mother." His voice was cold and indifferent, chilling to the bone. "Do you think that because I've recovered, my medicine is useless and needs to be thrown away?" Mother Lu furrowed her brows. She slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? How dare you kick my servant? Are you trying to embarrass me?" Lu Xinglan hugged the person in her arms and felt that her body was unusually cold. This kind of coldness went straight into his heart. He didn't lower his head to look at her. Instead, he stared at the small patch of ground that was stained red by her blood. Then he said slowly, "Face, when you accept the large amount of wealth that the imperial family gives you every month and sell my message pen to them, where did you get the face to ask this?" Mother Lu's face turned pale, and she immediately retorted in a panic. "What do you mean by betrayal? Child, how can you say that? I'm doing this for your own good. The Emperor values the Lu family so much because of your mother's mediation." Lu Xinglan finally turned his eyes, and his gaze slowly fell on his mother. /save button. Chapter 2799. His half-closed eyelashes covered most of the malevolence in his dark eyes, but it brought out a deeper hostility. "You're spending the royal family's share of the military budget. Have you seen what the royal family has been doing all these years?" Mother Lu was so angry that her whole body trembled. "You're simply rebelling. This world belongs to the royal family. What's wrong with eating a little military budget?" Lu Xinglan's beautiful and pale face revealed a trace of terrifying anger. "What's wrong with eating a little military budget? That's eating lives, drinking blood and bones. Have you seen the situation of the frontier soldiers? Have you seen a soldier who still risked his life to kill the enemy on the battlefield before starving to death? This country does not belong to the royal family, nor does it only belong to the royal family. This is the sky that countless soldiers of the Lu family carry with their lives." Lu Xinglan's eyes were red. Towards the end, her throat was trembling. "Is your face used to hurt me, Mother?" His chest and abdomen were hurting. It wasn't that he hadn't seen his mother's style all these years. He had been stopping her. He had been trying to change her back. But step by step, her selfishness was incisive and vivid. He thought that it would be fine as long as he ignored it. But ignoring it brought about an even bigger mistake. Mother Lu was so frightened by his fierce gaze that her body trembled. Her mouth trembled, and she suddenly pointed at Wei Bai and said, "You're just criticizing me for an insignificant servant. In your eyes, I'm not even comparable to a servant?" After saying that, she sneered, "What a bitch, seducing the master. She deserves to be beaten to death. The medicine just now shouldn't have been a contraceptive medicine, but a life-threatening poison." These words were too vicious. Wei Bai's fingers clutched Lu Xinglan's collar tightly. The blood on her fingertips soaked Lu Xinglan's clean collar. She was terrified, but suddenly she raised her eyes slightly. A pair of eyes blurred by tears were filled with panic and guilt. "Young master, it's all my fault. Don't quarrel with your mother." Lu Xinglan's heart twisted. His thin lips also lost a trace of color, but he still smiled at her. In the next moment, he bent down, lowered his head, and sucked on her blood-stained lips. This kiss was light, but full of the taste of blood. More than that, they trembled with pity. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 40. He had always been steady. Don't do such impulsive and irrational things. There were too many things in this world that forced him to remain calm. But when he met such a pair of pure eyes that only had his shadow in them, he felt only the anger of being thrown into the fire. Mrs. Lu was furious and threw a teacup at him. "Are you crazy, Lu Xinglan? What are you doing in broad daylight?" Lu Xinglan didn't move, allowing the fragments of the teacup to fly everywhere. One of the fragments cut his cheek, causing some blood to flow out. The person in his arms was not injured at all. He left the stunned girl and finally smiled. But his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "You want me to have descendants all your life, and you even want descendants of the royal family. If you like children so much, why don't you have one yourself?" When he said this, his smile turned cold. "Do you want me to help you find a few men to borrow your seed? Some of the children of the royal family should prefer the older ones. Why don't they give birth to their own children?" Mrs. Lu was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. "Lu Xinglan, what are you talking about? I'm going to complain to the heavens and sue you for being unfilial." In the southern country, filial piety was respected. Who was unfilial? That was the biggest taboo. If an official was accused of being unfilial, they would lose their black veil. It was common for them to be directly sent to prison to eat. Chapter 2800. Lu Xinglan's eyes were downcast, and the trace of blood on his pure white face brought out the hostility in his entire body. He walked forward step by step. The servant girl was so frightened by his frightening aura that her legs went weak. Madame Lu sat up with difficulty. "What are you doing? Unfilial son, are you going to kill me?" Lu Xinglan reached out and pressed the back of the person in his arms, making her closer to him. He felt her rapid heartbeat and trembling in fear. This was the first time he wanted a girl to not be afraid. Therefore, his voice was suppressed and unusually calm. But it was cold and austere. It was like the remaining snow in a frozen sky, cold and fierce. "I don't dare to kill you. I just want to tell you that our Lu family will be extinct and there will be no more descendants. From my generation onwards, the Lu family will have no descendants. The plaque on the Lu family will also be taken to the grave after I die." He said until here. His smile was cold. "After I die, there will be no one to worship, no one to worship, no one to burn paper offerings, and no one to remember." And this was the end of the entire Lu family. Lu Xinglan paused. He looked at Madame Lu's pale face and revealed a calm and gentle smile. "Is this what you want?" "Madame Chun." Before Madame Lu joined the Lu family, her maiden name was Chun. After Lu Xinglan finished speaking, he took a few steps back and shouted coldly, "What are you waiting for? Beat these traitors to death." Xin Wu appeared at the door. More than a dozen burly servants followed behind him. They rushed into Madame Lu's room. Those female servants, as well as the servants who had been drugged, were all caught and dragged out. Lu Xinglan hugged the girl with his back to the light. His face in the shadow was handsome like a god, but cold like a demon. No need to drag them out, beat them to death on the spot. Madame Lu's fingers trembled, not from anger, but from fear. She stared into her son's eyes. Those eyes were like those of a demon, full of murderous intent. Soon, screams and the sound of sticks rang out, and the smell of blood filled the entire room. The blood on the floor began to flow. It covered the blood that Wei Bai spat out. Lu Xinglan looked at Madame Lu calmly. It was as if he was looking at a piece of dead meat. He thought that Yuanda was the most disgusting piece of meat. He didn't expect that his mother was the same, even more so than Yuanda. About a quarter of an hour passed. The screams slowly faded away. The supervising Xin Wu stood calmly in the pool of blood. He clasped his hands behind his back and straightened his back. He said expressionlessly, "The 18 people involved in this matter have all stopped breathing." Lu Xinglan's fingers gently stroked Wei Bai's back. It was an exceptionally gentle gesture of comfort. He raised his head. There was no expression on his delicate face, and the darkness in his eyes was still there. However, her tone was soft and gentle. "In the future, this place will be your retirement home. You're old and your body isn't in good condition. Your brain is also affected by your body, and you have all kinds of hallucinations. To prevent something from happening to you, I had no choice but to seal the door of your courtyard." At this point, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Xinglan's face. His tone was so calm that it made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. "Do you think this is a good arrangement?" "The Chun clan." Mother Lu's mouth moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her hands gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. Facing a room full of dead people, the blood flowed to her feet. Her feet trembled as she tried to move away, but she found that she didn't have any strength left. Lu Xinglan glanced at her indifferently. There was no love or hate. There was only indifference as cold as snow. Then, he turned around with the girl in his arms and walked out of the blood-stained ground without a care. His fingers kept stroking the back of the person in his arms, as if he was worried that she would be frightened. The